The story begins with the acquisition of a sect construction system. As long as disciples are recruited to strengthen the sect and enhance its reputation, one can gain power. Just as Tang Yue was preparing to make significant strides, she inadvertently signed up for 2 additional systems. One is a sign-in system, and the other is a return system. Both systems are fiercely competitive. The sign-in system unexpectedly activated a self-sign-in feature. The return system also initiated a self-gifting return function. This forced the Sect Construction System to showcase its expertise, fearing it might be discarded by the host. Subsequently, the 3 systems engaged in a frenzied competition. After a night, Tang Yue became invincible, and her wealth became immeasurable. Chapter 001. 3 Systems, 1 Host. In the great wilderness, on the northern Qian continent, Tang Yue gazed at the barren mountain before her, falling into silence. She was one among the many who traversed from launching. After a lazy slumber, she found herself transported here. Fortunately, upon her arrival, she bound herself to a sect construction system. By completing the system's tasks to construct the sect, recruit disciples, and increase its prestige, she would receive corresponding rewards. According to the system, she would soon become the strongest in the great wilderness and then marry a wealthy and handsome man, ascending to the pinnacle of life. However, is this what you call a sect? Tang Yue asked, pointing at the desolate mountain devoid of any grass, taking a deep breath. As the saying goes, all beginnings are difficult. As long as the host actively completes the tasks, bread and milk will follow, the system stated monotonously. Tang Yue suppressed her urge to curse and calmly negotiated. For sect construction, shouldn't we first have a sect? This is one of the top 10 forbidden places on the northern Qin continent, an unclaimed land where the host can build a sect. The system promptly replied. But with what shall we build it? Tang Yue spread her hands. This outfit I'm wearing, you lent it to me. Look at the points on the system panel. It's minus 10 points. And see how empty the system warehouse is. Even a mouse would leave with teary eyes. Moreover, there are no trees around, let alone grass. Am I to pile dirt to create a sect? Even if I were willing to toil and dig out a sect myself. But with such a shabby sect, do you think it's possible to attract disciples? Who would want to join such a sect? The host makes a valid point. The system conceded. Is that all there is to it? Tang Yue took a deep breath, then inhaled again. Can't you help me think of a solution? The host can use points on credit to exchange for a sect, the system suggested. Does the host wish to confirm the exchange? Of course I do. Tang Yue nodded eagerly. She had no desire to dig it out herself. Moreover, she was just an ordinary person, suddenly transported to the world of cultivation, lacking both talent and wealth. Finally acquiring a system that allowed her to grow stronger through tasks, she naturally had to seize it tightly. Otherwise, in this realm of cultivation, she would merely be the meat in the survival of the fittest. As Tang Yue's words fell, a thunderous sound erupted from the barren mountain. In the blink of an eye, a sect rose from the ground. It was. Tang Yue gazed at the dilapidated gate that creaked in the wind, and she immediately felt defeated. Especially upon seeing the -5000010 points on the task panel. Her expression darkened. 500,000 for such a broken sect. Indeed, host. The credit points must be repaid within 5 years, or the soul will be stripped away, suffering for billions of years in flames, the system stated. Tang Yue sat down trembling, covering her chest, speechless for a long time. She had been careless. She should have first asked how many points it would cost. While others traversed with heavenly luck, she had landed in a predicament. She was already in debt as soon as she arrived. There was no way to avoid repayment. As long as the host diligently builds the sect, recruits disciples, and completes system tasks, the debt can be repaid swiftly, the system added. I understand. Tang Yue inhaled deeply again, forcing herself to stand, and wandered around the entrance. Her heart felt heavier. Though the sect was small, it was equipped with everything necessary. However, just look at that shabby main hall. Sitting there at night wouldn't hinder stargazing at all. And the martial arts pavilion, treasure house, spirit beast garden, and spirit garden were all so painfully bare. The back mountain does exist, yet it is utterly barren. Not to mention the spiritual veins. There isn't even a single low-grade spiritual stone in sight. It is nothing but a hollow shell, and a dilapidated one at that. Even a donkey dung ball has a shiny surface, but her sect cannot even manage that. How can you dare to charge me 5 million points for such a shabby sect? Tang Yue barely restrained herself from spitting blood in indignation. Please name the sect. Host. The system paid no heed to Tang Yue's dissatisfaction. Let's call it Xianxia Zone. Tang Yue replied weakly. Ding. The sect has been successfully named. Congratulations, host. You now possess your very own sect. The system's voice resonated with delight. Please check the task panel to complete missions, grow stronger, and soar to great heights. Tang Yue opened the system panel, and indeed, a task section had been added. Upon clicking on it, she found detailed classifications: main tasks, side tasks, daily tasks, and high-score tasks. Before she could explore each one, a sudden ding-ding echoed in her mind. Ding, the refund system is binding. Ding, the sign-in system is binding. Not only was Tang Yue bewildered, but even the Sect Construction System was taken aback. What was happening? How could there be other systems? While both were in a daze, another ding-ding sounded in Tang Yue's mind. Ding, the refund system has been successfully bound. Ding, the sign-in system has been successfully bound. Tang Yue regained her composure and tentatively called out, "System." "Host, I am here," responded a boy and a girl, their voices as crisp as children's laughter echoing in her mind. The Sect Construction System also snapped back to reality, exclaiming angrily, "I was the first to bind." "So what?" The refund system, in a high-pitched, somewhat arrogant tone, replied, "We did not compete for priority." "Exactly," chimed in the sign-in system with a soft, endearing voice, sounding particularly adorable. "A host can only have one system," the Sect Construction System retorted angrily. "Where did you wild systems come from? Don't you understand the rules?" "You are the wild system," the refund system coldly huffed, though there was a hint of defensiveness in the sound. "If you're unwilling to bind to the same host as us, you can choose to unbind and leave." The sign-in system spoke sweetly. The Sect Construction System immediately flared up. "Why should I unbind? I was here first." "Of course, it is because we are more powerful than you," the refund system haughtily snorted again. "We can rapidly make the host stronger." "Exactly," the sign-in system quickly chimed in. "Unlike you, who still requires task completion. 5 million points for such a ramshackle sect. How can you shamelessly present that? It should be called the pitfall system." The refund system continued to pierce with its words. "Exactly," the sign-in system echoed softly. "Unlike us, we don't require the host to complete tasks." As if to validate its claims, the moment the sign-in system finished speaking, another ding resonated in Tang Yue's mind. "Ding, the sign-in at the main hall of Xianxia Zone has been successfully completed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an Imperial-grade spiritual root." Chapter 002. The Onset of Involution. Alas. Before Tang Yue could fully grasp her astonishment, the Sect Construction System could no longer contain its exclamations. Not only did it stutter, but it also faltered in its delivery. "Earth grade, Earth grade." Simultaneously, Tang Yue felt a warm sensation enveloping her lower abdomen. Soon after, a radiant halo of 7 colors emerged, cocooning her entirely from head to toe. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the 7-colored light finally subsided into her being. Tang Yue felt a profound sense of comfort coursing through her, yet aside from that, she perceived no other sensations. Just as she was about to inquire further, the Sect Construction System erupted once more. "Alas, alas, it is not Earth grade, but rather Imperial grade." Tang Yue interjected, "Surely, that statement must be a grammatical error?" "What error?" The Sect Construction System continued to stammer. "The first Earth refers to land, while the second Imperial signifies the form of an emperor." "And what follows?" Tang Yue humbly sought clarification, as she remained utterly bewildered by the intricacies of the cultivation world. The spiritual roots are classified into 9 grades, above which lie the 4 categories of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Only above the 4 grades can one attain the Imperial grade. The voice of the Sect Construction System trembled with excitement. "Are you suggesting that my Imperial spiritual root is the finest in this realm?" Tang Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed," the Sect Construction System replied without hesitation. "Not merely in this world." "Wow!" Tang Yue exclaimed, filled with both excitement and exhilaration. "The signing-in system, you are truly remarkable. As long as the host is pleased." The signing-in system chimed in with a soft, endearing voice that could melt hearts. Observing this, the return system hurriedly interjected, "Host, I can contribute as well." Ding! The return system autonomously grants a handful of yellow sand from the system space, triggering a 10-fold upgrade return, bestowing 10 Imperial spiritual veins. The spiritual veins have been installed at the back mountain of the sect and can be relocated at the host's discretion. Note, this Imperial grade corresponds to the form of an emperor. As the return system concluded, the Sect Construction System erupted once more. "Alas, alas, alas. 10 Imperial spiritual veins. 10 of them." The voice of the Sect Construction System was beyond description, surpassing the sound of a broken gong, as it strained to convey its disbelief. In this world, one would be hard-pressed to find even Earth-grade spiritual veins, let alone imperial ones. The finest available were superior-grade spiritual veins, and their quantity was exceedingly scarce. Only 7 existed in the northern Xian continent, monopolized by 3 prominent families and 4 major sections. Even in its possession, the Sect Construction System could only claim 2 mysterious-grade spiritual veins. It had initially intended to reward these as a prize for the host upon completion of specific tasks. Yet now, not only could it not present them, but it felt ashamed to utter such a notion. From the frenzied exclamations of the Sect Construction System, Tang Yue had already gained a vivid understanding of the extraordinary nature of these imperial spiritual veins. However, she could not help but inquire, how is the grading of spiritual veins determined? The return system diligently introduced. Aside from cultivation levels, all other categories of rank fundamentally align with the classification of spiritual roots. First, there are 9 grades. Above the 9 grades lies the 4 grades of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, and above these is the imperial grade. As it spoke, the return system conjured a booklet that landed in Tang Yue's hands. Within it, detailed records are inscribed for the host to peruse at leisure. Tang Yue casually flipped through the booklet, her excitement bubbling over as she exclaimed, "Return system, you are truly remarkable." Upon hearing Tang Yue's praise, the return system's voice soared with joy. "We shall always remain this formidable." Then, it discreetly added, "That Sect Construction System, it's better to forego it." Indeed, indeed. The sign-in system chimed in with an endearing tone. "Severing ties with it is preferable. With us, the host has all that is needed." "I can choose to sever ties?" Tang Yue inquired with curiosity. "Of course, the host's spiritual power is exceptional. Just no. The Sect Construction System hurriedly interjected, "Host, I am quite capable as well." Ding, the host has successfully completed the main quest of founding the Xianxia sect, awarding 10,000,000 points. After deducting debts, the remaining balance is 4,999,990 points. The points shop is now open, allowing the host to redeem any item. Tang Yue glanced at it. It contained a plethora of items, spiritual tools, spiritual herbs, and techniques, among others. However, most range from grades 5 to 9, predominantly 8 and 9. There were also dozens of yellow grade items and a mere handful of profound grade, along with a solitary earth grade. The sign-in system observed and, despite its soft tone, delivered a piercing remark. "Why does your shop contain nothing but trash?" The Sect Construction System nearly spat blood in retort. Just as it prepared to argue, a ding sounded. Ding! Successful autonomous sign-in at the entrance of the Xianxia sect. Congratulations to the host for receiving a vast amount of cultivation power. In an instant, Tang Yue felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flooding into her spiritual veins, and her imperial-grade spiritual root began to operate autonomously. Tang Yue transitioned from an ordinary person to the transformation realm in one leap. The sudden influx of power compelled her to instinctively throw a punch, causing the already dilapidated main hall of the sect to collapse with a thunderous crash, sending dust soaring into the air. This unexpected turn startled Tang Yue. Before she could revel in her excitement, another ding resonated in her mind. Ding! Successful autonomous sign-in at the rear mountain of the Xianxia sect. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an imperial-grade spiritual technique, which is autonomously integrated and cultivated to perfection. In her mind, a water-based spiritual technique materialized effortlessly. With a casual wave of her hand, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, a water dragon surged forth from thin air. In the blink of an eye, the remnants of the crumbled walls were transformed into dust, perfectly blending with the yellow sand of the desolate mountains. Ding! Successful autonomous sign-in at the spiritual herb garden of the Xianxia sect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a garden of imperial-grade spiritual herbs. The once barren herb garden suddenly flourished with imperial-grade spiritual herbs, shimmering in golden light, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Ding! The spirit beast garden of the Xianxia sect has successfully registered autonomously. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a spirit beast garden infused with imperial-grade bloodline. The previously empty garden was instantaneously divided into 2 distinct zones. One is the consumption zone, where all spirit beasts possess merely 1% of the imperial-grade bloodline, and consuming them can enhance one's cultivation. The other is the combat zone, wherein all spirit beasts contain at least 30% of the imperial-grade bloodline, exhibiting unparalleled valor. It's my turn. The return system, unwilling to be outdone, promptly followed suit. Ding! The return system autonomously presented an imperial-grade spiritual herb from its spatial inventory, triggering a tenfold return, resulting in 10 imperial-grade spiritual artifacts. Ding! The return system once again gifted an imperial-grade spiritual artifact from spatial inventory, triggering a tenfold return, yielding 10 imperial-grade spiritual techniques. Ding! The return system then provided an imperial-grade spiritual technique, which triggered a tenfold return, resulting in 10 imperial-grade cultivation methods. Ding! Enough with the dings. The Sect Construction System could no longer contain its frustration. Where on earth did you two come from? Is this the work of a rational being? You're throwing around imperial-grade items as if they were mere cabbages. Autonomously registering is one thing, but this return system, are you exploiting a glitch? Giving yourself gifts and returns. Is this amusing to you? Who exactly are these two fools? The crucial point was that it found itself utterly incapable of eradicating these two entities. It was infuriating. Where we originate is inconsequential. What matters is that we can assist the host in unbinding you at any moment. The return system stated with a hint of arrogance. This only served to aggravate the Sect Construction System further. Not only could it not eliminate these entities, but it had also been threatened, even if it could annihilate them. The two systems wielded imperial-grade power, suggesting a profound background, one it dared not challenge. What was more alarming was the risk involved. The host's soul power was immensely potent, and unbinding itself was a trivial matter for them. If those two entities truly knew how to unbind and deceive the host into doing so, it would be utterly bereft of recourse. After all, it had painstakingly located this host. It could not allow another system to snatch them away. Contemplating this, the Sect Construction System cleared its throat and, adopting the gentlest tone, remarked, "The ability to bind to the same host signifies a unique affinity between us. In this vast world, such connections are rare. Moreover, our ultimate objective should align. We all desire to see the host become the strongest in this realm, do we not? If that is the case, why not collaborate? Together, we can pave a luminous path for the host." The Sect Construction System delivered its impassioned plea, nearly spitting with fervor. However, the sign-in system countered with the softest words, wielding the sharpest blade. "You're as poor as a church mouse. What do you intend to use to illuminate the hostess path? Your grandiloquent rhetoric?" The Sect Construction System was so incensed that it nearly spat blood. The return system disdainfully remarked, "Look at your possessions. Aside from a single low-grade item, the rest are mere refuse that no one desires." The Sect Construction System felt its face flush with embarrassment, grateful that it lacked a physical form. Otherwise, it would have been thoroughly humiliated. Compared to these two entities, it truly felt impoverished. Since it could not compete with grandeur, it had no choice but to employ its intellect. After all, it was quite clever. Taking a deep breath, the Sect Construction System calmly inquired, "What is the lowest grade item you two can present?" "A low-grade item among the fourth tier," the return system replied haughtily. They certainly did not possess refuse. Upon hearing this, the Sect Construction System finally breathed a sigh of relief. "In that case, we must collaborate." "On what grounds?" The return system scoffed. "The host will undoubtedly have many followers in the future. We cannot bestow low-grade items upon each one. Can we?" The Sect Construction System patiently explained. "Even if you are exceedingly wealthy, not everyone can wield low-grade spiritual artifacts. My humble offerings are fundamental to the development of Sect. You can provide the highest quality, while I can supply the mid to low-tier items. Thus, we're the most perfect partners." The Sect Construction System felt a bit embarrassed to refer to its offerings as mid-tier in front of the imperial-grade items. The sign-in system and the return system fell silent for a moment. Sensing an opportunity, the Sect Construction System immediately began its persuasive rhetoric. Under the charm of its eloquence, the return system decisively agreed. "Let us unite." They were not unable to find such refuse. Rather, they had discreetly tested their current strength and discovered that they could not eliminate the Sect Construction System. The previous talk of severing ties had been pure deception. Since they could not expel it, they would have to coexist peacefully. Moreover, they would no longer need to search for refuse and could allow the Sect Construction System to shine in its own right. "However, if we're to work together, you must take the role of the third," the return system added. Agreed. The Sect Construction System gritted its teeth and consented. Third it would be. Once it rose to prominence, it would certainly seek to dominate these two entities and become their elder brother. "It is settled then. I shall be the elder brother. She the second sister, and you the third brother," the return system said with a smile. Agreed. The sign-in system chimed in. maintaining its soft tone, though its joy was evident. Second sister, third brother, the return system called out first. Elder brother, third brother, the sign-in system followed suit. The Sect Construction System clenched its jaw and managed to squeeze out a few words through its teeth. Elder brother, second sister. Be good, third brother. The sign-in system appeared particularly delighted. Just then, after the three systems had concluded their bonding ritual, Tang Yue excitedly asked, "So, does this mean I will be the host of three systems in the future?" Just moments ago, a series of melodious chimes resonated, accompanied by the formidable sensation of power bestowed by my vast cultivation. It is merely the first day. If this continues, will I not ascend to celestial heights, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Moreover, due to the competition between the two systems, the external debts owed to the Sect Construction System have vanished. Not only have they disappeared, but I also possess a considerable surplus of points. Emptying the marketplace is no longer a challenge. My journey has commenced with an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Were it not for the presence of these three systems, I would have certainly let out a triumphant shout. Indeed, the return system jested. From now on, I shall be your little assistant, the sign-in system will be your second, and the Sect Construction will be the third. The Sect Construction System nearly erupted in indignation at these words. You are the third, it thought, and your entire family is as well. However, it refrained from voicing such sentiments. After all, the power they wielded was immense, akin to the might of an emperor, and who could ascertain the depth of their backgrounds? It was not worth the risk. If it were to provoke a few ancient beings, the repercussions would fall upon itself. Patience was key. As long as it was bound to this host, a rise to prominence was inevitable. The tides of fortune shift. Do not underestimate a system's poverty. Time will reveal all. By the way, what realm do I currently inhabit? Tang Yue inquired with palpable excitement. Although she had perused that small booklet, she could not yet align herself with its contents. Your current realm is the embodiment stage. The second system replied with a soft, endearing tone. The embodiment stage. Tang Yue quickly flipped through the booklet, discovering that it was the sixth rank beneath the celestial tier, seemingly modest. After all, there was a long list above it. Only the sixth rank? Tang Yue felt a twinge of disappointment. Does that mean I am rather inadequate? Ding! The Star and Moon Sect's Martial Arts Pavilion has successfully registered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a wealth of cultivation. In the next moment, a torrent of profound spiritual energy surged into her spiritual veins, propelling her into a continuous cycle of breakthroughs until she reached the threshold of the half-sage realm. Before she could utter a word, the second system chimed again. The Star and Moon Sect's Treasure Pavilion has successfully registered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a wealth of cultivation. As the second system's voice faded, dark storm clouds rapidly gathered overhead, thick and ominous, with golden lightning illuminating the tumultuous sky. Chapter 004. Invincible for a Night. Tang Yue was startled. Could this be attempting to strike me? This is the tribulation for ascending to the sage realm, consisting of merely 9 bolts. The first system replied nonchalantly. 9 bolts. Tang Yue's eyelids fluttered in alarm. With such robust lightning, surely 9 bolts were unnecessary? With my fragile form, a mere touch could send me to join my ancestors. Fear not, dear host. I am here, the third system declared, seizing the opportunity to demonstrate its prowess. A mere tribulation dares to act with such arrogance? Begone. In an instant, the storm clouds trembled as if shaken, letting out a pitiful whimper before truly dissipating. As the thunder clouds dissipated, a clear azure sky emerged. Soon after, colorful clouds began to coalesce, and beams of 5 distinct hues surged forth, eagerly rushing into Tang Yue's body. This was the reward from the heavenly Tao, following her ascension to the realm of immortality. Impressive, third brother. Xiao, he exclaimed with a smile, though her mind was swirling with thoughts. The mere thunder tribulation associated with ascending to immortality was something she could effortlessly dispel with a gentle wave of her hand. Indeed, it was a matter of sheer force. It was not merely a matter of words that could deter the thunder tribulation. Although this third brother was remarkably impoverished, his ability to bind a host before them and to repel the thunder tribulation with a single utterance suggested he was no ordinary individual. However, even with his exceptional qualities, he could not compare to her in Xiao air. Still, curiosity piqued within her. She planned to probe further later. With the rewards from the heavenly Tao concluded, Tang Yue now exuded an ethereal aura characteristic of her recent advancement. Third brother, you managed to repel the thunder tribulation. Tang Yue exclaimed, her voice filled with delight. Ah, it was nothing significant, merely my duty to alleviate the worries of the host, third brother replied modestly. Adopting a tone reminiscent of the French term Versailles, Xianxia is quite remarkable as well. He facilitated my ascension to immortality in a single stroke. Tang Yue generously praised him. According to the tome, the cultivation levels were divided into 4 tiers, below immortals, deities, and emperors. She had already stepped into the 2nd tier. Though she was still far from the emperor's stage, she possessed a modicum of self-defense capabilities. Xianxia smiled shyly, his voice retaining its adorable quality. As long as the host is pleased, Xianxia will continue to strive for excellence. Seeing that both second sister and third brother had received accolades, he felt a surge of urgency. Ding! The return system autonomously grants a top-tier spiritual medicine from the system space, triggering a 10-fold return, resulting in 10 tenfold spirit gathering formations. The 10-fold spirit gathering formations were installed at the outer sect of the clan and could be relocated at the host's discretion. Ding! The return system autonomously presents 1 10-fold spirit gathering formation from the system space, triggering a 10-fold return, resulting in 10 hundredfold spirit gathering formations. The 100-fold spirit gathering formations were established within the inner sect of the clan and could also be relocated as per the host's wishes. As the spirit gathering formations descended, Tang Yue felt a rich surge of spiritual energy enveloping her, her imperial-grade spiritual root activating autonomously, bringing her immense comfort. This spirit gathering formation is quite impressive. Xiao Yi is truly remarkable, Tang Yue praised once more. The result of her commendations was that Xiao Yi and Xianxia began to compete fiercely. Tang Yue reveled in this dynamic. The more they competed, the more benefits she reaped. Thus, she encouraged them to continue their fervent efforts. Third brother, lacking such bountiful resources, began to brainstorm ideas for the construction within the sect, planning to erect the sect master peak, the elders' hall, and the disciples' quarters, all to be built to the highest specifications. With a single step, Tang Yue tore through the void, instantly arriving atop the sect master peak. It was a stark contrast to the desolate mountains of before. Within sect master peak, spiritual energy swirled, and the air was filled with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, resembling a paradise beyond the mortal realm. The sect master's grand hall was lavish beyond compare. What pleased Tang Yue most was the enormous bed, which felt like lying atop a cloud, offering unparalleled comfort. A sense of drowsiness enveloped me, yet my mind resonated with an incessant clamor that proved rather perturbing. How I wished for a mute button to silence it. Just as that thought crossed my mind, the cacophony dissipated. Tang Yue jolted awake, urging herself not to halt, for she held no disdain towards the noise. To her astonishment, the system interface in her mind had undergone a remarkable transformation. It had shifted from the original Sect Construction panel to a new one featuring a 1-2-3 system layout. An additional group chat dialog box had appeared, where Xiao Yi, Xianxia, and Xiao San were fervently typing, their messages flying in like a whirlwind. There were already a dozen unread messages. With a mere thought, Tang Yue selected the first unread message. Xiao Yi, the host is about to rest. Let's speak in silence here through text. Xianxia Ding, the Elders Hall of the Sect has successfully checked in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Imperial-grade spirit vessel. Xiao San Ding, the Auxiliary Hall has been successfully constructed. Congratulations to the host for completing its construction and receiving 100,000 points, with a remaining balance of 30,009,990 points. Xiao Yi Ding, the return system has autonomously gifted a system space leaf, triggering a 10-fold return, yielding 10 celestial-grade techniques. Tang Yue felt a surge of gratitude. What a splendid system it was. With this in mind, she couldn't help but praise aloud. Xiao Yi, you're truly remarkable. Xianxia and Xiao San are wonderful too. Having you all is my fortune. The trio began to input text in rapid succession, and the group chat box refreshed at an astonishing pace, so swift that Tang Yue struggled to keep up. Deciding to relinquish the effort, she opted for a restful sleep, and she drifted into a deep slumber filled with delightful dreams. Upon awakening the next day, Tang Yue felt a surge of spiritual power coursing through her. Meanwhile, the chat box indicated a staggering 99 unread messages. She casually scrolled through, and the messages halted at those from Xianxia and Xiao San. Xianxia Ding, the city of Yong'an in the northern Shan continent has successfully checked in. Congratulations to the host for receiving an immense boon of cultivation. Xiao San, a mere tribulation of thunder dares to act insolently? Step back. Congratulations to the host for ascending to the Emperor realm and becoming the strongest in this world. Staring at these two messages, Tang Yue was momentarily stunned. Had she truly reached the Emperor realm? Just yesterday, she was an ordinary youth from Blue Star, and today she found herself the most formidable being in this realm. It felt surreal, akin to a dream. Surely, this could not be merely a figment of her imagination. Pressing her lips together, she pinched her arm with conviction. Ouch! The pain was undeniable. Pain was a good sign. It proved that this was not a dream, but a vivid reality. Has the host awakened? Shall we commence our tasks today? Xianxia inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Now that I am in the Emperor realm, the strongest in the world. Is that correct? Tang Yue turned over, reclining comfortably against the headboard, seeking confirmation. Indeed, Xianxia affirmed. Completing tasks is intended for personal growth. However, I find myself already at the pinnacle of strength. What purpose do such endeavors serve now? Tang Yue pondered profoundly. Although the Emperor realm does not categorize itself into tiers, distinctions of strength remain. A novice in this realm cannot hope to rival seasoned emperors. Thus one must remain diligent. Xianxia interjected earnestly. Upon hearing this, Tang Yue finally sat upright and inquired, how many emperors exist in this world? Only the host, replied Xianxia. Tang Yue furrowed her brow. Hadn't it just been stated that she was a newcomer in the Emperor realm, incomparable to the established emperors? Why then was it asserted that she was the sole emperor? Was this merely mockery? Chapter 005. Each in their own little chat group. Host, allow me to clarify, Xianxia explained hastily. This star domain encompasses more than just our world. In our realm, you are indeed the only emperor. However, there are numerous others across different worlds. Therefore, the host must not grow complacent, but should instead strive with greater vigor. At this point, Xianxia deliberately paused, heightening Tang Yue's anticipation before continuing. In our world, we rank at the very bottom. Apart from you, who has ascended to the Emperor realm with our system's assistance, others remain at much lower levels. Throughout the vast wilderness, the highest realm achieved is that of the immortal emperor, and there are merely 9 of them. The number of those who can attain the immortal realm is exceedingly scarce, with the majority still below that threshold. If a world war were to erupt, how could a single host withstand the onslaught of multiple emperors from other worlds? A world war? Tang Yue gasped. The realm of cultivation has always been one of the survival of the fittest. To fall behind is to invite defeat. Xianxia implored with earnestness. Thus, I must actively cultivate my own emperors, correct? Tang Yue asked, biting her lip, her expression turning serious. Correct, Xianxia sighed in relief. When will this world war occur? Tang Yue asked with gravity. Our barriers with neighboring worlds are weakening. It is anticipated that a conflict will arise within the next 30 years at most, and as soon as 10 years at least, Xianxia responded. And those 9 immortal emperors, how long have they been cultivating? Tang Yue pressed on. Several thousand years, I believe, Xianxia replied. At this, Tang Yue erupted. Several thousand years to reach the immortal emperor stage, and you expect me to produce several emperors in just 10 years. Yet she soon regained her composure. But I have you all. Surely, you can assist me in ascending from an ordinary person to an emperor in a single night? We can only support the host. Xianxia clarified. We provide various resources for the host to cultivate disciples. If exceptional talent is found among the students, there is a 50% chance of producing an emperor disciple within 10 years. Therefore, the host must prioritize completing sect tasks. Meanwhile, within the system's interface, an invisible chat group, unseen by Tang Yue, was fervently scrolling with activity. Xiaoxian, what nonsense are you spouting? Is there really a world war? Little 2. Indeed, the world barriers across various realms are intact, and every millennium, patrol teams are dispatched to strengthen them. Where could they possibly be weak? Little 1. You had better provide us with an explanation, otherwise I might just expose you to the host. Little 2. Exactly. Then the host could sever your ties. Little 3. You are not from this world, are you? Little 3. True. Your actions are of imperial caliber, which this world lacks. Little 3. Since you are not from this realm, you naturally do not comprehend its intricacies. Little 3. The world barriers I refer to are not what you presume. They pertain specifically to this realm. Little 3. This world is inherently complex, distinct from others. Little 3. Other realms are typically singular in nature. Little 3. However, this world comprises 18 smaller realms. Little 3. Initially, these 18 realms were entirely unconnected, yet due to their shared attributes, they gradually converged. Little 3. Consequently, The barriers between these smaller realms have become increasingly fragile. Little 3. Of course, the degree of fragility varies. Little 3. What I just conveyed to the host is not mere alarmism. The barrier between us and one of the smaller realms is indeed severely weakened. Little 3. In a span of 3 decades at most, or as little as 10 years, it will inevitably rupture, leading to conflict. Little 3. However, I did exaggerate regarding the 10 great emperors of neighboring realms. Little 3. Within this vast world formed by the 18 smaller realms, there exists but one emperor, the host. Little 3. Yet, there is rationale behind my statement. Little 3. If we were to become complacent overnight, with the host reigning invincibly in this world, it would lack excitement. Little 3. It would be far more engaging to instill a sense of urgency in the host, providing them with some challenges. Little 3. Would you prefer the host to languish in idleness, bored and restless? Observing Little 3's lengthy discourse, Little 1 and Little 2 fell into silence. Little 3 anxiously awaited their response. His words contained both truth and deception, serving his own interests as well. Little 1 and Little 2 were currently communicating telepathically. Little 2, cousin, is what Little 3 said truly accurate? I have never heard our family mention such matters. Little 1, this world is indeed quite unique. Little 1, my grandfather once mentioned that it is a remnant from ancient times, the entirety of which has never been fully revealed. Little 1, although we currently find ourselves within it, we remain unable to perceive its full nature. Little 1, Little 3's ability to repel lightning tribulations suggests he is no ordinary individual. Little 1, if he is indeed a native of this realm, he must possess knowledge surpassing our own. We might as well place our trust in him for now. Little 1, should he engage in any actions detrimental to the host, we will not show leniency. Little 2, all right, I shall defer to your judgment, cousin. After a brief private conversation between Xiaoyi and Xiao, they finally began to engage in their group chat. Xiaoyi, for now, I shall trust you. Xiao, if you dare deceive us, do not blame us for disowning you as our third brother. Xiaoyi, not only will we ensure the host unbinds you, but we shall also eradicate you. Xiao San shuddered and quickly interjected in the group chat. Xiao San, I swear to the heavens, I have told no lies. At this moment, Tang Yue was hurriedly perusing various sect tasks. The task interface had undergone a transformation. It no longer categorized them into main tasks, side tasks, daily tasks, and high-score tasks. Instead, everything was unified on a single interface, showcasing 10 tasks per page. There were several pages dedicated to recruiting various disciples and elders, among others. Furthermore, there were tasks regarding the development of vassal forces. The overarching goal of all these tasks was singular, to establish the foremost sect in the realm. Tang Yue took a deep breath. Very well. Let us proceed to recruit disciples, establish the unparalleled Xianxia sect, nurture emperors, and safeguard our homeland. Xiao San immediately chimed in. Host, at this moment, there is a disciple recruitment convention underway in Yong'an City. Yong'an City? Tang Yue inquired. Where is it located? Not far, 3,000 miles south of Xianxia sect. Xiao San responded eagerly. 3,000 miles isn't too far? Tang Yue pondered, but soon remembered that she was already an emperor, capable of tearing through the void in an instant. Indeed, it was not far at all. After spending so long as an ordinary person, she had yet to fully adapt to her newfound strength. She would surely acclimate swiftly. I shall go there at once, Tang Yue declared, preparing to tear through the void. Xiao quickly interjected. Host, wait a moment. What is it? Tang Yue asked. Since we aim to recruit disciples and expand our sect, we must make a grand impression. Xiao suggested. The dragon and phoenix purple gold carriage that Xiao signed for yesterday is perfect for this occasion. Chapter 006, The Disciple Recruitment Convention. The dragon and phoenix purple gold carriage? Tang Yue's interest was piqued. The previous night, the three of them had conjured an abundance of wondrous items, and she had yet to examine them all in detail. Just call out to summon it in your heart, Xiao said, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Following Xiao's advice, Tang Yue summoned it silently. In the next moment, a resounding dragon's roar accompanied by a melodious phoenix's cry reverberated through the heavens and earth. In the sky, a 5-clawed golden dragon and a 9-colored phoenix gradually materialized, pulling a resplendent purple-gold carriage behind them. The spectacle was truly magnificent. With the dragon and phoenix pulling the carriage, it would undoubtedly command respect and admiration when presented to others. However, given her current cultivation level, combined with such an ostentatious carriage, Would it not incite reverence and flattery from onlookers? While it was essential to recruit disciples with exceptional talent, character was equally important. It would be prudent to observe discreetly first. Once the disciples were chosen, she could unveil the dragon and phoenix purple gold carriage, making a remarkable impact at that time. Xiao, can others perceive my status as an emperor? Tang Yue inquired. The host can easily conceal her aura, Xiao replied. Following closely behind was Xiaosan. The host is the sole emperor in this realm, while the highest among others is merely the immortal emperor, rendering them incapable of recognizing the aura of an emperor. Moreover, this place is one of the top 10 forbidden zones in the northern Xian continent, with Yong'an City being the first settlement beyond this forbidden area, situated in a remote location, within a radius of 5,000 miles. The highest cultivation level is merely at the creation domain. Ah, I see. Tang Yue stroked her chin, deep in thought. It appears this is indeed a backwater region. It stands to reason that there would be sparse population near a forbidden zone. Previously, during your discussion about the items returned by Xiao Yi and Xiao Air upon signing in, it is likely that the locals here cannot utilize them for the time being. What tier of items do they generally use? Xiao San holds the most authority on this matter. Thus Xiao Yi and Xiao Air did not contest. Taking the 4 top sects of the northern Xian continent as examples, their sect leaders utilize 9th grade spiritual artifacts. The Holy Sons employ 8th grade spiritual artifacts. And the sect's treasure possession is merely a yellow grade artifact. Tang Yue's understanding deepened, and her smile widened. Xiao Yi, Xiao Air, you are truly remarkable. While others possess only yellow grade treasures, you two conservatively hold items of at least earth grade. How delightful! After being praised, Xiao Yi and Xiao Air were so elated that their voices seemed to float. As long as the host is pleased, we will strive even harder in the future. Xiao San, feeling somewhat dejected, spoke in a muffled tone. Host, I will also do my utmost. 30 years on the East Bank and 30 years on the West Bank. Do not underestimate the system's poverty. Give him time. Once he matures, he will surely tame these two and become their elder brother. At that point, he will be the most valued system by the host, without exception. Noticing Xiao San's downcast mood, Tang Yue consoled. Xiao San is also quite impressive. The items in your shop will soon come in handy. Only then did Xiao San brighten up. Although he is currently the most impoverished, the host has not looked down upon him because of it and has offered him comfort. Boo-hoo, truly an unparalleled host. He will surely strive to do better. Let us proceed quietly to have a look. With a wave of her hand, Tang Yue stowed away the dragon and phoenix purple gold chariot, then tore through the void to traverse onward. Yong'an City, one of the medium-sized cities in the northern Qian continent, is not densely populated due to its remote location. The city is governed by 6 prominent families alongside the city lord's mansion, maintaining a balance of power among the 7. However, 5 years ago, Zhao Wuwei, a direct descendant of the Zhao family, was taken as an inner disciple by the Piao Miao sect due to his exceptional talent. Consequently, the Zhao family rose to prominence, becoming the undisputed leading family within Yong'an City. The city lord's mansion and the other 5 prominent families have been suppressed to the point of being unable to retaliate, unless they too have members who can enter one of the 4 sections. Today presents an opportunity. Should anyone be found with a 6th grade root bone, they could become an inner disciple of the Piao Miao sect. At that time, they would possess the leverage to contend with the Zhao family. Should a wisp of azure smoke arise from the ancestral graves, heralding the emergence of a 7th-ranked descendant, they could supplant the Zhao family and ascend as the new sovereigns of Yong'an City. Thus, the disciple recruitment square is teeming with a throng of eager onlookers. Seated in the foremost position is the Piao Miao sect, one of the 4 major sects, flanked on the left by the Qiyu sect and the Xianxia sect, and on the right by the Xuanji Palace and the Liang Pavilion. Behind them linger several minor sects, whose significance pales in comparison. The children of the 6 great families and those from the Lord's Manor, aged between 10 and 15, have congregated in the square. The Zhao family occupies the forefront, followed closely by the Lord's Manor, the Lin family, the Xiao family, the Jia family, and the Geng family, with the Jiang family positioned at the rear. Currently, the Jiang family finds itself under the oppressive thumb of the Zhao family, isolated from the other 5 clans. The root of this predicament lies in the Jiang family's beauty. The present head of the Zhao family, though over 80, maintains a youthful appearance, yet he is inherently unattractive. He desires to take the 13-year-old legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Wanwan, as a concubine. The Jiang family resolutely refuses to comply. Were it not for the imminent disciple recruitment event, which discourages overt conflict. The Zhao family would have already annihilated the Jiang family 5 years prior. Due to Zhao Wuwei's influence, the Zhao family allied themselves with the Piaomiao sect, becoming a subordinate force, with the sect's resources favoring them. The Zhao family has emerged as the preeminent power in Yong'an City. To extinguish their adversaries is not merely a matter of idle talk. Hence, today represents the Jiang family's final opportunity. Should no exceptionally gifted descendant arise, the Jiang family will cease to exist after this day. This information was gleaned by Tang Yue, who had discreetly inquired within the city. The realm of cultivation is indeed unforgiving, where the strong prey upon the weak. And the vanquished face but two fates, either submission or obliteration. Alternatively, one may seize an opportunity and soar to greatness. The recruitment event commenced swiftly. A young man, appearing to be in his 20s, from the Piaomiao sect, presented a stone approximately 1 meter in length. This stone shimmered with a dark golden hue, pulsating with waves of spiritual energy. He announced the commencement of the root bone assessment. A 5th rank root bone qualifies for entry into the outer sect. A 6th rank root bone grants access to the inner sect. The children awaiting their evaluations instantly became tense, each yearning to distinguish themselves. The Zhao family members were the first to undergo testing. Out of 30, only one individual was found to possess a 5th rank root bone. The rest fell below that standard. Truly, they are the kin of Brother Wu Wei, the young man remarked with a smile, presenting the 5th rank Zhao family member with a token. The Zhao family rejoiced as if it were a festive occasion. Though merely an outer sect admission, this marked the 2nd member of their clan to enter the Piaomiao sect, with several others achieving 4th rank status, thus qualifying for the other 4 sections. The heads of the other families watched with envy, secretly hoping that their own clans would produce 1 or 2 5th rank or higher talents. Before long, the assessment concluded. The only successful candidate was the Zhao family member with a 5th rank root bone. At this moment, the head of the Jiang family turned ashen. This was their last chance. Jiang Wanwan's complexion drained of color, her lips drawn tight, drawing blood from her biting. She had just undergone her own test, revealing a 1st rank root bone, woefully inadequate. Lacking even the qualifications to join a minor sect, I shall marry, grandfather. Jiang Wanwan stifled her tears, her words echoing like the mournful cry of a cuckoo. Chapter 007. The Sacred Body of Cold Essence. The head of the Jiang family shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. It was too late to speak of marriage now. The Jiang family would likely meet its end at his hands tonight. He felt a profound sense of shame before his ancestors. Tang Yue was sipping tea on the 2nd floor of a quaint tea house adjacent to the square, casting glances at Jiang Wanwan. Why do I feel that Jiang Wanwan seems somewhat different from others? Tang Yue pondered silently. The host was not mistaken. Xiao Yi promptly replied. She possesses the sacred body of cold essence, ranked 29th among sacred bodies. Sacred body? Tang Yue was taken aback. Clearly, this topic delved in her area of ignorance. After all, she had only just arrived yesterday. Although her cultivation was extraordinary, common knowledge still needed to be acquired. In the realm of cultivation, there are myriad sacred bodies. Those endowed with a sacred body cultivate at a swifter pace than their equally gifted counterparts and have greater potential for advancement, Xiao Yi explained. So, the sacred body is that formidable. Tang Yue nodded, recognizing that being ranked 29th was indeed commendable. Ranked 29th? The host's myriad path sacred body is ranked 1st. Xiao Yi remarked. I possess a sacred body as well? Tang Yue exclaimed with excitement. It was obtained yesterday through Xiao Air signing in and has now fully merged with the host, Xiao Yi stated. Xiao Air, I adore you. Tang Yue expressed her exhilaration in the most straightforward manner from her home world. Host, Xiao Air loves you too, Xiao Air replied playfully. If she possesses the 29th ranked sacred body, why does she only have a 1st grade root bone? Tang Yue inquired, puzzled. Because the sacred body of cold essence has yet to be activated, the cold energy within her suppresses her root bone, making it undetectable by ordinary testing stones. Xiao San interjected eagerly. What Xiao San said is true. Xiao Yi concurred hastily. That young lady from the Jiang family actually has an 8th grade root bone. Among the 4 major sects of Beiqianzhou, this qualifies her to be a direct disciple of an elder. However, in the Xianxia sect, it barely qualifies her as an outer sect ordinary disciple. Tang Yue flipped through the task list in the system panel, finally locating the recruitment standards corresponding to an 8th grade root bone. Outer sect, ordinary disciple. In contrast, a 6th grade root bone at the Piaomiao sect qualifies one as an inner sect elite disciple, while here, an 8th grade root bone is merely the baseline for an outer sect ordinary disciple. This illustrates the confidence of a sect under the governance of a great emperor. With a thought, Tang Yue accepted a recruitment task for an outer sect ordinary disciple. She then rose, paid for her tea, and made her way toward the square. At that moment, the head of the Zhang family was being subjected to ridicule by the Zhao family and the other 5 families in turn. Jiang Wanwan's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she dared not end her own life. It would be easy for her to perish, but if she truly did so, the Zhao family would undoubtedly unleash further wrath upon the Zhang family. What a lively scene! Tang Yue strolled closer. Who are you? The Zhao family members scrutinized Tang Yue from head to toe. Although they did not perceive any cultivation from her, her attire was undeniably remarkable. Tang Yue paid them no heed and turned her gaze to Jiang Wanwan. Would you care to join my sect as an outer disciple? Jiang Wanwan abruptly lifted her head. Disbelief etched across her face. I possess only a first-grade root bone. That is inconsequential, Tang Yue replied with a gentle smile. Simply answer whether you are willing or not. I am willing, Jiang Wanwan quickly nodded, though she soon averted her gaze, feeling uncertain. However, our Zhang family has enmity with the Zhao family, and I fear it may bring trouble to your esteemed sect. It is merely the Zhao family. It is of no concern, Tang Yue remarked, her sincerity apparent. The Zhao family member, upon hearing this, immediately erupted in anger. Which sect do you belong to? You wretched being, to dare speak so boldly here? Tang Yue lifted her eyes, casting a fleeting glance. The Zhao family member crumpled to the ground as if turned to mud. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Although this Zhao family member was not particularly gifted, he had reached the peak of the 9th level of the qi refining stage, making him a notable figure in Yong'an City. Yet, he had been rendered unconscious by just a single glare. It was unlikely that even a core formation expert could accomplish such a feat. Tang Yue produced a token. From this moment forth, you are an outer disciple of my Xianxia sect. Jiang Wanwan instinctively caught it. It was a black token, engraved with the emblem of a crescent moon, with a prominent outer inscribed at its center. The token felt remarkably smooth to the touch, invigorating her spirit and granting her a sense of tranquility. As she had yet to begin her cultivation, she remained unaware of the token's additional benefits that would hasten her training. Come here, Tang Yue beckoned Jiang Wanwan. Dazed, Jiang Wanwan walked over. Bear with it, Tang Yue instructed, her hand hovering above Jiang Wanwan's head. This was something she had just learned from her master. Before Jiang Wanwan could comprehend, a chilling cold surged through her limbs and bones, penetrating her very marrow, as if it could freeze her to death in an instant. A layer of frost formed on her surface, and within a 10-meter radius, the ground was covered in a fine layer of frost. Despite the blazing sun, this area felt akin to the depths of winter, causing those nearby to shiver uncontrollably. Only Tang Yue remained unaffected by the drastic temperature shift. Just as Jiang Wanwan was on the verge of succumbing to the unbearable cold, she suddenly felt a warmth radiating from her brow, spreading gently throughout her body. A melodious cry echoed through the heavens and earth as a colossal ice phoenix manifested behind Jiang Wanwan, flapping its wings and letting out a resounding cry. This commotion swiftly captured the attention of the onlookers. The one responsible for recruiting disciples in Yong'an City from the Miao Liao sect, named Xiao Run, abandoned his pursuit of the Zhao family head and hurried over, his eyes wide with astonishment. By the heavens, this is the holy body of cold marrow. At Xiao Ren's exclamation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Although they were unfamiliar with the term holy body of cold marrow, they could discern from Xiao Ren's shocked expression that it was something extraordinary. After the phantom of the ice lawn dissipated, Jiang Wanwan remained momentarily stunned when Xiao Ren rushed forward, pulling out the testing stone. Place your hand upon it and give it another try, he urged. With a glance at Tang Yue, who nodded in affirmation, Jiang Wanwan pressed her hand onto the stone. In an instant, a radiant crimson light erupted, swiftly surpassing the 5th, 6th, and 7th grades, ultimately halting at the 8th grade. 8th grade root bone, Xiao Ren stammered. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. 5 years prior, Zhao Wei of the Zhao family possessed only a 6th grade root bone and was accepted as an elite disciple by the Piamiao sect. Jiang Wanwan's 8th grade root bone, coupled with her cold marrow sacred body, indicated a monumental shift in the fate of Yong'an City. After the initial shock, Xiao Ren exclaimed with an 8th grade root bone, "You could become a direct disciple of our Piamiao sect's elders. Congratulations, Sister Jiang." As a member of the elite disciples, his address was fitting. Recovering from her astonishment, Jiang Wanwan stepped back, expressing Thank you for your kindness, but I have already joined the Xianxia sect. Chao Ren was taken aback. The Piamiao sect was one of the 4 great sects of Beiqian continent, and many sought to join. This was the first time he had ever faced rejection. What did you say? Chao Ren asked incredulously, staring at Jiang Wanwan. She reiterated, thank you for your kindness. But I have indeed joined the Xianxia sect as an outer disciple. Xianxia sect? Outer disciple? Chao Ren's voice cracked with disbelief. A prestigious, cold marrow sacred body. An 8th grade root bone. And yet she had settled for being an outer disciple? It was absurd. Moreover, he had never even heard of this Xianxia sect. Taking a deep breath, Chao Ren implored, Sister Jiang, if you return to the Piamiao sect with me, you would at the very least be a direct disciple of an elder. As one of the 4 great sects of Beiqian continent, being a direct disciple of an elder is no small matter. It would be akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, far surpassing the mere outer disciples of the Xianxia sect. Jiang Wanwan felt a stirring in her heart, but quickly shook her head. I have already joined the Xianxia sect. I cannot go with you to the Piamiao sect. She was not naive. The individual who effortlessly activated her sacred body was undoubtedly extraordinary, even if she had never heard of this sect. Yet, during their close encounter, her cold marrow sacred body exhibited a demeanor of submission towards that esteemed figure. Thus, she chose to take a gamble. Chao Ren's expression turned grim. Elder Jiang, is this your wish as well? His tone carried an unmistakable threat. A disciple with such qualifications as the cold marrow sacred body and 8th grade root bone was a treasure they simply could not afford to lose. After all, exceptional disciples were the foundation of any sect. Jiang Huai glanced at Jiang Wanwan, who offered a slight nod. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Huai declared, this is Wanwan's choice, and our Jiang family respects her decision. Wanwan's has always been an astute individual, and he firmly believes that she must have her reasons for her actions. Moreover, he has always held a deep affection for his granddaughter. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into a rift with the Zhao family. More significantly, although the esteemed figure from the Xianxia sect appears to possess no discernible cultivation, there's an enigmatic depth to him that cannot be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Chao Ren's countenance darkened further. Zhao Yincheng, the head of the Zhao family, narrowed his eyes. Does the Jiang family look down upon the elders of our Piamiao sect? It is true that they have always held themselves in high regard. Now that they have awakened the holy body and been assessed with an 8th grade root bone, they indeed possess the audacity to be arrogant. This Jiang Wanwan must not be allowed to enter the Piamiao sect. Otherwise, our Zhao family will find it impossible to maintain a foothold in Yong'an City. Thus, I must stir the pot vigorously. If it fails, so be it. After Zhao Yincheng's words, Chao Ren's expression had grown so dark it appeared as though it might drip with water. Jiang Wanwan, I shall ask you one last time. Tang Yue interrupted languidly. Is it not a tad unscrupulous to undermine me, the sect master of the Xianxia sect, in such a manner? Chao Ren abruptly turned, glaring fiercely at Tang Yue. Then he froze in place, his eyes wide with shock, his mouth agape, as if 2 eggs could fit inside. Who exactly is this woman? Although he could not sense any fluctuations in her cultivation, the garb she wore was beyond his comprehension in terms of rank. It was undoubtedly far more noble than that of their peak elder, who donned garments of 7th grade quality. This individual is surely not to be trifled with. Contemplating this, Chao Ren's fury subsided somewhat, and he courteously clasped his hands in greeting. Ah, it is the sect master of the Xianxia sect. My apologies. Chao Ren's civility left Zhao Yincheng wide-eyed in disbelief. What's happening here? Jiang Wanwan is already a disciple of our esteemed sect. Do you have any objections? Tang Yue inquired once more, her tone nonchalant, almost indifferent. Yet, to Chao Ren's ears, it resonated with such intensity that it sent his blood surging. He then collapsed to the ground with a thud, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. This sudden turn of events startled those around them. Chao Ren stared in disbelief at Tang Yue. Just a few days prior, he had entered the core formation realm and was considered a formidable presence in such a small place. How could he be so easily overwhelmed by a single statement? What level of cultivation does this person possess? Tang Yue lifted her gaze and cast a glance at Chao Ren. A shiver ran down his spine, and all the hairs on his body stood on end as he stammered. No, there is no objection. Jiang Wanwan is indeed a disciple of your esteemed sect. No sooner had he spoken than he was sent flying, embedded into a massive stone in the plaza, unable to extricate himself. With a wave of Tang Yue's hand, the colossal stone rose from the ground, emitting a thunderous sound. In the next moment, the massive stone flew toward Tang Yue, before crashing down once more. Tang Yue cast a languid glance at Chao Ren, saying, "Is it within your rights to casually utter the name of a disciple from my sect?" At this moment, Chao Ren was in such agony that he felt utterly disoriented. He gasped, "I am but a disciple of the Piao sect, one of the 4 sects of Beiqian continent. Wherever I go, I am treated as a guest of honor. When have I ever endured such indignity?" He contemplated shattering the token to summon an elder from his sect, but his entire body felt broken, rendering him incapable of any action. Immediately, a fellow disciple of the Piao sect rushed forward. The leader of the Qiyu sect gritted his teeth and stepped forward as well, raising his hand with the intent to cleave the colossal stone. At that moment, Tang Yue had completely reined in his cultivation, rendering him undetectable. Hence, the leader thought that no matter how formidable the head of the Xianxia sect might be, they could never surpass the Piao sect. By aligning himself with them, he was expressing his loyalty. Moreover, this was merely an ordinary giant stone. For practitioner, splitting it would be a trivial task, especially considering he was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Gathering Sea realm, a master on the cusp of the soul condensation realm. Such a mere stone was undoubtedly inconsequential. He merely needed to temper his strength to avoid harming the disciples of the Piao sect. With a single palm strike, the crisp sound of shattering bones echoed. Fractured bones pierced through flesh, and the wrist of the Qiyu sect leader instantly swelled grotesquely. The members of the Xianxia sect, the Shuangji Palace, and the Liang Pavilion stood in stunned silence. What was happening with this stone? Tang Yue disregarded the Qiyu sect members and cast a glance at Chao Ren, remarking, "What the Piao sect? They are unworthy even to carry the shoes of the Xianxia sect." Chao Ren's eyes rolled back in fury, overwhelmed with pain, shame, and anger, nearly choking on his breath. "Please, elder," gasped Chao Ren in a feeble voice. The accompanying disciples of the Piao sect immediately crushed their tokens, shouting indignantly, "Impudence! Our Piao sect is one of the 4 sects of Beiqian continent, holding immense prestige. How dare you sully our name? It's merely a stroke of luck that your cultivation exceeds that of our brother. I will summon the sect elder to extinguish you." The token was shattered, and in an instant, a vast aura descended. A shadowy figure emerged from the broken token, hovering in mid-air, expressionless as it surveyed the crowd. The disciples of the Piao sect eagerly reported, "Elder Su, this person has defiled our Piao sect and injured Brother Chao." The shadow followed the direction indicated by the disciple's finger. Upon seeing Tang Yue, it faltered momentarily. Although Tang Yue had concealed his cultivation, he was no mere Chao Ren. Having endured the thunder tribulation and attained the immortal realm, he was acutely aware of the celestial laws circulating around him, far denser than that of the sect leader's immortal emperor realm. The individual's level of cultivation was undoubtedly above that of the sect leader. Realizing this, the shadow immediately dove down. The disciples of the Piao sect continued to raise their hands, shouting, "Elder Su, kill her, kill her." However, the next moment, a colossal force struck, sending the Piao sect disciple spinning 8.5 times in place. A small white tooth fell out with a resounding crack, mingled with blood and foam, creating a truly gruesome sight. Silence! Elder Su's ethereal figure bellowed at the dazed disciple of the Piao sect. The disciple, with his lips pursed and eyes wide, radiated a clear yet foolish light from within. "Who am I? Where am I? What has happened?" The others were equally astonished, staring blankly at Elder Su, their minds swirling with countless questions. "Aren't you an elder of the Piao sect? Were you not summoned to bolster our ranks? Shouldn't you be delivering a stern warning to the leader of the Xianxia sect? Why have you turned against your own disciple?" Elder Su's ethereal figure pointed once again at the toothless disciple. A fierce surge of spiritual energy instantly shattered the disciple's 6th grade foundation. With a cry of agony, the disciple rolled his eyes back and fainted. His foundation destroyed, he could never be reborn. "From this day forth, you are no longer a disciple of the Piao sect." Elder Su's voice resonated like a thunderclap, leaving all present in a state of utter bewilderment. However, what left them even more perplexed was what transpired next. They witnessed Elder Su's ethereal figure bowing repeatedly to Tang Yue, saying, "My lord, please temper your wrath. I have already crippled this child as foundation. Upon our return to the sect, I shall immediately send someone to expel this child's entire lineage to the abyss." His demeanor was more subservient than that of a mere grandson. Upon seeing this, Chao Ren and his companions felt an immediate chill, observing Elder Su's devalued demeanor. They realized the gravity of the situation. They had not merely struck a solid wall, but perhaps an iron mountain. Tang Yue was momentarily taken aback, inwardly questioning, Little 3, did you not say that if I suppress my cultivation, no one would detect my imperial aura? Little 3 promptly replied, that is indeed the case. However, he has already entered the realm of immortality. Thus he can sense the Tao principles flowing within your being. These principles only manifest after one ascends to the realm of immortality. He must have discerned that the Tao principles within you are vastly superior to his own. Hence his submission. Currently, he only knows you are formidable and cannot perceive your imperial stature. Understanding dawned on Tang Yue 8. I recall you mentioning that within a radius of 5,000 miles, the highest realm is the creation domain. The Piao sect lies over 10,000 miles away. Little 3 quickly added, this is the manifestation of a soul's essence, which can be stored within a spiritual treasure. Tang Yue cast a sidelong glance at Elder Su's ethereal figure. You seem to possess some understanding. Upon hearing this, Elder Su felt a wave of relief wash over him, his expression growing increasingly respectful. Your praise is undeserved. I am unaware of your intentions in Yong'an City, my lord. To take on a few disciples, Tang Yue replied. Glancing at Xiaorun, your sect's disciples are attempting to undermine me. Elder Su's ethereal figure stiffened momentarily before angrily rebuking, you insolent fool. He then raised his hand to grasp. The intention was to summon Xiaorun for a personal apology. Yet, despite multiple attempts, the endeavor proved futile. Elder Su's ethereal form gazed wide-eyed, fingers gesturing with such fervor that they nearly left an afterimage. However, Xiaorun remained steadfastly embedded within the stone, utterly unmoved. Elder Su's shadow began to question the very fabric of existence. What manner of stone is this? It was then that Tang Yue spoke calmly. Do not persist. That is a binding placed by our sect's leader. With your mere celestial realm, do you presume to shake the very tree? Instantly, Elder Su's phantom humbled himself. Your Excellency speaks truth. I have overstepped my bounds. The onlookers, heads bowed, dared not even breathe heavily. For them, the celestial realm was a pinnacle of existence. Yet here it was reduced to mere triviality by the words of the leader of the Xianxia sect. What was more, Elder Su of the Piao sect was shamefully in agreement. At this moment, Xiaorun felt a desperate urge to perish. This was no longer a mere iron mountain. It had transformed into an unending mountain range of iron. Zhao Yanchen, the head of the Zhao family, trembled violently, eventually kneeling and quietly retreating, his head nearly buried in the crevice of the ground. His strategy was simple. As long as I do not raise my head, you shall not see me. I humbly request that you release this child. I shall handle him personally, Elder Su's ethereal form said with an ingratiating smile. Tang Yue waved his hand dismissively. This time, with a mere gesture, Elder Su's apparition drew Xiaorun toward him entirely. Xiaorun's bones felt as though they had shattered. He lay limp on the ground, pallid as death itself, pleading, pardon me, your excellency. You wretched fool. Elder Su's phantom pointed a finger. Yet this time, it was not merely to shatter bones and sever the path to immortality, but to extinguish Xiaorun's life entirely. With a celestial finger, Xiaorun was instantly transformed into a mist of blood. Elder Su's apparition waved a hand, summoning a plume of black fire that evaporated the blood mist completely, leaving no trace of its sanguine essence. It was as if he had never existed. Today, we expel the intersect elite disciple, Xiaorun, from our sect. Henceforth, Xiaorun shall no longer be a disciple of the Piao sect. His entire lineage is likewise cast into oblivion. Elder Su's phantom turned its gaze to the remaining disciples of the Piao sect. Terrified, they all fell to their knees, exclaiming, Your Excellency, spare us. One among them was so frightened that he had thoroughly soiled himself. Elder Su's apparition raised his hand once more, his eyes devoid of compassion. The realm of cultivation is inherently one of the strong preying upon the weak. Enough. Tang Yue's calm words effortlessly countered Elder Su's actions. Today, our sect celebrates the acquisition of its first disciple. Let there be no more bloodshed. Upon hearing this, the remaining Piao disciples fervently bowed their heads, mindful of the decree against further bloodshed, striking their foreheads with sufficient force to bruise, yet not break the skin. Thank you, Your Excellency, thank you, they murmured, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Congratulations, esteemed one, on acquiring such a remarkable disciple. Elder Su's ethereal figure bowed in acknowledgement, then shyly smiled. inquiring if he might be fortunate enough to behold this exceptional pupil. His curiosity was indeed piqued. Yong'an City, known for its remote and impoverished nature, had not seen a prodigy since 5 years ago when Zhao Wuwei of the Zhao family emerged as a 6th-grade talent. Could there be another gem hidden within the dust? Wan, come here, Tang Yue beckoned. Jiang Wan, having just snapped out of her astonishment, hurriedly approached Tang Yue's side, her excitement palpable as she fumbled in her movements. An amusing sight, indeed. Yet, who would dare to laugh? Instead, they all felt a deep-seated envy. Elder Su's ethereal form widened his eyes at the sight. Is this the sacred body of cold marrow? It ranks 29th among the sacred bodies. No wonder. As he spoke, Elder Su retrieved a water-blue longsword from his spatial storage ring. The spatial storage ring, a specially crafted spiritual treasure inscribed with spatial laws, consists of a primary ring that can house multiple subrings. The higher the quality, the more subrings it can contain. The primary ring remains with the host, while the subrings can be utilized by the ethereal soul, allowing for convenient access to items as needed. This is the 6th-grade high-tier spiritual sword, Water Cold Heaven, which perfectly complements your sacred body of cold marrow. Please accept this humble token of my congratulations, and I hope Miss Jiang will not find it lacking. Astonishment filled the eyes of the crowd in Yong'an City. They yearned to witness the elegance of a 6th-grade high-tier spiritual sword. In recent years, the Zhao family had flourished, yet their patriarch, Zhao Yanqing, possessed only a 4th-grade low-tier spiritual blade. Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with delight. The treasure of her Jiang family was merely a 3rd-grade mid-tier item. Despite her overwhelming excitement, she refrained from acting impulsively and instead looked up at Tang Yue. Though not particularly prestigious, it was a gift, and the sentiment mattered greatly. Tang Yue nodded in approval. Accept it. What an absurd notion. A 6th-grade high-tier spiritual sword deemed unremarkable? Fortunate that it was the ethereal soul. Or else Elder Su would have surely spat blood in disbelief. As an elder of the Qingyun peak of the mysterious sect, his status was of the highest esteem. And even his own sword was only of the 7th-grade mid-tier. Today, he presented a 6th-grade high-tier sword as a gift, yet it was dismissed as inconsequential. The madman from Zixiao Peak had long coveted such a treasure. Seeing Tang Yue's nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Wan managed to suppress her bubbling excitement. Although she accepted the sword with both hands, her expression remained composed. Thank you, Elder Su. Tang Yue nodded in satisfaction. With an outsider presenting a gift, it was only fitting that I, as the sect leader, reciprocate. Just as Tang Yue's words faded, a sudden sound of a sword's song resonated through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, all the sword-wielding cultivators in the square gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. For their swords had all unsheathed themselves autonomously, including the 6th-grade high-tier spiritual sword, Shui Han Tian, just summoned by the illusory figure of Elder Su. All the long swords hovered gracefully in the air, exuding an aura of submission, softly humming in unison. Accompanied by this melodious sword sound, a long sword cleaved through the air with remarkable speed, coming to rest before Jiang Wan. The blade was as transparent as jade, yet as delicate as a cicada's wing, almost imperceptible. The design of the hilt was peculiar, featuring a water blue gem embedded in its center, exuding exquisite elegance without being cumbersome. The pommel was hollow. Elder Su's illusory figure was once again struck with astonishment, his eyes nearly glued to that long sword. Were it not for the clear understanding that he could not contend with Tang Yue, he would have been tempted to kill for the treasure. An 8th-grade high-tier sword. With a mere flick of Tang Yue's finger, the sword emitted a clear chime and gracefully coiled around Jiang Wan's slender waist like a ribbon. The tip of the sword nestled itself into the hollow pommel, resembling a crystal belt that accentuated Jiang Wan's ethereal beauty. This sword, named Shui Ning, was an 8th-grade high-tier spiritual tool, adorned with an 8th-grade water gem, a splendid gift for your first meeting. Elder Su's eyes turned crimson with envy. How could he have overlooked the gem while being mesmerized by the sword? An 8th-grade high-tier spiritual sword, paired with an 8th-grade water gem, surely surpassed even the low-tier 9th-grade soul-devouring spear of the sect leader. After all, the sect leader's 9th-grade spear had never drawn 100 swords in reverence upon unsheathing. What kind of formidable background did the Xianxia sect possess? Their foundation was extraordinarily robust. The spiritual tools of the young master of the Miao sect were merely low-tier 8th grade, and without any gem embedded. Although both were personally passed down by the sect leader, one could not help but feel the sting of comparison. Might the esteemed one still be accepting disciples? He too possessed an 8th grade bone structure. Though lacking the sacred body, he had already entered the realm of immortals. His only drawback was his slightly advanced age. He wondered if the esteemed one would still consider him. Elder Su's illusory figure stroked his chin, contemplating the feasibility of this matter. Thank you for bestowing the sword. Sect leader Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, dropping to her knees, her voice quivering with excitement. Rise. Tang Yue gently raised her hand. Jiang Wanwan was lifted by a gentle force. You are now the senior sister of the outer disciples of our Xianxia sect. Bear yourself with composure. Yes, Jiang Wanwan inhaled deeply, striving to calm her exhilarated heart. Yet her lips could not help but curl upward in a smile that only grew wider. She was making every effort to maintain her composure, wishing to present herself as more dignified. Yet, how could one remain composed when the sect leader had gifted her an 8th grade high-tier spiritual sword, adorned with an 8th grade water gem? Who would not go wild upon such a gift? Thus, she found it impossible to contain her exuberance. To refrain from jumping, shouting, or losing her mind was already the extent of her self-control. Elder Su's illusory figure widened his eyes in shock once more, his eyeballs nearly popping out. What? The sacred body of bone marrow, an 8th grade spiritual root, yet merely an ordinary disciple of the outer sect? If I possess only an 8th grade spiritual root without the sacred body, would I not then be deemed unworthy even of being an ordinary disciple of the outer sect? Beneath the ordinary disciples lies the menial disciples. Surely, the treatment afforded to those menial disciples cannot compare to my current status as an elder of the Misty Cloud sect. Thus, I must consider my options carefully. You are the head of the Jiang family? Tang Yue then turned her gaze toward Jiang Huai beside her. I, Jiang Huai, have the honor of meeting the esteemed sect master, he exclaimed, visibly agitated. Since Jiang Wanwan has joined my Star Moon sect, would your Jiang family be willing to become a subordinate of the Star Moon sect? Tang Yue inquit nun len. Coincidentally, there was a task and a mission list that aligned perfectly, so she decided to accept it. Moreover, as the sect master, her primary responsibility lies in seeking out exceptionally talented disciples to nurture into future emperors. The various trivial matters within and outside the sect require someone to manage them. This elder from the Jiang family appeared rather agreeable, and she had just gathered intelligence in the city indicating that his character was commendable. It was worth a trial, and should it prove unsatisfactory, she could always change her course. I am willing. I, Jiang Huai, pledge that henceforth, my Jiang family shall be a subordinate of the Star Moon sect, he declared, his voice nearly cracking with excitement. Excellent, Tang Yue nodded, twisting her wrist to reveal a hairpin designed for men. Elder Su's phantom eyes widened in astonishment. A mid-tier, 7th grade artifact. Tang Yue then produced a carving knife, and, with a few swift strokes on the hairpin, transformed it into a high-tier, 7th grade artifact. Elder Su's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This is the art of spirit enhancement. Our Misty Cloud sect possesses only a single, exceedingly fragmented tome, obtained from an ancient ruin. For over 3 millennia, no one has succeeded in utilizing it even once, resulting instead in the destruction of countless spiritual artifacts. A few years ago, the sect master decreed that this fragmented tome be sealed. It was thought that the art of spirit enhancement was merely a whimsical tale recorded in ancient texts, and that the so-called fragmented tome was a mere jest. Yet today he witnessed it firsthand. The sect master of the Star Moon sect had effortlessly transformed a mid-tier 7th grade artifact into a high-tier one with just a few casual strokes. If this were to spread, it would leave many in utter disbelief. Chapter 011. Standards for Sect Disciples Recruitment. Tang Yue, however, was hardly concerned with the notion of spirit enhancement. After all, it was merely a 7th grade artifact. Her system space was currently brimming with Imperial grade items, rendering a mere 7th grade artifact unworthy of her interest. Nonetheless, the star and moon pattern she had just carved into the hairpin was quite exquisite. Her year of carving lessons had not been in vain, especially considering the tuition had cost her a fortune. The more she admired it, the more pride she felt, prompting her to silently commend herself. She resolved that in the future, all subordinate forces of the Star Moon sect would use this type of hairpin as their token. This hairpin serves as the insignia of the subordinate forces of my Star Moon sect. Take good care of it, Tang Yue declared, waving her hand, causing the hairpin to appear before Jiang Huai. Trembling with excitement, Jiang Huai's hand shook as though he were afflicted with Parkinson's disease. Thank you immensely, esteemed leader. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the affairs of the Xianxia sect, undeterred by the most perilous of trials. A 7th-tier high grade, indeed. Should I insert this hairpin from left to right, or from right to left? Moreover, will it be secure when placed in the hair? What if it were to fall out? In the future, I must ensure my hair is tightly bound. It is essential to constantly maintain it, ensuring both the head and the pin remain intact. Tang Yue smiled gently, her wrist elegantly turning once more, followed by a delicate flourish. Before Xianxia appeared a 7th-tier mid-grade treasure garment and a 7th-tier mid-grade golden silk 9-ring dagger. Esteemed leader, is this also for me? Xianxia stammered in astonishment. Tang Yue nodded. Since you are now a subordinate of the Xianxia sect, it would be unbecoming to present you with anything less. We would become a laughingstock. Thank you, esteemed leader, Xianxia exclaimed, cradling the gifts in his arms, grinning like a simpleton. Those around him were filled with envy, their eyes turning red with longing. Indeed, Xianxia was fortunate. From this moment forth, the city of Yong'an would belong to the Jiang family. Aside from the Zhao family, the other prominent families in the city lord's residence were contemplating how to curry favor with the Jiang family. The Zhao family, however, was on high alert. Over the years, they had leveraged Zhao Wuwei's entry into the Piao Miao sect to suppress other families, particularly the Jiang family. Their patriarch, an octogenarian, even sought to take the 13-year-old Jiang girl as a concubine, threatening annihilation upon refusal. Moreover, they had ruthlessly taken the lives of several Jiang family members over a low-grade spirit stone mine in the eastern part of the city, including the elder brother of the Jiang girl. This was a deep-seated enmity. How could it be resolved? Perhaps they ought to bind that old man and his immediate kin to the Jiang family to offer apologies? Such sub-branch clans and guest elders could redeem themselves through merit, securing their own survival, perhaps. Elder Su's spectral eyes reddened further, resembling laser beams. A 7th-tier high grade and 2 7th-tier mid-grades. As one of the 10 esteemed elders of the Piao Miao sect, he held a position of great honor, revered by many. Yet ultimately, he found himself overshadowed by the head of a mere subordinate family of the Xianxia sect. He possessed only a 7th-tier mid-grade longsword, while the most formidable item at his disposal, a 6th-tier high-grade water-cold heaven, was dismissed as unremarkable when presented as a congratulatory gift. Conversely, look at the Jiang patriarch, a mere 3rd-tier root, with cultivation only at the first level of the Gathering Sea realm. He could easily crush a multitude with a single finger. Yet, astonishingly, his situation was far more dismal than that of the Jiang family. In that instant, Elder Su's mind began to entertain thoughts of aligning with the Xianxia sect as a subordinate force. But the surprises were not yet over. Tang Yue produced a talisman and deftly tossed it to Xianxia. This contains 10 strikes, which may protect your life in times of peril. Thank you, esteemed leader. Xianxia's smile had widened ear to ear. Elder Su's spectral eyes widened in shock. 10 strikes. Typically, such talismans for life preservation contain a single strike, at most 3. It is indeed remarkable to encounter one with 10 strikes. The leader of the Xianxia sect is truly exceptional. Elder Su, I wish to trouble you with a matter. Tang Yue turned to the ethereal figure of Elder Su, speaking with a cheerful demeanor. Your Excellency, please instruct. Elder Su's apparition immediately responded with a respectful gesture. Tang Yue smiled and waved her hand dismissively, saying, It is not quite an instruction. Our Xianxia sect was established just yesterday, and I wish to recruit some disciples to strengthen our sect. However, as a newcomer, I am unfamiliar with this place. Thus, I seek your assistance. She added, I shall ensure your efforts are not in vain. With another flick of her wrist, a small silver-white mirror appeared in her hand. She then gestured, presenting it to Elder Su. This is the 9th-grade high-tier spirit artifact, the Qingyan mirror, Tang Yue explained. When activated, it will inflict the soul of the person reflected upon with the searing agony of blue flames. The consequences can range from severe injury to madness, or even a violent demise. However, given your current cultivation level, it may be somewhat challenging to wield. It could be used only once a month at most. The eyes of Elder Su's apparition widened in astonishment. 9th-grade high-tier. Their sect leader possessed merely a 9th-grade low-tier spear. Rest assured, I shall accomplish this task. Elder Su's apparition declared, trembling as he accepted the mirror, almost wishing to embrace it in a fervent kiss, yet fearing that his saliva might tarnish the precious artifact. May I inquire about your standards for recruitment? Elder Su's apparition, striving to calm the excitement in his heart, asked. Tang Yue produced a sheet of paper, which floated gracefully before Elder Su's ethereal figure. He swallowed hard. Even a simple sheet of paper inscribed with words is of 7th grade low-tier caliber? Such opulence. Suppressing his astonishment, Elder Su's apparition scrutinized the document, only to be increasingly astounded. Outer disciples of miscellaneous duties, 7th grade spirit root. Outer ordinary disciples, 8th grade spirit root. Outer elite disciples, 9th grade spirit root. Inner ordinary disciples, yellow grade spirit root. Inner elite disciples, black grade spirit root. Inner elders personally taught disciples, earth grade spirit root. Sect leader S personally taught chief disciple, heaven grade spirit root, emperor grade spirit root. Elder Su's apparition, holding the recruitment standards, began to tremble uncontrollably. Their sect's holy son barely qualified as an outer elite disciple. However, he seemed to meet the criteria for being an outer ordinary disciple. What a pleasant surprise. Your Excellency, I can assist you in finding a few outer disciples, but acquiring inner disciples will be exceedingly challenging, Elder Su's apparition said, biting his lip nervously. He then returned the Qingyan mirror with both hands, stating, I cannot let you down. I dare not seek credit for your gifts. It is only reasonable for something given by our sect leader to remain unclaimed. Tang Yue replied with displeasure, if you do not wish to keep it, you may discard it. It is merely a 9th grade artifact. It is not that I dislike it, but rather that I feel unworthy of such a gift. Since your Excellency insists, I shall humbly accept it, Elder Su's apparition hurriedly responded. The outer disciples will surely seek you out. As for the inner disciples, I can only do my utmost. If I cannot find them, I hope you will not take offense. Very well, Tang Yue nodded. May I inquire where your esteemed sect is located? Once I have found suitable candidates, I shall deliver them personally. Elder Su's ethereal figure inquired eagerly. 3,000 miles north from here lies the Wanju Mountain, Tang Yue replied. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Chapter 012. Divine Beasts of Dragon and Phoenix. Surprisingly used to pull a chariot. The mere mention of Wanju Mountain struck fear into the hearts of all present. Even a dog would whimper and tuck its tail upon hearing its name. Why are there so few strong individuals in Yong'an City? It is precisely because it is adjacent to Wanju Mountain, which stands as the most formidable of the 10 forbidden zones in northern Xinzhou. Not only does it lack any spiritual energy for cultivation, but it also drains the cultivation of those who enter. To put it bluntly, even a powerful being who has endured the tribulation of the heavens would be reduced to nothing within 10 days to half a month. The other 9 forbidden zones do not compare in severity. Elder Su's ethereal figure suddenly changed color, and he attempted to muster a smile, his face nearly contorting in the process. The master of Wanju Mountain has already transformed it. It is no longer a forbidden zone, Tang Yue explained, sensing his concerns. You possess remarkable skills. Elder Su's ethereal figure gushed, showering her with flattery. To think you could transform a forbidden zone, I am in awe. It is nothing to mention. Tang Yue replied with a smile and a wave of her hand. Hearing this, Elder Su's ethereal figure became increasingly respectful. Look at that. The most feared of the 10 forbidden zones, and the master of Xianxia sect, merely states it has been transformed. In all his years, he had never heard of anyone who could casually alter a forbidden zone like that. If anyone else had said it to him, he would have spat in their face. It is time to return, Tang Yue said, her thoughts shifting. The sound of dragons roaring and phoenixes singing filled the heavens. In the next moment, a 5-clawed golden dragon and a 9-colored phoenix appeared, pulling a purple gold chariot suspended in midair. She had hoped to enlist Elder Su's help in gathering people, so she had to put on a show. The more formidable and extraordinary she appeared, the harder Elder Su would strive for her. As expected, when the dragon and phoenix emerged, Elder Su's ethereal figure stood frozen in place, as if struck by a spell. His mouth slightly agape. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, straining to contain the shock within. Elder Su's mind was racing with exclamations, each one more astonished than the last, dozens of them in mere seconds. A 5-clawed golden dragon and a 9-colored phoenix. Were those not the legendary divine beasts? And to think they were used to pull a chariot? Wanwans, bid farewell to your grandfather, Tang Yue added. Yes, Jiang Wanwan, regaining her composure, responded respectfully with a trembling voice, then approached Jiang Huai. Grandfather, I shall return to the sect with the master. Please take care of yourself, Jiang Wanwan said. Orphaned at a young age, she was raised under the doting care of her grandfather. Do not worry, Jiang Huai gently tousled Jiang Wanwan's hair, his tone laced with a hint of reluctance. Go and perform well. There is no need to worry about home. Indeed, Jiang Wanwan nodded. If given a chance, I shall return to visit grandfather. After bidding farewell, Jiang Wanwan returned to Tang Yue's side. Master, I have completed my farewells. Tang Yue nodded, and in an instant, they found themselves aboard the majestic purple-gold carriage drawn by the divine dragon and phoenix. Jiang Wanwan sat rigidly beside her, too intimidated to move. After all, this was a carriage of legendary beasts. Elder Su, we await your good news, Tang Yue said, her gaze fixed upon the ethereal figure of Elder Su, who stood motionless. Yes, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Elder Su's specter finally regained his composure and replied hurriedly. Let's depart. With a wave of her hand, the dragon and phoenix soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Thus concluded the disciple selection ceremony of Yong'an City. Brother Jiang, I am Elder Su, one of the Miao Miao sect. Elder Su's specter moved with a certain stiffness, reminiscent of a marionette. Elder Su, I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Jiang Huai replied with a courteous smile. Though polite, his demeanor was not obsequious. Having aligned himself with the Xianxia sect and acquired numerous treasures, he understood the necessity of establishing a formidable presence. Failure to do so would reflect poorly on the Xianxia sect. Do not be so formal. Elder Su sounds rather distant. Su, Inspector chuckled. I am but slightly your senior. If you do not mind, call me Brother Su. Then I shall heed your request, Jiang Huai replied with a smile, standing tall. Brother Su. Su's spectral visage beamed with delight, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, his eyes nearly obscured. To speak of this, your calling me Brother Su is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. While my status is relatively esteemed, it pales in comparison to that of your benefactor. To say there is a vast chasm between us would be an understatement. Brother Jiang, your family has been designated as an official auxiliary faction by your benefactor. And with talents like Miss Jiang, you are destined to soar to great heights. As Su spoke, he produced a dozen mid-tier and low-tier fourth-grade spiritual artifacts, presenting them before Jiang Huai. A modest token of congratulations. Please accept it, Brother Jiang. While it could not compare to the treasures bestowed by Tang Yue, a dozen fourth-grade artifacts were still a significant offering for the Jiang family in Yong'an City. Elder Su, you are being too gracious, Jiang Huai quickly protested. Do not be so hasty in your refusal, for I have my own interests at heart. Su Inspector clasped Jiang Huai's hand in a brotherly manner. When you achieve great success in the future, I, as your elder brother, will also gain face. Though he hoped to join the Xianxia sect, the outcome remained uncertain. The Jiang family, however, was already a bona fide auxiliary faction. Moreover, with Jiang Wanwan as an outer disciple, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Furthermore, to be a successful auxiliary faction, one must possess strength. Otherwise, how could they fulfill their benefactor's directives? Possessing a spirit tool of high rank naturally leads to a remarkable enhancement in strength, yielding results that are far superior to the effort expended. Noticing that Jiang Huai remained somewhat hesitant, Su's ethereal projection added, At worst, when you, my dear brother Jiang, acquire something valuable in the future, you may repay me then. It was only at this that Jiang Huai accepted the offering, fully aware of Su's intentions. His reluctance stemmed from the fear that Su might compel him to solicit favorable words from Wanwan before the sect leader. He would never allow Wanwan to suffer any setbacks on his account. However, with Su's final assurance, he felt at ease. After all, repaying a favor with a tangible item was not a daunting prospect. Su's ethereal form then sighed in relief. It grows late. I must take my leave. Next time I visit Yong'an City, I shall pay you another visit, my dear brother Jiang. With that, Jiang Huai clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Su's projection smiled before dissipating entirely, summoned back by his true self. The remaining disciples of the mysterious Cloud sect exchanged glances among themselves. Elder Su had departed without taking them along. With Brother Chao Run, who held the authority to summon the spirit vessel, gone. No, not Brother Chao Run, but Chao Run the Rogue, who had already met his demise. The mysterious Cloud sect lay 1,000 miles away. How were they to return? By foot, or perhaps by cart? That would take an eternity. The disciples once again glanced at one another. The Starry Moon sect also recruited disciples, with their 6th grade spiritual roots. Even if they couldn't become ordinary outer disciples, serving as auxiliary disciples should suffice, wouldn't it? Moreover, the distance to the Starry Moon sect was a mere 3,000 miles, a significantly shorter journey. After a silent exchange of glances, the mysterious Cloud sect disciples swiftly reached a consensus. When they arrived at the foot of Wanjua Mountain, they would swear an oath to the heavens. Severing ties with the mysterious Cloud sect, and subsequently joined the Starry Moon sect. Chapter 013. The 9 Chimes of the Great Bell. There are 3 methods to sever ties with a sect. The first, commit a transgression and then be expelled by the law enforcement elder, with a high probability of being rendered powerless. The second, obtain the sect's consent, though the likelihood of this happening is minimal. The third, the oath to heaven and earth. This oath is not to be taken lightly. Once proclaimed to the cosmos, it signifies a resolute intent to leave the sect. Consequently, all that one has gained from the sect, after offsetting their contributions, will dissipate entirely, including but not limited to cultivation and spiritual treasures. However, the sect must also refrain from further hindering you, lest they incur divine retribution. Of course, if one is already engaged in acts of betrayal, this method becomes inapplicable. Yet, ordinary individuals seldom resort to this means unless utterly desperate. It was evident that these disciples of the mysterious Cloud sect had already made up their minds. Lured by the strength and wealth of the Starry Moon sect, they believed that with their 6th grade spiritual roots, they were destined to enter the sect. As for their cultivation, they thought they could always start anew. Moreover, judging by the extravagant demeanor of the Starry Moon sect's leader, even a mere trickle of resources from his fingers would undoubtedly surpass their current situation. As the saying goes, water flows to lower ground, and people aspire to ascend. Their actions merely reflected the sentiments of the majority. After exchanging glances, the group promptly departed from Yong'an City, heading north towards the Wanjua mountain, each of them yearning for a brighter future. Had any one of them recently glimpsed the recruitment criteria held by Su Wan, they would never have dared entertain such thoughts. The departure of these disciples from the Miao Miao sect went unnoticed, as everyone was preoccupied with flattering Jiang Huai. The city lord, Liang Suichao, even boldly declared his intention to betroth his 15-year-old daughter to Jiang Huai as a concubine, only to be firmly rejected by him. Otherwise, how would he differ from that old relic of the Zhao family? The leaders of the Qiyu sect, Xianxia sect, Shuangji Palace, and Liang Pavilion also gathered around Jiang Huai, showering him with flattering words. Amidst the buzzing compliments, Jiang Huai felt invigorated. At that moment, members of the Zhao family arrived. The collateral relatives and several guest elders unceremoniously bound the Zhao family, head along with his beloved son and grandson, along with a few trusted aides, leaving them nearly entirely restrained. Zhao Dong, a branch member of the Zhao family, stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. Elder Jiang, the Zhao family has committed numerous injustices. Today, we act justly to eradicate our kin, and we hope Elder Jiang will spare our lives. The Zhao family head bellowed in rage. You have rebelled. Yet, apart from this exclamation, he could muster no more words. Previously, he could leverage the name of Zhao Wuwei and the Miao Miao sect, but now the latter had lost its influence. Did he not witness how Elder Su of the Miao Miao sect had acted like a mere grandson before the leader of the Star Moon sect? Jiang Huai cast a glance at the Zhao family head, who involuntarily trembled, though he stubbornly huffed in defiance. Their enmity was far from ordinary. Just yesterday, he had been preparing to annihilate the Jiang family after the disciple recruitment conference. Furthermore, his hands were stained with considerable blood from the Jiang family, making reconciliation impossible. Pleading for mercy would only serve to add to the ridicule. However, his youngest son lacked such fortitude, weeping profusely. Grandfather Jiang, please show mercy and spare me. It was that old relic's idea to deal with your family. I had no part in it. I'm merely a wayward youth, indulging in wine and gambling. Oh, by the way, I know where the Zhao family's treasury is located. I am also aware of the old relic's private vault, and I can open it. If you spare my life, I am willing to serve the Jiang family loyally. His words infuriated the Zhao family head, causing him to roll his eyes in exasperation. Her lips trembled, rendering her speech incoherent. You wretched being, were it not for her cultivation, she might have fainted from anger. A life for a life. Debts must be repaid. Jiang Huai cast a glance at the head of the Zhao family, speaking in a tone tinged with indifference. The crowd immediately echoed in agreement. City Lord Liang, I trust you will adhere to the city regulations and administer justice fairly. In the next moment, Jiang Huai turned his gaze to Liang Suichao, a smile gracing his lips. The surprise came too abruptly for Liang Suichao to react, until he was nudged by his 15-year-old daughter. Regaining his composure, he patted his chest and declared, Rest assured, clan leader Jiang, I will take charge of this matter and ensure that Yong'an City enjoys clear skies once more. Those guilty shall be punished, and the innocent shall not be wronged. As Jiang Huai spoke, he cast another glance at Zhao Dong. That is only natural, Liang Suichao understood. Well then, Everyone may disperse. Xianxia raised his hand to quell the murmurs, and the atmosphere grew silent. 3 days hence, my Jiang family will host a banquet, and I hope you all will grace us with your presence. In the ethereal sect atop the Wanjian peak, Su Wen retrieved his soul's phantom and fondly toyed with the Qingyan mirror for a while. He had never felt such exhilaration, even when he first held hands with his first love. After a quarter of an hour, he rose and rushed to the top of the sect's grand hall, ringing the sect's bell. The deafening chimes reverberated throughout the entire sect. The bell was typically rung only during significant gatherings, with the number of rings indicating the urgency of the situation, ranging from 1 to 9. Su Wen struck the bell 9 times. The resounding echoes stirred the entire Piao Miao sect into a frenzy. Since its establishment, the sect's bell had never tolled 9 times, even during times of great peril. It had only chimed 6 times. This was unprecedented. Elders from various peaks, regardless of their previous engagements, paused and hurried to the grand hall. Disciples flocked in droves, bewildered by the commotion. Those who encountered fellow disciples on the way found themselves equally clueless. The sect leader, Gu Qinyuan, who was in seclusion, was startled awake by the 9 tolls. Initially, he suspected an enemy intrusion, but upon extending his spiritual awareness, he found no signs of invaders. He promptly made his way to the grand hall, eager to uncover the truth. The first to arrive was Elder Yu Rui from Yuna Peak, exuding a frosty elegance akin to a snow lotus atop a mountain, her voice imbued with an icy demeanor. Elder Su, was it you who rang the sect bell? Before Su Wen could respond, Lin Danhua, the madman from Zixiao Peak, burst in, exclaiming, Elder Su, have you lost your mind? Soon after, Gu Qinyuan, the sect's holy son Xiao Huahua, and the other elders from the 9 peaks all arrived in haste. Outside the grand hall, a multitude of disciples gathered, each one anxious and apprehensive, while more disciples continued to arrive. Elder Su, what has transpired? Why the 9 tolls of the bell today? Gu Qinyuan inquired solemnly. It is a matter of utmost importance. In Su Wen's tone, there was an unmistakable excitement. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that this is a tremendous opportunity for our Miao Yao sect. However, before I elaborate, I kindly request the sect master to first reassure the disciples and send them back. Gu Qinyuan nodded, channeling his spiritual energy to disperse the disciples. Only then did he raise his gaze towards Su Wen. Taking a deep breath, Su Wen noted that Lin Danhua could hardly contain his curiosity. Have you discovered an extraordinary secret realm? Initially, in the northern Qian continent, there were only 3 sects in a state of balance: the Miao Liao sect, the Shifang sect, and the Yuanji sect. Subsequently, the slightly lesser Tian Xian sect stumbled upon a training secret realm, allowing it to stand alongside the 3 sects, resulting in the current rivalry among 4 sections. This secret realm is a rare time-space realm, where the flow of time inside differs tenfold from that outside. In other words, 10 days of training within equates to merely 1 day in the external world. Moreover, this realm is imbued with a 5-fold gathering spirit formation, accelerating the cultivation process. The disparity between inner and outer realms is indeed substantial. After all, constructing a double gathering spirit formation within the sect requires an immense expenditure of rare materials. And even then, success is not guaranteed. The difficulty is immense. Thus, each year, various sects send some disciples to the Tian Xian sect for training, which has allowed the Tian Xian sect to prosper abundantly. What is this secret realm, really? Su Wen scoffed, letting out a couple of derisive snorts. What I am about to reveal will astound you. Old Su, do not boast. Lin Danhua raised an eyebrow. Well, have you ever seen me boast? Su Wen shot Lin Danhua a glare, rolling up his sleeves. Elder Su, please do share. Do not keep us in suspense. Elder Li Changtian of the 1B sect interjected, standing between the two. These two, despite their age, always manage to bicker like a pair of irritable roosters upon meeting. I have seen the dragon and phoenix. Su Wen cleared his throat, declaring. In the great hall of the sect, a pin drop could be heard. Almost immediately, Lin Danhua burst into hearty laughter. And you claim that is not boasting? In a rare moment, Su Wen refrained from further banter, instead waving his hand to conjure a soul scroll in the air. The scroll unfurled gradually, and in an instant, the harmonious sounds of the dragon and phoenix resonated, leaving an indelible impression. Lin Danhua's remaining words caught in his throat, unable to emerge or be swallowed. Gu Qinyuan and the others stood upright with excitement. Elder Su, this is. Lin Danhua, regaining his composure, still found it hard to believe. Is that truly the dragon and phoenix? Surely, you are not fabricating a dream? Su Wen glared at Lin Danhua. This is a soul scroll crafted from a retrieved soul essence. Once the soul essence is summoned back, one can employ soul-searching techniques to create such a scroll. From where did you encounter this? Gu Qinyuan dared not even breathe. In Yong'an City, Su Wen replied. Gu Qinyuan furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, how could such a remote place host the dragon and phoenix? Ao De Su. I recall that your sect has a disciple named Zhao Wuwei, hailing from Yong'an City, correct? Li Changtian stroked his beard and inquired. It is not that Zhao Wuwei is particularly exceptional. Rather, it is akin to a toad desiring to consume swan meat. He audaciously pursued my little apprentice and was promptly taught a lesson. Do not mention him. It brings me misfortune. Su Wen waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of disdain. I shall expel him from Wanjian Peak shortly. What transpired? Gu Qinyuan asked. His family overstepped their bounds and offended the master of the dragon and phoenix. Su Wen's words were startling. The master? Gu Qinyuan and the others were indeed taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Such supreme beasts possess a master? What must their status be? Of course, they do, for their sole role is to pull the carriage. Su Wen activated the soul scroll once more, revealing the magnificent dragon and phoenix carriage in its entirety. The sight of the dragon and phoenix pulling the carriage left Gu Qinyuan momentarily at a loss for words. In the next moment, they beheld the scene of Tang Yue boarding the carriage with Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan's features were quite distinct. Even through the soul scroll, Gu Qinyuan and the others could clearly perceive her exceptional attributes, an 8th grade spiritual root and a cold marrow sacred body. However, Tang Yue's appearance remained shrouded in obscurity. Even the details of her attire were not discernible. Only the color could be vaguely distinguished. When the soul scroll fails to provide a clear perception of an individual, there exists but one explanation. The disparity in cultivation levels is immense. To put it succinctly, even if Gu Qinyuan at the Immortal Emperor realm were to enter Su Wen's soul scroll, he would still be distinctly recognizable. The group exchanged glances, each observing the other, until at last the Saint Sun Xiao Hua broke the silence. Elder Su, is your soul projection capable of discerning her realm? I cannot perceive it, Su Wen nodded. She has concealed all her cultivation, appearing as an ordinary person. Yet, the laws of the heavenly path that circulate around her are the most profound I have ever encountered. Even the ancestors of the Howran sect in Central Continent pale in comparison. The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. The ancestors of the Howran sect in Central Continent are at the Immortal Emperor realm, one of the undisputed 9 great powers of this world. Moreover, the 9 great powers of Central Continent are considered the pinnacle of combat prowess in this realm. No reports have suggested that any of the ancestors have broken through the Immortal Emperor realm. Furthermore, even if one did, what purpose would they have in the remote Yong'an City? For the sake of an 8th grade spiritual root cold marrow sacred body? Such qualifications would not suffice to make one eligible for the position of Saint Sun in our Miao Yao sect. So how could a venerable ancestor from Central Continent make such a journey? Su Wen dropped another bombshell. That individual S-bone age is merely 25. 25? Lin Danhua's voice cracked in disbelief. I assure you, I did not misjudge, Su Wen declared earnestly. A half-step divine being at the age of 25? Gu Qinyuan inhaled sharply. This is utterly outrageous. The ancestors of Central Continent are already thousands of years old, and they are only at the Immortal Emperor realm. At that moment, the crowd heard a calm voice emanating from the soul scroll. As Tang Yue said, Elder Su, await good news. Everyone turned their eager gazes towards Su Wen, filled with curiosity. This distinguished individual has established his own sect and seeks my assistance in recruiting disciples, Su Wen stated. Producing the Azure Flame Mirror. By the heavens, a 9th grade artifact. Lin Danhua exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Goodness, a high-tier item. Even the typically serene Yu Rui could not restrain her astonishment. Elder Su, where did this come from? Gu Qinyuan's voice trembled uncontrollably. As the sect master, he possessed only a low-tier, 9th grade soul-devouring spear, while their sect's treasured artifact was merely a low-tier yellow grade, currently in a semi-sealed state. Did I not mention? That esteemed individual requested my help in recruiting disciples, and this Azure Flame Mirror is a reward for my efforts, Su Wen replied with a self-satisfied expression. You gaze at the Azure Flame Mirror with envy, yet in that esteemed individual's eyes, it is merely a 9th grade artifact. The esteemed one even uses 7th grade spiritual paper for everyday writing. The crowd gasped in unison once more. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qinyuan inquired, Does that esteemed individual only recruit disciples with a holy body? Su produced a sheet of paper and placed it on the table. Here are the criteria set forth by the esteemed one. Take a look. Indeed, it was 7th grade. Li Changtian gently caressed the paper. Having lived so long, this was his first encounter with such exquisite 7th grade treasure paper. Don't obscure the text, Lin Danhua scolded, pushing aside. Once again, everyone collectively gasped, the sound echoing in the quiet hall. Chapter 015. The possibility of the Misty Sect becoming a subsidiary force of the Star Moon Sect. Apart from the gasps of astonishment, no other sounds were heard within the Grand Hall. They scrutinized a few lines of text repeatedly. Each glance brought forth renewed shock. Xiao Hua bit his lip, feeling somewhat numb. 9th grade root, outer sect, elite disciple. This simple phrase left Xiao Hua's heart in turmoil. He was a prodigy, having been tested at the age of 10 and found to possess the 28th ranked starry holy body and 9th grade spiritual root. He was promptly taken as a disciple by the sect master and brought to the Misty Sect, where he was nurtured as a holy son, living up to expectations he had diligently cultivated over the years, and at merely 20 years of age, he had already achieved the 8th level of the Return to Origin realm. In the entire North Qian continent, he was undeniably a standout figure. Yet, this paragon, the holy son of the Misty Sect, ranked above all others, was regarded by the Star Moon Sect as merely an outer sect elite disciple, lacking even the qualifications for inner sect entry. That thin sheet of paper struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving Xiao Hua dizzy and nearly unable to stand. Wait a moment. Yurui suddenly slammed her hand on the table, her lips trembling with excitement. Something is amiss. What do you mean? Li Changtian asked. Indeed, something is not right. Gu Qinyuan took a deep breath, incredulously exclaiming, this ink, it is no ordinary item. It transcends the mundane, ranking above the 9th tier. Yurui swallowed hard, her voice trembling with disbelief. The once composed beauty was now utterly astonished, her mouth agape, as if she could fit 2 eggs within. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The treasured artifact of their sect was merely of the lower yellow tier, still in a semi-sealed state. Yet, that esteemed figure had casually penned with high-tier yellow ink. Such extravagance was simply beyond comprehension. Su pursed his lips and remarked, with the son's talents, he could easily become an elite outer disciple of the Xianxia sect. Lin Danhua furrowed his brow, questioning Su, what do you mean by that? As the esteemed son of the Piamiao sect and the future inheritor, how could I deign to become an outer disciple? Li Changtian shook his head in agreement. Indeed, Hua is destined to become the sect leader. Such heritage should not be relinquished lightly. If word gets out, our Piamiao sect would lose all face. Xiao Hua pressed her lips together, resolutely declaring, I, Xiao, will not abandon the Piamiao sect. The scenes from Su when Soul Scroll had indeed stirred a longing within him. However, Xiao Hua was not one to be ungrateful. Besides her own family, the Xiao clan, she had long regarded the Piamiao sect as her second home, and Gu Qinyuan as her father. If she were to leave for the Xianxia sect, the Piamiao sect would instantly become a laughingstock among the 4 sections. She would never allow the Piamiao sect to suffer such disgrace. Su cast a glance at them. Is this the extent of your ambition? In the vast expanse of the great wilderness, who can command dragons and phoenixes? Who can casually wield high-tier yellow ink upon 7th-tier paper? Who can disdain the 9th tier? Who could transform a desolate land? In the presence of that esteemed figure, I felt like an ant, no, perhaps even less than an ant, especially when she had fully restrained her aura. Before the ancestor of the Haoran sect in Zhongzhou, I have never experienced such a sensation. With such formidable support, why hesitate to embrace it? Isn't the notion of a future sect leader an easily resolved matter? We could learn from the Jiang family and, through Huahua, become an affiliated power of the Xianxia sect. In doing so, she would still be under our auspices, ensuring that we maintain our connection to the sect. After all, an affiliated power must have a sect disciple to oversee it. This way, we not only ally ourselves with the Xianxia sect, but also retain Huahua within our fold. Though Li Danhua could find no counterargument, he still felt it was somewhat inappropriate. We are one of the 4 major sects of the northern Qin continent. To become an affiliated power to a newly established sect of no renown, how will that be perceived? Su let out a cold laugh, remarking that in due time, they would only see red with jealousy towards them. Elder Su, do you hold such high hopes for the Star Moon sect? Gu Qinyuan inquired, pursing his lips. Both from the Soul Scroll and Su Wen's words, as well as the items he presented, it was evident that the Star Moon sect possessed considerable prowess. However, The Miao sect was not to be underestimated either. He could not risk the entirety of his sect based solely on this scan information. Should they become a subordinate force to the Star Moon sect, the Miao sect would inevitably be excluded from the 4 sects of the northern Qian continent. If the sect master is willing to let Hua Hua give it a try, we will know the outcome when we go there, he reasoned. If it proves unworthy, we can simply bring her back. Su Wen was disinclined to argue further. Very well, Gu Qinyuan nodded. Master, Xiao Hua Hua quickly knelt. I do not wish to leave your side. Foolish child, this is your opportunity, Gu Yuan said, lifting Xiao Hua Hua gently. Moreover, if the Star Moon sect is truly as formidable as it seems, the Miao sect will also benefit from your association with it. Yet, Xiao Hua Hua seemed poised to voice her concerns. Enough, it is settled, Gu Qinyuan interjected. Prepare yourselves, we shall activate the teleportation array at dawn. Sect Master, I have a request. Su Wen directed his gaze towards Gu Qinyuan. What is it? Gu Qinyuan asked. Given my qualifications, I am capable of becoming an ordinary outer disciple. And I wish to give it a try, Su Wen stated. You are of an age, Lin Danhua scoffed. Why not give it a shot? If it does not work out, I shall return to my position as elder, Su Wen replied. Lin Danhua stared at him, eyes wide in disbelief. Su, old man, how can you utter such shameless words with such calmness? I have already decided to let Hua Hua go. You are not needed, Gu Qinyuan nodded. Thank you, Sect Master. Su Wen smiled at Gu Qinyuan, showing no hint of embarrassment. I also wish to bring along my disciple. What do you say? His disciple, Shi Jingjing, possessed an 8th grade spiritual root and had recently entered the transformation stage. Then let her join as well. Gu Qinyuan agreed with another nod. Tomorrow morning, those who wish to accompany, to observe must gather at the teleportation platform at the back mountain. With that, Gu Qinyuan turned and departed from the sect hall. Activating the teleportation array required considerable resources, necessitating prior preparation to avoid any mishaps. A miscalculation in the destination was trivial. But should they inadvertently enter a chaotic stream of time and space, the consequences could be dire. Once Gu Qinyuan had left, Lin Danhua immediately approached Su Wen, a sycophantic smile on his face. Old Su, may I have a look at that mirror of yours? Hearing this, Yu Rui and Li Changtian also looked eagerly at Su Wen. Without hesitation, Su Wen took it out and placed it on the table. Exuding a sense of grandeur as he said, Here, feel free to look. Chapter 016. Alas, our secret realm has fled. Upon returning to Wanjian Peak, Su Wen's first act was to personally expel disciple Zhao Wuwei. As for the Zhao family, he had faith that the Jiang family would not let them off lightly. Only then did he discuss with his disciple, Shi Jingjing, the prospect of joining the Xianxia sect. Shi Jingjing, endowed with an 8th grade spiritual root, appeared as a delicate figure, seemingly petite, yet possessing immense strength. However, her mind was rather simplistic. She invariably accepted her master's words as absolute truth, rarely contemplating the notions of right and wrong. Tang Yue had already returned to the Xianxia sect with Jiang Wanwan, who could hardly contain her amazement. The formidable reputation of Wanjua Mountain was something she had heard since childhood, a place as desolate as it was perilous. Even those who transcended the thunder tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm could scarcely endure a month within its confines. Common folk were forbidden from approaching, for proximity meant certain death. Thus, Wanjua Mountain earned its notorious fame, securing its position as the foremost among the 10 forbidden grounds. Yet, the Wanjua Mountain before her was lush and vibrant, alive with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, resembling a celestial paradise. As Jiang Wanwan entered the sect, she felt an invigorating wave of energy coursing through her, clearing her mind and illuminating her senses. An unknown force within her began to circulate freely. Over there are the accommodations for ordinary disciples. You may choose any room you wish, Tang Yue instructed. Yes, Sect Master. Jiang Wanwan replied obediently with a nod. Subsequently, Tang Yue presented her with a tome of advanced 8th grade ice-type cultivation techniques. This technique, known as Han Yuan, complements your holy body of cold essence and will yield remarkable results. Thank you, Sect Master, Jiang Wanwan said respectfully as she accepted the book with both hands. The moment she held it, she felt its chilling touch like jade, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Please sit cross-legged. I shall personally guide you in cultivating this technique. Tang Yue said. Understood. Jiang Wanwan complied, settling onto the cool stone. Tang Yue raised her hand and gently pressed her fingertip to Jiang Wanwan's brow. In an instant, a layer of frost enveloped Jiang Wanwan's form, even her hair glistening with icy crystals. Behind her, an ice phoenix spread its wings and let out a resounding cry, while snowflakes drifted gently through the air, all perfectly avoiding Tang Yue, who remained untouched by the falling snow. After approximately half a minute, the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding Jiang Wanwan began to dissipate, her aura growing increasingly serene and frosty. Under Tang Yue's guidance, she successfully cultivated the Hanyuan technique, directly advancing to the second stage of the meridian opening realm. In that moment of becoming a cultivator, Jiang Wanwan profoundly sensed the abundance of spiritual energy within the sect. The rich aura rushed eagerly into her spiritual veins, requiring no conscious effort to channel. In mere breaths, she ascended from the second to the third, and then to the fourth stage of the meridian opening realm, a feat simpler than eating or drinking. As the sect had yet to hire a chef, she would need to fend for herself regarding meals. Tang Yue tore through the void, summoning a pig and 2 chickens from the spirit beast garden. Although they belonged to the food zone, their bloodline carried a trace of imperial quality, making them beyond Jiang Wanwan's control. Thus, with a swift motion, Tang Yue deftly dispatched a pig and 2 chickens, inquiring, "Can you manage the rest?" "Certainly," Jiang Wanwan replied eagerly with a nod. "Very well. You shall prepare your own meals for the next few days. I will hire a chef shortly." Tang Yue extended the kitchen knife in her hand to Jiang Wanwan, who promptly accepted it with both hands. The master is truly formidable. Even the knife she uses is of 8th-tier quality. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to seek me in the back mountains, Tang Yue advised. Now, go select your courtyard and tidy up. Yes, master, Jiang Wanwan responded with a respectful bow. When she raised her head again, Tang Yue had already vanished from view. With a single step, Tang Yue returned to her own courtyard. The first thing she did was to collapse onto the soft bed, and after a moment, she recalled to inquire, I sent out many items today. Why have I not seen any returns? Could it be that the 3 systems were too competitive last night, leaving nothing for me now? Surely I Haven Tea exhausted them so quickly." Just then, the returns materialized. Xiao Yi's voice carried a hint of pride. "It was merely that the host was busy at the time. I muted the notifications to avoid disturbing you." Tang Yue promptly accessed the system panel, scrolling through the group chat. Indeed, every time she dispatched spiritual treasures, it triggered a 10-fold return, all of which were of higher tiers. This system was simply delightful. Within the group chat, alongside Xiao Yi's return notifications, there were also several check-in messages from Xiao Air, detailing places she had never heard of, villages and towns unknown to her. At that moment, another message appeared in the group chat. "Xiao San, congratulations, host, on receiving your first external ordinary disciple. As a reward, a secret realm is granted. Please choose a location for its placement." A secret realm? Tang Yue's interest was piqued as she asked, "What kind of secret realm?" "A time-space secret realm," Xiao San replied. "In this realm, the flow of time differs from the outside, 1 to 10. Furthermore, it contains a 5-fold spirit gathering array." "Is that all?" "This secret realm seems rather underwhelming," Xiao Air remarked, poking at her heart. Xiao San nearly spat blood upon hearing this. "Do you think the vast wilderness operates like you too, with spirit gathering arrays in multiples of 10 or 100? Even the prominent families and sects struggle to establish arrays of 2 or 3 times. Xiao Air, why don't you check in for some 100-fold spirit gathering arrays to place within Xiao San's time-space secret realm?" "That would be splendid," Xiao Yi suggested. "Oh, certainly," Xiao Air replied with a soft giggle. Soon after, a new message emerged in the group chat. "Xiao Air, Zhao Family Village check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving 100-fold spirit gathering arrays, available for placement at your discretion. Xiao San, once this time-space secret realm is properly situated, can it be relocated?" Tang Yue inquired. "Indeed," Xiao San affirmed. "Then let's south initially place it at the 9th peak," Tang Yue contemplated. "How expansive is this time-space secret realm? How many spirit gathering arrays will it require?" It was not large. With merely 20 or 30 100-fold spirit gathering arrays, complete coverage could be achieved, remarked Xiao San. "Let us place 50 within," suggested Tang Yue, wealthy and extravagant. Currently, she was not lacking in various spiritual treasures. "All right," Xiao San replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, an elder of the Xianxia sect shattered the communication token in his hand, exclaiming, "This is terrible. Our secret realm has fled." Upon receiving this news, the sect leader and the elders hurriedly rushed over. At the original entrance of the secret realm lay a pile of shattered high-grade spirit stones, which served to stabilize the entrance and were consumed daily in large quantities. At this moment, those high-grade spirit stones had completely fractured, some even ground to dust. Yet, the entrance to the secret realm had entirely vanished. The sect leader of Xianxia changed color dramatically, hastily channeling his spiritual energy to investigate. But the secret realm seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Even after employing the sect's treasured artifact, he could not uncover a trace. Chapter 017, Sworn to be struck by lightning. After a tumultuous series of events, the Xianxia sect leader was utterly dumbfounded. Where was their secret realm? Such a vast entity had simply vanished. The elders exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions revealing confusion. They could not comprehend how a fixed secret realm could suddenly take flight. This was the foundation of their sect's existence. Without this temporal secret realm, they feared being expelled from the four sects. After all, their heritage could not compare to that of the other three sections. What on earth has transpired? The sect leader inquired of Elder Hao, who had initially conveyed the message. Elder Hao hastily replied, I received word that the disciples entering the secret realm for trials were forcibly teleported out before their time. So I came to investigate. Upon arrival, I found high-grade spirit stones scattered all around. Then, in the blink of an eye, the entrance to the secret realm vanished. Like what? The sect leader pressed urgently. It seemed as if someone had suddenly yanked the secret realm away. Elder Hao murmured, his voice trembling. He himself found such a statement hard to believe. It was the reality he had witnessed. Impossible, the sect leader frowned. The secret realm is naturally formed and has always been fixed in location. I have never heard of it being so easily displaced. But what I say is the truth. Elder Hao raised his hand. I swear if I speak a single falsehood, may I be struck by lightning. No sooner had he spoken than dark clouds gathered in the clear sky, and golden lightning struck down. It appeared far weaker than the tribulation for ascending to the celestial realm. Yet Elder Hao, caught off guard, was instantly charred black and collapsed, twitching on the ground. After a while, Elder Hao sat up, looking quite aggrieved, his face a mask of distress. I truly did not lie. I can swear again. In the next moment, the thunderclouds once again coalesced in the sky. A bolt of golden lightning struck down once more. Elder Hao truly wept this time, smoke emanating from his mouth as he lamented, Why strike me? I swear I am not lying. If I were to lie, I would. The leader of Tianxuanzong swiftly covered Elder Hao's mouth, repeatedly assuring him, We believe you, we believe you. Please, no more oaths. If you truly provoke the tribulation, it could annihilate our entire Tianxuanzong. Then we need not worry about the secret realm. Elder Hao grasped the leader's hand, his eyes brimming with tears. Master, the secret realm has genuinely been whisked away by someone. I did not misjudge. All right, I understand. The Tianxuanzong leader nodded. Look at you. Hurry back and recuperate. I am fine. Elder Hao shook his head. Those two lightning tribulations just now were not formidable. They were far weaker than when I first entered the immortal realm. However, what is that scent? It is so fragrant. His stomach growled incessantly. Master, do you smell that? Elder Hao sniffed. Such a delightful aroma. I could eat 2 bowls of spirit rice. The leader of Tianxuanzong's eyelids twitched. This is not your concern. If you're hungry, go back and eat. After dismissing Elder Hao, the Tianxuanzong leader commanded, First, seal off the news. Master, it will be challenging to conceal the fact that disciples were forcibly transported out, especially since they are from other sects. An elder frowned. Just say the secret realm has been somewhat turbulent and requires time for reinforcement. The Tianxuanzong leader decisively instructed. As for the training fees sent by those sects, return all of the fees from the 3 major sections. As for the smaller sects, no need to refund. Just inform them of a delay. As for when the delay will end, we will determine that. The following morning, Gu Qinyuan, with his cultivation at the immortal emperor level, swiftly constructed a teleportation array on the transmission platform destined for Yong'an City. As for why they did not teleport directly to the foot of Wanjua Mountain, it was due to the fear of deviation, which could result in them being transported deep into Wanjua Mountain. If Wanjua Mountain had not been fully transformed, they, who had survived the immortal tribulation, would be fine, perhaps losing some cultivation. However, Xiaohuahua and Shi Jingjing might not survive. Wanjua Mountain is indeed the foremost among the 10 forbidden lands. Thus, prudence is the best course. Before activating the teleportation array, Gu Qinyuan specifically activated the protective mountain formation to prevent enemies from invading during their absence, a formation personally laid out by the sect's ancestors. Below the realm of a mortal sovereign, no one could breach it, albeit at great cost. However, given the resources of their Pyamya sect, they could sustain it for a few days. After activating the protective mountain formation, Gu Qinyuan led 10 elders and 2 talented disciples onto the teleportation platform. In a flash of white light, the 13 of them arrived at the outskirts of Yong'an City. Suddenly, Gu Qinyuan summoned a 6th-grade spiritual vessel, soaring towards Wanjue Mountain. The 6th-grade vessel possessed remarkable speed, and before long, they arrived at the foot of Wanjue Mountain. Is this truly Wanjue Mountain? Gu Qinyuan stood upon the vessel, pondering in silence for a considerable time before inquiring. According to the map, indeed it is, Li Chantian replied with a serious expression. This is the place. Yurui pressed her lips together, stating, I once pursued a malevolent cultivator to this very location, and back then, Wanjue Mountain was nothing like this. It was a true, desolate mountain, devoid of even a single blade of grass. Yet this mountain before us is lush and vibrant, brimming with vitality, and the spiritual energy is exceedingly abundant. Did I not mention this to you before? The master has transformed Wanjue Mountain, Su Wen remarked with a smirk. Seeing is believing. Now do you all believe? Indeed, we absolutely believe, Lin Danhua affirmed as he draped an arm over Su Wen's shoulder. From now on, I shall believe whatever you say. Su Wen swatted Lin Danhua's arm away, retorting, do not wrinkle my clothes. I need to maintain a respectable image as I apply to join the sect as an outer disciple today. Let us proceed. We must ascend, Gu Qinyuan declared. Retracting the vessel, the group of 13 commenced their arduous trek up the mountain. As they climbed, Shi Jingjing inquired, Master, why do we not fly through the air? Ascending on foot demonstrates our sincerity, Su Wen replied. Focus on climbing. Refrain from excessive chatter. Thus, they continued their ascent from morning until afternoon, and from afternoon into evening. The imposing mountain gate loomed near, yet they remained unable to reach it. Sect Master, something feels amiss, Yurui remarked, wiping the fine sweat from her brow. No matter how high the mountain, we should have reached it by now. To show our sincerity, we have exerted no spiritual energy. Let me test something, Gu Qinyuan suggested, attempting to walk backward. The others remained stationary. Before long, Su Wen and the others witnessed Gu Qinyuan descending backward from atop the mountain. Indeed, they had been traversing the same stretch of path repeatedly, yet the scenery around them continued to shift. Otherwise, they would have noticed it long ago. Chapter 018, Progress Through Every Step. Gu Qinyuan returned to stand before them, his expression grave. This appears to be a time-space array as described in ancient texts, albeit more formidable than a mere time-space array. Within a time-space array, the surrounding scenery cannot change at will. The Xianxia sect is indeed extraordinary, employing such a transcendent formation as a protective barrier for the mountain. Even with my cultivation at the Celestial Emperor level, I cannot perceive the array's existence, let alone break it. If anyone wishes to confront the Xianxia sect, they might find themselves unable to approach in their entire lifetime. Listening to Gu Qinyuan's reflections, Su Wen raised his chin in pride, exclaiming, I have always asserted that this esteemed master is remarkably exceptional. We are trapped within this formation. Gu Qinyuan glanced at Su Wen, urging, you should contact that esteemed master without delay. Su Wen's smile immediately faltered. He had not exchanged contact information. Observing the bewildered expression on Su Wen's face, Gu Qinyuan could surmise the situation and let out a deep sigh. At this juncture, you must introduce yourself. Very well. Su Wen nodded, inhaling deeply, channeling his spiritual energy to amplify his voice. I am Su Wen from the Wanjian Peak of the Qiao Miao sect. Seeking an audience with the leader of the Xingyu sect, he repeated his declaration 3 times. As the final words echoed, Jiang Wanwan gracefully approached from above. Su Wen's eyes brightened, and he promptly clasped his hands in greeting, Miss Jiang. Gu Qinyuan and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Was it not said that when she was accepted as a disciple yesterday, this Miss Jiang was merely an ordinary person without any cultivation? How in just a day had she ascended to the spirit condensation realm? Was the Han Sui sacred body truly that formidable? The group collectively turned their gaze toward Xiao Huahua, who also possessed a sacred body, ranked 28th among the star sacred bodies, slightly superior to the Han Sui sacred body. Xiao Huahua shook his head ruefully. It had taken him a year and a half to progress from initiation to the spirit condensation realm, a feat that had already positioned him above all his peers in Bei Qinzhou. Yet, this Miss Jiang had accomplished the same in merely a day. That was a true display of superiority over Bei Qinzhou, no, over the entire Great Wilderness. He felt he had fallen far short. Ao Dosu, the sect leader has instructed me to guide you inside, Jiang Wanwan's voice was as melodious as a nightingale, filled with warmth. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Su wen zipli ao sestili. Please follow me. Jiang Wanwan led Gu Chunyuan and the others along the mountain path they had just ascended. After a few hundred steps, they arrived at the mountain gate. Welcome to our Xianxia sect. Jiang Wanwan raised her hand and pressed against a nearby slab of blue stone before entering. Gu Chunyuan's party followed closely behind. Upon crossing the threshold, a rich and pure aura of spiritual energy enveloped them, so potent that it seemed to seep into their spiritual veins without the need for any deliberate cultivation techniques. What is this? Su Wen, emboldened by his previous encounter with Jiang Wanwan, inquired, while Gu Chunyuan and the others attentively leaned in to listen. The sect leader has arranged numerous tenfold gathering formations in the outer sect, Jiang Wanwan explained with a smile. This is just the beginning. Once we enter the inner sect, your jaws will drop in amazement. After preparing roasted chicken and pig for the sect leader, she had intended to deliver them while seeking clarification on some challenging techniques. Upon entering the inner sect, the spiritual energy was so dense that it manifested as a hazy mist. In a short span, she had ascended several minor realms. Later, she learned from the sect leader that many gathering formations have been set up within the sect. The outer sect featured tenfold gathering formations, while the inner sect boasted 100-fold. Tenfold. Gu Chunyuan's voice faltered. The time-space secret realm that had allowed the Tianxian sect to flourish only provided a 5-fold gathering formation. Yet Xianxia sect offered a 10-fold, and in abundance. Is the entire sect equipped with this? Xiao Huahua cannot help but ask, swallowing hard. Only the outer sect has the 10-fold formations, Jiang Wanwan chuckled. Only the outer sect's Yu Rui contemplated for a moment before inquiring. May I ask what the inner sect's multiplier is? She had mentally prepared herself to hear the answer of 20 times. However, when Jiang Wanwan spoke, she was left in stunned silence. 100 times, with many hundredfold spirit gathering arrays. The tremor in the voice of the hundredfold Yu Rui echoed in her mind. She thought that 20 times was already an ambitious aspiration. Yet she had still underestimated the Xianxia sect. Gu Chunyuan and the others were equally frozen in place. 100 times? What does that even mean? They couldn't even dare to imagine it. This roadside doesn't seem to be overgrown with weeds. It is filled with 8th and 9th grade spiritual herbs. Lin Danhua crouched down, her fingers trembling incessantly. Why would 8th and 9th grade spiritual herbs be planted by the roadside? Shouldn't they be cultivated in a spiritual herb garden? In our sect, there are no weeds. The roadside is lined with 8th and 9th grade spiritual herbs for the convenience of disciples, Jiang Wanwan explained. For casual use? Lin Danhua asked, incredulously. If their Piao Miao sect had a few 8th and 9th grade spiritual herbs, they would have been revered like ancestors. Here, disciples are allowed to use them freely? Yes. Jiang Wanwan nodded, but they can only be used for personal needs and cannot be traded or gifted to others. Gu Chunyuan and the others gasped in astonishment once again. Soon, Jiang Wanwan led their group into the inner sect. Indeed, the spiritual energy within the inner sect was so dense that it had taken on a mist-like quality, and it was even purer than that of the outer sect. After walking a short distance, Xiao Huahua felt a surge of energy within him. He had successfully broken through to the creation domain realm. Originally, he was at the pinnacle of the 8th level of the return to origin realm, and he had anticipated needing around 2 years to break through to the creation domain realm, with the possibility of failure looming over him. Yet now, he had simply walked from the outer to the inner sect and achieved a breakthrough seamlessly. Master, Xiao Huahua began, but just then, he sensed a similar surge from Shi Jingjing, who also had a breakthrough. Her delight was palpable, her brows dancing with joy. Master, I have broken through to the return to origin realm. Su Wen looked equally astonished. I have touched the threshold of the immortal spirit realm. Heaven knows he had been stuck at the immortal realm for countless years, thinking he would never reach the immortal spirit realm in this lifetime. Yet, happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. Yesterday, he indeed made the right choice. Gu Chunyuan clenched his fists, swallowing hard. His voice slightly ethereal. I have also approached the threshold of the immortal sovereign realm. He had been stagnant at the immortal emperor realm for many years, and despite his relentless efforts, he had never been able to touch the threshold of the immortal sovereign realm. He had thought he would remain at the immortal emperor realm for life. The other elders, not being at the 9th pinnacle of the immortal realm, had not had the chance to approach the next level, but each had experienced varying degrees of improvement. One by one, they wore broad smiles. The main hall of the sect was a bit distant from here. Shall we continue on foot, or would you prefer to take a spiritual horse carriage? Jiang Wanwan turned to ask. Walking is sufficient, Gu Qinyuan and his companions busily remarked, eager to prolong their stroll. Chapter 019. From where does this esteemed individual hail? Gu Qinyuan and his entourage followed Jiang Wanwan, making their way on foot to the grand hall of the sect. The hall exuded an extraordinary grandeur. Every brick and tile bespoke of its exceptional quality. Although Gu Qinyuan was no stranger to such spectacles, he could not discern the precise grade of these materials. At the very least, the sect's treasured artifact, a low-grade yellow-tier spiritual tool, paled in comparison. This implied that the bricks and tiles were undoubtedly of a grade superior to yellow. Gu Qinyuan could not help but swallow hard. Just who was this master of the Xianxia sect? Such extravagance was beyond comprehension. As they lightly ascended the steps, each deliberate footfall echoed their awe. All of this is above yellow grade. Lin Danhua resolved in his heart to never change his shoes for the rest of his life. Master, Elder Su and the others have arrived, Jiang Wanwan announced with a respectful gesture at the center of the hall. In the next instant, Tang Yue appeared as if conjured from thin air. This time, she did not restrain her imperial aura, which descended upon them like a torrential storm. Gu Qinyuan felt himself reduced to a mere speck of dust, aware that he need not raise a finger. A mere glance from her could obliterate him entirely. Gu Qinyuan, at least, possessed the cultivation of an immortal emperor, but the others fared far worse. Particularly, Xiao Huahua and Shi Jingjing found themselves prostrated on the ground, utterly immobilized by the oppressive imperial presence. With a wave of her hand, Tang Yue dissipated the overwhelming aura, though it lasted but a fleeting moment. Yet for Gu Qinyuan and the others, it felt as though they had endured an eternity, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. Only Jiang Wanwan remained unaffected. Tang Yue was always gentle with her own people. Elder Su, I did not expect to see you so soon again. Tang Yue smiled warmly at Su Wen. Your Excellency commands, and we shall serve with utmost dedication, not daring to delay, Su Wen replied hurriedly. Yesterday, he had sensed a repressed aura and could not discern her realm. Today, her aura was unrestrained, yet he still could not gauge her cultivation level. He merely knew that she surpassed the ancestor of the Howran sect in the central continent by at least 1,000 or 800 times, certainly not the half-step to divine realm he had initially believed. Perhaps she had already stepped into the divine realm, yet he could not fathom it. The mightiest in the great wilderness were clearly 9 immortal emperors. From where did this esteemed individual originate? Are these 2 young individuals the disciples you have selected for me? Tang Yue's gaze fell upon Xiao Huahua and Shi Jingjing. They instinctively straightened, hearts racing. Tang Yue's penetrating gaze made them feel as though nothing could remain concealed, as if they were laid bare before her discerning eyes. Indeed, Your Excellency, Su Wen hurriedly exclaimed. One possesses a 9th-grade spiritual root and simultaneously wields the stellar sacred body, while the other has an 8th-grade spiritual root. Huahua, Jingjing, do not delay. Greet the esteemed one. Su Wen turned to give his instructions. Xiao Huahua, regaining his senses, clasped his hands and said, I am the junior, Xiao Huahua, and I humbly pay my respects to you. Shi Jingjing followed closely behind, saying, I am the junior, Shi Jingjing, and I humbly pay my respects to you. Ah, quite commendable, Tang Yue nodded. Elder Su, where did you find these 2? Not daring to deceive you, esteemed one. Xiao Huahua is the holy son of my Piao Miao sect, and Shi Jingjing is my unworthy disciple, Su Wen replied hastily. You have brought the holy son here, and your sect leader has consented? Tang Yue inquired with a smile. I am but a humble servant. The sect leader, Gu Qinyuan, pays his respects to you. Gu Qinyuan immediately stepped forward and bowed. Ah, it's sect leader Gu. Tang Yue narrowed her eyes. Are you here to bring the holy son into my sect, or do you wish to discuss the matter of undermining my foundation? Gu Qinyuan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly responded, I am here to bring the holy son to join your esteemed sect. Upon uttering those words, Gu Qinyuan felt a sudden relief wash over him. Then I thank you, sect leader Gu. Tang Yue smiled, her gaze sweeping over the others. Ao Su, who are these individuals? Lin Danhua and the others immediately stood up to introduce themselves, not daring to speak further. Finally, Su Wen, summoning his courage, said, They were captivated by the tales of your grandeur I shared yesterday, and wish to pay their respects. Since they are brought by Elder Su, let them sit. Tang Yue turned and took her place on the sect leader's throne. Thank you, esteemed one. Gu Qinyuan finally took his seat. The moment he sat down, he was taken aback again. Merely sitting on this chair accelerated the circulation of spiritual energy within them. Xiaohuahua, do you wish to join my Xianxia sect as the master senior brother of the outer sect elite disciples? Tang Yue inquired, her gaze fixed on Xiaohuahua. The disciple is willing. Xiaohuahua rose and respectfully knelt. Upon joining my sect, you shall not betray it. Should you turn against the sect, you will face the wrath of heavenly tribulation, suffering eternal damnation, Tang Yue continued. This is one of the functions provided by the small three, ensuring the cohesion of the sect members. The disciple swears to the heavens that I will never betray the sect, Xiaohuahua declared. Rise. Tang Yue waved her hand with satisfaction. Xiaohuahua was immediately lifted by gentle force. As you are now the master senior brother of my sect's outer elite disciples, you must not appear so humble. Tang Yue flicked her fingers, causing 3 items to float before Xiaohuahua. A green token representing the outer elite disciple, identical in appearance to the one belonging to Jiang Wanwan, though differing slightly in color. A 9th grade high-tier spiritual hammer, gleaming and embedded with a corresponding 9th grade gemstone. A 9th grade high-tier cultivation technique, illusory star, complementary to Xiaohuahua's stellar sacred body. As Xiaohuahua gazed upon these 3 items, his first instinct was to pinch his own thigh. The sharp pain brought tears of excitement to his eyes. Thank you, sect leader. Xiaohuahua respectfully bowed his head once more before cautiously cradling 3 items in his arms. The moment he grasped the disciple token, he instantly recognized its significance. Sure, Jingjing, what say you? Would you be willing to become my second senior sister among the ordinary outer disciples of the Xianxia sect? Tang Yue then turned her gaze toward Shi Jingjing and inquired. I am willing. The disciple is willing, Shi Jingjing replied, bowing deeply. Outer disciple, Shi Jingjing pays respects to the sect master. She swore to the heavens that she would never betray the sect. In a rare moment of clarity, Shi Jingjing hastily added, preempting any mention of betrayal from Tang Yue. Tang Yue nodded in satisfaction and presented 3 items before Shi Jingjing. A black token for ordinary outer disciples, a spirit spear of 8th grade rank inlaid with gemstones of the same grade, and a tome of indestructible 8th grade cultivation techniques. Although Shi Jingjing lacked a sacred body, her unique physique endowed her with immense strength and resilience. Tang Yue's selections were perfectly suited for her. Thank you, Sect Master. Shi Jingjing gleefully embraced the 3 items. Her smile, so broad it nearly revealed her back teeth. Gu Qinyuan and several elders observed with envious eyes, nearly rolling out of their sockets. Chapter 020. The urgency of cultivating a workforce. Su Wen bit his lip, taking a deep breath and silently encouraging himself several times. Only then did he step forward. Esteemed Master, I have one more matter to discuss. What is it? Tang Yue Yingui. I too possess an 8th grade spirit root, qualifying me for the recruitment standards of your esteemed sect's ordinary outer disciples. Su Wen nervously licked his lips. Might I have the honor? Upon finishing, he stood anxiously in place, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. As for the disciple, let that be, Tang Yue replied, shaking her head. Hearing this, Su Wen felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him chilled to the bone. How about becoming an outer elder? Tang Yue suggested. Once the sect was established, it would undoubtedly be inundated with affairs. She had no desire to toil from dawn to dusk. Thus, it was imperative to cultivate some capable workers. She intended to be a hands-off manager. Having already assessed Elder Su with the Zhaoshan mirror, she found him to be of good character and worthy of nurturing. Su Wen had almost lost hope, but unexpectedly, the tides turned. I, Su Wen, have the honor to meet the sect master, he exclaimed, his voice cracking with excitement as he bowed deeply to Tang Yue. As an outer elder of the Xianxia sect, you cannot be treated with meagerness, Tang Yue declared, snapping her fingers to summon 3 items before Su Wen. A deep brown token representing an outer elder, slightly different in design from the disciple token, yet more exquisite, although its function remained the same. A dagger of 8th grade rank adorned with gemstones of the same grade, named Yun Kue, and a tome of 8th grade cultivation techniques, Yunzo. Su Wen's smile stretched from ear to ear, but the surprises were not yet over. With another wave of her hand, a teaching whip materialized before Su Wen. This item holds no rank, but possesses a unique efficacy, capable of perfectly countering all disciples within and outside the sect. As an elder, one naturally possesses the authority to discipline disciples, and this object can overlook the disparities in innate talent and cultivation. However, It must not be used to incite turmoil. Indeed, I shall remember this, Su Wen declared as he accepted the teaching rod, his voice resounding. Meanwhile, Lin Danhua and others, filled with envy, felt their eyes turn red, lamenting that they had not withdrawn from the sect the previous day. Furthermore, today marked their first encounter with the esteemed leader of the Xianxia sect, making it unwise to act presumptuously. Tang Yue was delighted to have accepted 2 new outer disciples today, as well as appointing an outer elder. Observing the demeanor of the leader of the Piaomiao sect, she surmised that a steady influx of disciples and elders would soon flock to the Xianxia sect. Alas, they were all from the outer sect. She resolved to inquire diligently about where young individuals with yellow grade or higher innate talents could be found. With her cultivation and resources, enticing them away would be merely a matter of time. This thought filled Tang Yue with increasing joy. As dusk fell, Gu Qinyuan and his companions assumed that Tang Yue was about to issue a dismissal. Instead, she proposed, "Why not stay for dinner?" Upon hearing her words, Gu Qinyuan and the others were taken aback, only to exchange awkward glances upon hearing her next statement. "However, I am not skilled in cooking. Is there anyone among you who can prepare a meal?" Among them were either sect leaders, elders, or direct disciples of the elders, who were not accustomed to managing their own meals. Moreover, they were not particularly driven by culinary desires, especially after entering the realm of immortals. They typically required sustenance only once every month or so, often opting for elixirs instead. Thus, despite the gathering of so many, not a single person could be found who possessed culinary skills. Eventually, it was Jiang Wanwan who timidly stepped forward to say, "Sect leader, I can manage some simple barbecuing." Tang Yue instantly recalled the roasted chicken and pork leg that Jiang Wanwan had delivered the previous night. The taste was, to put it mildly, difficult to describe. Let's just say it was thoroughly cooked. Although Jiang Wanwan hailed from a humble background, she was still a scion of a prominent family in her locality, and it was commendable that she could cook anything at all. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Su Wen's mind began to race, and suddenly he brightened. "Sect leader, I have an old friend who is an exceptional chef. However, his innate talent is rather lacking, possessing only a meager 6th grade spiritual root. Additionally, his cultivation is also subpar. He has been quite indulgent in his appetites, resulting in his current state of merely being at the transformation stage. If the sect leader does not mind, I can bring him here tomorrow." "Mind? Not at all," Tang Yue responded eagerly. "What matters most is his culinary skills. His innate talent is of no consequence. Besides, what is wrong with being a 6th grade, or being at the transformation stage? I possess ample rare resources. As long as he can cook well, I can elevate him to a formidable position through sheer effort. Rest assured, sect leader, I shall depart at dawn and be back within 10 days, Su Wen declared, thumping his chest confidently. 10 days? Tang Yue furrowed her brow. His old friend, a wanderer by nature, had recently been in contact with him and is currently in the central continent, which is quite distant. Su Wen busily explained, to traverse continents, one must utilize the intercontinental teleportation array, even if they set off at dawn tomorrow. Taking the spirit boat back to the Misty Sect and using its teleportation platform to reach the intercontinental array upon arriving at the central continent, he would have to rely solely on the spirit boat for transportation. After all, he is not well acquainted with the sects that possess teleportation platforms in the central continent. 10 days is indeed rather tight. Tang Yue rummaged through the system space and produced a talisman, tossing it to Su Wen. This is a momentary transmission talisman. It can transport up to 20 people at once and can be used 10 times in total. Within the vast wilderness, wherever the mind reaches, one may arrive. Su Wen trembled as he received it. I will certainly bring my old friend back by dawn tomorrow. Tang Yue nodded in satisfaction. Let us go. Tonight we shall indulge in a barbecue. Exiting the grand hall of the sect, Tang Yue waved her hand, enveloping everyone in a barrier of spirit energy. Then, she tore through the void, taking them all with her in a single stride. Gu Qinyuan was once again astonished. This esteemed individual could actually tear through the fabric of space while carrying a group of over 10 people. Truly, she was formidable. Su Wen was correct. She was indeed a colossal pillar of support, and he needed to cling to her tightly. Tang Yue brought the group to her courtyard and cheerfully remarked, "This is my residence. Let us have our barbecue here tonight." Everyone nodded in agreement, their astonishment only growing. The grand hall of the sect paled in comparison to this modest courtyard. Tang Yue once more tore through the void and summoned a pig, 3 chickens, a sheep, and several fish and shrimp, each about the length of an arm. From a system space, she also produced 2 kitchen knives, one of 9th grade. the other of 8th grade, tossing them to Xiao Huahua and Shi Jingjing. These creatures possess a trace of imperial bloodline, although they lack cultivation. Their defensive capabilities while alive are astonishing. Give it a try. Gu Qinyuan clutched his chest. These were spirit beasts imbued with a hint of imperial bloodline. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to awaken their intelligence, assist them in cultivation, and ultimately train them as guardian spirit beasts for the sect? Just like that. They were to be consumed? Of course. Gu Qinyuan only pondered this in his heart, daring not to voice his thoughts. In the realm of the powerful, he held no authority to speak. Xiao Huahua took a deep breath. His hand, gripping the knife, trembled uncontrollably. He and Gu Qinyuan shared the same line of thought. This was indeed a spirit beast with a trace of imperial bloodline. The mightiest guardian spirit beast in the Misty Sect merely possessed a sliver of yellow-grade bloodline. Yet it received treatment on par with the elders of the sect. Shi Jingjing, however, cared little for such matters. Since the sect master had given the command, she would exert all her effort. Thus, armed with the 8th grade kitchen knife, she faced off against the little lamb. After much back and forth, Shi Jingjing finally managed to subdue the little lamb, only to proceed with the task of butchering it. Observing this, Xiao Huahua began to chase after the chickens. The chickens, relying on their wings, darted away with remarkable speed. Despite Xiao Huahua exerting all her strength, she could only grasp 2 feathers. This ignited her competitive spirit. At last, she caught up with 2 chickens and swiftly dispatched them with a single stroke. It took both Xiao Huahua and Shi Jingjing considerable effort to slay each of the spirit beasts. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, feeling more weary than after previous competitions. Jiang Wanwan followed closely behind, deftly producing an 8th grade kitchen knife to skillfully eviscerate the already deceased spirit beasts. Gu Qinyuan and the others, unwilling to remain idle, hurriedly assisted Jiang Wanwan in her task. Soon, the ingredients were thoroughly prepared. Jiang Wanwan began to kindle a fire for roasting the meat, and the enticing aroma soon wafted through the air. However, a burnt scent began to emerge. "Jiang girl, it's burning," Gu Qinyuan exclaimed, hastily retrieving the roasted meat. Nearby, Yu Rui, quick on her feet, also snatched up the roasted fish. Jiang Wanwan, with soot smeared across her nose, offered an awkward smile. "The fire is too strong. I'll reduce it." Tang Yue gazed at the charred meat on her plate, feeling a pang of disappointment. She had not had a proper meal in 2 days. Although her imperial cultivation rendered her immune to hunger, she still felt cravings. Yet, accustomed to the delicacies of Blue Star, she found the charred meat utterly unpalatable. Yesterday, she had taken just a bite of the roasted meat Jiang Wanwan provided before feeding it to the battle spirit beasts in the spirit beast garden. Consequently, Tang Yue tore through the void to procure some 8th and 9th grade spirit fruits. Last night, she had spent half a day discerning the overall level of this world from the trio. To entertain guests with 8th and 9th grade spirit fruits and spirit tea was the privilege of the 9 great powers of Zhongzhou. Furthermore, they did not casually offer 8th or 9th grade items. Only esteemed guests and friends were deemed worthy. Naturally, she was somewhat superior to them. Thus, she decided to use 8th and 9th grades as the standard for hospitality in the Xianxia sect, showcasing her uniqueness without becoming an obvious target for exploitation. The yellow grade and above would be reserved for her own people. While Tang Yue found the charred meat unappealing, Gu Qinyuan and the others did not share her disdain. Although the taste was lacking, the spirit beast's meat was rich in spiritual energy, capable of enhancing their physical prowess. Before long, their faces were smeared with black remnants of the meal. Once most of the meat had been consumed, Tang Yue beckoned everyone over to enjoy the spirit fruits and sip the enlightenment tea. The 9th grade spirit fruits and 9th grade enlightenment tea were served. Gu Qinyuan and the others were so reluctant to discard the fruit pits that they even chewed on the stems before swallowing. With both hands cradling their teacups, they began to savor the tea. After just 1 cup, they all entered a state of enlightenment. Tang Yue, feeling a tinge of boredom, nibbled on a small, deep purple fruit while quietly accessing the system panel to peruse the chat records. The group displayed a staggering 99 unread messages. With a few swipes, she observed the items she had recently dispatched, all of which had been returned tenfold by the first assistant. The second assistant was diligently seeking a location to check in, while the third assistant, with nothing substantial to offer, intermittently interjected with playful banter, laced with flattery. Casting another glance at the system warehouse, she noted it was brimming to capacity. If this accumulation continued, it would soon overflow. At that moment, A new message flashed in the chat group. Third assistant, congratulations to the host for acquiring another ordinary disciple from the outer sect. A special reward of 10 items has been granted to the system warehouse. Third assistant, congratulations to the host for obtaining the first elite disciple from the outer sect. A special reward of a body refinement waterfall has been granted. Please select a placement location. Third assistant, congratulations to the host for acquiring an elder from the outer sect. A special reward of challenge tower has been granted. Please select a placement location. Just as Tang Yue contemplated inquiring about the body refinement waterfall, a sudden and intense surge of spiritual energy erupted from Gu Qinyuan, indicating an impending breakthrough. Ascending from the immortal emperor realm to that of the immortal sovereign entailed facing 14 heavenly tribulations. Now, as a great emperor in her own right, Tang Yue could effortlessly disperse the heavenly tribulations of the immortal realm. Yet, she wished to maintain an air of mystique. Third assistant, can you deter my breakthrough tribulation with a mere word? What about others? Tang Yue asked. Absolutely, exclaimed the third assistant, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. In that moment, he felt an exhilarating sense of uprightness, having lived under the shadows of his elder brother and sister for the past few days. Unable to compete or keep up, he felt quite stifled. I shall take on the role of performer, and you shall provide support. Let us put on a show, Tang Yue declared. Rest assured, host. I will coordinate flawlessly, the third assistant replied exuberantly. Though he could not surpass those two, he possessed unique qualities that they could not replicate. He took pride in that. At this juncture, Gu Qinyuan opened his eyes and apologized. My lord, I must undergo my breakthrough now and step outside. The heavenly tribulation is not a trivial matter. It would not do to damage your residence. There's no need, Tang Yue said, raising her gaze to the gathering storm clouds, her tone suddenly sharpening. Such a trifling, heavenly tribulation dares to be audacious? Withdraw at once. Simultaneously, the third assistant hastily echoed her words in the chat group. In the next moment, the storm clouds emitted a plaintive whimper before dispersing. Gu Qinyuan, who had already risen and was poised to depart, gaped incredulously at the clear night sky. Where had his substantial breakthrough tribulation gone? It was so grand, yet now it had vanished. Was this a success or a failure? As he stood in bewilderment, colorful clouds coalesced in the starry expanse and transformed into radiant light, streaming into Gu Qinyuan's body. This was the celestial reward bestowed upon a successful ascension. He has successfully ascended to the realm of the immortal sovereign. Gu Qinyuan, bathed in a kaleidoscope of light, felt an inexplicable sense of unreality within him. When he first ascended to the realm of immortals, the 9 thunder tribulations nearly claimed half of his life. With each subsequent elevation in rank, an additional thunder tribulation was added, and after enduring each one, he had to rely on the rewards from the heavenly Tao to mend his own being. This was the first time he had ascended without so much as a scratch. The rewards from the heavenly Tao required no restoration for himself, allowing him to wholly consolidate his cultivation. The moment the multicolored light dissipated, he distinctly sensed that he had ascended to the mid-stage of the second level of the immortal sovereign realm. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Chapter 022. The sect leader wishes to try as well. Lin Danhua and the others awakened from their contemplation as Gu Qinyuan's aura erupted, signaling his impending ascension. Having all endured thunder tribulations themselves, they were acutely aware of the inherent dangers, with fatal outcomes not being uncommon. Who could have imagined that such a formidable thunder tribulation could be so easily dismissed with a mere word? Each of them wore a bewildered expression. What cultivation level and identity does this esteemed individual possess? Thank you very much for your assistance, Gu Qinyuan said, returning to his senses and respectfully clasping his hands toward Tang Yue. Just a minor technique, Tang Yue smiled. Congratulations, sect leader Gu, on your ascension to the immortal sovereign realm. It was only then that the others regained their composure and collectively offered their congratulations. I am unworthy of such praise, Gu Qinyuan humbly replied, his smile stretching almost to the back of his head. Suwen exchanged several significant glances with Gu Qinyuan, and finally, he caught the last one. It then dawned on him that they had come today to address 2 matters. The first was to escort Xiao Huahua and Shi Jingjing. The second was to develop the Piaomiao sect into an affiliated sect of the Xianxia sect. As for the earlier notion of inspection, it was entirely unnecessary. My lord, I have a matter to report, Gu Qinyuan said respectfully. What is it? Tang Yue, harboring her own suspicions, inquired. She had just collaborated with Xiao San in a performance aimed at thoroughly subjugating the senior members of the Piaomiao sect. With this accomplished, they would have workers and outer disciples at their disposal, as well as an additional sect among the 4 sects to serve as a subordinate. She merely needed to speak. Our Piao sect is willing to become an affiliated force of the Xianxia sect, and we humbly seek your approval. Gu Qinyuan bit his lip, feeling a twinge of anxiety. In comparison to the Xianxia sect, they were unworthy even to carry its shoes. Lin Danhua and several elders gazed expectantly at Tang Yue. Seeing her remain silent, Gu Qinyuan hurriedly added, "My lord, our Piao sect still has several 8th-grade disciples and dozens of 7th-grade disciples. If you do not mind, I could bring them all over tomorrow. Once affiliated with my Xianxia sect, you shall remain unwavering in loyalty," Tang Yue said leisurely. "Absolutely unwavering," Gu Qinyuan quickly affirmed. "Thus, your Piao sect shall be the second affiliated force of my Xianxia sect," Tang Yue declared, producing a 7th-grade high-tier hairpin. "This is the token of the sect's affiliated power." Gu Qinyuan excitedly accepted it and immediately inserted it into his hairpin. "Thank you, Sect Master. I shall exert my utmost efforts for the Xianxia sect." "Then I shall entrust you with a task," Tang Yue stated. "Please command, Sect Master," Gu Qinyuan replied, his demeanor turning serious as he held his breath in anticipation. "Inquire diligently about any cultivators possessing yellow-grade spiritual roots." Tang Yue sipped her tea and said, "Rest assured, I shall accomplish this task," Gu Qinyuan vowed earnestly. This was the first mission assigned to him by the Sect Master, and he was determined to execute it flawlessly. Moreover, the task was not particularly daunting, for he had heard whispers over the years that the direct descendant of the Ouyang family seemed to possess yellow-grade spiritual roots. However, the Ouyang family was notoriously protective, never allowing him to appear in public. Tang Yue nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a 9th-grade high-tier spiritual spear and tossing it to Gu Qinyuan. "This spear, named Duanlong, shall serve as your advance reward." Gu Qinyuan trembled as he caught it, his eyes reddening with excitement. A 9th-grade high-tier spear, complemented by a 9th-grade water-element gemstone, would utterly outclass their sect's half-sealed, low-grade, yellow artifact. In comparison, the latter was utterly inferior. "Thank you, Sect Master. I will not disappoint your expectations," Gu Qinyuan said, caressing the spear, his voice almost choked with emotion. "It is getting late. You shall stay overnight at the Xianxia sect," Tang Yue remarked, glancing at Elder Su. "Elder Su, please arrange accommodations in your courtyard." "Sect Master, may I inquire where my courtyard is?" Elder Su scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It was my oversight," Tang Yue smiled. The outer sect was divided into numerous courtyard areas, including those for ordinary elders, miscellaneous elders, elite disciples, ordinary disciples, and miscellaneous disciples, all clearly marked. Feel free to choose any courtyard in the ordinary elder area for your stay. Hua Hua and Jing Jing may do the same. Additionally, you are free to consume any spiritual fruits and herbs from the outer sect, but gifting or trading them is prohibited. Violations will be treated as acts of treason against the sect. Rest assured, we shall remember this, Elder Su replied promptly. "Well then, off you go." Tang Yue waved her hand again, and their group was enveloped in a barrier of spiritual energy, instantly traversing the void to arrive at the outer sect. "Sect Master, truly impressive," Gu Qinyuan managed to exclaim after a moment of contemplation. "Do you need to state the obvious?" Elder Su straightened up. Lin Danhua, enviously draping an arm around Elder Su's shoulder, said, "Congratulations, Elder Su." "Congratulations indeed," Elder Su responded with a beaming smile. Lin Danhua's smile faltered. While it was not inaccurate to share in the joy, their sect, Piao sect, had indeed latched onto the powerful leg of the Xianxia sect. As an elder of the Piao sect, he naturally stood to gain immensely. Yet, deep down, he did not aspire to be a peak elder. He merely wished to be an outer elder of the Xianxia sect. It was a lamentable situation. He regretted not following Elder Su's lead the day before. "Let us proceed. I shall guide you to my courtyard." Su strode confidently at the forefront, humming a cheerful tune, radiating a sense of pride. Before long, he selected a courtyard in the ordinary elders district. The courtyard, though not excessively large, boasted around 20 to 30 rooms when combined with the adjoining halls, sufficient for their needs. The group dispersed as each individual chose their own room. Shortly thereafter, a knock resounded upon Gu Qinyuan's door. "Komin, Gu Qinyuan commanded." With a slight probe of his spiritual awareness, he recognized Lin Danhua from Zixiao Peak. "Master, I have a request to make," Lin Danhua said, scratching his head and smiling sheepishly upon entering. "What is it?" Gu Qinyuan inquired. "I wish to join the Xianxia sect and attempt to become an outer elder. I beseech your support, Master," Lin Danhua hurriedly replied. Before Gu Qinyuan could respond, another knock echoed from outside. This time, 3 individuals approached together. Though together was a misnomer, as they had merely coincided at the door. Enter, Gu Qinyuan replied with a firm tone. Li Chantian, Yu Rui, and Yuan Xingxin stepped inside, echoing Lin Danhua's sentiments. Before Gu Qinyuan could utter a word, another series of knocks sounded. The remaining 5 elders had arrived, presenting the same request as their predecessors. 9 pairs of eyes eagerly gazed upon Gu Qinyuan. Just yesterday, you all reprimanded Su Wan, claiming an emotional bond with the Piamiao sect, Gu Qinyuan remarked, his expression devoid of emotion. The 9 individuals fell silent, visibly uncomfortable. Master, should we succeed in joining the Xingyue sect, we shall undoubtedly uplift the Piamiao sect in the future, Yu Rui stated, her voice cool and composed. Indeed, others nodded in agreement. Gu Qinyuan pressed his lips together. However, I too wish to explore this opportunity. Thus the Piamiao sect must retain an elder to act as the proxy sect master. Upon this declaration, an immediate stillness enveloped the room. The elders exchanged glances, uncertainty filling the air. Lin Danhua was the first to voice his opinion. Master, I believe Elder Yuan would be an excellent choice. He is humble, enthusiastic, and well-loved by the disciples. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xingxin's irritation flared. He furrowed his brow and rolled up his sleeves, exclaiming, Lin Lunatic, what nonsense are you spouting? Master, I actually find Lin Lunatic quite suitable. He possesses a unique talent for leadership. Should the sect be entrusted to him, there would be no issues, Li Chantian chimed in, supporting Lin Danhua's candidacy. Noticing Lin Lunatic had garnered 2 votes, Yu Rui quickly expressed her agreement as well. Master, I concur. The other elders followed suit, voicing their support. After all, as long as it was not themselves, they were content. Seeing this shift in support, Lin Danhua dramatically flopped onto the ground, pouting and beginning to cry. His sobs echoed throughout the hall. Su Wan, startled from his dreams, sat up and inquired as to the cause of the commotion. Lin Danhua, with tears and snot streaming down his face, approached Su Wan, reaching out to grasp his sleeve. Su Wan swiftly dodged and disdainfully remarked, speak of matters at hand. Only then did Lin Danhua elaborate on the collective decision of the group, detailing their votes for him to serve as the acting sect master in the capacity of a guardian elder, perhaps due to having wept 2 earnestly moments before. Lin Danhua spoke while intermittently sobbing, an utterly pitiable sight. Were he a young maiden, he would surely elicit sympathy. Alas, he was but an old man. Each tear seemed to animate the wrinkles on his face, rendering him quite terrifying. What a trivial matter. Su Wan gazed at the others with contempt. Yu Rui immediately inquired with humility, Elder Su, do you possess any clever strategies? Gu Qinyuan and the others looked eagerly toward Su Wan. Isn't the miscellaneous elder still an elder? Su Wan retorted. The eyes of Gu Qinyuan and the others brightened at once. Elder Su is indeed perceptive. Lin Danhua, overjoyed, could hardly see through his laughter. In my view, the miscellaneous elder Mo Xian is quite suitable. Indeed, Yu Rui nodded vigorously. He is exceedingly loyal to the Piao Miao sect and exhibits admirable patience and kindness towards the disciples. Yuan Xingxin echoed her sentiments. In mere moments, all 10 votes were cast in favor. Gu Qinyuan cleared his throat and announced, from this day forth, the miscellaneous elder Mo Xian shall be the acting sect master of the Piao Miao sect. Upon finishing, Gu Qinyuan promptly summoned the Sect Master's decree. The Sect Master's decree allows direct communication with any member within the sect. Mo Xian, having toiled diligently throughout the day, had just completed the last ledger and was preparing to rest when the elder's token suddenly illuminated. He reached for it, instantly sitting up straight. This was a communication from the Sect Master's decree. What could prompt such an urgent message at this late hour? Was there a significant issue at hand? Mo Xian, not daring to delay, swiftly infused his spiritual energy into the token, which projected the ethereal image of Gu Qinyuan. Sect Master, what is your command? Montauk Xian inquired hastily. There is a task I must entrust to you, Gu Qinyuan replied with grave seriousness. At these words, Mo Xian's demeanor shifted to one of tension, standing upright involuntarily. Please, Sect Master, proceed. From this moment forth, you are the acting Sect Master of our sect, Gu Qinyuan declared. Mo Xian's jaw dropped in astonishment. In the past, even when the Sect Master went into seclusion or traveled afar, the affairs were managed by the 10 elders. How could it possibly fall to me, a mere miscellaneous elder? What do you mean by what? Gu Qinyuan cast a sidelong glance at Mo Xian. This is the command of your sect master. But I have never undertaken such a role. Mo Xian lamented with a frown. Who among us has not transitioned from inexperience to experience? This is an unparalleled opportunity for growth. You must seize it. Gu Qinyuan insisted solemnly. May I ask, what are the 10 elders? Mo Xian hesitated, pursing his lips. Is something amiss? Elder Mo. To curse others in secret is not the behavior of a gentleman, Lin Danhua exclaimed loudly. Elder Mo. Being appointed as the acting sect master is a testament to the sect master's trust in you. You must not let this opportunity slip away, Li Chantian interjected. Edda Montak, I have always believed in your exceptional abilities. You will undoubtedly succeed, Li Chantian added, praising him. Elder Mo, dear best, Yu Rui's voice was icy. Mo Xian's mouth fell open in astonishment, revealing his small throat, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why are the sect master and the 10 elders gathering at such an hour? Elder Mo, Gu Qinyuan called out repeatedly, nearly losing his voice. Finally regaining his composure, Mo Xian bowed and addressed the sect master. This matter is settled. Gu Qinyuan declared. In 2 days, I will convene a sect assembly to announce your promotion to acting sect master. I hope you will work diligently and not disappoint my expectations. Yes, sect master, Mo Xian replied loudly, his heart racing. Given that he possessed only a 6th grade root bone and was merely half a step into the 8th realm of immortality. It was astonishing to be valued so highly by the sect master and the 10 elders. He was truly on the rise. In that moment, Mo Xian silently vowed to fulfill his duties as acting sect master and not let the sect master or the 10 elders down. Indeed, Gu Qinyuan nodded in satisfaction. I inform you in advance to prepare yourself mentally and to give you time to ponder any questions. After the sect assembly, the elders and I will patiently address your inquiries. Yes, Mo Xian said, tears welling in his eyes. The sect master is so considerate. Now it is getting late. You should rest early, Gu Qinyuan said, his tone lightening. Yes, sect master and esteemed elders, please rest early as well, Mo Xian responded respectfully. Gu Qinyuan severed the sect master's command, unable to contain his joy. He had finally relinquished the position of sect master of the mysterious sect. In a few days, he would be able to apply for the position of outer elder at the Star Moon sect. If he could stay at the Star Moon sect, like Su Wan, he would serve diligently, undeterred by challenges. With the matter resolved, let us all rest. Su Wan said as he rose to leave. I have to go to the central continent early tomorrow. Let us disperse, Li Chantian followed closely behind. Others did the same. Mysterious sect. Mo Xian lay on his bed, his eyes wide open, fixated on the ceiling. Sleep eluded him as excitement surged within him. He felt an overwhelming urge to rise and run laps around the mountain. He was merely an inconspicuous elder of the mysterious sect, yet suddenly entrusted with such an important role by the sect master and the 10 elders. Had he unwittingly revealed some hidden talent that caught their attention? Was he being specifically cultivated for some reason? With this thought, Mo Xian abruptly sat up, scrutinizing himself from head to toe, left to right. Root bone, 6th grade. In the realm of cultivation, one finds oneself at the 8th level of the half-step immortal realm. Beyond this, there's not. Mo Xian had toiled throughout the night, yet failed to arrive at any conclusions. In the end, he resolved to discreetly inquire with the sect leader and the 10 esteemed elders in the days to come. Chapter 024. Journey to the Central Continent. On the following day, Su Wan rose early, preparing for his expedition to the Central Continent. Gu Qinyuan and others expressed their desire to accompany him, primarily to witness the instantaneous transmission talisman bestowed by Tang Yue the previous day. This talisman could transport up to 20 individuals at once, and bringing them along would not exceed the limit. Su Wan acquiesced to their request. The night prior, he had thoroughly examined the talisman. Whether transporting 1 person or 20, it possessed a total of 10 uses. Given this, he deemed it more prudent to extend a favor, considering their prior camaraderie and the likelihood of future collaboration within the same sect. Xiao Huahua was particularly covetous of the opportunity. He was eager to join the excursion for an enlightening experience. Elder Su, could you kindly wait a moment? I wish to consult the sect leader about accompanying you. Xiao Huahua eagerly interjected. Of course, go ahead, Su Wan replied, noting that he too needed to reach out to his old friend Xiao Fei to ascertain his precise location. Brother Xiao, could you also inquire on my behalf? Sure, Jingjing implored, tugging at Xiao Huahua's sleeve with her large, expressive eyes. Certainly, Xiao Huahua nodded. Nearby, Jiang Wanwan was equally intrigued, though her disposition was somewhat shy. Sister Jiang, would you like to join? I can ask for you as well, Xiao Huahua offered. Glancing at Jiang Wanwan, her eyes brightened, and she nodded eagerly. With that, Xiao Huahua soared towards the sect leader's peak. Meanwhile, Suwen had successfully contacted Xiao Fei. It seemed Xiao Fei was still slumbering and had not opted for the visual mode, as only a muffled voice came through. Old Su, you're disturbing my peaceful dreams this early in the morning. Where are you now? Suwen wasted no time in posing his query directly. Didn't you just ask me a few days ago? Xiao Fei yawned. I'm currently enjoying a leisurely time in the central continent with my 2 disciples. What is your specific location? Suwen Ziplit Sukin Din, Hung City, Xiao Fei muttered. Old Xiao, I'm asking for your exact whereabouts, Suwen emphasized. Which street and which house in Hung City? Why the detailed inquiry? Are you in Hung City, or are you planning to come here? Xiao Fei questioned. I'm preparing to travel from the North Qin continent, Suwen informed him. Room 9 at the Xianxia on Shunan Street in Hung City. Xiao Fei yawned again. I don't have much on my plate lately, so I'll be waiting for you here. Understood. I shall see you shortly, Suwen replied. Adding, do wake up quickly. With that, he severed the connection. See you shortly? Xiao Fei muttered to himself. Hung City lies in the southern part of the central continent. And once one descends from the intercontinental teleportation platform, it takes several days for the spirit vessel to arrive. Old Su's words are becoming increasingly unreliable, he mused. After his grumbling, Xiao Fei turned over and resumed his dreams, indulging in his 2 great passions, eating and sleeping. As Suwen severed the connection with the stone, a rift in the void was torn open, through which Tang Yue arrived, accompanied by Xiao Huahua. Gu Qinyuan and the others instinctively straightened their postures. Su, it would be prudent to bring Huahua and the other 2 along on this journey, as it presents a valuable opportunity to gain insight in Xianxia, Tang Yue suggested. Indeed. Sect Master, Suwen nodded. I assure you, I will safeguard them well. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinyuan promptly affirmed, Rest assured, Sect Master. We too shall accompany them and ensure their safety. Thank you for your efforts, Tang Yue replied, her delicate hand gracefully gesturing. The disciple tokens of Xiao Huahua and the others floated into the air. With another flick of her finger, 3 beams of golden light swiftly infused the tokens. Within your disciple tokens, I have imbued a protective strike. Should you encounter danger, it will activate autonomously to ensure your safety, Tang Yue explained. Thank you, Sect Master. Xiao Huahua and the others replied, bowing deeply. Now, off you go, Tang Yue declared, and with her words, she had already torn through the void. Returning to the Sect Master's peak, Gu Qinyuan and his companions gazed with bright eyes at the disciple tokens of Xiao Huahua and the others, who solemnly reattached their tokens to their waists. Shi Jingjing affectionately patted hers. Let us depart as well. Suwen initiated the teleportation talisman, enveloping the group of over a dozen individuals in a luminous circle. Moments later, they felt a wave of unreality wash over them, and in the next instant, they found themselves in a disheveled room. Several wine jars lay haphazardly on the floor, while the table was laden with remnants of cold dishes. On a large bed across the room, an elderly man lay sprawled, a thin brocade blanket draped over him, with a suspicious bulge at the center. In her innocent curiosity, Shi Jingjing pointed and asked, Master, what is hidden there? Suwen swiftly covered her eyes. Yu Rui and Jiang Wanwan exchanged uneasy glances. When out in the world, one should refrain from asking indiscreet questions, Suwen admonished. Also, from now on, you may address me as Elder Su. Understood. Shi Jingjing nodded obediently. With a firm grip on her shoulders, Suwen turned her away and, in a swift motion, charged forward. The formidable aura of a peak 9th-level immortal surged towards Xiao Fei without hesitation. Xiao Fei was immediately jolted awake by this malicious intent, his eyes widening in terror. He had always preferred to remain low-key. Having just arrived in Hengqin, how had he provoked such a powerful being? The next moment, his gaze fell upon Su Wen's face, and he was struck with fear, stammering, What the? He wished to leap up in shock, but the disparity in strength was too great. All he could manage was to move his lips. Are you human or ghost? Xiao Fei stuttered, struggling to articulate his words. With a swift motion, Su Wen delivered a slap to the back of Xiao Fei's head, though he had tempered his strength significantly. Even so, Xiao Fei felt as though his brain had nearly been rattled. The notion of a half-step immortal and those above the immortal realm, claiming that one realm is equivalent to one mountain, is utterly preposterous. It is a chasm that cannot be crossed. Moreover, he is merely at the transformation stage. Yu, You, Xiaofei, stammering once more as he had been struck. Hadn't I just told you to get up quickly? Su Wen said in an exasperated tone. And look at your room. It's a mess, resembling a dog-est den. At this moment, Su Wen had already restrained his aura, which was at the peak of the 9th realm of immortals. Xiaofei could finally move, but in that instant, he froze again. Observing the multitude in the room, with 3 women standing with their backs to him, Xiaofei involuntarily swallowed hard. Good heavens, why are there so many people? If he had consumed alcohol the previous night, he would naturally feel some reaction upon waking. Surely, they haven't seen everything. Have they? The thought of this made Xiaofei yearn to find a crack in the ground to hide in. How can I face anyone now? What are you dawdling for? Get up quickly. I have urgent matters to discuss with you, Su Wen urged, patting Xiaofei on the shoulder. You are already at the immortal realm. Take it easy, or you'll turn me into a one-armed hero, Xiaofei lamented, rubbing his shoulder and casting a woeful glance at Su Wen. Old Su, after all these years of friendship, how could you deceive me? Chapter 025. I'm the captain of the 3rd squad of the Moon Family's Spirit Guard, affiliated with the Heavenly One sect. Su Wen furrowed his brows. What have I deceived you about? Xiaofei swiftly dressed, continuing in that sorrowful tone. If you've come to Hung City, just say so. Why deceive me into thinking you were in the northern Qian continent? I did not deceive you, Su Wen replied. I indeed came from the Wanzhou mountain in the northern Qian continent. Fabrication, just more fabrication, Xiaofei scoffed. I truly did not deceive you. Su Wen pointed at Gu Qinyuan. If you do not believe me, ask the leader of the Piamiao sect. Gu Qinyuan immediately nodded. We indeed set off from the Wanzhou mountain after contacting you today. The others also nodded in agreement. Xiaofei glared at them in indignation. Leader Gu, you two are joining Su old man in this nonsense? Su Wen took out a momentary transmission talisman and thrust it before Xiaofei. This is Xiaofei stammered. The aura emanating from this talisman made his heart race. He was not entirely unacquainted with the world, yet he had never encountered a talisman with such a heavy aura. He could not discern its rank, but it must be at least of the 8th grade. He had previously seen a 6th grade talisman, and its aura was significantly weaker than this one. This is a momentary transmission talisman. With a mere thought, one can instantly arrive at any location in the vast wilderness, Su Wen boasted proudly. Deceit, pure deceit. Xiaofei swallowed hard, instinctively retorting. Such a thing cannot exist in this world. Just because you have not seen it does not mean it does not exist, Su Wen countered. Striking a nerve. You are merely viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. Xiaofei paused, then furiously exclaimed. Are you insulting me? I came to find you because I have a monumental opportunity to share with you. Do you want it or not? Su Wen cast a sidelong glance at Xiaofei and inquired. Did you just insult me? If you do not apologize. Xiaofei, with an air of defiance, retorted, I'm a man of principles, of course I will not. Upon hearing this, Yu Rui could not help but pat her forehead. Did you not claim to be principled? Yet Su Wen was already unfazed. I have already recommended you to the Xianxia sect in Baiqianzhao as a chef. You, old man, are playing tricks on me. This time, Xiaofei was genuinely angered. He indeed held a deep passion for cooking, yet it was solely for himself and his friends. It was his hobby and pastime. He had no inclination to serve others. Moreover, he had never heard of the Xianxia sect that Su Wen mentioned. Brother Xiao, Elder Su is not deceiving you. Gu Qinyuan interjected. If you were aware of what the Xianxia sect represents, you would likely bow down before Elder Su right here. Li Changtian scoffed. It is only because of your culinary skills that you're even being considered. Indeed, do not be oblivious to your own fortune. Lin Danhua nodded in agreement. Brother Xiao, our bond since childhood is not something I would jeopardize, Su Wen reassured him. Our sect master possesses the power to repel heavenly tribulations with a mere word. When traveling, they're drawn by dragons and phoenixes, and bestow rewards of the 8th or 9th rank with ease. The Wanzhou mountain, the foremost among the 10 forbidden places of Baiqianzhao, was effortlessly transformed into a paradise by our sect master. Furthermore, the teleportation talisman I possess was personally gifted by the sect master just yesterday. Should you earn the sect master's favor, entering the realm of immortals will be within your grasp. Xiaofei was so astonished that he could fit an egg into his mouth. Is that truly the case? Do you doubt me? Su Wen replied. Very well. I shall activate the teleportation talisman shortly, and you will experience it firsthand. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Prepare your belongings now with the teleportation talisman. We shall return to Wanzhou mountain in mere moments. Xiaofei gasped. It can accommodate 20 individuals at once. Su Wen stood proudly. Old man Su, you are aware that I have 2 disciples. Over the years, we have journeyed together. Suin interjected, of course. But if they lack the capability to gain the sect master's approval, there is little I can do. That is only natural, Xiao Fei nodded repeatedly. However, he then seemed to recall something and quietly asked, Old man Su, you mentioned your sect master. He discreetly glanced at Gu Qinyuan. If his memory served him correctly, his old friend should be an elder of the Piamiao sect. I have withdrawn from the Piamiao sect and become an outer elder of the Xianxia sect, Suin proclaimed with pride. Xiao Fei gasped, his breath hitching, and hastily looked toward Gu Qinyuan, fearful of inciting his ire. After all, an elder's resignation from a sect was a significant matter. A single reprimand could easily reduce him to pulp. Yet, Gu Qinyuan displayed no signs of anger. Rather, he wore an expression of envy. What sorcery is this? Our Piamiao sect has already become a subordinate force of the Xianxia sect. Moreover, we intend to apply for the position of outer elder within the Xianxia sect. Gu Qinyuan stated. Xiao Fei felt that his mind was straining to keep up. Had he only been away from Beiqian continent for a few days? And yet so much had changed? He would elaborate on the specifics later. Quickly fetch your disciples. We must return to Xianxia sect at once, Suin instructed. Understood. Xiao Fei nodded and hurriedly summoned his 2 disciples using a communication stone. They had gone out early to procure spiritual herbs and meat and were expected to return shortly. Just as the connection was about to be established, a loud voice from outside interrupted. Who are you? My master is still asleep. Xiao Fei's 2 disciples were named Pang and Air Pang, aptly named for their round and robust physiques. If you dare intrude upon my master's quarters, do not blame my kitchen knife for being merciless, Air Pang threatened in a raspy voice. I am Kai Quan, the captain of the 3rd squad of the spiritual guard from the subordinate Moon family of Tianyi sect. Today we have esteemed guests visiting, and we wish for you and your master to personally prepare a meal. If our guests are pleased, we shall not treat you poorly, Kai Quan declared with unabashed arrogance. Though he spoke of an invitation, his haughty demeanor was quite disconcerting. My master is not a chef, Pang retorted. If you seek a cook, go to tavern. Your master displayed remarkable skill at Wanhua Pavilion the other day, and our family head took great liking to it. I have been specifically sent to ensure your master comes with us, Kai Quan insisted. I have already stated that my master is not a chef. Pang stood his ground resolutely. The Moon family has always favored courtesy before force. If you refuse to comply, do not blame me for being heavy-handed, Kai Quan warned, releasing his aura of the returning origin realm, pinning Pang and Air Pang to the ground. Inside, Suin raised his hand gently. In an instant, Kai Quan was sent flying, crashing against the wall behind him, blood spewing from his mouth. Those accompanying Kai Quan were taken aback. Who is it? Kai Quan gasped, clutching his chest, his eyes warily fixed on the door. That old man had merely attained the transformation realm. Yet the aura he had just emitted was that of an immortal realm. Chapter 26, Kai Quan's Dilemma. Suin stepped forward, looking down upon Kai Quan. Trembling, Kai Quan stammered, I am the captain of the 3rd squad of the spiritual guard from the subordinate Moon family of Tianyi sect. My uncle is the supreme commander of the guard. In the past, this status would have allowed him to roam freely in Hung City. However, it was evident that he had encountered a formidable obstacle. What a pathetic captain, Suin scoffed. A mere returning origin realm dares to cause a ruckus here. Preposterous. The resounding wave of sound caused Kai Quan to cough up blood again. But I am from a Moon family. Kai Quan's voice weakened significantly. Our family head possesses the strength of the immortal general. And what of it? Suin shot him a cold glance. Our family head extends a warm invitation. If you refuse to honor it, do not blame the Moon family for being heartless. Kai Quan clenched his fists, gasping for breath. And how will you demonstrate this heartlessness? Suin raised his hand, firmly gripping Kai Quan's neck, and with a cold smirk inquired, Is this how it is? As Kai Quan found himself ensnared by the grip of fate, his face flushed crimson, struggling for breath, his feet desperately scrambling. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, Suin finally released his hold, causing Kai Quan to crash to the ground with a thud, dazed and disoriented. Stars dancing before his eyes. You will regret this, Kai Quan stammered, immediately shattering the token in his hand. The elder of the Yu family will arrive momentarily, just wait. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he beheld Gu Qinyuan staggering out from within. Previously, Gu Qinyuan had concealed his aura, rendering it imperceptible to others. Now, sensing his presence, Kai Quan was rendered speechless. The esteemed, immortal sovereign, their family patriarch, was merely at the immortal general stage, while the secluded ancestor had only reached the immortal king stage. This was beyond comprehension. The city of Hengqin was not large, and soon the elder of the Yu family made his swift appearance. It was not that the elder held Kai Quan in high regard, but rather that today's banquet was of utmost importance. The Yu family was originally just a second-tier force in Hengqin. However, their offspring had brought them honor. The legitimate descendant, Yu Ran, had successfully joined the Tianyi sect, becoming an inner disciple. Yu Ran was exceptionally beautiful, and with the Yu family's secret technique, the Linglong Mei body, she had cultivated to great perfection. After entering the Tianyi sect, she quickly became the favored companion of Song Ju, the elder's third disciple, and was deeply cherished by him. Consequently, the Yu family flourished, gradually ascending to the status of the foremost family in Hengqin. Today marked the birthday of the Yu family patriarch, Yu Dikong. Yu Ran would return to celebrate her grandfather's birthday, having successfully persuaded Song Ju to accompany her. If Song Ju were to attend the birthday banquet of Yu Dikong, the family status would rise once again. Therefore, the Yu family placed great emphasis on this birthday celebration, ensuring every aspect was executed flawlessly. Initially, the chef selected was Miss Ruan from Wanhua Pavilion, whose culinary skills were unparalleled in Hengqin, despite her being a woman. However, the day before, Yu Dikong visited Wanhua Pavilion for further discussions, only to encounter Xiao Fei and Miss Ruan engaged in a culinary duel. After sampling 3 dishes, Miss Ruan voluntarily conceded. Yu Dikong did not pay much heed at first, as he had little fondness for wine-infused dishes. It was only yesterday that Yu Ran informed him that Song Ju favored such cuisine, prompting Yu Dikong to command his men to scour the city for Xiao Fei. Upon learning he was at Xianxia, he promptly sent someone to invite him, hoping to secure his attendance. If not, then they would show him some displeasure. Thus, Kai Quan had come personally, as his cultivation level was sufficient to keep Xiao Fei in check. If he complied, all would be well. If not, Kai Quan could administer a lesson, as long as he did not cause any lasting harm. The elder of the Yu family did not expect that Kai Quan, that useless fellow, would be incapable of handling even a mere manifestation stage opponent, necessitating his own intervention. Before the elder of the Yu family arrived, his voice echoed, "Who dares to cause havoc in Hengqin?" Simultaneously, the oppressive aura of the immortal spirit realm surged forth like a tidal wave. He had only recently ascended to the immortal spirit realm with the assistance of the Tianyi sect, his foundation still somewhat unstable. Yet, dealing with a mere incarnation realm opponent required but a mere flick of his finger. With a casual wave of his hand, Gu Qinyuan effortlessly dispelled the overwhelming pressure of the immortal spirit realm, rendering it non-existent. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Yu family approached, his eyes immediately locking onto Gu Qinyuan, causing his pupils to constrict and a sharp breath to escape his lips. As senior, Grand Elder of the Yu family, he stammered, involuntarily taking a step back. He then cast a fierce glare at Kai Quan, this detestable scoundrel, daring to summon him in the presence of a formidable being of the immortal realm. Should he manage to escape this predicament today, he vowed to exact vengeance upon this young man. "I was unaware of your esteemed presence. The individuals below are ignorant and may have offended you. I hope you can forgive them." Taking a deep breath, the Yu family's Grand Elder continued, "We are but a subordinate force of the Tianyi sect. The ancestor of the Tianyi sect is a being of the immortal Emperor realm." By the end of his statement, the Grand Elder straightened his back, adding, "I trust you will not misjudge the situation. The small Yu family is merely a remote subordinate power. Do you truly believe the Tianyi sect would intervene on your behalf?" Gu Qinyuan let out a cold snort. "And what if it is remote? I must inform you that a noble from the Tianyi sect will be gracing us with their presence today." The Grand Elder of the Yu family responded with a scoff. "If you apologize now and prepare a sumptuous feast, I can pretend today's events never transpired. Otherwise, should you lose your lives, do not blame me for failing to warn you." Xiao Fei tugged at Su Wen's arm. "Old Su, perhaps I should prepare a meal. If it were just him, he would rather die than yield, but he could not allow his friends to suffer. The Tianyi sect is one of the 9 great powers of the central continent, with an immortal emperor ancestor stationed within. If they truly provoke them, the Piao sect would not be enough to appease their wrath." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder of the Yu family sighed with relief internally, though his expression remained stern. "I shall grant you a few moments to contemplate." "No," Gu Qinyuan interjected on Xiao Fei's behalf. "We have urgent matters to attend to and must depart immediately." "You." The Grand Elder of the Yu family clenched his fists. "If you have the capability, do not leave. I shall ensure you pay dearly for your arrogance." Gu Qinyuan exchanged glances with his companions, then burst into laughter. I am curious to know what price you intend to impose. Why don't we pay a visit to the Yu family to meet this so-called esteemed guest? Lin Danhua suggested. Indeed, I have yet to encounter anyone from the Tianyi sect. Li Changtian nodded in agreement. Yurui looked somewhat apprehensive. The central continent is not like the northern Qian continent. Here, exceptional talents abound. Su Wen patted his chest confidently. Let us see, then. I shall ensure our safety. With the talisman in hand, he felt invincible. Perhaps we should use a face-changing technique to avoid bringing trouble to the sect master, Xiao Huahua proposed. But they have already seen us, Jiang Wanwan pointed out, indicating the Grand Elder of the Yu family and Kai Quan. That could be easily resolved. Gu Chunyuan acted decisively, erasing the memories of the Moon Clan's Grand Elder and Kai Quan upon their entrance into the Immortals' retreat. This was an ancient forbidden technique, one that Gu Chunyuan had fortuitously acquired in a secluded realm. It could only be executed on those significantly weaker. He could not successfully erase memories from those of similar cultivation levels, nor could he remove memories from too long ago. In an instant, the eyes of the Moon Clan's Grand Elder and Kai Quan grew dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Chunyuan and his companions swiftly employed a facial alteration technique. In the realm of immortals, such a technique was permissible. Hence, Xiao Huahua, Shi Jingjing, and Jiang Wanwan were personally assisted by Gu Chunyuan in this endeavor. Once their appearances had been successfully changed, the Grand Elder and Kai Quan gradually regained their awareness. A fleeting confusion reflected in their eyes. Kai Quan scratched his head, wondering why the Grand Elder had arrived. Hadn't it been agreed that he would bring his group to fetch the chef named Xiao Fei? The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, glancing at Kai Quan and then at Gu Chunyuan and his companions, now transformed. After altering his appearance, Gu Chunyuan also concealed his aura. There were several at the immortal level and a few beneath it. It was evident that, given Kai Quan's cultivation at the return to origin stage, he could not possibly contend with those at the immortal level. Hence, it made sense that he had hastily summoned the Grand Elder to accompany him. But why could he not recall it? This is the chef summoned by the clan head. Kai Quan pointed to Xiao Fei and declared. The two hefty figures exchanged instinctive glares, asserting, "My master is not a chef. Return with me to prepare a birthday banquet. We shall not treat you poorly." The Grand Elder of the Moon Clan stated nonchalantly, confident in his stance amidst the immortal beings. "We shall consider it," Su Wen replied coolly, but not in the capacity of a chef, rather as an instigator. Impudence. The Grand Elder of the Moon Clan chided sternly. "I might be even more impudent." Su Wen retorted, unperturbed. "Look at your face, resembling a large orange peel. It's quite unsightly." Xiao Huahua could not help but facepalm upon hearing this. "Elder Su, have you forgotten what you look like? Do not think that just because you have utilized the facial alteration technique, you have truly become handsome. Its effects are temporary." The Grand Elder of the Moon Clan's lips quivered in anger. "You seek death." He struck out with lethal intent. Gu Chunyuan narrowed his eyes, effortlessly deflecting the Grand Elder's strongest blow. With a mere flick of his hand, he delivered a crisp and resounding slap to the Grand Elder's face. It did not hurt nor cause injury, but it was undeniably humiliating. The Grand Elder was nearly consumed by rage, losing all sense of reason. After receiving 5 or 6 slaps in quick succession, he finally realized that this individual, while seemingly restrained in cultivation, was treating the encounter as a mere jest, undoubtedly surpassing him in strength. "We are from the Tianyi sect. You are merely the Moon Clan, an affiliated force of the Tianyi sect. My target is indeed you." Gu Chunyuan took the lead in the conversation, a smile gracing his lips. At the same time, the aura of his cultivation at the celestial sovereign level surged forth. "Who exactly are you?" The face of the Moon family's elder changed dramatically. Although the Moon family had made many enemies, they never provoked the strong, especially those above the Celestial King realm. This individual, possessing the strength of a celestial sovereign, was someone the Moon family could only seek to befriend, never to offend. Silence. Gu Chunyuan flicked his arm, sending the Moon family elder tumbling down the stairs like a deflated ball. Kai Quan, terrified, crouched beside him, hardly daring to breathe, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. "Let us go. We shall pay a visit to the Moon family." Gu Chunyuan raised his hand, pulling Kai Quan closer. "Lord, spare me." Kai Quan trembled uncontrollably, his pants slightly damp. Gu Chunyuan disdainfully cast him aside. "Lead the way if you wish to live." Yes, esteemed lords, please." With newfound strength, Kai Quan, resembling a lapdog, led Gu Chunyuan and his companions towards the Moon family. The celestial sovereign realm. How many heads could he afford to offend? Before long, Kai Quan guided them to the Moon family. At that moment, the family head, Yu Dikong, donned in a pristine robe, stood at the entrance with a radiant smile. Beside him stood his two sons, accompanied by several elders and heads of other families from Hengqin. A grand affair indeed. "Oh, such a display. Are we being welcomed?" Suwen inquired with a beaming smile. Yu Dikong immediately noticed Xiao Fei among the crowd and frowned. "Kai Quan, bring them through the back door. They're an eyesore here." Kai Quan, understanding, clutched his chest, a flicker of terror in his eyes. "Head, should you not take a look? There is indeed a celestial sovereign among them. As if playing with you." Yu Dikong furrowed his brow, about to reprimand again when a spiritual vessel swiftly descended from the skies, gently landing before the Moon family's entrance. As the vessel touched down, Songju descended, holding the hand of Yuran. Yu Dikong hurried forward, showering them with various compliments. The entourage that had originally accompanied Yu Dikong at the entrance also rushed to greet them, echoing his sentiments. A smile adorned Songju's face, and he felt quite pleased within. As a prodigy, he was a direct disciple of the Tianyi sect's elder, possessing a 9th-grade spiritual root and the esteemed spirit sword body ranked 11th. He was accustomed to being sought after wherever he went. Although inwardly proud, he maintained a demeanor of humility on the surface. "Head of the Moon family, you are too kind. As the grandfather of Ranran, you are naturally my elder. I hear today marks your birthday. This small gift is but a token of my respect, and I hope you do not find it lacking." With a flick of his hand on his storage ring, an 8th-grade low-tier long sword appeared before the crowd. Yu Dikong's eyes instantly brightened. An 8th-grade low-tier sword, indeed. Sending Ranran to the Tianyi sect was the right choice. Moreover, in the future, he would further cultivate the Linglongmei body, ensuring that they could secure even greater benefits for the Moon family. "The Moon clan leader, it seems we arrived first," Suwen interjected abruptly. Songju turned to him and inquired, "Moon clan leader, these individuals have heard that Lord Song enjoys sweet wine and delicacies, and thus we have invited chefs from the manor who are unfamiliar with the customs. I hope Lord Song can be understanding." Moon Dikong hurriedly responded, then turned to reprimand Kai Quan. "Why are you not swiftly escorting them away? We are not mere chefs. We have come to disrupt this gathering." The aura of the celestial sovereign surged forth fiercely. Moon Dikong was startled and discreetly retreated 2 steps. The overwhelming presence of the celestial sovereign suddenly loomed before Songju. Indeed, Songju deserved the title of a prodigy, having ascended to the realm of immortals at a young age. Yet, before the celestial sovereign, he was insignificant. Blood trickled from the corner of Songju's mouth due to the pressure. Moon Ran immediately reprimanded. "Impudent! How dare you harm the direct disciple of the Grand Elder of Tianyi sect? Do you wish for your life? Very well." Songju wiped the blood from his mouth and abruptly crushed a token on his person. A vast aura accompanied a phantom that descended, surveying all present. It was, astonishingly, a being of the celestial saint realm. Gu Qinyuan narrowed his eyes. He had only just ascended to the celestial sovereign realm yesterday, a full realm below the celestial saint. And this individual was at least in the 3rd tier of the celestial saint realm. Even with desperate measures, he doubted he could prevail. He had initially assumed that this small Moon family, being remote and only allied with Tianyi sect, would not harbor significant figures. To his surprise, this was the Grand Elder's direct disciple. A miscalculation indeed. Had he known, he would not have sought trouble here. Now, without having found the chaos he sought, they would have to retreat in disgrace. Fortunately, they had the instant transmission talisman given by the sect leader. If they could not fight, they would flee. Chapter 028. The Soul Phantom Annihilated from Afar. "Elder Su, we must leave," Gu Qinyuan decided promptly. Suwen was even quicker. Before Gu Qinyuan could issue commands, he had already activated the instant transmission talisman. However, a slight issue arose. His spiritual energy erupted uncontrollably around him, unable to be contained. This indicated a sign of impending ascension. After consuming the spirit beast and drinking the enlightenment tea yesterday, he had failed to ascend, and his spiritual energy had accumulated within his spiritual veins. Somehow, it had been triggered. Dark clouds of thunder gathered above Su Wen's head. With the tribulation looming, he could no longer activate the instant transmission talisman. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in shock. "You wish to leave after injuring my disciple?" The soul phantom of the Grand Elder of Tianyi sect coldly regarded Gu Qinyuan and his group. As the words fell, the soul phantom conjured a massive luminous hand, aimed at Gu Qinyuan and his companions. The power of the celestial saint realm was unleashed without restraint. Gu Qinyuan gritted his teeth, prepared to withstand the blow when Xiao Huahua charged upwards to confront the luminous hand. Overestimating yourself, the soul phantom scoffed. In its view, a mere creation realm cultivator was no match. Perishing under its palm would not be in vain for this existence. In the ninth peak of the Xianxia sect, Tang Yue was engrossed in the study of the magnificent body-refining waterfall when a voice echoed in her mind. Xiao San alerted her that Su Wen and his companions were in peril. Without waiting for Tang Yue to inquire further, Xiao San swiftly recounted their harrowing experience. Each disciple held a token that bore her formidable strike, and a mere celestial saint was no match for them, Tang Yue remarked with calm assurance. However, if Su Wen's ascension were to be interrupted, he would likely forfeit his chance at the celestial spirit realm in the future, Xiao San warned. This was the first external elder that the host had recruited. Shall I tear through the void and go to him? Tang Yue inquired. That is not advisable, Xiao San immediately interjected. The barriers of this world are already thinning. Should the host attempt a long-distance traversal, it would only accelerate their collapse. Naturally, given the host's current cultivation, there is no fear. Yet he is not fully prepared. We must proceed with caution. Xiao San had a perfect plan. If the host could harness the power from Xiao Huahua's token combined with a commanding phrase to repel the thunder calamity, it would not only fend off the enemy, but also allow Su Wen to ascend smoothly to the celestial spirit realm. Once he achieved that, Su Wen could activate the teleportation talisman once more. Very well, Tang Yue nodded in agreement. In the central continent, at Hung City, Xiao Huahua, undeterred, charged forward towards the light. In a heartbeat, the token at his waist erupted with searing brilliance, instantly shattering the glowing hand. The specter of his soul staggered back. Incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at the token. In the next moment, a sharp, feminine voice emanated from the token. A mere thunder calamity dares to be arrogant. Withdraw at once. A familiar scene unfolded for Gu Qinyuan and his companions. The thunderclouds whimpered pitifully as if they were a wrong bride, then slowly dissipated. In the following instant, a vibrant cloud coalesced, transforming into multicolored light that swiftly entered Su Wen's body. His aura surged dramatically, finally stabilizing at the mid-stage of the celestial spirit realm. Thank you, Sect Master. Su Wen regained his senses, excitement radiating from him as he clasped his hands towards the direction of Beiqian continent. The specter of his soul changed countenance. Who are you? How can you repel a thunder calamity with mere words? At that moment, a sharp cold snort resonated from Xiao Huahua's token. A mere celestial saint dares to be presumptuous. As the cold snort echoed, the specter trembled violently and was instantly obliterated. Songju and the members of the Yu family stared in terror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Gu Qinyuan approached Yu Dikong and struck his chest with a palm. Yu Dikong coughed up blood, his aura beginning to fluctuate violently, a harbinger of his impending descent. No. Yu Dikong desperately suppressed it, yet he could only watch in horror as his cultivation plummeted from the celestial general realm to the 8th stage of the celestial spirit realm. This is merely a small lesson for humiliating my friend. Should there be a next time, it will not merely be a descent, Gu Qinyuan remarked coldly. My lords, from whence do you hail? Yu Dikong gasped, clutching his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Are you still contemplating revenge for the future? Gu Qinyuan inquired with narrowed eyes. No, I wouldn't dare. Yu Dikong fervently shook his head. You are unworthy of knowing. With a swift kick, Gu Qinyuan sent Yu Dikong sprawling, scarcely glancing at Songju beside him, as he strolled over to Su Wen. Elder Su, let us depart. Certainly, Su Wen nodded. Activating the teleportation talisman once more, a fleeting illusion enveloped them, and in the next moment, they stood before the majestic gates of the Xianxia sect. Wow, Xiao Fei exclaimed, momentarily stunned by the grandeur of the gates. Where are we? Erpang asked, his voice raspy with disbelief. We are at the Xianxia sect on Mount Wanjue in the northern Qian continent, Su Wen replied. But we were just in the central continent. Erpang incredulously pinched his own plump cheek. Is this truly Mount Wanjue? Xiao Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. Did I not tell you that the sect master has transformed Mount Wanjue? Su Wen patted Xiao Fei's shoulder. Do not be so easily astonished. With that, Su Wen pressed his hand against a nearby slab of bluestone and led the group inside. Elder Su, yesterday Miss Jiang pressed that bluestone, and today you do the same. What is the purpose of this? Lin Danhua could not restrain his curiosity. He had long wished to ask this question. According to the clues in the Elder's token, this is the entrance verification for the Xianxia sect, requiring a spirit pattern for authentication, Su Wen elucidated. What is a spirit pattern? Lin Danhua inquired. I do not know. The elder's token did not elaborate, only stating that my spirit pattern has been recorded, Su Wen replied, shaking his head. It sounds impressive, Lin Danhua remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Of course, the items produced by the Sect Master are certainly remarkable, Su Wen said proudly. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei and his two disciples looked around in a daze, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Su Wen chuckled, but soon recalled that he too had appeared quite foolish during his first visit yesterday, and the smile faded from his face. Let us proceed to the Sect Master's peak. Su Wen cleared his throat and led the group onward to the 9th peak. At that moment, Tang Yue's voice resonated through the void. Understood, Su Wen nodded, redirecting the group towards the 9th peak. They arrived swiftly at their destination, Su Wen following Tang Yue's instructions as they walked through. Along the way, they passed an entrance to a secret realm. Although they did not pause, Gu Qinyuan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen this secret realm before. Yet, he quickly shook his head. This was his first visit to the 9th peak of the Xianxia sect. How could he have possibly encountered it before? After all, in his understanding, secret realms are naturally formed and immovable. Otherwise, given the dominance of the 9 great powers of the central continent, the other 4 continents would have long been stripped bare. Chapter 029, The Body Refining Great Waterfall. Soon, the group heard a thunderous sound of rushing water. Unlike any ordinary waterfall, like a force of immense magnitude, the sound reverberated, causing hearts to race. After navigating several winding paths, the group beheld a magnificent waterfall cascading from the heavens, its summit lost to the sky. It appeared to be connected to the firmament itself. The closer they approached, the more thunderous the roar of the water became, reminiscent of war drums beating upon their very souls. Gu Qinyuan and his companions turned pale, immediately summoning all their inner spiritual energy to fiercely resist the overwhelming sonic pressure. Even Gu Qinyuan, who had ascended to the realm of a mortal sovereign, found himself somewhat beleaguered, as if he were on the verge of exhaustion, gasping for breath. In contrast, Xiao Huahua, Su Wen, and their companions remained unscathed, their sect tokens nullifying the sound waves generated by the waterfall. The trio of Xiao Fei and his disciples fared the worst. Their insufficient cultivation and lack of affiliation with the Xianxia sect left them directly afflicted, blood oozing from their mouths and noses as they collapsed to the ground. With a wave of her hand, Tang Yue dispelled the sonic pressure, the sound of water receding as if it were miles away. She gestured again, and 3 perfectly round pills appeared before Xiao Fei and his disciples. Take these, they will heal your internal injuries. Xiao Fei, still dazed from the earlier shock, seemed momentarily lost in thought until Su Wen discreetly pinched him, almost eliciting a cry of discomfort. However, Xiao Fei, disregarding his pain, gratefully accepted the pills, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you, esteemed one. Upon witnessing their master receive the pills, Depang and Erpang hurriedly bowed in respect, echoing, Thank you, esteemed one. As the pills were consumed, Xiao Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. Not only had the injuries sustained from the waterfall's sonic waves been completely healed, but even old wounds accumulated over the years had been fully restored. Erpeng, with his raspy voice, exclaimed, My severed finger. It has grown back. He had accidentally sliced off part of his finger while distracted during cooking, yet his insensitivity to pain and robust healing had masked the injury until he discovered the severed bone amidst his meal. Had it been freshly severed, it might have been possible to reattach it, but it was already well cooked. Subsequently, Xiao Fei fashioned a metal finger cap for him. Now, the cap had been dislodged, and the severed part had miraculously regrown, moving freely. Erpang, a stout and rugged man resembling a towering iron pillar, found the newly grown finger to be as soft and smooth as a baby's skin, which struck a humorous note. Delighted as if he had acquired a new toy, he incessantly played with his new finger until he pinched it too hard, prompting Xiao Fei to deliver a firm slap to bring him to his senses. Su Wen inquired, Sect Master, this pill is truly extraordinary. In all my years, I have encountered many wonders, yet I have never witnessed the rebirth of a severed bone. Might you share the name of this miraculous pill? I would be eager to broaden my understanding. Others gazed eagerly at Tang Yue, who leisurely remarked, It is merely a minor elixir. The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. Mi Wenshi, an elder from the alchemy peak of the Misty sect, strained his voice, sounding akin to a quacking duck. It is merely a 9th grade minor elixir. According to ancient texts, Minor elixirs belong to the category of ninth-grade pills, reputed for their miraculous ability to revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. Only a ninth-grade alchemist possesses a 1 in 100 chance of successfully crafting such a potion. Not to mention, throughout the entirety of the northern Qian continent, and even the vast wilderness, there is yet to be a single ninth-grade alchemist. The most formidable among them is merely of the 8th grade. This underscores the rarity of minor elixirs. Xiao Fei involuntarily swallowed hard, attempting to expel the minor elixir from his system. After all, it was a minor elixir. Such a minuscule morsel was an utter waste. Unfortunately, the elixir dissolved instantly upon ingestion, leaving him unable to regurgitate it. A mere minor elixir is nothing to fret over. Tang Yue waved dismissively, turning her attention to Xiao Fei. Elder Su promptly nudged the pained Xiao Fei forward, saying, "Master, this is my old friend, Xiao Fei. Those 2 young lads are his disciples. Though my old friend may lack in cultivation, his culinary skills are truly unparalleled. There is no cuisine across the 5 continents that he cannot master. He is indeed deserving of the title leader." Fearing that his friend might exaggerate, Xiao Fei humbly bowed and stated, "I am Xiao Fei. Honored to meet you. I do indeed have a passion for fine food and have traveled extensively across the continents, thus acquiring a broader array of skills. However, I cannot accept the title of leader. If you do not mind, I will be pleased to prepare a sumptuous feast for your esteemed self to sample." "Very well," Tang Yue nodded. "The outer kitchen is fully equipped. Elder Su, please assist." Given Xiao Fei's current cultivation level, he was not yet capable of slaughtering spirit beasts. Just as he was about to refuse, Elder Su discreetly tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to change his mind. "Then I shall rely on Elder Su's assistance." With a wave of her hand, Tang Yue enveloped Elder Su and the master-disciple duo in a veil of spiritual energy, causing them to vanish into the void. Gu Qinyuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Even after having experienced it firsthand, witnessing it again was still profoundly shocking. The Master's prowess is simply formidable. After the initial shock subsided, Gu Qinyuan bowed in reflection. "This journey to the central continent was fraught with my own overestimation of my capabilities, leading to my provocation of the celestial sage from the Tianyi sect. Fortunately, with your intervention, Master, I was able to preserve my life and avert calamity. I am deeply grateful for your saving grace and assure you that such an error shall not be repeated. I humbly request your forgiveness." "Forgiveness is unnecessary," Tang Yue replied. "When one of our own is bullied, it is only natural to seek retribution. If you lack the courage to stand your ground, it would greatly disappoint me. We, of the Xianxia sect, must protect our own. However, we must also refrain from unwarranted provocations." "Understood." Gu Qinyuan exhaled in relief, as he had initially feared he might face punishment for this incident. After all, it was he who acted rashly without conducting a thorough investigation, nearly causing harm to Suwon. Tang Yue further remarked, "Although your cultivation is considered exceptional in the northern Qian continent, it still falls short in the central continent. When faced with someone stronger than yourself, it is only natural to be at a disadvantage. In the future, you must diligently cultivate and strive to improve yourself." "Indeed." Gu Qinyuan nodded repeatedly. Tang Yue then produced a talisman. This contains 10 strikes for self-defense. Gu Qinyuan's cheeks flushed with excitement. "Thank you, Sect Master." He had heard of this talisman from Suwon, and even Zhang Huai from Yong'an City possessed one. Now, it was his turn to receive it. "Huahua, you shall go beneath that waterfall without utilizing any spiritual energy for protection, and see how long you can endure." Tang Yue turned to Xiao Huahua. "Yes, Sect Master." Xiao Huahua replied, then soared to the side of the waterfall. Although it was merely a distance of a pool, Xiao Huahua took nearly the duration of a tea break to reach the opposite side of the waterfall. Chapter 030. Just a moment of pain for body refinement is an incredible bargain. Noticing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Tang Yue explained. "This pool is named a step away from heaven. Given Huahui's current realm, he would not be able to cross it in his entire lifetime. Hence, I made some adjustments." Gu Qinyuan and the others gasped in astonishment. Xiao Huahua was at least at the creation realm, yet he could not traverse such a small pool in his lifetime. Even more astonishing was the fact that the sect master could effortlessly make such adjustments. At this moment, Xiao Huahua stepped into the waterfall. With just that small step, he collapsed to the ground with a splash, trembling uncontrollably. After 5 breaths, he simply lay there, with only his little fingers able to bend slightly. The frigid water pounded against his back as if it bore the weight of countless forces, rendering his bones as if they were shattered. The expression on Xiao Huahua's face contorted uncontrollably, stifling cries of pain in his throat. Gu Qinyuan was startled. Xiao Huahua had always been resilient, and even he could not suppress his cries, revealing the extent of the pain. This is one of the secret realms of our sect, the body refining waterfall, which can temper the physical body, Tang Yue said with a smile, looking at Gu Qinyuan. Would you be interested in trying it? Gu Qinyuan, coming back to his senses, hurriedly nodded. It would be my honor. In recent days, he had come to understand that the Xianxia sect was extraordinary from top to bottom. If he had the chance to try, it was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Lin Danhua and the others looked at Gu Qinyuan with great envy. If any of the elders are interested, you may also give it a try. Wan Wan and Jingjing shall join as well, Tang Yue announced. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly set off. Gu Qinyuan, with the highest cultivation, arrived first, while Jiang Wan Wan, with the lowest, took a quarter of an hour to reach the waterfall. Upon arriving beneath the waterfall, they discovered just how wide and magnificent it truly was. Xiao Huahua lay among them, resembling a mere ant. Gu Qinyuan confidently stepped forward, believing that his superior cultivation would enable him to endure far longer than Xiao Huahua. To his astonishment, he found himself outmatched. Within mere moments, he transitioned from standing to kneeling, and then to lying prostrate, his fingers rendered utterly immobile. This predicament arose because of the disciple token on Xiao Huahua, which alleviated some of the oppressive pressure. However, the benefits for physical cultivation were uncompromised. At that moment, the only parts of Gu Qinyuan's body that could move were his teeth and mouth, which he could barely clench and grimace. The pain coursed through him, penetrating deeply into his very marrow. Were it not for the respect he held for the sect leader's dignity, he would have cried out to the heavens. Instead, he gritted his teeth, his face contorted in anguish. Others around him also struggled to endure. Once Lin Danhua entered the waterfall and achieved the same feat of moving from standing to lying down, he began to wail like a banshee. The others seized upon Lin Danhua's cries, allowing themselves a few groans to alleviate their suffering. Jiang Wanwan was the last to arrive, yet she was the first to be expelled by the torrents of water. With the lowest cultivation, she could not withstand the pressure for long, her face turning pale. However, upon being involuntarily freed from the body-refining waterfall, she distinctly felt her physical form had gained considerable strength. Soon after, Shi Jingjing was also released, followed by Xiao Huahua. Gu Qinyuan was the last to be extricated. Had he remained any longer, he truly would have been unable to suppress a scream. The pain was excruciating, causing his head to throb incessantly. Yet, the evident enhancement of his physical body made him feel that the pain was trivial in comparison. After all, the art of body refinement was akin to climbing to the heavens. Throughout the vast wilderness, there existed no complete tome on the subject. Practicing from fragmented texts could lead to disastrous outcomes if one was not exceedingly cautious. In the early stages of cultivation, the repercussions might not be apparent, but as one advanced, significant disparities in physical form could impede progress, ultimately leading to stagnation. Of course, one could also refine their body through combat, albeit with diminished effectiveness. Here, however, enduring mere discomfort could yield perfect results in body refinement. In just this brief interlude, he had achieved more than in all his previous years of practice combined. It was an extraordinary gain. Sect leader, can one truly walk beneath this waterfall? Xiao Huahua, having dried off with her spiritual energy, could not help but inquire. Indeed, Tang Yue replied, soaring through the waterfall with a few strides, returning without a single drop upon her. Your inability stems from insufficient strength in your cultivation and a frail physical form, Tang Yue continued. In the future, make it a point to practice more frequently, and you will surely succeed. Yes, sect leader, Xiao Huahua responded promptly, standing tall with renewed determination. Gu Qinyuan clenched his fingers, silently resolving that even if he could only serve as a disciple of menial tasks, he would undoubtedly join the Xianxia sect. Lin Danhua and others shared similar sentiments. With a mere wave of Tang Yue's hand, the disciple tokens of Xiao Huahua and his companions suddenly illuminated, only to fade back in his silence moments later. I have activated the point system for your disciple tokens, she announced, with an initial score of 30. Contributions from different sects will yield varying points. Additionally, you may accept tasks from the Sect's Plaza task board, with successful completions awarding corresponding points. These points can be utilized to enter any trial grounds within the sect. Of course, they serve other purposes as well. Presently, the Ninth Peak boasts 3 trial locations. You have just experienced the body-refining Great Waterfall. And there exists a temporal secret realm and a challenge tower. More will be unveiled in the future. Upon hearing about the temporal secret realm, Gu Qinyuan and his companions were momentarily taken aback, particularly Gu Qinyuan himself. Just on their way to the body-refining great waterfall, he felt an oddly familiar aura emanating from a nearby secret realm. In retrospect, it seemed reminiscent of the temporal secret realm of the Xianxia sect. Could it be? No, that couldn't be right. First and foremost, secret realms are naturally formed and immovable. Take, for instance, the Xianxia sect's temporal secret realm. Although its time flow rate is 10-1, it only possesses a 5-fold spirit gathering array. The Xianxia sect boasts a 10-fold spirit gathering array, even in its outer sect. How could a mere 5-fold array qualify as a trial ground for the Xianxia sect? Thus, it was likely that he was overthinking it. Furthermore, the world does not rely solely on a single temporal secret realm. Yet what did you mean by more to come in the future? Could it be that the ninth peak harbors many undeveloped secret realms? Is the abyss so affluent? Meanwhile, Xiao Fei had exerted all his culinary skills and, alongside his 2 disciples, finally prepared a feast of 20 dishes. Each plate was enveloped in spiritual energy to ensure they retained their freshly cooked essence. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiao Fei meticulously checked everything. And once he was confident all was in order, he anxiously turned to Su Wan, asking, "Do you think the sect leader will enjoy this?" His desire to impress was palpable. Upon catching a glimpse of the spiritual beast infused with a hint of imperial bloodline, his eyes had turned red with longing. Having traversed the 5 continents, he had never encountered a spiritual beast of such caliber used as mere culinary material. It was no wonder the sect leader had summoned Su Wan for assistance. With his cultivation, he could hardly breach the defenses of those spiritual beasts. Would the sect leader find his efforts lacking? If only he had worked harder in the past. "I think it's splendid," Su Wan reassured him, patting Xiao Fei on the shoulder. "Just wait here. I shall fetch the sect leader and the others." Chapter 031. Enhancement of Spiritual Roots. Su Wan swiftly made his way to the 9th peak. In just a brief encounter, he sensed a marked difference in Gu Qinyuan and his companions. Their physical forms appeared significantly more robust. What had transpired in his absence? Su Wan was consumed by an insatiable curiosity, yet he maintained a facade of utmost respect. "Master, Xiao Fei and his disciple have prepared lunch. Gu Zhongzhu, esteemed elders, let us partake together," Tang Yue invited warmly. "Thank you for the meal, Master," Gu Qinyuan replied hastily. Subsequently, Tang Yue led the gathering to the outer gate kitchen. A rich and enticing aroma enveloped them, igniting an irresistible desire to feast. The round table was adorned with an array of dishes, both meat and vegetable, sweet and savory, a veritable cornucopia. Tang Yue glanced over the spread, noting the striking resemblance of these dishes to the culinary delights of Xianxia on Blue Star. Xiao Fei, a tad reserved, wiped his hands with an apron. "My lord, please indulge in these offerings." As Tang Yue sampled the dishes, her delight grew. Not only did they resemble their Xianxia counterparts in appearance, but the flavors were also remarkably similar, perfectly suiting her palate. At Tang Yue's urging, Gu Qinyuan and the others joined her in tasting the fare. Their focus lay not so much on flavor, but rather on the effects. Yet the dual satisfaction of taste and potency was indeed a fortuitous blessing. Little Shi Jingjing, clutching a large pig's leg, gnawed away with abandon, heedless of her appearance. After tasting each dish, Tang Yue sipped her tea contentedly. "Your culinary skills are truly exceptional." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Tang Yue then posed a question. "Are you and your disciple willing to remain with my Xianxia sect?" "We are willing," Xiao Fei exclaimed, his voice filled with joy, before kneeling with a thud. "Master, please accept my humble bow." He knocked his head 3 times on the ground with fervor, showing no restraint. The notion of a man's need being as precious as gold was merely a reflection of insufficient reward. De Pang and Air Pang quickly followed suit, kneeling and bowing as well. "Rise," Tang Yue waved her hand, a gentle force lifting Xiao Fei to his feet. "To join my Xianxia sect, one must possess at least a 7th grade spiritual root." Xiao Fei's heart sank at this revelation. He only had a 6th grade spiritual root. What would become of him? Would the master dismiss him? Just as anxiety threatened to overwhelm him, he heard Tang Yue say, "Sit cross-legged and embrace the primordial essence." Huh? Xiao Fei was taken aback. Although uncertain of Tang Yue's intentions, he instinctively complied, his heart still racing. In the next moment, a warm sensation enveloped his brow. and he felt as if he were immersed in a soothing hot spring, a profound comfort washing over him. It was so serene that he slipped into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he found himself amidst vibrant life and beauty. However, a sharp, excruciating pain in his ears abruptly disrupted his rest. Ouch! Xiaofei opened his eyes to find the culprit, Su Wen, grinning as he tugged at his ears, seemingly intent on tearing them off. My ears are going to fall off. Xiaofei grimaced and swatted at Su Wen's hands. Old Su, let go. Su Wen finally released his grip. The sect leader instructed me to wake you up after half an hour. I am merely following the sect leader's command. Then why don't you just call out? Xiaofei rubbed his ears, glaring angrily at Su Wen. That would certainly be quicker, Su Wen chuckled. You. Xiaofei glared at Su Wen once more, ready to argue, when Su Wen interjected, all right, let us check your spiritual root. Huh? Xiaofei was momentarily taken aback. Upon examination, he was even more astonished. He stood still, glancing at Su Wen, then at himself, and finally at Gu Qinyuan and his entourage, repeating this several times. Fool! Su Wen playfully slapped the back of Xiaofei's head. I have a 7th grade spiritual root. Xiaofei, surprisingly, did not jump up in excitement. Instead, murmuring in a daze, Su, old man, quickly show me if I truly possess a 7th grade spiritual root. Do you have a testing stone? I need to check. Su Wen seized Xiaofei, who appeared to be floating with joy, saying, no need for a testing stone. You already have a 7th grade spiritual root. With the sect leader personally intervening, how could there be any mistake? Not only you, but your 2 disciples have also attained 7th grade spiritual roots. They are currently responsible for the outer sect's provisions, while you only handle the sect leaders. Really? Xiaofei swayed, blissfully dazed, as if intoxicated. Of course it's true. We all witnessed it, Gu Qinyuan affirmed. The sect leader is indeed the greatest in the world. Yu Rui's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. He can elevate spiritual roots at will. I told you there was a tremendous opportunity to share, yet you were initially skeptical, Su Wen said, turning his face away haughtily. Xiaofei hurriedly replied, I believe it now. I will trust whatever Su old brother says in the future. Afterward, he knelt down to express his gratitude. Su Wen quickly pulled him up. What are you doing? What the sect leader said was correct. This opportunity truly deserves my gratitude, Xiaofei insisted earnestly. Fool! Su Wen disdainfully pushed him away, then said seriously, as long as we diligently follow the sect leader, our future will be boundless. Hearing this, Lin Danhua quickly pulled Gu Qinyuan, sect leader, let us hurry back to business. Yes, sect leader, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can return, Li Changtian urged. Agreed. Yu Rui nodded in agreement. Gu Qinyuan turned to Su Wen, Elder Su, we shall take our leave now. After departing from Xianxia sect, Gu Qinyuan summoned the spiritual vessel, leading the other 9 elders toward the Piaomiao sect. In the central continent, at Tianyi sect, Songju did not linger in Hung City. Without even entering the Yu family's gates, he activated the spiritual vessel and departed. Although Songju was furious, he did not abandon Yuran, taking her along instead. Upon seeing this, Yu Dikong finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Ran had managed to capture Songju's heart so firmly. Otherwise, today's commotion would undoubtedly render the Yu family a laughingstock in Hung City. As Yu Dikong tended to his injuries, he couldn't help but recall that sharp and ethereal voice. With but a single utterance, it could repel the tribulations of thunder. With merely a cold snort, it could obliterate the soul's phantom of the celestial realm. Who then? Is this divine being? If the Yu family could secure such a formidable ally. With this thought, Yu Dikong could no longer remain seated. He promptly rose to issue orders. From this day forth, the clan would select handsome young men to cultivate the exquisite charm body. After all, the desire for beauty is universal, and even a formidable woman is not exempt. After Songju departed from Hung City, she proceeded to the nearest affiliated sect of the Tianyi sect. From a teleportation platform of the affiliated sect, she directly returned to the Tianyi sect. Subsequently, she hurried to the Sword Pavilion, where the Grand Elder resided, accompanied by Yuran. Chapter 032, Residual Power of the Thunder Tribulation Within. The Grand Elder, Lin Zhihui, appeared pale, his lips devoid of color. Beside him, a stunning woman was fully engrossed in maneuvering her medicinal spirit through Lin Zhihui's meridians. After a time equivalent to the brewing of tea, she finally withdrew it from within him. This was a special diagnostic technique employed by alchemists. Only those of 6th rank and above could manifest a medicinal spirit. With the assistance of this spirit, both diagnosis and alchemy would see considerable benefit. Sister Wenjun, how is the Grand Elder faring? Inquired Wei Chuyang, the sect leader of Tianyi. Lin Zhihui also lifted his gaze towards Wenjun, who bore a solemn expression. The soul's phantom, unless reabsorbed and refined by oneself, would inevitably rebound upon its origin if harmed by outsiders. However, the higher the cultivation level of the body, the lesser the backlash experienced. The Grand Elder possessed an 8th-tier celestial realm strength. Thus, losing a soul phantom should not fundamentally harm him. Yet, as she maneuvered the medicinal spirit within the Grand Elder's body, she discovered it to be severely damaged, the meridians in disarray, with faint remnants of thunder tribulation power lingering. The Grand Elder had ascended to the celestial realm thousands of years ago, and after a successful advancement, the heavenly Tao would naturally bestow rewards to mend any injuries. It was inconceivable that these residues were from that time. Where then did this power of thunder tribulation originate? If these remnants cannot be entirely purged, the Grand Elder's future cultivation not only risks stagnation, but could potentially lead to a decline in his realm over time. Miss Wen, please speak candidly. There is no need for hesitation, Lin Zhihui said, his expression seemingly calm. However, the tension in his tightly clenched hands betrayed his inner turmoil. After thousands of years of cultivation, one strives to be superior, not to become a wastrel. Though he was not an alchemist, he could sense that his condition was dire. Following the obliteration of that soul phantom, the spiritual energy within him began to dissipate, a force he had forcibly sealed within his meridians. Yet now, he found it increasingly difficult to contain. With Wenjun's hesitant demeanor, Lin Zhihui's heart had long since leapt to her throat. Sister Wenjun, what is the situation? Wei Chuyang also turned to Wenjun. Within the Grand Elder's body, remnants of the thunder tribulation's power linger, and this force is incessantly damaging the Grand Elder's spiritual meridians. Wenjun explained, if this power cannot be extinguished in time, the Grand Elder's body will eventually. She paused, but the implication was clear. Lin Zhihui felt a chill run through her, as if her hands and feet had turned to ice. Wei Chuyang exclaimed, the power of the thunder tribulation? Yes, Wenjun nodded. Grand Elder, where have you been recently? How did you come into contact with the thunder tribulation? If we can find the source, there may still be a remedy. Yes, it was the one who annihilated my soul's phantom. Lin Zhihui trembled uncontrollably. Are you suggesting that the person from Hengqing who exterminated your soul's phantom has instilled the thunder tribulation within your true body? Wei Chuyang asked incredulously. Indeed, it must be her, Lin Zhihui said, her emotions surging. How could this be? Wei Chuyang furrowed his brow. The destruction of the soul's phantom would indeed backfire on the true body, but it is impossible for the power to be transferred through the phantom to the true body. That person was capable of dismissing the thunder tribulation with a mere word. She surely could plant the tribulation within me. Lin Zhihui shuddered. What? Both Wei Chuyang and Wenjun exclaimed simultaneously. Lin Zhihui, have you lost your mind? The thunder tribulation is governed by the heavenly path. How could it be dismissed by human means? Wei Chuyang's expression darkened. My soul's phantom has been annihilated, and I cannot create a soul scroll. But Jur is already on her way back. Lin Zhihui's voice weakened. She communicated telepathically. She has brought Yuran back. We will know everything once we use this soul-searching technique. I'm not speaking in vain. Just then, a voice from outside called out. Disciple Song Ju requests an audience with the master. Come in, Lin Zhihui replied feebly. Song Ju, startled, hurriedly pulled Yuran into the grand hall. Yuran's heart leaped with joy. This was her first time entering the Sword Pavilion since joining the sect. Could it be that Song Lang intended to make their relationship known to the Grand Elder? The thought made her cheeks flush. Initially, when Song Ju was injured before the Yu family gate, she had worried he might hold a grudge against her. Yet, despite his anger, he had not forgotten to take her with him, indicating a genuine affection for her. Overjoyed, Yuran followed closely behind Song Ju, only to discover that the sect master was also present, which heightened her happiness. Unbeknownst to her, she was now facing grave peril. Master, are you all right? Song Ju knelt before Lin Zhihui with a thud, tears brimming in his eyes. Their master-disciple bond was exceptionally close, akin to that of father and son. Moreover, if not for his visit to the Yu family in Hengqing, this calamity might not have occurred. It is temporarily manageable. Lin Zhihui reassured Song Ju as he helped him to his feet. Behind her, Yuran hurriedly knelt and bowed, her face flushed with shyness as she addressed, Greetings. Sect Master, esteemed elder, and Miss Wen. Lin Ji returned. I am currently unwell and urgently seek your assistance. Very well, Wei Chuyang replied, nodding, as he suddenly flicked his fingers, releasing a thread of spiritual energy that swiftly pierced Yu Ran's forehead. She cried out in pain, a flicker of panic and fear flashing across her eyes, but quickly gave way to a dazed expression. Wei Chuyang formed a hand seal, and a semi-transparent scroll gradually unfurled before the onlookers. Unfortunately, Yu Ran's low cultivation level rendered the soul-searching scroll barely visible, lacking clarity. Within the scroll, a celestial figure, accompanied by a group of immortals, was causing a disturbance at the Yu family home, prompting Song Ju to summon the Elder S soul projection. At that moment, one of the immortals unexpectedly began to ascend. What followed was a scene that left them astounded. A sharp yet ethereal female voice repelled the thunderous tribulation meant for the ascension. Even more astonishing was that the woman's visage remained concealed, with merely a cold snort. She obliterated the Elder S soul projection. Even through the soul-searching scroll, the onlookers felt their blood surge in response to that chilling sound. Lin Ji coughed up blood once more, prompting Wen Jun to hastily offer him a pill, barely stabilizing his turbulent energy. Can someone truly repel the thunder tribulation with a mere utterance? Wen Jun murmured incredulously. Who are these individuals? They seem unfamiliar. Wei Chuyang involuntarily swallowed hard, noting, moreover, their accents do not resemble those of the central continent. They must have employed a technique to alter their appearances, Wen Jun speculated. The children show subtle clues. What kind of talisman do they possess that allows them to tear through the void and vanish with so many others? Wei Chuyang scrutinized that segment of the vision, growing increasingly alarmed. I do not know. Wen Jun shook her head, then leaned forward anxiously, urging Wei, take another look at that token. It seems to have inscriptions. Where are the inscriptions? Wei Chuyang hurried to investigate. The token at the girl's waist bore visible characters, as Wen Jun pointed to Jiang Wanwan in the scroll. Wei Chuyang immediately enlarged that portion of the image. However, due to Yu Ran's low cultivation, the soul-searching scroll remained hazy, and upon magnification, it only revealed a flurry of snowflakes. Wen Jun remained fixated on the scroll, diligently trying to decipher it, entirely disregarding Yu Ran's dire state, who was now frothing at the mouth. The soul-searching scroll inflicted significant harm, especially to the soul, and for someone of Yu Ran's limited cultivation. Even a brief search could lead to her becoming a simpleton. Now, it was no longer a mere possibility. After such an extended duration and with a specific area magnified, even a celestial being would struggle to endure. A once beautiful and alluring woman reduced to a fool. One could only imagine the future that awaited her. Look, there's an external character, Wen Jun exclaimed excitedly. However, which sect possesses this character in its name? Wei Chuyang furrowed his brow in contemplation. Outside, Wei Wen Jun was equally at a loss. Fangwei Tower. Lin Jihui's voice grew increasingly frail. The Fangwei Tower of Xian Continent. Wei Chuyang's eyes lit up. Indeed, Fangwei Tower. The name certainly aligns. Yet, Wen Jun knitted his brow. Is Fangwei Tower truly that formidable? Upon hearing this, Lin Jihui and Wei Chuyang fell silent. The Great Wilderness is home to 9 celestial emperors, all residing within the 3 sects, 3 clans, and 3 sacred lands of Zhongzhou. In contrast, the other 4 continents boast no more than a celestial saint at best, and certainly not exceeding the 5th level of celestial saint. Fangwei Tower is no exception. Even a celestial emperor cannot withstand the thunder tribulation. Could Fangwei Tower possess such extraordinary talents? If such talents truly existed, Fangwei Tower would have long ascended to be the foremost tower across the 5 continents. How could it possibly remain overshadowed in Xian Continent? The 3 exchanged glances. Suddenly, Song Ju, who had been silent, interjected. Could it be that Fangwei Tower has acquired some fortuitous opportunity that is yet to be utilized in conquering the 5 continents? The expressions of Wei Chuyang, Lin Jihui, and Wen Jun instantly shifted. Wen Jun rose, stating, Brother Wei, this matter is of utmost importance. I must swiftly return to my clan. Wei Chuyang hastily stood as well. I too must urgently seek out the ancestral elders of my sect. With that, both departed in haste. In an instant, only Lin Jihui and his disciple Song Ju remained in the sword pavilion, along with the already dazed Yu Ran. Song Ju wore a look of guilt. Master, I apologize. It is all my fault. If I had not ventured to the Yu family in Hengqin, you would not have. Lin Jihui interrupted, raising a hand. What has happened has transpired. There is no need for further discussion. You may leave. Hearing this, a wave of panic surged within Song Ju. Fear not. for I am a celestial saint and shall not face immediate peril. Lin Jihui reassured him, patting his shoulder. Let me ponder this matter thoroughly. He would certainly not remain idle. Yes, Songju sniffled. I shall take my leave. As he departed, he roughly seized Yu Ran by the collar, dragging her along. She may still be of use. Best to keep her for now, Lin Jihui instructed. Understood, Songju nodded. Initially, he had intended to dispose of her. After all, had it not been for this woman's persuasion to visit the Yu family in Hengqin, his master would not have encountered such calamity. It was all her fault, and the Yu family in Hengqin bore the blame. Those individuals had clearly come targeting the Yu family. With this thought, Songju's resentment deepened. Yet, since his master deemed her useful, he would retain her for the time being and consider his options once she proved to be of no further use. Meanwhile, Gu Qinyuan had returned to the Piaomiao sect with the other 9 elders. They promptly activated the protective mountain formation. This formation consumed an exorbitant amount of resources. If kept active continuously, even the Piaomiao sect's substantial foundation would not endure for long. Upon receiving the news, Mo Xian felt an eagerness to pay a visit. Yet he hesitated, fearing that such haste might portray him as overly ambitious. Thus, he restrained himself. Gu Qinyuan, along with his companions, began to tally the disciples within the sect who possessed 8th and 7th grade spiritual roots. There were 11 with 8th grade roots and 36 with 7th grade roots. Among them, Ling Nai, the favored disciple of Yu Rui, not only possessed an 8th grade spiritual root, but also boasted the prestigious water spirit sacred body, ranked 43rd. Gu Qinyuan nodded in satisfaction, declaring, tomorrow, we shall take these disciples with us. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Rui remarked, Sect Master, I believe it would be prudent to gather them today and offer some earnest counsel. After all, they are regarded as exceptional talents within the Piaomiao sect, often harboring lofty ambitions. Should they behave improperly at Xianxia sect tomorrow and provoke that esteemed individual, both you and I could find ourselves entangled in the consequences. Li Changtian readily concurred. Elder Yu is absolutely correct. Gu Qinyuan nodded and promptly issued a sect summons for the 47 disciples to assemble at the sect master's peak. Before long, all 47 had arrived. Gu Qinyuan began by extolling the extraordinary nature of Xianxia sect, followed by tales of Xiaohuahua and Shi Jingjing, before finally revealing their impending journey to Xianxia sect. The 47 exchanged glances, bewildered. Was the sect master intending to send away all their prodigious talents, signaling the dissolution of Piaomiao sect? And was Xianxia sect truly as formidable as suggested? Why had they never heard of it before? Despite their internal doubts, no one dared to voice their queries. The 9 elders continued to reiterate their admonitions, insisting that when they arrived at Xianxia sect, they must exhibit humility and propriety, repeating their cautions throughout the night like a solemn incantation, leaving the disciples' heads spinning. By the following morning, Gu Qinyuan summoned all members of the sect for a grand assembly. Mo Xian donned a splendid new robe, a rare treasure he typically reserved for special occasions. His fellow elder, Feng Chuyin, quickly teased, Elder Mo, dressed so elaborately today, could it be that good fortune is on the horizon? Feng Chuyin's jest was casual, a customary banter among the long-time, unattached elders. However, Mo Xian feigned surprise, inquiring, Elder Feng, how did you know? Feng Chuyin was momentarily taken aback. What? No way. Elder Mo, have you quietly found a partner without informing us? Who might it be? Do I know them? When do you plan to host the wedding celebration? Do share with me in secret, so I can prepare a gift in advance. Mo Xian smiled enigmatically. No rush. You shall find out soon enough. Feng Chuyin was startled. Soon enough? But soon was the sect master's assembly. Could it be? Within Piaomiao sect, the number of monks far exceeded the available resources, with the sole female elder being the aloof Yu Rui of Yunu Peak, as distant as a snow lotus on a high mountain. Surely, it cannot be that this exquisite flower of the jailing has been plucked by Elder Mo? My word, what a formidable figure Elder Mo is. With this thought, Feng Chuyin gazed at Mo Xian with profound admiration. Truly impressive indeed. This certainly brings honor to their position as auxiliary elders. However, it was not long before Feng Chuyin realized just how mistaken he was. Chapter 034, The Heart Mirror. The recent sect conference was remarkably brief. So much so that Feng Chuyin had yet to recover from his astonishment when it concluded. This was in stark contrast to the lengthy meetings of the past. What did this signify? Was it true that, due to the sect master and the 10 elders entering seclusion simultaneously, Mo Xian had leaped from an auxiliary elder to the position of acting sect master? The Piao sect, one of the four sects of the northern Qian continent, had willingly become a subordinate force of the Xianxia sect. And what of this Xianxia sect? Did such a sect truly exist in the northern Qian continent? Feng Shuyan stood there, momentarily dazed, before finally regaining his composure. So, this was what Mo Xian meant by good fortune being imminent. Fortunately, he had refrained from speaking too soon. Otherwise, Elder Yu might have already pierced him with her sword. With a sense of trepidation, Feng Shuyan patted his chest and hurried towards Mo Xian's residence. After all, he was now the acting sect master. One must align with the powerful. Yet, he could not shake off the feeling of unreality, as if he were floating. At the back mountain, at the teleportation platform, Gu Qinyuan clapped Mo Xian on the shoulder. Elder Mo, the Piao sect is now in your capable hands. Should any external threats arise, activate the sect's grand formation and relay the message to me. I have faith that, with your abilities, you will manage the Piao sect exceptionally well. The other elders echoed their agreement, extolling Mo Xian's virtues to celestial heights. Mo Xian, moved to tears, promised, "Rest assured, sect master and esteemed elders, I, Mo Xian, shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the sect, even unto death." In his excitement, he entirely forgot to inquire about the pressing question that had occupied his thoughts for the past 2 days. What was it that made him so special, enabling him to stand out among the multitude of auxiliary elders? "Very well, we must take our leave," Gu Qinyuan said, giving Mo Xian's shoulder another reassuring pat before stepping onto the teleportation platform. Mo Xian stood there, watching as Gu Qinyuan and the elders ascended the platform, followed by over 40 disciples. He was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he had said that they were going into seclusion? What was the purpose of the teleportation platform? And why were so many disciples accompanying them? Upon a closer inspection, he noticed they were all of the 7th and 8th rank spiritual roots. In a state of urgency, he asked, "Sect Master, did you not say you were going into seclusion? What then is the purpose of these disciples?" Gu Qinyuan replied nonchalantly, "The place of seclusion is not within the Piao sect. These disciples are to be sent for training." With that, he activated the teleportation array. In the next moment, the entire company vanished from Mo Xian's sight. Mo Xian had no doubt about Gu Qinyuan's intentions, as they were directly transported to the foot of the Wanjua mountain. Due to the existence of a time-space array outside the gates of the Xianxia sect, Gu Qinyuan first contacted Su Wen. Aware of Gu Qinyuan's intentions, Su Wen sought permission from Tang Yue. Tang Yue is currently perusing the unread messages in last night's chat group, which numbered 99. The 3 systems worked diligently, yet the treasures in the system repository appeared as plentiful as cabbages, while the 4th-tier goods resembled refuse. Items from the 1st to the 9th tier were unworthy of residing in the system repository and could only be rummaged through in the secondary system marketplace. After hearing Su Wen's request, Tang Yue flicked her wrist, and an ancient, dark golden mirror materialized before Su Wen. This was the heart reflection mirror. Those who wish to enter the sect must not only possess suitable roots, but also demonstrate loyalty and virtue. Anyone unable to pass the heart reflection mirror would not be accepted. Yes, Su Wen accepted the mirror with both hands and promptly prostrated himself on the ground. Despite its diminutive size, the mirror felt surprisingly heavy. Channeling all his spiritual energy, he exerted all his strength, managing to maintain his prostrate position. To manipulate it, simply let a drop of your life essence blood fall into the gem at the handle, Tang Yue instructed. Yes. Hastily, Su Wen sliced his fingertip and extracted a drop of his life essence blood. As it mingled with the gem, the heart reflection mirror emitted a radiant burst of multicolored light. In the next moment, it merged into the palm of Su Wen's hand, responding to his thoughts. Upon connecting his mind with the mirror, Su Wen realized that this seemingly small heart reflection mirror was, in fact, a mid-tier yellow-grade spiritual artifact. Not only could it reveal the innermost nature of individuals, but it could also expose their every weakness, truly a cheat in battle. In comparison, the sect's treasured artifact was merely a low-tier yellow-grade item and was currently in a semi-sealed state. Su Wen couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate he was to have acted decisively in Yong'an City. He thought to himself that he ought to express gratitude to Chao Ran, who had since passed away. Perhaps he would light an incense for him on another day. From today onward, all matters concerning the selection of external elders will be entrusted to you, Tang Yue declared. Henceforth, you shall be the grand elder of the outer sect, and you are to oversee all elders without negligence. Yes, I shall not betray the sect leader's expectations. Su Wen, filled with excitement, bowed deeply. If you dare to engage in favoritism or corruption, may you be struck down by heavenly wrath and suffer eternally in the fires of the underworld. Su Wen hastily raised his hand to swear an oath. Tang Yue smiled and waved her hand, a gentle force lifting Su Wen up. Go now. As for the disciples, I will assign them to Hua Hua and Wan Wan. With that, Tang Yue conveyed her thoughts to the void. Hua Hua, Wan Wan, come to the sect leader's peak. Your subordinate takes his leave, Su Wen said, clasping his hands in respect. Before long, Xiao Hua Hua and Jiang Wan Wan arrived together. Tang Yue similarly bestowed upon them the heart reflection mirrors and informed them that henceforth, Xiao Hua Hua would be responsible for selecting all elite disciples, while Jiang Wan Wan would oversee the selection of ordinary disciples. However, this time, no candidates met the criteria for elite disciples. Thus, Tang Yue assigned Xiao Hua Hua the task of selecting an individual from among the servile disciples, who would subsequently be responsible for their evaluation. In their excitement, both expressed their unwavering determination not to disappoint and then departed to fulfill their duties. Gu Qinyuan and his companions had already been waiting at the foot of the mountain for quite some time. A few disciples began to feel discontented. Despite being instructed throughout the previous night, they had yet to witness anything with their own eyes. In their understanding, the Piamiao sect was one of the 4 prominent sects of the Beiqian continent. There, one would be treated as an esteemed guest no matter where they went. Furthermore, the sect master and elders were renowned figures on the continent, and these disciples were considered the elite. To be kept waiting at the foot of the mountain was simply unacceptable. Was the Xianxia sect truly that arrogant? At that moment, Su Wen, Xiaohua, and Jiang Wanwan strolled down from the mountain. Gu Qinyuan and the 9 elders immediately straightened up, filled with apprehension. Su Wen announced, "The selection of outer disciples has been entrusted to me. Those applying for the position of outer elder, please follow me." Jiang Wanwan cleared her throat and added, "I am the senior sister of the ordinary outer disciples. All those with 8th grade spiritual roots, come with me." Xiao Huahua also led a group of 7th grade spiritual root candidates. Su Wen raised his hand, palm, facing Gu Qinyuan, and gently swept it before him. In that moment, Gu Qinyuan felt as if his innermost secrets were laid bare, leaving him momentarily unsettled. However, this sensation was fleeting. As Su Wen's hand fell, it vanished without a trace. Su Wen nodded and stated, "You have passed. From now on, you shall be the 2nd elder of the outer sect." Gu Qinyuan's heart soared with joy as he clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you." There were no issues with the several elders present, and Su Wen swiftly concluded the process. According to their combat prowess, he ranked them from the 2nd elder to the 11th elder. Although their strength paled in comparison to Gu Qinyuan's, his early arrival was noteworthy. He was the sect master's appointed outer grand elder, and the thought alone was invigorating. Chapter 035. The word of decline enters the body. While Su Wen's proceedings went smoothly, both Jiang Wanwan and Xiao Huahua encountered difficulties. Jiang Wanwan conducted 6 tests in succession. Upon testing the 7th individual, the heart-reflecting mirror indicated that this person's character was questionable and that they did not genuinely wish to join the Xianxia sect. Thus, Jiang Wanwan declared Wu Zhuiyun eliminated. Wu Zhuiyun abruptly looked up, his brows furrowing into a frown. "What did you say? You have not passed the heart-reflecting mirror of our Xianxia sect." Jiang Wanwan maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "You may leave now." "Why?" Wu Zhuiyun asked, struggling to suppress his anger. "Your character is flawed, and you do not sincerely wish to join our Xianxia sect," Jiang Wanwan stated bluntly. Next, hearing this, Wu Zhuiyun was infuriated. "You are the one with the flawed character." Jiang Wanwan glanced at Wu Zhuiyun. "You have been eliminated. Please step aside." With that, Jiang Wanwan proceeded to test the next person. Passed. As Wu Zhuiyun observed those whom he deemed inferior to himself being accepted, his anger only intensified. "What nonsense is this heart-reflecting mirror? You are merely at the foundation establishment stage. What qualifications do you possess to be my senior sister? It appears that the Xianxia sect is not as formidable as I had presumed." Su Wen's eyes narrowed dangerously. Li Chantian hastily reprimanded, "Zhuiyun, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologize at once." Wu Zhuiyun, his most esteemed disciple with an 8th grade spiritual root, though lacking a sacred physique, was undeniably gifted, arguably the foremost talent beneath the Holy Sun. As such, he often exhibited a degree of arrogance. Just yesterday, at the Piamiao sect, after gathering their disciples for a night of earnest instruction, he had even taken the time to discuss matters in detail with Wu Zhuiyun. Yet, Who could have anticipated that trouble would still arise? Master, I am not speaking nonsense. Wu Zhuiyun retorted angrily. As master and disciple, our innate qualities and talents are both exceptional. No matter where we are, we should be revered. There is no reason for us to be reduced to this wretched sect, serving as an outer elder and disciple, only to be looked down upon by someone at the Foundation Establishment 3rd level. Before he could finish his statement, he was abruptly struck and sent flying by Xianxia's palm. Zhuiyun, apologize at once, Li Changtian commanded sternly. Wu Zhuiyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth defiantly, refusing to bow his head. He simply cannot accept it. How could someone at the mere 3rd level of Foundation Establishment claim superiority over him? He had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the transformation stage and was on the brink of breaking through to the return to origin stage. Why should he be inferior to one at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment? Moreover, what if he chose not to apologize? He was so exceptional that the sect would have to recognize his worth and could never afford to abandon him. If he submitted today, how could he ever maintain his standing here in the future? This individual, along with all from his clan, shall not be accepted by the Xianxia sect. Came the voice of Tang Yue from the void. Indeed, sect leader Su Wan and his companions immediately inclined their hands towards the direction of the sect leader peak. Wu Zhuiyun, from this moment on, you and I are no longer master and disciple, Li Changtian stated coldly, casting a frigid gaze at Wu Zhuiyun. You shall also have no further association with the Piaomiao sect, Gu Qinyuan added. Wu Zhuiyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he not endowed with an 8th grade spiritual root, possessing remarkable talent, and deemed the foremost disciple beneath the holy son of the Piaomiao sect? Were they truly casting him aside? Enraged, his lips trembled as he exclaimed, very well, I have long grown weary of the Piaomiao sect. Today, to be free from such burdens is indeed a great fortune. To be candid, the Xianxia sect has already extended an olive branch to me. I shall join them at once. Await your regret. With that, he flung his sleeve and turned to leave. Xiaohua, incensed, turned ashen and unleashed another palm strike, knocking Wu Zhuiyun to the ground. Wu Zhuiyun had never been a match for Xiaohua, especially now that Xiaohua had entered the creation domain stage, effortlessly overpowering him. In an instant, Wu Zhuiyun was left crying out for mercy. At that moment, the voice of Tang Yue echoed once more through the void. Huahua, enough. At her command, Xiaohua ceased his actions. Whether or not you wish to join the Xianxia sect is entirely your prerogative. Likewise, the decision to accept you into our ranks rests solely with us. Those who do not meet our recruitment criteria and cannot pass the Zhaoshan mirror are advised to depart voluntarily. Should anyone dare to cause a disturbance at our gates, they shall face the consequences. As Tang Yue's words faded, a gray luminescent character representing decay shot rapidly from the horizon and swiftly embedded itself into the back of Wu Zhuiyun's head. Subsequently, an ominous gray glow began to emanate from him, prompting the onlookers to instinctively retreat, fearful of being tainted by the ill omen. Wu Zhuiyun, feeling disoriented, stood up. The gray light had completely receded, leaving him in a state of discomfort, as if a weight pressed upon his chest. And a sense of pain coursed through his body, evidence of the recent blows dealt by Xiaohua. Without hesitation, Wu Zhuiyun summoned a teleportation talisman, swiftly vanishing from a scene. This talisman could transport him 300 miles and erase any traces of his departure, classified as a 6th grade high-tier talisman, comparable to a 7th grade one. It had been crafted by a talisman master of his family and gifted to him by his grandfather for self-protection. Fortuitously, his family possessed a certain depth of resources, allowing him to possess several defensive treasures. Moreover, as he cast a disdainful glance towards the direction of Wanzhou Mountain, his eyes brimmed with contempt. What a farce the Xianxia sect is, merely a minor incarnation realm cultivator causing a ruckus at their gates. Yet I am able to withdraw unscathed. This merely underscores the sect's hollow reputation, as their leaders boast and wallow in self-indulgence, tarnishing the illustrious name of the Piaomiao sect. Upon his return, he resolved to spread the word, ensuring that the forces of Beiqian continent were made aware of the Xianxia sect's inadequacies. Exhaling a breath of frustration, he consumed a healing elixir. The impact from Xiaohua had been considerable. After ingesting the medicine, Wu Zhuiyun began to meditate and refine his energy. Once his wounds healed, he would promptly return to the Wu family and then proceed with his grandfather to the Tianxian sect. Having departed from the Piaomiao sect, it was clear that his family would no longer remain a subordinate entity. He eagerly anticipated their regret, first in losing a gifted disciple endowed with an 8th grade root bone, and second, in relinquishing a formidable allied force. Gu Qinyuan must have had his wits knocked out of him. Midway through his refinement, Wu Zhuiyun suddenly sensed something amiss. A wave of unbearable heat washed over him, as if his blood surged toward a singular point. The primal urges of a man surged within him, and he raised his head abruptly, his eyes bloodshot, as an insatiable desire ignited like a wildfire. Struggling to suppress the overwhelming heat within, he glanced at his vial of elixirs and gasped in shock. It was the yin-yang harmonizing pill, the most potent aphrodisiac of the great wilderness, without exception. As long as there exists a single individual, no matter how pure-hearted and resolute in will, they can instantly cast aside their sense of shame and return to the most primal thrill. Chapter 036. Preparing to participate in the Four Clans Grand Competition. The yin-yang harmonizing pill has no antidote. Above the immortal realm, one might still suppress its effect to some extent using spiritual power, at least to avoid immediate collapse. However, such suppression cannot endure for long. Those with steadfast resolve might manage to contain it for half an hour. But those below the immortal realm must yield to their innermost desires, harmonizing the yin and yang, releasing excess energy to regain normalcy. Thus, it is proclaimed as the most potent aphrodisiac in the great wilderness, without exception. This elixir was originally prepared by Wu Zhuiyun for Ling Nai. From the very first moment he beheld her, he was utterly smitten. Alas, Ling Nai's icy demeanor and unwavering dedication to her cultivation led her to reject him multiple times, even explicitly stating that there could never be a possibility between them in this lifetime. This ignited a sense of indignation within Wu Zhuiyun, prompting him to prepare this particular pill. Unexpectedly, before he could find an opportunity to administer it to Ling Nai, he inadvertently ingested it himself. Furthermore, he found himself in Wanzhou Mountain, the most perilous location in Beiqian continent, devoid of any living creature for miles, with the nearest city 3,000 li away. Given his current condition, he could not possibly sustain himself flying on a sword that far, and he possessed but a single teleportation talisman. If he could not resolve this matter swiftly, he feared he might face the peril of exploding his own body. A peculiar flush crept across Wu Zhuiyun's face. His breathing grew labored, and his eyes gradually became hazy. He summoned all his spiritual energy and willpower, yet to no avail. Desperately, he clawed at his clothing, gasping with unbearable breaths, tears of fear streaming from the corners of his eyes. Was he destined to meet such a humiliating end? At that moment, a shadow darted through the nearby thicket. With thick fur, a robust physique, and a pitch-black visage, it bore an appearance both grotesque and fierce. Yet, to Wu Zhuiyun, it appeared as a celestial being. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Soon after, a series of low growls and indescribable sounds echoed in the air. At the foot of Wanzhou Mountain, all tests had been completed. 11 8th-grade disciples, excluding Wu Zhuiyun, had all passed the heart reflection mirror. Among the 36 7th-grade disciples, 5 had not succeeded in the test. However, they did not create a scene like Wu Zhuiyun. Instead, they silently took to their swords and departed. The earlier sensation of decline that Wu Zhuiyun experienced was unseen by him, yet they had observed it clearly, none wishing to endure such a fate. "Congratulations to you all. You have passed the test," Su Wen said with a beaming smile. "Now, follow me up the mountain." Upon ascending Wanzhou Mountain, the disciples were immediately astonished by the abundant spiritual energy, exclaiming in awe. Gu Qinyuan helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Now, prepare to be astonished. What shall we do once we enter the Starry Moon sect?" Indeed, upon entering the Starry Moon sect and experiencing the formidable power of the tenfold spirit gathering array, the disciples erupted in exclamations of wonder, their eyes wide as saucers and mouths agape, as if they could fit 3 eggs. Gu Qinyuan cleared his throat. "Let us maintain some decorum. Do not embarrass yourselves." Only then did the disciples manage to suppress their inner excitement and follow Su Wen and the others to the outer gate plaza. Tang Yue did not make an appearance. 3 storage rings tore through the void, hovering before Su Wen, Xiao Huahua, and Jiang Wanwan. "Upon entering my Starry Moon sect, both elders and disciples shall receive a corresponding cultivation method and a spiritual artifact." Tang Yue's voice resonated from the void. "Elder Su, Huahua, and Wanwan, you are responsible for the distribution. Then arrange their accommodations." Gu Qinyuan and several elders immediately became animated. The disciples, having only heard of these wonders, were more curious than thrilled. It was only when Jiang Wanwan presented a high-grade spiritual whip named Sea Cleaver, equipped with an 8th-grade water spirit stone, that their faces flushed with excitement. Ling Nai could hardly believe her ears and tremulously asked, "Is this for me?" Jiang Wanwan nodded, then produced a high-grade cultivation method titled Firefly. "This method complements your sacred body. You may consider cultivating it." Thank you, senior sister." Ling Nai stammered as she clumsily accepted the method and the whip. "These are all provided by the sect master," Jiang Wanwan smiled. "As long as you dedicate yourselves to the Starry Moon sect, the master will not shortchange you." "Yes," Ling Nai eagerly nodded. Soon the sect tokens, along with the allocated spiritual artifacts and methods, were distributed. Each disciple appeared as though grinning foolishly. Gu Qinyuan and his companions were no exception. Even the usually aloof Yu Rui was smiling broadly. It was Mo Xian's transmission that shattered their dazed laughter. "Master, I just remembered that the Four Sects Grand Competition is on the 8th of next month. You've taken away those disciples. Are we opting out of this session?" Gu Qinyuan recalled that the Four Sects compete every 3 years. The Shifang sect had already claimed victory for 2 consecutive terms. "What are your thoughts?" Gu Qinyuan inquired of Su Wen and the others. "Since the Piaomiao sect is now an affiliated power of the Starry Moon sect, perhaps we should consult the master," Xiao Huohua suggested. "I concur," Su Wen agreed. "Then, Elder Su, please visit the Master Peak and seek the Master's opinion," Gu Qinyuan instructed. Tang Yue is currently examining the various spiritual treasures in the system's repository. After contemplating Su Wen's words, she inquired, "Are only the 4 sects allowed to participate? Other sects may join as well." Su Wen hesitated, then tentatively asked, "Is the master considering allowing our Starry Moon sect to participate?" "Indeed," Tang Yue nodded. "It is time to make a name for ourselves. Each of the 4 sects may recommend a single sect to participate directly in the final competition, without the need for a series of accumulated contests," Su Wen stated. "How many participants will there be?" Tang Yue inquired. 16 individuals, Su Wen replied, "divided into 2 teams that will take turns competing. The final grand competition will likely take around 7 to 10 days." Tang Yue nodded. "Hua Hua, Wan Wan, Jing Jing, and the 10 newly accepted 8th-tier disciples. Please select 3 7th-tier individuals. You, an elder, you will lead the way, ensuring the safety of the disciples." "I shall not disappoint the sect master," Su Wen promptly affirmed. "Here are the garments for the elders and disciples. Please distribute them." Tang Yue presented another storage ring. "Understood." Su Wen accepted it and bowed. "I take my leave." As the disciples received their robes, a chorus of exclamations erupted. The auxiliary disciples were bestowed with high-tier 7th-grade garments. The outer disciples received high-tier 8th-grade robes, while Huohua was granted a high-tier 9th-grade garment. The elders, too, received robes commensurate with the quality of their spiritual roots. The newly arrived disciples felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, relieved by their obedience. One could only wonder what thoughts would cross the minds of Wu Zhuoyun and the others should they ever witness the splendid attire of their peers. Chapter 037. The 9 celestial emperors gather at the Yu family in Central Continent. The normally elusive celestial emperors convened at Tiani sect. 6 men and 3 women gathered at Jieshan Valley, the residence and retreat of the sect's ancestor, Guansong. "Guan Laoj, when Lao Mei is what you say truly?" inquired Bei Yi Sun, the venerable ancestor of one of the sacred sites, Ling Shao Academy, his demeanor exuding scholarly poise. "Indeed, it is true," Guansong affirmed with a nod. "If you doubt, you may search her soul personally." With a casual gesture, he seized Yu Ran, who appeared like a rag doll, bringing her before the 9. Her exquisite visage bore a vacant expression, drool trickling from her lips as she emitted a silly laugh, drawing out a silver thread. However, none of the 9 celestial emperors displayed any compassion. Rather, they urged, "Hurry, proceed with the soul search." This time, it was Bei Yi Sun who took action. Given Yu Ran's cultivation level, she should not have withstood such repeated soul searches. Thus, Guansong administered a secret potion that artificially elevated her 2 entire realms. The cost being that her cultivation would gradually dissipate over the next 2 years. Even so, the soul-searching imagery appeared faint, as if it might vanish at any moment. The 9 fixed their gaze intently upon the image, witnessing the scene where the thunder tribulation was forcibly repelled, falling into silence. They were incapable of achieving such a feat. Even when they had been the realms of divine general or divine king, they could not accomplish this, nor had they ever seen anyone repel a thunder tribulation. Those of a higher realm might assist those of a lower realm in dispelling the tribulation with brute force. But it was certainly not as simple as a mere cold command. The thunder tribulation even seemed to sulk and plead. "It is truly unprecedented. Brother Guan, are you certain that this individual is a master from the Fengwai Tower? Bai Yi-sun was the first to break the silence. It is uncertain, Guan Song replied, shaking his head. However, we discovered a sect token among their company, engraved with the character Y. Indeed, the sect token of Fengwai Tower bears the same inscription. Nodded ancestor when Xin of the One family. It seems we must pay a visit to the Fengwai Tower, remarked ancestor Fu Yishu of the Fu family. I share the same sentiment, Guan Song agreed. Let us prepare generous gifts and set forth in 3 days, suggested ancestor Xianxia of the Haoran sect. I propose that we depart today, Guan Song insisted. With such a master emerging in this world, it is prudent to act swiftly. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss, interjected Wen Renjiu, the quiet ancestor of the Wen family, furrowing his brow. What kind of being could dismiss a heavenly tribulation with a mere utterance? Has anyone encountered such a presence? Even if such an existence were real, what purpose would they have in this desolate land? It is so barren that even dogs would turn away. We toil tirelessly in our cultivation. Do we not aspire to escape this place one day? If we harbor such disdain for it, what unparalleled being would choose to dwell here? Could it be a trick being played on us? After all, this soul-searching painting is rather vague. Many details remain unclear. Wen Ren's words carry weight, nodded Bai Yi-sun. Perhaps we should first visit the Yu family in Hengqin. Their patriarch is of the celestial general realm and might provide clearer insights. Guan Song nodded in agreement. The 9 individuals swiftly confirmed their itinerary. Upon stepping onto the teleportation platform, they arrived at the Yu family's doorstep in an instant. The 9 celestial emperors arrived at the gate, and Yu Dikong, the patriarch of the Yu family, limped forward, while Yu Xianxia, the ancestor, hastily emerged from his seclusion to welcome them. Just as Yu Dikong approached, Yu Xianxia darted out. Your presence graces our Yu family, illuminating our humble abode. He beamed, his face wrinkled with joy. Truly, our Yu family is fortunate beyond measure. Oh no, tenfold fortunate. Today, as we host 9 celestial emperors, tomorrow our Yu family shall ascend to the pinnacle of Hengqin. No, not merely the pinnacle of Hengqin, but the foremost among the 15 cities of southeast Zhongzhou. At that time, the Yu family will soar to new heights under his leadership, perhaps becoming the foremost family beneath the 9 great powers. Merely envisioning this, green light sparkled in Yu Qingqian's eyes. Who is the patriarch of the Yu family? Guan Song inquired. Was it not stated that the patriarch is of the celestial general realm? Why then did he not sense any celestial general among the Yu family members? 2 highest combatants, one at the celestial king realm, the other at the celestial spirit realm. Could it be that he has ascended? Just as Yu Dikong was about to speak, Yu Qingqian interjected. My lords, I am the helmsman of the Yu family. Guan Song nodded. Let us find a quiet place. We have matters to discuss. It seems he has indeed ascended to the celestial king realm. This situation is rather coincidental. Yu Qingqian has indeed ascended to the realm of immortal kings for some time now. However, during the tribulation of his ascension, he sustained such grievous injuries that he nearly lost his life. The heavenly Tao's reward was merely sufficient to preserve his existence and mend some of his wounds. Over these years, he has frequently retreated into seclusion, focusing solely on recovery, nearly depleting all resources of the Yu family. Fortunately, Yu Ren has proven to be quite capable. Thanks to the resources from the Tianyi sect, Yu Qingqian has recently begun to regain his strength, yet he still emanates the aura of a novice immortal king. Yes, Yu Qingqian nodded busily. Esteemed lords, please follow me. Yu Dikong hurriedly circled to the other side, saying, My lords, please. Yu Qingqian furrowed his brow and then commanded, Akong, go prepare some tea and refreshments for the esteemed lords. Reluctantly, Yu Dikong nodded, understood. He too wished for an opportunity to interact closely with the 9 immortal emperors, as it would serve as a point of pride in the future. However, with the ancestral pressure above him, despite being the head of the family, his low status compelled him to comply obediently. Nonetheless, being able to personally prepare refreshments for the immortal emperors was a topic of conversation in itself. With this thought, Yu Dikong's steps became noticeably lighter. Before long, Yu Qingqian led the 9 immortal emperors to the hidden pavilion of the Yu family, a place lavishly constructed yet imbued with tranquility. This was Yu Qingqian's residence. I apologize for the simplicity of my humble abode, esteemed lords, he said with a bow, his tone exceedingly humble and ingratiating. Enough with the pleasantries. Wen Renjiu shot a glance at Yu Qingqian, scoffing. Let's not waste time. Allow me. Fu Yishu stepped forward, her fingertip releasing a strand of spiritual energy that forcefully shot into Yu Qingqian's brow. being merely at the first level of the Immortal King realm. He had no means of evasion. However, as an Immortal King, he was not rendered completely foolish in an instant. Yet, due to not being rendered utterly senseless, Xianxia's voice trembled with fear, "And my lord, please spare me." He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the soul-searching technique. Even with his cultivation at the Immortal King level, he could not withstand it for long. Enough of your prattling. Fu Yishu formed a hand seal with her right hand, and soon a scroll unfurled before everyone. Compared to the earlier depiction by Yu Ran, this one was much clearer and more vivid, creating an immersive effect. However, the scene presented in the scroll was entirely different from Yu Ran's soul-searching depiction. It merely revealed a luxurious secret chamber. Chapter 038, Sacrificing Kin for Righteousness. The 9 immortal emperors exchanged glances with one another. Did not the disciple of the Tianyi sect proclaim that the head of the Yu family was present on that day? Thus, only one possibility remained. You are not the head of the Yu family. Guansong narrowed his eyes. Yu Qingqian gasped. I'm the previous head of the family. I have been in seclusion for these years, thus temporarily entrusting the position to a Kong. Only then did Fu Yishu retract the spiritual energy strand, and the soul-searching scroll gradually dissipated. Yu Qingqian collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen, making the dark mark on his brow appear even more pronounced. Fortunately, his realm is elevated, and the time is brief, sparing him from any irreversible damage to his soul. Is a Kong the individual you just instructed to prepare refreshments? Guansong inquired, gazing down at Yu Qingqian from his elevated position. Indeed, Yu Qingqian gasped for breath, fear evident in his eyes. Is he not in the immortal general realm? Guansong asked. A few days prior, he encountered adversaries and sustained grave injuries, resulting in a decline in his realm. Yu Qingqian replied, biting his lip. It was on the day your esteemed sect's disciple graced us with their presence. I see, Guansong nodded. Summon him here. Yu Qingqian hesitated, saying, My lord, our Yu family is affiliated with the Tianyi sect. Is it possible? Guansong raised his gaze, his expression impassive as he regarded him. Yu Qingqian quickly amended his words. My lord, please wait. I shall summon him immediately. Though the heavy burden of lineage was significant, his own safety took precedence. If the Yu family was destined to lose one, let it be a Kong. After all, he possessed a slightly higher realm and could lead the Yu family to greater heights in the future. His sacrifices were ultimately for the long-term prosperity of the Yu family. His name must be etched in the annals of the family's history. Yu Dikong hurried towards the hidden pavilion. Midway, he received a transmission from Yu Qingqian. A Kong, hurry. The esteemed lords have specifically requested your presence. Yu Dikong's heart soared with joy, completely disregarding the exhaustion in Yu Qingqian's voice. The 9 great immortal emperors seek to meet me? Have I truly attained such renown? With the favor of the 9 immortal emperors, my ascension is imminent. The more he contemplated, the more elated he became. Upon reaching the entrance of the hidden pavilion, Yu Dikong paused to adjust his attire, then respectfully proclaimed. Yu Dikong seeks an audience with the esteemed immortal emperors. In the next moment, the door swung open, and a tremendous force yanked Yu Dikong inside. Startled, he instinctively summoned his spiritual energy for defense. Do not resist. Open your mind, Guansong reassured, patting Yu Dikong's shoulder. Yu Dikong's heart surged with excitement once more. Given the circumstances, it was clear they intended to impart profound techniques and spiritual skills to him. He nodded vigorously, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. In the next instant, he watched in astonishment as a thread of spiritual energy shot into his brow. The excruciating pain that tore at his soul swiftly jolted him from his elation. Realizing what he was enduring, Yu Dikong's face paled dramatically, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Master, spare my life. Guansong paid him no heed. Instead, he gestured with his right hand, unfurling a scroll before everyone present. Its contents exceeded that of Yu Ran's soul-searching scroll. The 9 individuals gathered, intently focused, utterly unconcerned for Yu Dikong's fate. Terror etched across his features. He called out, Ancestor, save me. Yu Qingqian averted his gaze. It was not that he did not wish to assist, but he was truly powerless. Farewell, dear descendant. Rest assured, everyone in the Yu family will remember your sacrifices today. Yu Qingqian pondered that as one of the illustrious 9 celestial emperors, it was only fitting to offer compensation after having searched others. A dignified emperor. Even a mere token slipped through his fingers would suffice for his needs. With this thought, Yu Qingqian's last remnants of compassion vanished. replaced instead by a newfound enthusiasm to examine the scroll alongside the 9 celestial emperors. Here, right here, when Xian indicated a particular section. Brother Guan, could you magnify this area a bit more? Guan's song complied, and the others eagerly gathered closer, soon spotting the token hanging from Jiang Wanwan's waist. The characters inscribed upon it were strikingly clear. Other areas were partially obscured by Jiang Wanwan's cascading sleeves, revealing only a faint glimpse of the design. Brother Guan, can we magnify it further? Bai Yi Sun suggested. Of course, Guan Song nodded in agreement. The 9 heads were nearly immersed in the scroll. It seemed that Zhuo Xian pursed her lips, remarking, it resembles a half-star pattern. Moreover, despite the distance through the soul-searching scroll, the token still exudes an air of sophistication. Indeed, Xue Yi, the elder of 7-Star Island, concurred. I recall that the sect token of the Fengwai Tower bore no stars, correct? Fu Yishu stroked her chin, inquiring further. None, affirmed Feng Hong, the elder of the Hunyuan sect, with certainty. Thus, this individual is likely not from the Fengwai Tower, when Xian concluded. Let us scrutinize other areas for further clues. Agreed, the other celestial emperors echoed in unison. This group was brought here by that individual. If we can locate him for a soul search, it may yield new insights. Bai Yi Sun pointed towards Kai Quan. What Brother Bai Yi says is quite right. When Renju nodded, all the celestial emperors turned to Yu Qingshan, who promptly declared, I shall fetch him at once. Though unfamiliar with Kai Quan, she had heard Yu Dikong address him by name within the scroll. She swiftly communicated with the Grand Elder, instructing him to summon Kai Quan. The Grand Elder hurriedly dispatched someone to locate Kai Quan, yet despite searching high and low, there was no sign of him. It turned out that having witnessed the prowess of Gu Qinyuan and the subsequent might that had repelled the heavenly tribulation, Kai Quan had hastily taken his leave. With the Moon Clan having attracted such formidable foes, he deemed it unwise to remain and await his fate. Unable to find Kai Quan, the Grand Elder reluctantly brought Kai Quan's uncle to the hidden pavilion. Upon entering, he was startled to see Yu Dikong undergoing a soul search, collapsed on the ground, his eyes growing increasingly vacant. This revelation shocked the Grand Elder, especially upon learning that their pursuit of Kai Quan was also linked to the search for the individual from that day, causing him to nearly dampen his trousers in fear. He could not allow these celestial emperors to discover that he had also encountered those individuals at the inn. The companions who had accompanied Kai Quan to the inn needed to be dealt with swiftly. Should these emperors learn of their potential soul search, it would undoubtedly implicate him as well. Thankfully, the soul-searching scroll of the clan leader contained only Kai Quan among those who had come to the Moon Clan. The Grand Elder bowed his head, nervously swallowing hard. Kai Quan's uncle was utterly stunned, bowing repeatedly and claiming that he had not seen Kai Quan for several days and had no knowledge of his whereabouts. Bai Yi Sun paid no heed to his ramblings and proceeded to conduct a soul search. The search confirmed that Kai Quan's uncle had not uttered a falsehood. Indeed, since that day, he had not laid eyes on Kai Quan. The uncle, a man beneath the realm of immortals, appeared significantly diminished after the brief search, lacking his usual astuteness in both speech and reaction, teetering on the brink of foolishness. Chapter 39, The Celestial Descent. The 9 great emperors of the immortals continued their examination of the soul search scroll pertaining to Yu Dikong. Suddenly, the esteemed ancestor of the Yin Yun workshop, Shangguan Ji, inquired, among these individuals, which one is the chef you have engaged? The Grand Elder's heart leapt, and he hastily responded, to the esteemed emperor. I initially intended to invite the head chef, Miss Ruan, from the 10,000 Flower Pavilion. However, upon learning that young Master Song had a penchant for rice wine dishes, the family head instructed Kai Quan to seek a new chef. Kai Quan has always been diligent and responsible, so we placed our full trust in him. From a search to the arrival of the chef, it was all handled solely by Kai Quan. I did not intervene, nor have I seen him. However, the individuals depicted in the scroll appear quite unfamiliar, and their accents do not resemble our local dialect. Is there a soul token for him? Shangguan Ji inquired. He is merely a small captain in our Yu family's spirit guard, and does not possess a soul token, the Grand Elder replied, shaking his head. Without a soul token, finding him will be quite challenging, Bai Yi Sun remarked with a furrowed brow. You have 5 days to locate this individual, Guan Song stated, casting a glance at Yu Qingxian. Yes, my lord. The Yu family will spare no effort, Yu Qingxian promptly replied. Satisfied, Guan Song nodded. We shall take this Akong with us. Once you find Kai Quan, this emperor will bestow a generous reward. Yes, my lord. A flicker of joy lit Xianxia's heart. The emperor's reward would undoubtedly be something extraordinary. Let's depart. Guansong summoned the spirit vessel, and the group boarded. We bid you farewell, my lord, Xianxia said with a respectful bow. Once Guansong and his entourage had departed, Xianxia wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Grand Elder, immediately mobilize all members of the Yu family to search for Kai Quan's whereabouts. Understood, the Grand Elder nodded. Rest assured, Ancestor, I will certainly bring Kai Quan back. Then, he thought grimly to himself that he would have to eliminate him to feel at ease. He had no desire to be subjected to the Emperor's soul search. On the spirit vessel, Fu Yishu asked, shall we still proceed to the Fengwai Tower? Since we're already out, we might as well take a look. Who knows, they may have altered their sect's token, when Xian suggested. Sister, one has a point. Shangguanji replied, her gaze icy. It would be fortuitous to make a detour to the celestial descent in Xian continent. Is it true that a celestial child is about to be born there? Shui inquired. It does not seem so. There are merely some minor fluctuations. Albeit they have persisted for a considerable duration, Shangguanji explained. Such occurrences have never happened before. We have been here for nearly 10,000 years, and it has been arduous to gather any clues. We must not be careless, Guansong advised. I had originally intended to pay a visit, remarked Shangguanji. Zhuxian pressed her lips together, remaining silent. From a soul-searching scroll of Yu Dikong, it was evident that repelling the Thunder Tribulation was no trivial feat. Indeed, it was the manifestation of an extraordinary power. Even during their prime, they would be considered mere specks of dust in comparison. With such a formidable force descending, could their plans still bear fruit? She certainly did not wish to remain in the vast wilderness for eternity, for she had a beloved and children awaiting her. Should we prepare lavish gifts? Inquired Wenrinjiao. Although the token did not resemble that of the Fengwai Tower, one could never be too cautious. Let us prepare a few offerings, suggested Wenxin. The 9 celestial emperors, all affluent individuals, swiftly selected their respective gifts. They then transported themselves via the intercontinental teleportation platform to the Western Flame continent, and from there, with the might of the celestial emperors, teleported to the Fengwai Tower from the nearest sect's teleportation point. Upon learning of the simultaneous visit from the 9 celestial emperors, the Tower Master of Fengwai, Zhao Difu, hastily awakened the 2 elder ancestors in seclusion, Zhao Delay and Zhao Difu, who were twin brothers. The arrival of the esteemed celestial emperors brings glory to our Fengwai Tower, Zhao Difu announced, leading the welcoming party. There is no need for formalities, Tower Master. We are merely passing through and wish to rest at your esteemed establishment. Guansong replied with a gentle smile. Until it was confirmed that the extraordinary being had no ties to Fengwai Tower, it was best to remain courteous. My lords, please. Zhao Difu eagerly gestured for them to enter and ordered the serving of the tower's treasured spiritual fruits and teas. After the pleasantries, Guansong inquired, Tower Master Zhao, may I have a look at your sex token? Though disciples from the tower had greeted them, the crowd's number and their respectful demeanor made it difficult to discern details. Zhao Difu hesitated momentarily. Guansong continued with a smile. Recently, a disciple from our sect faced peril while training in the Western Flame continent and was rescued by someone. The savior, however, did not reveal their name. In their haste, our disciple only caught a glimpse of the other party's sect token. They described it as resembling yours, but with some differences, hence my request. Upon hearing this, Zhao Difu commanded someone to fetch a sect token. The 9 celestial emperors turned their gaze in unison. The black token bore an intricately carved tower peak at the top, with a large character Y below, devoid of any star patterns. They exchanged glances and shook their heads. It seemed that the extraordinary being had no connection to Fengwai Tower. Nonetheless, Guansong, in a probing manner, asked, recently, a great figure has emerged across the 5 continents. Have the 2 Tower Masters heard anything about this? A great figure? Zhao Difu and Zhao Delay were momentarily taken aback, then inquired. Has someone else broken through to the Celestial Emperor realm? Zhao Delay further pressed. Which continent do they hail from? It cannot be the Western Flame continent, for otherwise, we would surely have sensed it. Observing their genuine expressions, Guansong's brow furrowed slightly. We have only heard rumors. We have not witnessed it ourselves. In the absence of any fruitful discoveries at Fengwai Tower, Guansong and his companions swiftly took their leave. Accompanied by Shangguanji, they proceeded towards the Tianjiangdi. Along the way, Wenrinjiao suggested, send the image of that half-token to the Alliance for discreet investigation. Guansong nodded in agreement, instructing them to search in the direction of the new sect. Xianxia leaned back, remarking, after all, none of the prominent sects we know of align with what we seek. If it were indeed a new sect, how could it possess such depth and strength? Wenxin found this perplexing. Perhaps it is the play of formidable beings, Wenren pondered. Does this place even count as the mortal realm? Zhuo Xian retorted. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, the atmosphere within the spiritual vessel turning icily tense, as each heart bore a heavy weight. Before long, they arrived at Tianjiangdi, a remarkably unique locale enveloped by natural formations. Those beneath the immortal realm were barred from entry. Periodically, be it a few years, several decades, or even a century, Tianjiangdi would give birth to one or multiple chosen ones, known as the Tianjiang heir. These individuals typically possessed exceptional talents and remarkable intellect. With proper nurturing, they were destined to become significant figures. Such places as Tianjiangdi were scattered across the great wilderness, 5 in total, evenly distributed among the 5 continents. However, they had all been seized by the 9 major powers of Zhongzhou. Consequently, these chosen ones were divided among the 9 factions, leaving no scraps for other forces, who couldn't even catch a whiff of the opportunity. Chapter 040. An ominous black cloud emerges within the Tianjiangdi of Xian continent. The 9 immortal emperors, including Guansong, stepped inside. Apart from the natural formations outside, there were also man-made arrays within. Only those of the immortal emperor rank could enter. It was precisely these 9 individuals who set the barriers, preventing others from sharing in the fortune. Xianxia stepped forward, her palm brimming with spiritual energy as she pressed it against the array. Instantly, azure light flickered, spreading like a web. Once the entire formation was enveloped, the azure glow became blinding, and the array opened wide. Xianxia, you have grown even stronger, Zhuo Xian praised. I imagine you will soon ascend to the 9th level of the immortal emperor realm, correct? Guansong inquired with a smile. No more than a month remains. Xianxia responded, stepping inside first. You must not slacken your efforts. Seize the time to elevate yourselves. Rest assured, we will not hold you back, Fu Yishu replied. Especially not you. With the lowest cultivation, Wenren scoffed. I was hindered by a recurrence of an old ailment, Fu Yishu defended. Besides, I am about to advance to the mid-stage of the 8th level. It seems there are no anomalies here, Wenxin observed, scanning the surroundings. Guansong closed his eyes, keenly sensing the atmosphere. Yet there are indeed subtle fluctuations. Beisun also took a moment to attune himself. Within Tianjiangdi, there were only faint ripples, devoid of any signs of life. At this moment, a frown creased her brow. Yet this disturbance did not seem indicative of a celestial arrival. Zhuo Xian pressed her lips together, her heart increasingly filled with unease. Recently, the vast wilderness had also begun to stir uneasily. First, a peerless power had made its appearance. And now, the heavens themselves were exhibiting unusual signs. Could their plan truly succeed? No matter how meticulously crafted, in the face of absolute strength, it would appear as mere folly. She needed to devise a foolproof strategy. Were the other celestial domains experiencing similar upheavals? Guansong turned to the other 4 responsible for the celestial domains and inquired. The 5 celestial domains were under the guardianship of the 9 of them, rotating every 500 years. No, the other 4 shook their heads in unison. Let us establish a barrier, Guansong pondered for a moment, suggesting, since all 9 of us are present, let us strengthen this barrier together. Even if some unforeseen event were to occur, our barrier would mitigate any chaos. Brother Guan's words hold merit, Shuet, he concurred. Then we shall set the barrier, agreed Xianxia, raising her hand to establish the formation. The 9 then joined forces to reinforce the barrier. They not only bolstered the barrier, but also fortified the external array before departing together. Shortly after their departure, in the northwestern sky of the celestial domain in Xian continent, a mass of black clouds suddenly coalesced. It was palm-sized yet as dark as ink, seemingly solid. The surface of the inky cloud emitted waves of gray light. An ominous aura instantly enveloped the celestial domain, yet it perfectly evaded the probing eyes left by Xianxia. In Beiqin continent, at the Xingyue sect, Su Wen gathered a group of elders and disciples in the outer gate square. On the 8th day of next month, the 4 sects would hold a grand competition. The sect leader had assigned him an elder Yu to lead a team of 18 to participate. First, let us confirm the list of competitors. 1 elite disciple from the outer gate, 12 ordinary outer gate disciples, and 3 of the strongest among the miscellaneous disciples, Lin Mu, Peng Yunhu, and Du Leben. The 3 miscellaneous disciples, upon hearing their names, stood up excitedly, vowing not to disappoint the sect leader. Su Wen nodded with satisfaction before turning to Xiao Huahua. Huahua, you will be our main force in this competition. Remember, we must only achieve victory, not defeat. The sect leader emphasized the need to showcase the name of Xianxia sect by securing first place in the competition. Xiao Huahua nodded solemnly, declaring, Elder Su, rest assured, first place will undoubtedly belong to our Xianxia sect. Previously, he would not have dared to make such bold claims. After all, the holy maiden of Shifang sect, Su Wanwan, was a prodigious talent. Not only did she possess a 9th-grade root bone, but she also bore the 13th-ranked Lingnin sacred body. In the last competition, she had already reached the mid-stage of the creation domain's first level. 3 years had passed. She must have grown significantly stronger. Initially, he felt inferior. Yet now, having joined the Xianxia sect, and with the enhancement of the tenfold spirit gathering array and various rare materials, he had ascended to the mid-stage of the creation domain's second level. In 2 days, he would ascend smoothly to the 3rd tier. Moreover, beyond his own cultivation level, he possessed a 9-grade spirit hammer adorned with 9 exquisite gemstones, donned a 9-grade robe, and wore a 9-grade hairpin atop his head. He even held a yellow-grade heart-reflecting mirror in the palm of his hand. The entire Shifang sect couldn't possibly equip Su Wanwan with such regalia, even if they sold everything. In terms of comparable realms, what could she use to measure up against him? It was even possible that her cultivation was inferior to his. In this grand competition, losing would be a challenge. The other disciples, upon hearing this, stood up and chanted in unison. First, first, first. Only Jiang Wanwan felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, she hailed from a humble background and had seldom encountered grand spectacles. She had grown up hearing tales of the 4 great sects, and coupled with her current cultivation level, she was the least accomplished among the disciples. Her practice had been far too brief. Although Shi Jingjing was carefree, it was precisely her lack of concern that made her rather blunt in her speech. Senior sister, fret not. There is nothing to fear about the grand competition of the 4 sections. The Piamiao sect is one of the 4 after all. Look around. From the sect master to the disciples, who isnt in awe of the Xianxia sect. In the future, there will only be more who bow in admiration. You are an esteemed outer disciple, so there is no need to worry about them. Gu Qinyuan awkwardly scratched his nose, finding the girl's words rather lacking in tact. Su Wen immediately echoed, Jingjing is right. You are the first disciple accepted by the sect master, a position of great honor, so do not belittle yourself. Thank you, Elder Su and junior sister Jingjing, for your guidance. I understand now. Jiang Wanwan nodded appreciatively. All right, everyone, let us hasten our cultivation. We shall gather at the teleportation station in 5 days and set forth to Songlong Cliff to claim the first position. Su Wen declared with grand enthusiasm. Each session of the 4 sects grand competition was held at Songlong Cliff in the city of Xifang, which was immensely distant from the Wanjua mountain. Moreover, there were restrictions within the city of Xifang. Unless authorized by the city lord, no teleportation array could be accessed. It is said that this was the work of an immortal emperor from the central continent. Although the city of Xifang was situated in the northern Qian continent, it was not under the dominion of any local forces but was governed by the Alliance Council. The Alliance Council was formed by the 9 major powers of the central continent, with each of the 4 continents represented by 1 council, epitomizing the 9 great forces. Therefore, the Alliance Council holds an extraordinary and unshakable position among these 4 continents. Consequently, all participating sects must first teleport to Xianxia City, the nearest city to Xifang, and then take a spiritual vessel to reach their destination. Upon approaching the city of Xifang, within a radius of 200 miles, an anti-flying formation is in place, necessitating travel on foot. Considering the possibility of unforeseen events along the way, a few extra days were planned for contingencies. Hence, Su Wen resolved to set off early on the first day of the month. Chapter 041. One can exchange points for life. After dismissing the disciples, Gu Qinyuan approached Su Wen. I shall accompany you to the competition. Su Wen raised his gaze in surprise. I intend to visit the Ouyang family, Gu Qinyuan elucidated. The Ouyang family resided in Xianxia City, conveniently along their route. Moreover, as this was the first time the Xianxia sect was participating in the competition, securing first place might attract undue attention from other sections. His presence as a celestial master would serve as a formidable deterrent. Su Wen pondered briefly before inquiring. Is it related to the rumors surrounding the Ouyang family? Gu Qinyuan nodded. The sect leader has tasked me with seeking disciples of yellow-grade aptitude. Upon reflection, the Ouyang family seemed the most promising option. It It would be a blessing for them. They would surely not decline. Su affirmed confidently. With such a powerful and affluent sect leader, who could possibly refuse? Gu Qinyuan added, let us hope they possess sufficient wisdom. However, the head of the Ouyang family is notoriously obstinate. I may need to employ considerable persuasion. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Su Wen and Yu Rui gathered the 16 disciples who were to compete. Gu Qinyuan and several elders were at the teleportation platform, diligently constructing the array to transport them to Xianxia City. Other disciples had also come to bid farewell. Just as the atmosphere was filled with fervor, Tang Yue suddenly tore through the fabric of space and appeared before them. Sect leader Su Wen was the first to respond, bowing respectfully. Gu Qinyuan and the others followed suit. For most of the disciples, aside from Xiao Huahua, Jiang Wanwan, and Shi Jingjing, it was their first encounter with Tang Yue, and their excitement was palpable, with smiles stretching from ear to ear. Why are you all bustling about the teleportation platform so early? Tang Yue inquired. We are heading to participate in the 4-sect competition, Su Wen replied. The 4-sect competition? Isn't it on the 8th? Today is merely the 1st, Tang Yue remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Su Wen. Did I not provide you with the instant transmission talisman? Upon hearing this, Su Wen's heart sank, and he hurriedly knelt, sect leader. Please forgive me. It was my selfishness. The instant transmission talisman allows one to reach any location in the vast wilderness at will, unhindered by any restrictions. In times of peril, it can save lives. Moreover, within the borders of Beichin continent, the sect's teleportation platform can be reached, merely requiring a few more days. Thus, I took it upon myself to conserve its use. Tang Yue remained silent, her thoughts sifting through the system's repository. Su Wen's heart raced, anxiety tightening his throat, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Gu Qinyuan pursed his lips, preparing to intercede, when Tang Yue waved her hand. Instantly, the sect tokens of all the elders and disciples floated in midair. In the next moment, a flicker of crimson light danced at her fingertips, and 3 inconspicuous red dots appeared on each token, enhancing their beauty without detracting from it. These 3 dots symbolized 3 opportunities to instantly return to the Xianxia sect, regardless of location, bypassing any barriers or formations. As the 3 chances were exhausted, one would thereafter need to exchange sect points. Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples widened their eyes in astonishment. The prospect of 3 instantaneous transmissions, with the possibility of future exchanges, effectively granted them additional lives. 3, or perhaps even more. They could engage in battle with confidence, knowing they could retreat to the sect if overwhelmed. With the sect leader present, who would dare to court death? Thank you, sect leader, Su Wen exclaimed, regaining his composure first, prompting the elders and disciples to echo his gratitude. As for the instantaneous transmission talisman, feel free to keep it for future endeavors in other continents, Tang Yue remarked, casting a glance at Su Wen. Indeed, sect leader, Su Wen replied, finally breathing a sigh of relief. There is no need to rush. I shall personally escort you on the 8th day. Tang Yue added. In central continent, Hung City, 5 days had passed. The elder of the Yu family had indeed found Kai Quan, but alas, he was already deceased. Yu Qingxian stomped her foot in frustration. Dead? How am I to explain this to the esteemed immortal emperors? Is my failure, the elder lamented, when I arrived upon learning his whereabouts. He had already been slain by the gambling house's enforcers. Kai Quan was a notorious gambler, deeply in debt. The enforcers killed him in an unfortunate attempt to collect. Is it relevant who is right or wrong? Yu Qingxian retorted impatiently. What matters is that the immortal emperors sought Kai Quan for soul-searching. And now I present them with a corpse. How can I explain this? If the emperors are enraged, will I not bear the brunt of their wrath as the current head of the Yu family? The elder pressed his lips together, silent. Should the immortal emperors truly unleash their fury and annihilate the entire Yu family, he would at least have company in death. It was a small comfort in the face of such despair. Despite her agitation, Yu Qingxian dared not dally. After several deep breaths, she reluctantly transmitted a message to Guansong, first informing him of Kai Quan's discovery, then explaining the cause of his demise. She awaited anxiously. Soon, Guansong and his entourage of 9 arrived at the Yu family estate, and Yu Qingxian's heart raced, nearly reaching her throat. Her voice tremulous. I humbly welcome all esteemed immortal emperors. Where is he? What of him? Shang Guanji inquired. When we found him, he had already been killed by the gambling house's men, Yu Qingxian replied, biting her lip, her voice faltering. If he is dead, there must be a body. Yes? Shangguan Ji shot her glance. Yes, there is. Yu Qingxian nodded vigorously and waved her hand. Bring forth Kai Quan's body. Quickly. Two servants carried in Kai Quan's lifeless form, indeed bearing the marks of a brutal demise. Esteemed lords, may we remove him? After all, the presence of a corpse is inauspicious and may offend your esteemed selves, the elder suggested, pursing his lips. No need, Shangguan Ji replied, producing a talisman and, with a sharp snap, affixing it to Kai Quan's forehead. Remarkably, the deathly aura within Kai Quan began to dissipate gradually. A flicker of anger spread from his heart. In but the span of a single incense stick, Kai Quan remained with his eyes tightly shut, his breath indistinguishable from that of a living being. This left Yu Qingxian in a state of astonishment, her eyes wide open. The incomplete resurrection talisman, as Shangguan Ji explained, could only restore life for a mere quarter of an hour, during which the body must remain motionless and the mouth voiceless. Yet it permitted the searching of souls. Upon concluding her words, a thread of spiritual energy pierced Kai Quan's brow, and with her right hand forming intricate gestures, a scroll unfurled slowly before the onlookers. The elder's heart raced uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat cascading from his forehead. Could a deceased still have their soul searched? Had he known this earlier, he would have ensured that Kai Quan left no trace, not even a single strand of hair. But hindsight is a luxury of the past. The elder watched in horror as the scene of Kai Quan's brutal demise played out within the soul-searching scroll, his legs buckling beneath him, rendering him unable to stand. Chapter 042. Idle chatter regarding the Piamiao sect. All eyes immediately turned to the elder, whose lips were parched, eyes bulging, and throat constricted, offering feeble justifications. No, it wasn't me. That was not my doing. Shangguan Ji let out a cold snort. We shall settle accounts later. After all, the time allocated for searching Kai Quan's soul was limited. Soon, everyone would understand why the elder had resorted to such lethal measures against him. It turned out that he had encountered these individuals up close. Shangguan Ji's gaze bore down upon the elder with immense weight. The elder fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head. Spare me, immortal emperor, spare me. That day, I merely caught a glimpse before they rendered me unconscious. I saw nothing. Seeing Guan Song and his companions remain unmoved, the elder suddenly unleashed his cultivation of the immortal spirit realm, attempting to break free in a desperate gamble. However, the Mountain of Realms was no mere saying. They were not just a single realm apart. Furthermore, even the weakest among the immortal emperors, Wenren Jiao, merely waved his hand, and the elder found himself ensnared as if fate had gripped him by the nape of his neck. He was rendered immobile, silenced, unable even to take his own life. Thus, in the face of overwhelming power, the notion of a desperate struggle was merely a dying fish's dream. The quarter hour elapsed swiftly. The vitality within Kai Quan gradually waned, supplanted by a dense aura of death. Shangguan Ji casually enveloped Kai Quan in a protective shield of spiritual energy. Initially perplexed, Yu Qingxian soon observed the deathly energy within Kai Quan swell, akin to inflating a balloon. Before long, his body had expanded 2 to 3 times its size. Then, with a resounding explosion, it burst. Flesh and blood scattered in every direction. The moment the dismembered remains touched the protective shield, they disintegrated into ash, vanishing entirely into nothingness. Kai Quan had utterly dissipated from this realm. Due to the brevity of the resurrection period, the time required for soul searching was considerably prolonged, resulting in scant useful information. Consequently, in the next moment, the gaze of Guan Song and his companions fell upon the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder wished to flee, yet he found himself immobilized, forced to witness as the ethereal threads of spiritual power from Shangguan Ji pierced his brow, inflicting excruciating pain that contorted his visage. Had you not foolishly eliminated Kai Quan, you might have been spared this torment, Shangguan Ji remarked with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's countenance revealed profound regret. But what good is remorse? Shangguan Ji and her companions had determined the soul-searching to occur on the birthday of Yudakong. Have you noticed something amiss? When Xine inquired, her brow furrowed. Like Kai Quan, he too had lost fragments of memory and imagery. Someone has employed memory extraction upon them, Shangguan Ji asserted with conviction. Memory extraction? Is such an ancient forbidden technique truly present here? Wenren Jiao exclaimed in astonishment. Shangguan Ji's expression grew increasingly grave. We must locate these individuals. The existence of such ancient forbidden arts in this world is alarming. Should I acquire it, it would serve as a valuable trump card when I eventually depart from here. I shall delve into further study. Bai Yi-sun leaned intently over the soul-searching scroll, scrutinizing each frame with such thoroughness that it felt as if he could almost immerse himself within it. The scroll was repeatedly magnified, paused, and replayed. Soon, the Grand Elder could no longer endure the ordeal. His eyes transitioned from fear and remorse to a vacant stare. Guan Song and his group finally uncovered a valuable clue. Su Wen's token was prominently displayed in one of the frames. The token was exquisitely crafted, a luxurious shade of brown, adorned with a celestial motif. The characters at its center reading Elder instead of Outer. The celestial motif likely represents their sect's insignia, while the characters denote rank, with Elder indicating a position of authority, as opposed to Outer signifying those of lesser standing. Shangguanji analyzed. A sect marked by celestial symbols, Guan Song noted. Retrieving a memory stone to capture the likeness of the token. I shall ensure the Alliance across the continents conducts a thorough search. Additionally, I overheard them referring to the individual possessing the Elder's token as Elder Su, when Xian thoughtfully reminded. Indeed, that is another lead, Guan Song nodded. Moreover, Zhua Shiyin added, this group possesses formidable combat prowess, particularly that one at the immortal sovereign level. There are scarcely many across the 5 continents. Zhua's sister is correct. Zhu Yi conjured it. We can have the Alliance from each continent conduct individual investigations. Once the 9 great emperors had established their search strategy, they departed from the Yu family. Naturally, the Grand Elder was to be taken along. Shangguanji planned to meticulously examine the Grand Elder's activities during the past days upon her return, scrutinizing every detail for potentially useful clues. As for the previously mentioned reward, Guan Song tossed a token to Yu Qingxian. Holding this token grants access to the Treasure Valley of Zhongzhou for 7 days. This valley is renowned for its potential to uncover treasures of yellow and even profound quality. However, the conditions for entry are exceptionally stringent. Regardless of one's cultivation level, possession of the valley's token is imperative. A token that can only be acquired within the Secret Key realm. This realm is accessible solely to those of Celestial Emperor status, rendering the token exceedingly precious. Yu Qingxian even mused that a trifling great-great-grandson, along with a Grand Elder, could easily trade for such a token, an exceedingly advantageous exchange. After bidding farewell to the 9 Celestial Emperors, Yu Qingxian locked herself away in the hidden pavilion, laughing heartily for half an hour. The 2nd and 3rd elders of the Yu family nearly concluded that the ancestral figure had gone mad. In the blink of an eye, the 8th day arrived. Numerous sects had congregated at the Sanglong Cliff of Xifang City. At the center sat the members of the Alliance, led by Hao Shan, the Lord of Xifang City, with the 4 great sects of Baiqian's positioned to the left. According to the previous ranking, Shifang's sect held the 1st position, followed by Piaomiao sect, Yuanshi sect, and Tianxian's sect in succession. Except for Piaomiao sect, all the other 3 sects had arrived. The sect leader of Tianxian's sect, Su Tong, cast a glance at the empty seat of Piaomiao sect, a cold smile gracing his lips as he languidly remarked, I hear that Piaomiao sect has willingly fallen from grace, serving as an affiliated force to an obscure little sect. Is this why they lack the face to participate in the grand competition? Upon utterance of these words, the entire assembly gasped in astonishment. Li Mohan, the leader of Shifang's sect, hastily inquired, what do you mean by willingly falling from grace and being an affiliated force? Where did you hear such idle gossip? All eyes turned eagerly towards Su Tong, for gossip is a favorite pastime of all. Taking a sip of tea, Su Tong leisurely replied, idle gossip? These are merely facts. He then beckoned to a figure behind him. Zhiyun, please share what you know with everyone. Wu Zhuoyun stood as instructed, immediately drawing the attention of the crowd, who began to murmur among themselves. Wasn't he Wu Zhuoyun, the disciple of Li Changtian from the 10,000 Beast Peak of Piaomiao sect? Why was he beside the leader of Tianxian sect? Is it just my imagination? Or does he seem to have changed? It's not just your imagination. I feel the same. He has grown slimmer, his skin fairer, and his features more refined than before. Indeed, there is a hint of delicacy about him. Wu Zhuoyun's face darkened at the remarks. The unpleasant memories of a recent encounter at Wanjue Mountain, 300 miles away, surged back with ferocity. A solitary figure, alongside a large black gorilla, had engaged in a primal dance of passion within the vast wilderness. So intense was the encounter that the fierce black gorilla succumbed to his advances, entangled in a shameless pursuit. It took him great effort to finally extricate himself from that predicament. After a long and arduous journey, Wu Zhuangyun finally returned to the Wu family, only to discover that his once admirable younger brother had deteriorated. The alchemists of the Wu family had exhausted all remedies, and ultimately, Wu Zhuangyun's brother had gone from a state of decline to complete disappearance. Yet, his gender remained male, resembling that of a eunuch. Consequently, he exuded a more delicate and effeminate aura. Though naturally handsome, this newfound softness rendered him more alluring, but it was hardly a source of pride. After all, to be a dignified man of 7 feet, yet be labeled as effeminate, was a grave insult. Wu Zhuangyun's fingers nearly snapped from tension. If you're not interested in knowing, Su Tong surveyed the entire scene before turning to Wu Zhuangyun. Zhuangyun, please take a seat. This individual possesses an 8th grade spiritual root. A genius, despite lacking certain attributes that do not hinder his cultivation. Moreover, we are at the edge of the Miao sect, a talent we have painstakingly unearthed. We must protect him. He thought to himself that he could later use this young man to mock Gu Qinyuan. Su Sect Master, please, Zhou Zihai. The sect master of the UNG sect chuckled. If you are aware, do not keep us in suspense. We are all ears. As Zhou Zihai's words echoed, the audience ceased their whispers, eagerly gazing at Wu Zhuangyun. Su Tong nodded, and only then did Wu Zhuangyun begin to speak. Although he deliberately lowered his voice, it still carried a sharp and high-pitched tone, discomforting the listeners' eardrums. However, fueled by the fervor of gossip, everyone chose to overlook it. Noticing that no one mocked him, Wu Zhuangyun let out a sigh of relief and began to speak vehemently. He believed that his predicament stemmed from a Miao sect, and thus, he spared no words in his criticism. In his view, everyone from the sect master Gu Qinyuan to the elders of various peaks, as well as the Holy Son and the patriarchs, were nothing but fools to the point of absurdity. Yet, few believed his words. How could the illustrious Miao sect become a subordinate force to an obscure minor sect? How could the esteemed Gu Qinyuan willingly descend to the role of an outer elder? How could the Holy Son eagerly strive to become an elite disciple of the outer sect? Even monkeys would not be this ridiculous. The tales spun by street storytellers for a mere 5 coins were far more credible than this. Initially, Su Tong too was incredulous. It was only after considerable effort inquiring around that he learned the Miao sect was indeed led by a mere servant elder acting as the proxy sect master, which led him to believe it. Yet, he still pondered what Gu Qinyuan was truly plotting. Was he secretly attempting to establish another sect and completely reshuffle the 7 major powers of the northern Qian continent? Su Tong found this notion plausible, for Gu Qinyuan had never been known for his benevolence. As Wu Zhiyun observed the incredulity of the crowd, he anxiously raised his hand and swore, I vow that all I have spoken is what I have witnessed with my own eyes. Should there be a single word of falsehood, may the heavens strike me down. Upon hearing the phrase, may the heavens strike me down, Su Tong instinctively glanced upward. Recently, their sect's elder Hao had been nearly struck down, leaving a fragrant aroma lingering for miles. He found himself experiencing a slight reflexive response. Just as Su Tong looked up, the void was suddenly torn apart, splitting open a resplendent golden rift without any warning. In the next moment, Gu Qinyuan, Su Wen, and Yu Rui, accompanied by 16 disciples, descended precisely at the designated location in the 4-direction city. On the day of their departure, Gu Qinyuan personally informed Tang Yue, seeking a fortuitous opportunity for transmission. The rationale was the news of the Huangpin disciples. After the conclusion of the grand competition of the 4 sects, they could conveniently investigate. Moreover, with his presence, they would instill fear in those participating in the competition. Naturally, Tang Yue acquiesced, as it was merely a gesture without requiring effort. The moment Gu Qinyuan and his 19 companions appeared, they dazzled the eyes of everyone present. Even Hao Shan could not help but widen his eyes. As the president of the North Qianzhou Alliance, he had encountered fine treasures before, yet this group was simply extraordinary. The least among them was adorned in 7th grade precious garments, with a 7th grade hairpin atop their head and a 7th grade jade pendant at their waist. Gu Qinyuan and Xiao Huahua were even more remarkable, clad in 9th grade garments, wearing 9th grade hairpins and fastening 9th grade jade pendants. Furthermore, Xiao Huahua sported a 9th grade arm ring upon his left arm. The 7th grade hairpin, representing the affiliated powers, had previously been placed upon Mo Xian's head during their last return to the sect, much to the excitement of Mo Xian, who patted his head 3 times that day. Hao Shan clutched his chest in disbelief. When had the Qianmiao sect become so affluent? adorned in ninth-grade attire? Others also stared in astonishment, unable to fathom the presence of Gu Qinyuan and his entourage. Su Tong even rubbed his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating. Indeed, the Xianxia sect possessed greater depth than their Tianqian sect, but surely not to the extent of being adorned in ninth-grade regalia. After rubbing his eyes, the brilliance remained. Could it be that a mistake during last night, as cultivation of spiritual techniques, had led him into a delusion? Gu sect mastery, stuttered Sun Mohan. Please, call me Elder Gu. Thank you, Gu Qinyuan replied, taking a seat unceremoniously. It seems the seats are full. Shall we commence the grand competition of the four sects? Let us hasten, as I must make a visit to the Ouyang family. Gu, Elder Gu, Zhou Zihai stammered. You are no longer the sect master of the Xianxia sect? I am now the second elder of the Xingyue sect, Gu Qinyuan stated, his back straightening with pride. It was only then that the crowd realized the veracity of Wu Zhiyun's earlier claims. The esteemed leader of the Piaomiao sect, Gu Qinyuan, has indeed voluntarily taken on the role of an outer elder at the Xingyue sect, specifically as the second elder. What exactly is this Xingyue sect? It is certainly not the obscure little sect as described by Wu Zhiyun. After all, Gu Qinyuan is no fool. Moreover, during his tenure as the leader of the Piaomiao sect, he did not possess such an imposing demeanor. The Xingyue sect might very well be a hidden grand sect. You, with your ninth-grade treasure robe, along with your ninth-grade hairpin and jade pendant, Hao Shan's eyes glimmered with fervor as he inquired. Oh, these are all gifts from our sect leader. Gu Qinyuan replied, brandishing the Duanlong. The emergence of the ninth-grade spirit spear, equipped with ninth-grade spirit stones, emitted a sound akin to a dragon's roar, causing the spears within the Canglong cliff to resonate in homage. These spears represented all those who wielded spears in the Canglong cliff, including Hao Shan's ninth-grade spirit spear. Hao Shan was once again taken aback. Despite both being ninth grade, even if Gu Qinyuan had an additional ninth-grade gemstone, it shouldn't compel his spear to submit willingly, should it? Yet, his spear indeed submitted, behaving as docile as a lamb. Chapter 044. Is this not the token sought by the Alliance Council? Su Tong was momentarily dazzled, his heart brimming with envy, flowing like a ceaseless mountain stream. How could this Gu Qinyuan be so fortunate? The position of second elder at the Xingyue sect appeared far more splendid than that of the Piaomiao sect's leader. Just look at that ninth-grade treasure robe. He longed to feel its texture, and the Duanlong, which commanded the submission of myriad spears. If only he could wield it, it would undoubtedly be the most striking weapon in the world. All of this was due to Wu Zhiyun's misguided influence. The Xingyue sect was clearly a hidden grand sect, far from being unknown. Indeed, those outside our sect harbored different intentions. Could it be that this individual colluded with Gu Qinyuan, deliberately seeking to join forces with him to embarrass himself in the grand competition among the four sects? Such a malicious heart. With this thought, Su Tong cast a fierce glare at Wu Zhiyun. You better watch out. Wu Zhiyun, oblivious to the glare, was currently lost in his own thoughts, his head buzzing. Meanwhile, Xiao Huahua, with a smile, teased him. Oh Zhiyun, you can no longer be called that, can you? After all, you haven't joined the Xingyue sect and have departed from the Piaomiao sect. Let us just call you Wu Zhiyun. Weren't you previously dismissive of our Xingyue sect? Look at this treasure robe, this jade pendant, this hairpin. These are merely the attire of our sect's disciples, each with two sets of differing patterns. The sect leader insisted we have replacements to avoid monotony. Oh, and the sect leader also granted us spirit tools and techniques. How about this hammer? Xiao Huahua presented a ninth-grade spirit hammer, holding it one-handed, standing proudly beside him, exuding an air of authority. Since none present wielded hammers, there was no act of homage. However, everyone could clearly sense that it was a ninth-grade spirit hammer, also equipped with ninth-grade gemstones. Sun Mohan and the others were enviously red-eyed. Xiao Huahua continued to smile and said, based on the grade of your spiritual root, the least treasured spiritual artifact bestowed by the sect leader is of the 7th rank. I wonder, what spiritual treasures has sect leader Su granted you, young hero Wu Zhaoyun, upon your affiliation with a prestigious sect? Please do enlighten us. Wu Zhaoyun's countenance darkened, a mixture of regret and anger swirling within him. His lips trembled, rendering him momentarily speechless. Sure Jingjing blinked her large, innocent eyes and added, isn't Tianqian sect the poorest among the four sects? What high-grade spiritual artifacts could possibly exist? Wu Zhaoyun's face shifted between shades of green and white, and he could no longer restrain himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Just then, Su Tong turned around, and not a drop of Wu Xiaoyun's blood was wasted. It splattered all over Su Tong's face. Su Tong was momentarily stunned, but upon realizing what had transpired, he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Wu Xiaoyun on the spot. Wu Xiaoyun was equally startled. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he stammered, "Sect leader, I apologize. I couldn't control it." Su Tong raised his hand and performed a cleansing spell on himself, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. After all, in front of so many witnesses, he could not truly kill someone. However, he could revoke Wu Xiaoyun's sect membership. He had also discerned that Wu Xiaoyun was not in collusion with Gu Qinyuan, but rather had provoked the Xianxia sect and was thus expelled. Such a troublemaker could not be allowed to remain by his side. "Xiaoyun, you are indeed talented, but my Tianxian sect is modest and cannot accommodate a great Buddha. Therefore, from this moment forth, you are no longer a disciple of my Tianxian sect." Su Tong did not grant Wu Xiaoyun a moment to react before reclaiming his sect token, along with 2 6th-rank high-level spiritual artifacts. He had indeed invested significantly in undermining his rival. Wu Xiaoyun was taken aback. He had not anticipated being expelled in front of so many onlookers. This was the grand competition among the 4 sects, with powerful figures from various sects witnessing the event. Where would he find a foothold in the future? Since you're no longer a disciple of Tianxian sect and have no other sect to rely on, do you not lack the qualifications to remain at Songlong Cliff? Zuhai Inquit? Indeed, Sun Mohan concurred. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, Wu Xiaoyun had spoken extensively ill of the Xianxia sect, clearly attempting to mislead them. If Gu Qinyuan and his group had been discreet, would they not have inadvertently offended the Xianxia sect? Had they unknowingly provoked a reclusive grand sect? Were they courting death? Hao Shan nodded as well, summoning 2 individuals. Since he is no longer qualified, let us escort him out. At this moment, Wu Xiaoyun's regret surged to new heights. Why had he not heeded his master's words? The decisions made by the sect leader and his master were undoubtedly made after careful consideration. Why had he acted so recklessly? Had he conducted himself with decorum, he too would be adorned with 8th-rank spiritual treasures like Shi Jingjing. Yet, there is no remedy for regret in this world. After Wu Xiaoyun was expelled from Songlong Cliff, all eyes once again turned to Gu Qinyuan. They were all eager to inquire about matters concerning the Xianxia sect, yet none dared to speak first, all waiting in silence. Gu Qinyuan had long perceived their intentions, but pretended to be oblivious. "Master Hao, may the grand competition of the 4 sects commence?" At this moment, Hao Shan was fixated on the sect token at Gu Qinyuan's waist. The emblem appeared strikingly familiar. Goodness, wasn't this the token that the Alliance headquarters had tasked them to find just days ago? The star and moon depicted above bore the inscription of Elder. Just moments ago, his attention had been solely on the 9th-grade spiritual treasures. Thus he had failed to notice it at first glance. Now, upon realization, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. Could it be that the sect the Alliance headquarters was seeking was indeed the Xianxia sect? The title Immortal Lord referred to Gu Qinyuan, while Elder Su was indeed Suwan. Everything aligned perfectly. The Alliance headquarters had previously stated that whoever could locate the token's bearer first would receive substantial rewards. Hao Shan's eyes ignited with fervor. He had stumbled upon it. He could almost envision a future filled with bliss beckoning him. Furthermore, the Alliance headquarters had mentioned that upon encountering the token's bearer, one must not offend them and should treat them with utmost respect. This was indeed a secluded and prestigious sect, deserving of such reverence. In that fleeting moment, Hao Shan's mind raced with myriad thoughts. Soon, he devised a plan. A sect that elicited such treatment from the Alliance headquarters must be extraordinary. If he could seize this opportunity to form a connection, the benefits would be immeasurable. With this thought, Hao Shan tucked away the communication stone. He decided to wait until after the competition to inform the Alliance headquarters. After all, a grand feast would be held to celebrate the conclusion of the competition, providing a perfect opportunity to retain the members of the Xianxia sect. Should the Alliance headquarters question him on why he did not notify them sooner, he would simply state that he had only discovered the token during the competition and, fearing potential errors, had chosen to record the event for clarity, leading to a slight delay. Yes, perfect. Hao Shan could hardly contain his admiration for his own cleverness. How astute he was. Gu Qinyuan had repeated himself thrice before Hao Shan finally snapped back to reality. "Apologies, Elder Gu, I was momentarily lost in thought." Subsequently, Hao Shan rose and addressed the crowd. "I hereby declare that the grand competition of the sects shall now begin. Each sect may draw for their sequence of appearance." Chapter 045, Losing as If in a Dream. Xiao Huahua stepped forward, representing the Xianxia sect, to draw lots. The result was the Shifeng sect, the Shifeng sect's saintess. Su Wanwan smiled radiantly at Xiao Huahua. Huahua, it's good to see you again. Xiao Huahua nodded politely. Sun then Su, call me Wanwan. Su Wanwan replied with a smile. After all, we have shared life and death together. There is no need for such distance. In the secret realm of the fire of separation, Xiao expressed his profound gratitude to the saintess Su for her selfless act of rescue, vowing that he would forever remember this kindness and would repay it in the future. I do have a suggestion, Su Wanwan said, her lips parting gracefully. What suggestion? Xiao inquired. Previously, you were the holy son of the Piao Miao sect, bound by rules and obligations. Now that you are no longer a holy son, why not repay the favor of saving your life by offering yourself? Su Wanwan Juke. Xiao smiled warmly. Saintess Su, your jest is not amusing in the slightest. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Su Wanwan's eyes. I merely wished to lighten the mood. I did not anticipate your lack of cooperation. Alas, it is not the first day I have known you, so I shall refrain from teasing further. With a charming smile, she turned and departed. Xiao, not dwelling on the exchange, returned to his seat with the token in hand. They were in the fifth group. As it was time for their turn to face the Shifeng sect, the order of appearance was drawn once more. Jiang Wanwan was the first to step forward. The accompanying disciples were somewhat anxious, as Zhang's cultivation level was considerably lower than her competitors, who were the elite of their sect. Each one surpassed Jiang in prowess. However, Xiao felt no concern. After all, Wanwan was the first disciple of the sect leader and possessed many hidden strengths, including the Huangpin Zhaoshan mirror. It was the participants from the Shifeng sect who ought to be cautious. Suwen was even less worried. Having witnessed the sect leader personally provide Jiang with special training before their departure, with Jiang being the first to compete, the younger members of the Shifeng sect might very well face a significant challenge. As Jiang Wanwan rose and stepped into the arena, the disciples of the Xianxia sect cheered. Sister Master, go for it. Thus, Zhao's encouragement of Sister Wanwan, you can do it, stood out notably. Su Wanwan instinctively lifted her gaze toward Xiao, then glanced at Jiang Wanwan in the arena, feeling a tinge of annoyance. No wonder it was so difficult for him to call her by her name. He already had a sister named Wanwan at home. However, her cultivation level was rather low, merely at the 8th level of the core formation stage. Her junior disciples could easily defeat her with a mere gesture. This would not do. She needed to convey a few words to them to ensure they were cautious and did not truly harm her. Despite being the foremost sect of the northern Xianzhou, they lacked the strength to challenge a hidden major sect, especially one as formidable as this. In truth, there was no need for Su Wanwan to communicate this. Everyone was astute enough to discern the situation. Even the first disciple from the Shifeng sect, appearing quite amiable, expressed readiness to suppress their own cultivation to match Zhang's level. Jiang Wanwan responded with a friendly smile, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." Ah, the Shifeng disciple was momentarily taken aback. "Feel free to use your full strength." Jiang Wanwan drew her waist-length sword, Shui Ning, and spoke earnestly. "Otherwise, you will not withstand more than 3 moves at my hands." The disciple of the Shifeng sect stood frozen, momentarily overwhelmed by confusion. Surely, the one at the 8th level of the core formation stage could not be him? He was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the transformation stage, just a step away from advancing to the returning origin stage, surpassing her by an entire realm. Shouldn't it be that if he exerted his full strength, she would not be able to endure even 3 moves? As the competition commenced, the referee called out loudly. Jiang Wanwan's aura shifted dramatically as she wielded her longsword, and behind her manifested a colossal ice phoenix, flapping its wings and letting out a resounding cry. In that instant, the entire arena was enveloped in an icy chill that even extended beyond its confines. The referee was astonished. This arena had been meticulously crafted to isolate all combat and prevent any spillover of harm. How could such a mere chill escape its bounds? After a moment of surprise, he quickly activated the arena, which shimmered with golden light, adjusting to its highest level to finally contain the encroaching cold. The disciple of the Shifeng sect sensed the imminent danger and immediately summoned a massive turtle shell to shield himself, drawing upon his inner spiritual energy without reservation. He transformed it into a formidable strike. However, Jiang Wanwan was as swift as lightning. The Shui Ning spirit sword deftly struck the 3-inch blade of his formidable strike. With a swift rotation, she aimed directly at the left section of the turtle shell, In the next moment, the mighty strike shattered into countless fragments, and the turtle shell was effortlessly pierced, its once imposing aura dissipating in an instant. All present were left wide-eyed in astonishment. The disciple from the Shifang sect gaped in disbelief, his mind swirling in confusion. Who am I and where am I? How could his pride, a sword and shield, be so easily dismantled by someone at the core formation stage? This must be a dream. It was then that a disciple from the Xianxia sect broke the silence. Senior sister, you are magnificent. Senior sister, you are incredible. Xiao Huahua chimed in cheerfully. Well done, Wanwan. Yet, Jiang Wanwan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just moments ago, the disciple from the Shifang sect had graciously offered to suppress his realm to compete with her. Now, she had effortlessly shattered his 5th-grade turtle shell. Damaging someone else's belongings warranted compensation, especially since it was merely a sparring match. However, she had no 5th-grade spiritual treasure to offer. The least she possessed was an 8th-grade artifact. While she recognized the need for compensation, she refused to be taken advantage of. Thus, Jiang Wanwan turned her gaze towards Elder Su. Elder Su, I inadvertently damaged his 5th-grade spiritual treasure. Do you have something available for compensation? As she spoke, she produced an 8th-grade high-tier shattered light ring. I would like to exchange this with you. Elder Su was one of her own, so trading with him did not feel like a loss. Upon witnessing this, everyone was immediately envious. To exchange an 8th-grade high-tier artifact for a 5th-grade treasure. How fortunate it would be to encounter such a stroke of luck. Without waiting for Su Wen's response, Xiao Huahua had already taken out a 5th-tier advanced Thunderlight shield and tossed it to Jiang Wanwan. Sister Wanwan, this should suffice. This Thunderlight shield was a tier higher than the previous tortoise shell. Thank you, Brother Huahua, Jiang Wanwan said as she accepted the shield and then handed the shattered light ring back to Xiao Huahua. He returned it to her without hesitation, stating, It is merely a 5th-tier advanced Thunderlight shield, Sister Wanwan. You may keep it. There is no need for exchange. Jiang Wanwan felt somewhat conflicted. Xiao Huahua added, We are siblings of the same sect. There is no need to be overly calculative. Thank you again, Brother Huahua. Jiang Wanwan expressed her gratitude once more, then handed the Thunderlight shield to the disciple of the Shifang sect. I sincerely apologize. This is compensation for you. Chapter 046, The Loser, Renamed. The Shifang sect disciple stared blankly at the Thunderlight shield floating before him, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within. He had lost. A peak 9th-level Incarnation Realm cultivator had been instantly defeated by an 8th-level Foundation Establishment practitioner. Not only that, his 5th-tier intermediate Xianxia shield had been pierced through by a single strike. As if that were not enough, the victor was even embarrassed to offer him a 5th-tier advanced Thunderlight shield as compensation. Though it appeared he had lost, in truth, he had gained immensely. Standing in the arena, without injury and without exertion, he had upgraded his 5th-tier intermediate spirit treasure to a 5th-tier advanced one. He had never profited so much before. It felt almost shameful to accept. Should he feign reluctance? With this thought, the Shifang sect disciple cleared his throat and said, In this match, it is clear that my skills are inferior. How could I accept your spirit treasure? I damaged yours and ought to compensate you. Jiang Wanwan replied earnestly. You should accept it. The disciple's heart leaped with joy as he prepared to concede. Yet, Jiang Wanwan added, If you do not take this 5th-tier spirit treasure, it will only gather dust. The delight he felt at receiving an upgraded spirit treasure was instantly overshadowed by the realization that what he valued as treasure was deemed as mere refuse by her. The thought brought him to the verge of tears. Nonetheless, he accepted it, forcing a smile as he said, Thank you, Miss Jiang. Su Wen calmly sipped his tea, though internally he had already cursed Xiao Huahua 1,000 times over. An excellent opportunity to shine had been snatched away. Next time, he vowed to remain vigilant, observant, and unified in thought and action, ensuring he would not be distracted. Following this, Jiang Wanwan swiftly engaged in combat with other disciples from the Shifang sect. The disciples adhered to a singular pattern: ascend the stage, register, be defeated, and then descend with faces devoid of hope. 7 had already faced her, yet not one could endure even the second strike at her hands. Ironically, all of them possessed higher cultivation levels than Jiang Wanwan. The weakest among them was a peak 2nd-level Incarnation Realm practitioner, while the strongest was at the 2nd level of the Return to Origin Realm. A whole assembly of Incarnation and Return to Origin Realm cultivators could not withstand a single Foundation Establishment practitioner. Most alarming of all, they had been instantaneously defeated. Sun Mohan sat there, holding a cup of tea, appearing calm, yet the liquid within trembled incessantly. What on earth? How could mere foundation establishment cultivators so effortlessly vanquish disciples of their sect at the transformation realm, even those at the primordial realm? Could it be that these disciples were traitors? Jiang Wanwan stood upon the competition stage, wielding a long sword, her garments fluttering gracefully. As she glanced toward the Shifang sect, there is yet another. She had already mastered the control of her strength. Just now, she had bested those 6 with a single move, without damaging their spiritual treasures. No compensation was necessary. Su Wanwan rose to her feet. She was the last in her group to take the stage. Upon seeing Su Wanwan stand, Xiao Hua's demeanor shifted to one of tension. Su Wanwan was indeed a master of the creation domain. Moreover, aside from her ranking as the 13th within the spirit hidden sacred body, she possessed a combination of spiritual techniques of immense power. During the previous grand competition, he had been utterly overwhelmed by her formidable skills. He wondered if his junior sister could handle this. Alternatively, it might be prudent to concede and allow himself to take her place, given that he was second in line. With his current strength, he would surely be no match for Su Wanwan. Contemplating this, Xiao Hua stood up. Junior sister Wanwan, you've already fought 7 opponents. Are you not fatigued? Would you like me to take over? The onlookers, upon hearing this, could hardly contain their disdain for Xiao Hua's remarks. How would you be tired? Jiang Wanwan had been on stage for merely a quarter of an hour, and that included the time taken for the Shifang disciples to enter and introduce themselves. She had executed but 7 moves in total. Just look at her. She appeared as pristine as when she had stepped up, not a single hair out of place. How could one equate that to fatigue? Jiang Wanwan's expression darkened at his words, evidently aligning her thoughts with the crowd's. She even pondered, are you truly so concerned for your junior sister Wanwan? In her estimation, Jiang Wanwan could not possibly be her opponent. With her 8th-grade spiritual treasures, perhaps she could contend against those of the transformation realm and even the primordial realm with her foundation establishment cultivation. But there was no way she could surpass 3 major realms to defeat someone of the 2nd level of the creation domain. While having spiritual treasures was indeed advantageous, one's innate strength held greater significance. After all, external objects were always secondary. Jiang Wanwan beamed at Xiao Hua. Thank you for your concern, Brother Hua. I am perfectly fine and ready for more battles. Do take care and do not overexert yourself, Xiao Hua cautioned. Sister Master, you can do it. Sure Jingjing, munching on a spiritual fruit, had juice of a rich crimson hue smeared across her face. Zhou Zihai couldn't help but swallow hard. If he was not mistaken, that young girl was devouring a 9th-grade spiritual fruit, wasn't she? A 9th-grade spiritual fruit, consumed raw? Wasn't that a waste? The Xianxia sect possessed such profound resources? Even an ordinary outer disciple could consume a 9th-grade spiritual fruit? Su Wanwan, adorned in a flowing gown, gracefully approached Jiang Wanwan, her crimson lips parting slightly. I am Su Wanwan, the saintess of the 10 Directions sect. Please enlighten me. Jiang Wanwan clasped her hands in greeting. I am Jiang Wanwan, an ordinary disciple of the Star Moon sect. I humbly request your guidance. What a coincidence indeed. Su Wanwan smiled. How curious that we share the same name. As she spoke, she could not help but appraise Jiang Wanwan, a flicker of astonishment igniting in her gaze. Jiang Wanwan's beauty was truly captivating, even as a woman. Su Wanwan felt an undeniable flutter in her heart. However, when 2 Wanwans meet, one must inevitably step aside. Jiang Wanwan returned the smile, her gentle expression nearly melting Su Wanwan's heart. Yes, quite the coincidence. Shall we commence? Su Wanwan inhaled deeply, nearly losing her composure, and quickly added, let us wager. The loser must change their name. Jiang Wanwan hesitated. Names are bestowed by our parents. It would be inappropriate to discard it so casually. Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan could no longer afford to admire Jiang Wanwan's beauty and retorted, her brow furrowing. Are you implying that I am destined to lose? Jiang Wanwan hastily waved her hand. Su Wanwan's expression softened somewhat. There are no absolutes in this world. Jiang Wanwan, somewhat shy, smiled. What I mean is, you're 99% likely to lose. Su Wanwan, unable to maintain her composure any longer, declared. Then let us compete. If I lose, I shall change my name on the spot without remorse. As she spoke, her figure gradually vanished from the competition stage, her spirit concealment body at work. For a limited time, she could achieve complete invisibility, masking even her presence. Those of the same rank would have no way to detect her movements, let alone Jiang Wanwan. who was 3 major realms beneath her. The reason she resorted to her sacred body right from the start was to swiftly conclude the battle with a light touch, thereby tempering Jiang Wanwan's fervor. Additionally, she found her combined techniques too painful to execute. Yet, each of Jiang Wanwan's defenses was executed with remarkable precision, never faltering in the face of her onslaught. In fact, each of Su Wanwan's strikes seemed almost choreographed to align with Jiang Wanwan's defenses. As Jiang Wanwan held her water barrier before her, Su Wanwan's attacks seemed to converge perfectly with it. The two appear to be performing a rather clumsy duet, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 047. Su Erjiu. Only Su Wen and Xiao Huahua remained unfazed, both well aware of the underlying dynamics at play. The Huang Pinjiao Heart Mirror not only assesses one's character, but also unveils all weaknesses and vulnerabilities of the opponent. Thus, Jiang Wanwan was able to secure her victories so swiftly in the preceding rounds. Though her realm was not high, each strike landed precisely at her opponent's most vulnerable points. Akin to a serpent's 7 inches. No matter how formidable a serpent may be, if its vital spot is grasped, it can no longer bear its fangs. Moreover, she wielded 8th-grade high-tier spiritual treasures. Xiao Huahua calmly sipped his tea. Su Wanwan was excessively arrogant and careless. Had she chosen that set of combined spiritual techniques from the outset, there was a high probability, perhaps 90%, that Sister Wanwan would have faced defeat. This was precisely why he had contemplated substituting for her. Naturally, with the protective spiritual treasure bestowed by the sect leader, she would remain unharmed. Thus, when Sister Wanwan declined a suggestion, he refrained from pressing the matter further. Xiao Huahua exhibited an air of genuine tranquility. However, Su Wen's composure was accompanied by a pair of eyes that incessantly darted toward Gu Qinyuan and the others. In a bid to draw their attention, he even coughed a couple of times. When Gu Qinyuan and the others glanced his way, he stroked his beard while wearing a cryptic smile, practically broadcasting, "Ask me." I know, upon his face, Gu Qinyuan truly wished to ignore Su Wen's ostentation, yet he felt an insatiable curiosity clawing at him from within. Just as he could no longer contain his urge to inquire, Shi Jingjing bit into a spiritual fruit and asked, "Brother Huahua, do you know what is going on?" Xiao Huahua nodded. This is the high-grade yellow-tier heart reflection mirror granted by the sect leader. Elder Su, Sister Wanwan, and I each possess one. The heart reflection mirror reveals all flaws and weaknesses of the opponent. The spiritual concealment of the holy body of Saint Su cannot mask its aura before the mirror. Understanding dawned upon Shi Jingjing as she nodded, taking another crisp bite of her spiritual fruit, which was delightfully sweet. The others, including Gu Qinyuan, also came to a realization. However, Hao Shan and the others nearly toppled from their seats upon hearing the news. A high-grade yellow-tier heart reflection mirror, and each of them possessed one? Such treasures were not mere cabbages. How could each one of them have one? Moreover, were they not external elders and disciples? Did they truly qualify to possess yellow-tier spiritual treasures? Sun Mohan and Zhou Zihai suddenly felt that their own treasured artifacts paled in comparison. Though they too were yellow-tier, they were of a lower grade and incomplete. When had the Xianxia sect become such a hidden powerhouse? Its foundation was astonishingly formidable. Su Wen had prepared himself, eagerly anticipating inquiries from Gu Qinyuan and the others, ready to expound at length. Instead, Xiao Huahua stole the spotlight, inciting Su Wen to mentally compose a lengthy diatribe against him, with no word left unturned. The main focus revolved around Xiao Huahua's ancestors, with his parents at the center, receiving an exceptionally familiar greeting. On the competition stage, Su Wanwan sensed something amiss with Jiang Wanwan. Her holy body of spiritual concealment seemed ineffective before Jiang Wanwan. It appeared that Jiang Wanwan could detect her aura. But wasn't she merely at the core formation stage? Could there be some spiritual treasure on her person capable of dispelling the holy body of spiritual concealment? That seemed improbable. Ancient texts contained no such records. If the holy body of spiritual concealment could be easily breached by spiritual treasures, it would not have ranked 13th. Nonetheless, since the holy body of spiritual concealment was ineffective against Jiang Wanwan, she resolved to adopt a different approach. In the void's fluctuation, Su Wanwan materialized. Let me demonstrate my technique once more. With a deft motion, Su Wanwan connected the hilts of 2 short daggers, which instantly transformed into a singular new spiritual artifact. Surrounding her, clusters of azure winds danced gracefully. The aura of the second realm of the creation domain surged forth unabashedly, looming over Jiang Wanwan like a mountain. Jiang Wanwan spoke softly, left 3, right 4, up 2, down 8. Su Wanwan froze, disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at Jiang Wanwan. This was the key to her combined spiritual technique, though the positions varied each time. How could Jiang Wanwan discern it at a glance? In that moment of stunned silence, Jiang Wanwan summoned a pearl, which floated before her. The white orb, translucent and glistening, emanated a chilling aura that instantly froze all the wind surrounding Su Wanwan. My cultivation may indeed be inferior to yours, yet I possess a greater array of spiritual artifacts. Thus you cannot defeat me. Jiang Wanwan's voice remained gentle. On the battlefield, no one concerns themselves with whether victory stems from superior cultivation or reliance on external aids. However, in the arena, my approach may seem somewhat disgraceful. Even if I win, it lacks honor. Therefore, let us consider this a draw. In doing so, our names need not be altered. Su Wanwan silently stowed the daggers, attempting to retract the winds. But they were irrevocably frozen, severing her connection to them. She resolved to disregard it. No, it is you who has triumphed. Su Wanwan's voice was somewhat hoarse. The process is irrelevant. The outcome is what matters. Both cultivation and spiritual treasures are components of strength. There are no prohibitions against their use in the arena. Had you not held back, I would likely have been eliminated in a single move, like those before me. Thus, I shall change my name. That is truly unnecessary. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. Our surnames differ, and we are not together, so there is no need for confusion. A wager is a wager. Yet Su Wanwan remained resolute. You are the 29th of the cold essence sacred body, are you not? Indeed, Jiang Wanwan nodded, then added, There's truly no need for a name change. Then I shall henceforth be known as Su Urjiu, Su Wanwan declared. What? Jiang Wanwan was taken aback. The holy maiden of Shifeng sect, Su Urjiu. Thanks you for your mercy, Miss Jiang Wanwan, Su Urjiu bowed. This left Jiang Wanwan at a loss. Even if one adheres to the wager and changes their name, should it not at least be something melodious? Su Urjiu? What sort of nonsense is that? Sun Mohan nearly spat out his tea upon hearing this. What is this? Participating in the great competition of the 4 sects. And the disciples of our sect are outmatched by a mere core formation cultivator. And now, the holy maiden has changed her name to Su Urjiu? How utterly embarrassing. Hey, have you heard? What has the holy maiden Su Urjiu of the Shifeng sect done? With Su Urjiu's concession, the judge ascended to the competition stage. With a trembling voice, he stammered, Miss Jiang, could you please stow away that orb? It is unbearably cold. Even he, a master at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the semi-immortal realm, found it difficult to endure. What grade is that orb, after all? The chilling aura enveloping the orb made it impossible for them to discern its nature at first glance. Jiang Wanwan elegantly flicked her wrist and stored the orb away. In an instant, the frigid atmosphere dissipated from the competition stage. Only then did the judge announce, in the 5th match, the Xianxia sect faces the Shifeng sect, with Xianxia sect emerging victorious. Shi Jingjing hurried over with her little legs, exclaiming, Congratulations, senior sister. You have achieved an impressive feat of defeating 8 opponents. She then produced a purplish-red fruit. You must be tired, senior sister. Please have one to quench your thirst. Chapter 048. The first victory in the grand competition. How Shan's hand trembled as he held his teacup. Did you hear that? Can you believe it? That is a 9th grade spirit fruit, and she is treating it as a mere snack? Tired indeed. She appears as fresh as a daisy, without even breaking a sweat, while those she defeated look utterly drained, as if their essence had been siphoned away by a spirit. Jiang Wanwan accepted the fruit and gently patted Shi Jingjing's head. Thank you, junior sister. In truth, Jiang Wanwan was significantly younger than Shi Jingjing. However, Shi Jingjing's disposition was somewhat immature. She could be described as childlike and innocent, yet also somewhat naive. Coupled with her youthful appearance, Jiang Wanwan instinctively regarded her as a younger sister. Upon returning to her seat, Gu Qinyuan eagerly inquired, Wanwan, what is the origin of that orb? The sect leader bestowed it upon me for protection during this journey. It is a high-grade yellow item known as the Earth-Cold Pearl, Jiang Wanwan replied candidly. Because the Earth-Cold Pearl complements my sacred body, its power is doubled. How Shan and the others were genuinely on the verge of spitting blood. Another high-grade yellow item? Just what kind of hidden sect is the Xianxia sect? Why are there no records of it in the ancient texts? Zhou Zihai stroked his chin thoughtfully. After the competition, he was determined to have a drink with Gu Qinyuan and inquire how he had transitioned from the leader of the Piamiao sect to an elder of the Xianxia sect. In terms of both talent and experience, he believed he was equally qualified. Xiao Huahua nodded in understanding. Indeed, the sect leader was remarkably astute, leaving no stone unturned. There was no need for him to worry. With Jiang Wanwan's extraordinary feat preceding them, the subsequent matches seemed less captivating. They were not devoid of excitement, but rather lacked the breathtaking quality. They were rather conventional, until the second group of the Xianxia sect took the stage. The first to compete from the second group was the disciple Lin Mu, facing off against the Wuying sect, regarded as the foremost among the four great sections. Had it not been for the temporal secret realm of the heavenly profound sect, it is likely that they would have ranked after the shadowless sect. Lin Mu clasped his hands and said, "I am Lin Mu, a disciple of the miscellaneous category from the Star Moon sect. I humbly seek your guidance." The disciples of the shadowless sect immediately felt an urge to scold him. This was a grand competition among the prominent sects of the northern Xian continent, where only the elite inner disciples were eligible to compete. What was a mere miscellaneous disciple doing here, stirring up trouble? Who was he insulting? Indeed, their shadowless sect could not compare to the Shifang sect, nor did they expect equal treatment. However, wait a moment. The young lady Jiang, who had just achieved an impressive victory against the Shifang sect, had introduced herself as an ordinary outer sect disciple. Very well, then there was no objection. Against the Shifang sect, the Star Moon sect sent an ordinary outer sect disciple. Thus, it was reasonable that against their shadowless sect, only a miscellaneous disciple could step up. There was no fault in that. After introducing himself, it was Lin Mu's moment to shine. During the previous grand competition among the four sects, Lin Mu, as a substitute, had taken the stage once and suffered a humiliating defeat, remaining bedridden for 3 months. However, this time, the tides had turned completely. Previously on the receiving end of the beating, he now found joy in delivering it. The more he struck, the more exhilarated he became. Without allowing time for the subsequent team members to enter the fray, he achieved the remarkable feat of defeating 8 opponents in a row for the second time in this competition, a feat that had only occurred once before in the history of the four sects grand competition. Lin Mu's innate talent was already commendable. Coupled with the resources available at the Star Moon sect, including the tenfold spirit gathering array, 8th and 9th grade spiritual medicines, fruits, and springs, as well as being adorned with 7th grade high-tier spiritual treasures, what could the disciples of the shadowless sect possibly compare? Their heads? Soon, the grand competition among the four sects reached its conclusion. As expected, the Star Moon sect claimed the first place with an overwhelming victory. Xiao Huahua stepped forward to receive the ultimate prize of this competition, a meticulously prepared 7th grade mid-tier treasure robe from the Alliance. Originally, it was to be presented by Hao Shan, but feeling unworthy, he delegated the task to the Deputy City Lord, Ho Zian, and discreetly slipped away. Ho Zian, holding the 7th grade mid-tier treasure robe, winced in discomfort for a while before finally saying, "Make do with it." "Thank you, Deputy City Lord Ho," Xiao Huahua replied, casually tossing it into her spatial storage. Thus concluded the shortest award ceremony in history. To celebrate the successful conclusion of this grand competition among the four sects, a banquet had been arranged within the city of Xifang. "I shall not attend," Gu Qinyuan declined. Hearing this, Zhou Zihai grew anxious. "Elder Gu, please don't. It's not often we gather like this." He had many more questions to ask. Sun Mohan quickly added, "Elder Gu, Zhou sect master is right. It's a rare occasion for us to meet, and we must celebrate to the fullest today." His curiosity about the Star Moon sect was insatiable. Even Su Tong chimed in. "Since the Star Moon sect has secured the first place today, the elders leading the team deserve a toast from us." He too wished to subtly inquire whether the Star Moon sect was still accepting elders. The temporal and spatial secret realm of their sect has vanished without reason. It may deceive for a moment, but not for eternity. Lacking the enhancement of the secret realm, the Tianxian sect will inevitably be expelled by the four sects. He must swiftly secure an escape route. "I have pressing matters at hand and cannot afford delays." Gu Qinyuan chuckled, however. "Elder Su and the others will remain for the banquet. They are all cunning foxes with millennia of experience. Is he not aware of their hidden agendas?" Upon hearing the first half of the statement, Zhou Zihai was eager to offer further counsel. Yet, after listening to the latter half, he calmly replied, "I see. Then travel safely. Farewell." Sudan stipet fawat dosuin, et limin, audosu, gongating. His grin stretched from ear to ear, a sight almost too much to bear. Sun Mohan courteously inclined his hands towards Yu Rui, saying, "Elder Yu, It has been years, and you still exude grace. Gu Qinyuan felt utterly abandoned. Even Hou Zian had taken to ingratiating himself with Xiao Huahua. Yet, Gu Qinyuan remained unfazed. Even if they successfully joined the Tang Yue sect, they would surely rank behind him. He had never contemplated secrecy, for the sect leader was immensely powerful, and the Tang Yue sect would eventually be known. Nevertheless, he had taken a step ahead of many. As long as he diligently fulfilled his duties and served the sect leader with dedication, a bright future awaited him. After leaving Songlong Cliff, Gu Qinyuan summoned his spiritual vessel and set off for Xianxia City. The others traveled together in a carriage towards Xifang City, as Xifang City forbade flight and teleportation. Of course, this restriction applied only to outsiders. As the city lord, Hao Shan possessed the necessary privileges. Thus, he had already returned to Xifang City ahead of others. He retrieved a communication stone and directly contacted the highest authority of the Central Continent Alliance, Shen Qingyun. What is it? Shen Qingyun inquired coolly. In the past, members of these branches had not been qualified to contact her directly. Hao Shan momentarily indulged in admiration before respectfully stating, President Shen, I am Hao Shan, the head of the Beiqian Continent Alliance. I have located the sect token the Alliance headquarters requested. Chapter 49, A Visit to the Ouyang Family. Shen Qingyun abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes intensely focused on the communication stone. She had memorized the design of the sect token issued by the 9 immortal emperors. Yet, in this moment, she took out the recording stone and meticulously compared the patterns with those provided by Hao Shan, scrutinizing every detail. They were identical. City Lord Hao, where did you encounter this? Shen Qingyun eagerly asked. Today, Xifang City is hosting the grand competition of the 4 sects. I saw it at the competition venue. The sect is called Tang Yue Sect, Hao Shan hurriedly explained. Leading the group are 3 outer sect elders, 2 men and 1 woman, among whom is a powerful figure at the immortal sovereign level, the former sect master of the Miao Miao sect, named Gu Qinyuan. In the assembly of elders, there exists one named Su, a formidable figure at the celestial spirit realm. The female elder, on the other hand, stands at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the immortal realm. After listening to Gao Shan's detailed introduction, Shen Qingyun nodded repeatedly, affirming, indeed, it all aligns. She then inquired urgently, where are they? Gao Shan responded, the deputy city lord, Hou Zian, is currently escorting them back to the 4-direction city for the post-competition banquet. Is it solely a banquet? Shen Qingyun asked. Gao Shan confirmed, traditionally, it is indeed just a banquet. However, they will stay for the night. He nodded, explaining, after all, the 4 directions city prohibits aerial travel and teleportation, making it quite inconvenient to depart at night. Typically, they leave the following morning. That's good to hear. Shen Qingyun sighed in relief. I shall inform Master Wei at once. You must ensure that this group is well accommodated. Do not neglect them in any way. Yes. President Shen, Gao Shan responded, nodding earnestly. After terminating the communication with Shen Qingyun, Gao Shan took a deep breath and practiced a smile in front of a mirror for the duration of an incense stick, striving to cultivate a demeanor as refreshing as a spring breeze, natural and unpretentious. After all, he had always been the one receiving smiles from others. And this sudden role reversal was somewhat disconcerting. Thus, a bit of practice was in order to avoid any faux pas. He also hoped to establish a rapport with the Star Moon sect before the arrival of the Alliance headquarters. For a sect that commands such respect from the Alliance is undoubtedly extraordinary. Perhaps he could secure a powerful ally. Once satisfied with his smile, Gao Shan summoned a maid and inquired, with a genial demeanor, about the arrival of Hou Zian and his entourage. The maid, trembling in response to Gao Shan's unsettling smile, stammered, they have arrived at the city gate. What is the matter with the city lord today? That smile is rather terrifying. If this were to be captured on film, it might stop children from crying at night, she thought, relieved that the atmosphere had shifted. Gao Shan, noticing her reaction, furrowed his brow and asked in a cold tone, am I truly that frightening? No. The maid hurriedly shook her head, internally exhaling in relief. The atmosphere had finally settled. With a fleeting glance at the maid, Gao Shan did not press further and hastened to the city gate. Upon learning that Gu Qinyuan had left for an urgent matter, Gao Shan stumbled slightly. He exhaled deeply upon spotting Su Wan and the others behind him. Elder Su, Elder Yu, please come this way, Gao Shan said with a smile, striding forward. Su Wan shot a glance at Gao Shan, feeling that something was amiss. His smile was rather disconcerting. This year's banquet was elevated beyond previous standards. A specific request from Gao Shan upon his return. He had also contributed many personal treasures to ensure the Star Moon sect felt completely at home. Unfortunately, the spiritual fruits, teas, and wines that were deemed exceptional by other sects did not hold the same merit in the eyes of the Star Moon sect. The banquet in the Four Directions city proceeded smoothly and methodically. The disciples of the Starry Moon sect, from the elders to the lowest servants, found themselves encircled by members of other sections. Su Erjiu plopped down beside Jiang Wanwan, taking advantage of her gentle nature and the fact that she was a woman, frequently leaning in and smiling with an air of frivolity, completely disregarding Xiao Huahua. Sun Mohan occasionally glanced up, her heart racing with astonishment. What was Su Erjiu attempting? Where was he placing his hands? She had to remind him that she was the holy maiden of the Shifeng sect, expected to maintain a demeanor of grace and composure, not to act like a rogue. While the atmosphere in the Four Directions city remained tranquil, the Ouyang family felt as though they were facing a formidable adversary. This tension arose after Gu Qinyuan entered without so much as exchanging pleasantries, directly requesting to see the direct descendant with a yellow-grade spiritual root. Family head Ouyang Jintian wore a wary expression. Sect Master Gu, you jest. My Ouyang family is hardly so fortunate. Gu Qinyuan sipped his tea. I have come only after receiving credible information. Ouyang Jintian pinched his fingers and took a deep breath. Rumors can often be misleading. I hope Sect Master Gu does not fall prey to them. Only those who can flourish are considered geniuses. Those who fall are merely dead. That descendant was the lifeblood of the Ouyang family, and any misstep was unacceptable. Even though Gu Qinyuan had ascended to the immortal sovereign realm, backed by an ancestor at the pinnacle of the 9th level, the Ouyang family was not to be underestimated. Should Gu Qinyuan dare to act forcefully, Ouyang Jintian was prepared to confront him with the full might of the Ouyang clan. Please refrain from calling me Sect Master Gu in the future, Gu Qinyuan stated calmly. Firmly seated, Ouyang Jintian was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had contemplated invoking the family's treasure artifact should negotiations go awry. Why had the conversation suddenly shifted? And what did Gu mean by not calling him Sect Master? Had he truly abdicated in favor of Xiao Huahua? How audacious! Despite her exceptional talent, she was still far too young and had yet to reach the immortal realm. How could she possibly manage a sect? However, Ouyang Jintian, despite his internal musings, was astute enough not to voice them. Instead, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Congratulations, Elder Gu. Gu Qinyuan's expression darkened. It's Elder Gu from now on. Ouyang Jintian was even more perplexed. What was happening? Was his disciple being demoted to elder after inheriting the position of sect master? How bold. Second elder of the outer sect, Gu Qinyuan added with a smile. Watching as Ouyang Jintian's eyes widened in astonishment. There was a certain amusement in witnessing others' shock. The way their eyes bulged and mouths gaped was quite entertaining. As he pondered this, Gu Qinyuan discreetly took out a recording stone to swiftly document the moment. Given that yellow-grade spiritual root descendant, the Ouyang family was destined to become a subsidiary force of the Starry Moon sect. Perhaps Ouyang Jintian would even find himself as an outer elder. Thus, I shall leave behind some black material, which may prove useful in the future. Ouyang Jintian was so astonished that he stuttered for a considerable while, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. Xianxia sect, Gu Qinyuan kindly reminded him. You have betrayed the sect. Ouyang Jintian exclaimed, pointing a trembling finger at Gu Qinyuan. Nay, Gu Qinyuan replied, shaking his head, I have merely transformed the Piao Miao sect into a subordinate force of the Xianxia sect. Along with me, I have brought the 10 elders, the Holy Sun, and over 40 disciples with 7th grade spiritual roots into the Xianxia sect. Chapter 050. Could this fellow possess some peculiar proclivity? What? Ouyang Jintian leapt to his feet, staring incredulously at Gu Qinyuan. This is no mere act of betrayal. It is akin to selling the Piao Miao sect outright. Does your ancestor even approve of this? Ouyang Jintian asked, his voice trembling. The ancestor is still in seclusion. Gu Qinyuan said, smiling as he sipped his tea. Such trivial matters need not disturb the ancestor. Ouyang Jintian's lips twitched. Trivial? He echoed. Are you certain that your ancestor will not annihilate you upon emerging from seclusion? After relishing Ouyang Jintian's astonishment, Gu Qinyuan slowly began to unfasten his garment. Ouyang Jintian immediately stepped back, his expression one of wariness as he scrutinized Gu Qinyuan. Could he possess some unusual fetish? For instance, a preference for men? He pondered. Hey, I'm a man who favors women. Such inclinations do not suit me, especially at my age. should Gu Qinyuan dare to make a move. Ouyang Jintian was prepared to summon the clan's treasure artifact and confront him. Under Ouyang Jintian's vigilant gaze, Gu Qinyuan leisurely finished unfastening his buttons, then dramatically yanked his garment open. Gu Qinyuan, you shall not, Ouyang Jintian bellowed. A flash of azure light erupted behind him, a spear poised menacingly, aimed directly at Gu Qinyuan. Meanwhile, Gu Qinyuan, with a smile, inquired, Ouyang family master, what do you think of my splendid attire? Before arriving at the Ouyang residence, he had deliberately donned another exquisite garment to conceal his true treasure, seeking to indulge his wicked sense of humor. Observing others' astonished and naive expressions was truly delightful, and he could even preserve this moment with a recording stone for future ridicule. Ouyang Jintian was taken aback, and only then did he notice Gu Qinyuan adorning a brand new 9th grade high-tier treasure garment, along with a 9th grade high-tier jade pendant at his waist. To further astonish him, Gu Qinyuan produced a 9th grade high-tier hairpin from his bosom and elegantly placed it in his hair. Ouyang Jintian's jaw dropped, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Three 9th grade treasures, all high-tier. Surely, Gu Qinyuan has employed some form of illusion, has he not? The Ouyang family, being one of the 3 prominent clans of northern Xianxia, possesses a rich heritage. They undoubtedly own a 9th grade spiritual treasure. As the family head, he wielded a low-tier 9th grade thunder ring, renowned for its formidable lethality. The ancestor also possesses a mid-tier 9th grade purple fire jade talisman. Furthermore, the clan possesses a mid-tier yellow grade ancestral treasure, the Xianxia spear. However, due to its broken state, it can only exhibit the capabilities of a low-tier yellow grade weapon, which is still quite impressive. In contrast, the protective treasure of the Piao sect remains in a semi-sealed state, rendering it inferior to their Xianxia spear. Moreover, given their long-standing acquaintance, it is understood that everyone is well aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Gu Qinyuan, as the sect master of Piao, indeed possesses a 9th grade spiritual treasure, yet it is a low-tier soul-eating spear, which pales in comparison to the items in his possession. Thus, Ouyang Jintian's suspicion of a possible ruse is not without merit. Gu Qinyuan cast a glance at the half-broken spear before him, his smile gradually fading. Is the Ouyang family head seeking a duel? As he spoke, Gu Qinyuan casually summoned his broken wave, the high-tier 9th grade spiritual spear, equipped with corresponding 9th grade gemstones, unleashed an overwhelming force that suppressed the Xianxia spear. The Xianxia spear buzzed twice, its radiance dissipating like a receding tide, leaving only a bare spear shaft suspended in the air, dark and utterly unappealing. Mistaken, I must have been mistaken, Ouyang Jintian stammered, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead in shock. You summon the Xianxia spear and then claim it's a misunderstanding? Gu Qinyuan's broken wave stood menacingly by his side, both man and spear exuding a predatory intensity. I thought you had perhaps a peculiar fondness, Ouyang Jintian mumbled, his head lowered in embarrassment. He soon regained his composure and defiantly questioned, who told you to undress, button by button, so seductively? At these words, Gu Qinyuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening like the bottom of a pot. Wasn't he merely attempting to show off? What did that have to do with seduction? Ouyang Jintian retracted the Xianxia spear and circled around Gu Qinyuan, unable to contain his curiosity. When did you attain such a mastery of 9th grade? It's simply enviable. Oh, you mean that, Gu Qinyuan replied, holding broken wave and casually twirling it. Without exerting any spiritual power or activating the spear, he merely danced it about. In an instant, the western wall of the Ouyang family's hall was pierced by the flourish of his spear. My 7th grade treasure vase and 6th grade treasure plate, Ouyang Jintian looked at the shards strewn upon the ground, tears streaming down his face. His treasure vault was positioned there, housing 5 or 6 spiritual treasures, all of 6th or 7th grade. These items were not haphazardly placed, but formed a protective array. In the event of an emergency, these treasures could unleash their spiritual might to safeguard the hall's security. Yet now, they lay shattered beyond repair. Observing this, Gu Qinyuan swiftly concealed Broken Wave. He did not intend to. It was merely a slip of the hand. Gu Qinyuan, do not pretend as if nothing has happened. You must compensate my Ouyang family for these spiritual treasures, Ouyang Jintian declared with fury. Compensation, indeed. I shall certainly compensate. Gu Qinyuan nodded repeatedly. What's a few 6th and 7th grade items? Mere trifles. Ouyang Jintian's expression instantly transformed into a radiant smile, Very well. Given our acquaintance, I shall not resort to deceit. Simply divulge your fortunes to me, and consider it a settlement for these treasures. What say you? Gu Qinyuan shot a glance at Ouyang Jintian. It is indeed your Ouyang family that knows how to calculate. The abacus beads are nearly pressing against my face. However, since you have proposed it, I'm not one to be stingy. As long as you agree to one condition, I would not mind sharing this extraordinary opportunity with you. Ouyang Jintian nearly leapt with joy. Really? Indeed, Gu Qinyuan nodded. A gentleman's word is his bond. I, Gu, have always been a man of my word. Ouyang Jintian, true to his role as family head, swiftly extracted himself from overwhelming joy. And what condition do you speak of? The condition that would entice Gu Qinyuan to willingly share such a tremendous fortune must be no simple matter. While the opportunity is alluring, the lives of the Ouyang family are far more precious. If it meant putting their clan at risk, he would rather forego this grand opportunity. It is quite simple. Gu Qinyuan replied. Summon your grandson with the yellow-grade spiritual root and accompany me. Where to? Ouyang Jintian immediately grew cautious. Do not be so tense. I have no intention of causing you harm. Gu Qinyuan reassured as he patted Ouyang Jintian's shoulder. Our Xianxia sect is currently accepting disciples. With your grandson's yellow-grade root talent, he could join the inner sect as an ordinary disciple. Chapter 051. The Soul Stabilizing Pearl. Gu Qinyuan. Do not take undue advantage. Ouyang Jintian erupted in anger, slamming the table. His beard bristled with fury. Thankfully, it was genuine, or it would have been blown away by his rage. However, Ouyang Jintian's anger was not unfounded. A yellow-grade spiritual root is a coveted treasure, not only in the northern Qian continent, but also among the 9 great powers of the central continent. If his grandson were to join the Tianyi sect, even if not as a holy son, he would undoubtedly be among the disciples personally mentored by the sect leader. Elders are not even qualified to take on disciples. How could he be reduced to merely an ordinary disciple at the Xianxia sect? It was outrageous that he would not even qualify as an elite. Were it not for the fear of Gu Qinyuan and his 9th grade prowess, Ouyang Jintian would have spat in fury. It is one thing to look down upon him, but looking down upon their yellow-grade grandson is unacceptable. Gu Qinyuan, observing the crimson-faced Ouyang Jintian, could not help but chuckle softly. He swiftly took out a recording stone to commemorate the moment. Then leisurely, he continued, Did you not wish to inquire where this 9th grade prowess of mine originated? Despite being enraged, Ouyang Jintian found himself inadvertently pricking up his ears. This is the standard configuration of the Xianxia sect, Gu Qinyuan stated. According to your spiritual root grade, corresponding treasures such as garments, jade pendants, hairpins, spiritual artifacts, and cultivation techniques are bestowed upon you. As an elder of the outer sect, and possessing a 9th grade spiritual root, I have been provided with 9th grade garments, jade pendants, hairpins, spiritual artifacts, and techniques. Su Wan, who is also an elder of the outer sect with an 8th grade spiritual root, has been equipped with 8th grade garments, jade pendants, hairpins, spiritual artifacts, and techniques. Additionally, as the grand elder of the outer sect, he has been granted a genuine yellow-grade spiritual treasure, which is incomparable to your half-broken spear. As Gu Qinyuan spoke, he retrieved a recording stone. This is a segment of the grand competition among the 4 sects that I recorded. You may take a look. Naturally, Su Wan, being an elder, would not participate in the competition. You may observe Jiang Wanwan's match instead. She is an ordinary outer sect disciple, possessing an 8th grade spiritual root, along with 2 high-tier, yellow-grade spiritual treasures. Do not blink. Pay close attention. Is this real? Ouyang Jintian obviously harbored doubts. Yet his eyes widened in astonishment, not daring to miss a single moment. When Jiang Wanwan utilized the heart reflection mirror, Ouyang Jintian failed to discern any clues, merely feeling that the competition was rather contrived. Has the grand competition among the 4 sects become so diluted? However, as Gu Qinyuan continued his explanation, Ouyang Jintian's expression transformed dramatically. A high-tier yellow-grade spiritual treasure capable of discerning all flaws and weaknesses of an opponent. Ouyang Jintian inhaled sharply. If the difference in realms is too great, it becomes ineffective, Gu Qinyuan remarked. Ouyang Jintian pressed his lips together, a tumultuous wave rising within him. With such a treasure in hand, would one not be invincible among peers, even against those of a higher realm? This was utterly extraordinary. The ancient texts in the Ouyang family's library, though numbering not in the thousands, certainly exceeded 8,000, yet none contained records of such treasures. Subsequently, Ouyang Jintian continued to observe the earth-cold pearl in Jiang Wanwan's possession through the recording stone. The power of the earth-cold pearl was far more apparent than that of the heart reflection mirror. Ouyang Jintian felt as though he might dive into the recording itself. Gu Qinyuan, unhurried, extracted a handful of sunflower seeds from his spatial pocket and began to munch noisily. "Keep your voice down," Ouyang Jintian turned in dissatisfaction, as it disrupted his viewing of the recording. Upon seeing the sunflower seeds in Gu Qinyuan's hand, his eyes nearly popped out. "8th grade?" Ouyang Jintian stammered in disbelief. "Indeed, 8th grade. I had 9th grade, but I finished them out of boredom on Sanglong Cliff," Gu Qinyuan remarked casually. "You treat 9th grade treasures as snacks?" Ouyang Jintian could hardly believe his ears. "Yes," Gu Qinyuan replied with a beaming smile. "In our Xianxia sect's outer sect, all 8th and 9th grade spiritual herbs and fruit trees are casually planted along the roadside, available for all outer sect members to freely enjoy. Furthermore, the outer sect boasts a tenfold spirit gathering array, while the inner sect is even more extravagant, featuring a 100-fold spirit gathering array. I broke through to my current celestial realm after merely taking a stroll through it. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, when I transcended to the celestial sovereign realm, 14 bolts of heavenly tribulation descended, only to be rebuffed by the sect master's commanding voice. We were all left dumbfounded at that moment. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jintian's initial shock quickly dissipated. "Gu Qinyuan, are you trying to deceive a child? If it weren't for that last foolish remark about repelling the tribulation, I might have almost believed you. This fellow was merely amusing himself. How absurd." Not convinced, Gu Qinyuan cast a sidelong glance at Ouyang Jintian and casually summoned a scroll. A scroll adorned with a golden border and a purple hue. There exists only one such type, the soul searching scroll. Moreover, it was a self-soul search. Not a mere shadow of the soul, but a genuine search of the true self. Ouyang Jintian was taken aback. "Gu Qinyuan, have you lost your mind? What must this fellow be thinking to engage in such self-soul searching? Does he consider himself too clever?" Gu Qinyuan rolled his eyes and scoffed. "Look at your naive expression, as if you have never seen the world. I possess the yellow-grade soul stabilizing pearl bestowed by the sect master. A mere soul search is trivial and cannot harm me in the slightest." This was his plan all along. With the various spiritual treasures he had acquired and the formidable strength of the sect master, he intended to swiftly seize the Ouyang family. Otherwise, with Ouyang Jintian's stubborn temperament, it would be quite a challenge. Furthermore, though soul searching incurs some damage, as long as one manages the timing well, given his current realm, it would not impair his intellect, but merely leave him temporarily weakened. In the worst-case scenario, he might experience a descent in realm. Yet, if one can descend, one can certainly ascend. With the abundance of spiritual herbs and fruits in the Xianxia sect, along with the tenfold gathering array and various trial grounds, recovering his realm would be assured. However, he did not anticipate that as soon as he began the soul search, it would attract the attention of the sect master. Upon learning of this, the sect master unhesitatingly granted him a soul-stabilizing pearl, which would alleviate the adverse effects of his self-soul searching. Not only that, but with the soul-stabilizing pearl in place, unless the opponent were several major realms above him, they would be utterly unable to employ soul-searching techniques against him. Regrettably, the soul-stabilizing pearl had already fused with his soul, rendering it impossible to showcase. Ouyang Jintian's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. "Damn, another high-grade yellow pearl. What kind of extraordinary power does the Xianxia sect possess to have such formidable resources?" As the soul-searching scroll unfurled, Ouyang Jintian's eyes grew even wider, nearly unable to contain his astonishment. "My goodness, it truly can repel heavenly tribulation with words. Ouyang family head, what do you think? Are you willing to seize this extraordinary opportunity?" Gu Qinyuan asked leisurely. "Yes." Ouyang Jintian abruptly raised his head, his eyes glistening with fervor. "Anyone who declines such a monumental opportunity must be a fool. Even if it costs the entire Ouyang family, it is worth the gamble. Could you summon your grandson with a yellow-grade spiritual root for me to meet?" Gu Qinyuan remarked. "I must first assess the situation." Ouyang Jintian produced a communication stone and took a deep breath. "Afyu, please come to the reception hall." Chapter 052, Ouyang Fatty. Gu Qinyuan's face was filled with anticipation. A yellow-grade spiritual root. I have only heard of it before, but never seen it. He imagined it to be a handsome young man with an ethereal demeanor. However, upon seeing the chubby little figure at the doorway, his eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Is this the genius with a yellow-grade spiritual root? He is so rotund. Although quite fair, standing there, he resembles a snowball that has rolled into the room. His features were indeed striking, and even in his current state of plumpness, he was still appealing. If he were to slim down, he would undoubtedly embody grace and refinement, exuding an amiable and gentle aura. He must be overly pampered by the Ouyang family. It is only natural. If he had a descendant with a yellow-grade spiritual root, he too would shower them with unconditional affection, the kind that would ask for the stars without hesitation. Afu, come forth to meet Elder Gu of the Xianxia sect, Ouyang Jintian said with a benevolent smile. The little chubby boy waddled over, and with each step, Gu Qinyuan felt the earth tremble beneath him. I am the junior Ouyang Fu, honored to meet Elder Gu. The boy's voice was melodious, carrying the distinctive clarity of youth. As Gu Qinyuan returned the boy's bow, he noticed a series of imprints left by the boy's footsteps, deep impressions made by his considerable weight. Gu Qinyuan recalled when he first entered the Piamiao sect. His master had once told him that cultivation is akin to walking. Each step leaves a mark. Today he witnessed this truth firsthand. As each footprint sank 3 inches into the ground, Ouyang Fu's guardian, accustomed to such sights, waved his hand effortlessly. The footprints were instantly filled, restoring the ground to its original state. Gu Qinyuan looked up at Ouyang Fu's guardian, who was the 3rd elder of the Ouyang family, a formidable practitioner of earth-based techniques. No need for formalities, Gu Qinyuan said, raising his hand slightly. He felt an immense weight pressing down on him, causing his hand to tremble. After all, he was a celestial being. This little chubby boy had only recently begun his cultivation, merely at the 2nd level of the Gathering Sea realm. Yet his physical strength was astonishingly robust. Indeed, the yellow grade was extraordinary. Did this little boy deliberately seek to impose a show of strength? As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Qinyuan's expression shifted. However, when he looked up, he was met with a pair of innocent and sincere eyes, tinged with a hint of concern. Are you all right, senior? My physique is somewhat peculiar. I possess great strength but cannot yet control it fully. I apologize for any rudeness. Ouyang Jintian chuckled and added, I forgot to mention earlier that this rascal has a rather unique constitution. It is of no consequence, Gu Qinyuan replied, shaking his head and scrutinizing the chubby boy once more. Despite his unique physique, it appeared he did not possess a sacred body. Ouyang Jintian's smile waned as he nodded. Indeed, he has not awakened a sacred body. Moreover, there exists a hidden ailment within him. At birth, he was of a normal weight, yet with each passing year, his weight has surged dramatically. I consulted the alchemist of our clan, who could not provide a definitive explanation, merely stating that his constitution is peculiar. Indeed, it is unique. By the age of 3, he possessed the strength to lift a cauldron. Under normal circumstances, this would be considered a blessing. However, should his weight continue to escalate with age, I fear that one day his body may falter under the strain. The little chubby boy, however, merely smiled and said, Grandfather, there is no need for such concern. What is meant to be will be. If I can break free from these shackles, I shall protect our Ouyang family and safeguard all of humanity. Should I fail, I shall return to the earth as mere dust, and in the next life, I shall emerge as a fine lad once more. Gu Qinyuan nodded. Though young, this little chubby boy possessed remarkable clarity. His gaze was pure and unclouded. With this initial trial passed, it was time to have Elder Su examine him with a heart-illuminating mirror. Once his character was confirmed to be sound, he would be taken back to the Xianxia sect for the sect leader's appraisal. Ouyang Fu, an opportunity to break your chains has arrived. Do you wish to attempt it? Gu Qinyuan inquired. In contrast to Ouyang Fu, his guardian, the 3rd elder Ouyang Hexiong, was palpably more excited. Elder Gu, are you truly speaking the truth? Ouyang Fu also raised his gaze towards Gu Qinyuan, but unlike Ouyang Hexiong's exuberance, his expression remained calm and composed, devoid of even the slightest ripple of emotion. Over the years, he had heard far too many similar proclamations. The alchemists of the Ouyang clan, the esteemed elders, and even the most formidable ancestors had all offered him hope, yet the ultimate outcomes had proven disappointing. Do not refer to me as Elder Gu. I am currently the 2nd elder of the outer sect of the Xianxia sect, Gu Qinyuan replied, casting a glance at Ouyang Jintian. Hexiong, it is as follows. Ouyang Jintian recounted the recent events to Ouyang Hexiong. Ouyang Hexiong's eyes widened in astonishment, stuttering this. How can this be possible? Upon his initial entry, he indeed heard Ouyang Jintian mention something about the Xianxia sect and Elder Gu. He had assumed he had misheard. Your Ouyang family's narrow view does not imply that the world is indeed as limited as you perceive, Gu Qinyuan spoke languidly. Ouyang Hexiong, however, was too engrossed in processing Ouyang Jintian's words to pay heed to Gu Qinyuan. The revelations had utterly overturned his understanding of the world over the years, particularly the notion of repelling a thunder tribulation with mere words, which still echoed in his mind. Yet, his elder brother would not deceive him. I am a Fu's guardian. I must accompany him, Ouyang Hexiong declared. If this were but a ruse, he would risk everything to bring a Fu back. How naive, Gu Qinyuan scoffed. To enter the inner sect of the Xianxia sect, one must at least possess a yellow-grade spiritual root. You do not yet have the qualifications. Ouyang Fu's eyes widened in rare surprise. At least, since he could remember, he had only heard praises and envy directed towards him. This was the first time he had encountered such terminology. It was rather refreshing. Grandfather, I am willing to accompany Elder Gu on this endeavor, Ouyang Fu spoke, his fingers fidgeting with the hem of his garment, a hint of apprehension in his demeanor. Perhaps the sect leader of the Xianxia sect may not regard me at all. Despite possessing a yellow-grade spiritual root, his constitution was peculiar. To phrase it delicately, one might call it an unusual physique. To speak candidly, it could be termed a strange affliction. Who would wish to nurture a disciple whose life could be extinguished at any moment? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jintian immediately retorted, Nonsense! You possess a yellow-grade spiritual root. Yet, recalling the scene where Gu Qinyuan had dismissed a calamity with a mere word, uncertainty crept into his heart. After all, the extraordinary powers he had encountered were beyond his comprehension. They may cherish the yellow-grade spiritual roots as treasures, while perhaps the sect leader remained indifferent. Let us give it a try. I shall accompany you, Ouyang Jintian said, his tone tinged with resignation. I shall go as well, Ouyang Hexiong chimed in eagerly. Then we shall set out together for the Xianxia sect tomorrow morning, after Elder Su and the others join us, Gu Qinyuan announced. Originally, without the two of you, we could teleport directly back to the sect. However, with your presence, we exceed the limit. Therefore, your clan must prepare the teleportation array, with the destination set at the foot of Mount Wanjue in the North Qin continent. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jintian nodded readily. A trivial matter, leave it to us. Even if Gu Qinyuan had not requested it, the Ouyang clan would have made every effort to prepare. Surely, one could not expect to travel in a spirit ship with the esteemed Gu Qinyuan. Such a vessel, with its prolonged exposure, was unsafe. Although the teleportation array required more resources, the Ouyang clan, being one of the three prominent families of the North Qin continent, found such expenses negligible. Ouyang Hexiong also nodded in agreement. It is only proper. Not to mention the esteemed Gu Qinyuan's company. Even if it were just him, we would certainly comply. After all, we are old acquaintances. Even without a bond of friendship, there are still vested interests involved. A mere teleportation array is of little concern to our clan. Moreover, it is a monumental opportunity for Gu Qinyuan, one that he wishes to share with us, particularly concerning the esteemed matter of our clan's treasure. Gu Qinyuan stroked his chin, pondering. Though both Ouyang Jintian and Ouyang Hexiong had agreed so readily, an inexplicable discomfort lingered in his heart, as if something was lodged within his chest, causing an unsettling sensation. Ouyang Jintian courteously suggested, Elder Gu, please consider staying at our humble abode for the night. Suddenly, Gu Qinyuan interjected. If it weren't for the two of you, we wouldn't even need to utilize the teleportation platform. Elder Su possesses a teleportation talisman bestowed by the sect leader, capable of transporting 20 individuals at once. We are 19, plus the little one, and Fu, making precisely 20. Yet you two insist on accompanying us, which exceeds our limit. Do you understand what a teleportation talisman is? Wherever the mind desires, one can arrive in an instant, traversing the 5 continents at will. After uttering these words, Gu Qinyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if every pore in his body had opened. He then hummed a tune and swaggered towards the door. Were the guest rooms. Ouyang Jintian and Ouyang Hexiong, having regained their composure from the astonishment, gazed at him with fervent eyes. Elder Gu, what you just mentioned about the instant transmission talisman is... Oh, that is a little trinket bestowed by the sect leader. Gu Qinyuan replied nonchalantly. It functions similarly to a teleportation talisman, but is a tad more powerful. With just a thought, one can reach any location across the 5 continents. Each talisman can be used 10 times, capable of transporting 20 individuals at once. It is indeed more convenient than a teleportation array. As he spoke, Gu Qinyuan presented his elder's insignia before the two. Do you see these 3 little red dots? They're not mere trifles. At this point, he deliberately paused, allowing their curiosity to build. Before continuing, these represent life. Each red dot signifies a life. They can be replenished after use. Ouyang Jintian and Ouyang Hexiang were left bewildered, while the plump youth gaped in astonishment. Each word was comprehensible, yet when strung together, they made no sense, like listening to an incomprehensible text. Fortunately, Gu Qinyuan did not leave them in confusion, and promptly elaborated on the meaning of life. The 3 listened in stunned silence, their faces filled with envy as they regarded Gu Qinyuan, particularly Ouyang Jintian and Ouyang Hexiang, whose eyes glimmered with intensity. This further solidified Ouyang Jintian's resolve to recruit a Fu into the Xianxia sect. Naturally, if possible, he also wished to join the Xianxia sect as an outer elder. Ouyang Jintian personally escorted Gu Qinyuan to the Linlang courtyard, the most luxurious abode of the Ouyang family, reserved solely for the ancestral elders upon their emergence from seclusion. Meanwhile, the banquet in Shifang City was already halfway through. Sun Mohan and others had successfully learned from Yu Rui that the election for the outer elder of the Xianxia sect was under the purview of Su Wen. In an instant, Su Wen found himself surrounded. The sect leaders and elders, like stars encircling the moon, praised him in turn, causing Su Wen to feel somewhat elated. A female elder from the Shifang sect boldly inquired if Su Wen had any intentions of taking a partner. There were even 2 male elders who suggested that same-sex partners would also be acceptable. Xiao Hua and her companions were encircled by disciples from other sects, who offered compliments left and right, seemingly eager to bestow upon the Xianxia sect the most beautiful and commendable words known to humanity. Their eloquence was remarkable, and amidst their lengthy praises, not a single phrase was repeated. Throughout the banquet, Su Erjiu remained closely attached to Jiang Wanwan, occasionally relishing their closeness. Initially, she merely intended to seize the moment to bond with Jiang Wanwan and had not contemplated the prospect of joining. After all, she was the saintess of the Shifang sect, and her sense of belonging and honor towards her sect was quite profound. However, Su Erjiu cast a glance at her sect leader and the elders, all of whom appeared to be of little value gathered before Elder Su. It seemed that their sect had decided to follow in the footsteps of the Miao Miao sect. This realization sparked a glimmer of hope within her. Could it be that she would share the same lineage as Jiang Wanwan? With this thought, her weariness dissipated. Later, she learned from Xiao Hua that with her innate talent, if she passed the mirror of reflection, she could become an elite disciple of the outer sect. However, her desire to reside near Jiang Wanwan led her to seek the status of an ordinary outer disciple, only to be informed that such a breach of sect rules was impermissible. This predicament plagued her until the conclusion of the banquet, after which her relentless efforts to room with Jiang Wanwan finally bore fruit, and her worries vanished like smoke. Su Wen, under the attentive hospitality of Hao Shan, was accommodated in the finest chamber of the city Lord's Mansion. The disciples of the Starry Moon sect enjoyed the highest privileges as well. In the central continent, the 9 celestial emperors had received definitive news from Wei Chuyang. Upon gathering, they promptly activated the teleportation array, transporting themselves to the intercontinental teleportation platform. From there, they journeyed to the North Qian continent. Upon arrival, they compelled the nearest sect to activate their teleportation platform using their imperial authority. Their intention was to reach the city of 4 directions directly. The barriers of the city of 4 directions, set by Wenren Jiao, posed no hindrance to them. However, fate had other plans and a mishap occurred. Instead of arriving at the city of 4 directions, they found themselves in a mountain range 100 miles away. For beings of the Celestial Emperor realm, a distance of 100 miles could be traversed in a mere moment. Yet, Shangguan Ji chose to employ the instant transmission talisman, sensing a disturbing presence emanating from the mountains that unsettled her greatly. This talisman, a precious gift from the heavens, was exceedingly rare, with only 3 in their possession, capable of instantaneously transporting them anywhere within a 3,000-mile radius, with each talisman accommodating up to 10 individuals. However, as the glow of the talisman faded, the 9 of them exchanged glances, their eyes ultimately settling on a spot 10 meters away, the very place they had stood before activating the talisman. Sister Shangguan, what happened? Bai Yexun asked in bewilderment. We were supposed to go to the city of 4 directions. I specifically chose the city of 4 directions. Shangguan, Ji's expression darkened. But why do we land just 10 meters away? 100 miles is quite close. Let's fly there, Guan Song suggested. After all, the instant transmission talismans were precious, and their nearly 10,000-year heritage had only yielded 3. They ought to be used judiciously. Yet before the others could nod in agreement, Xianxia had already activated the second instant transmission talisman. This time, they made significant progress, doubling their distance to 20 meters. Chapter 054. The Diminished Man is here. The 9 celestial emperors exchanged glances once more. Xianxia took a deep breath, and then another, yet the urge to curse could not be suppressed. Ultimately, they captured a passing beast and reduced it to a mere pool of sanguine mist, which brought a semblance of relief to their hearts. There is something peculiar about this mountain range. Let us traverse the skies, Guansong suggested once more. Agreed, the others nodded in unison, wary of Su Guangji's potential to activate the third teleportation talisman at any moment. Su Guangji's expression darkened momentarily before she composed herself and carefully stowed away the last remaining teleportation talisman. She then nodded in affirmation. Let it be as you say. The 9 celestial emperors took to the air. Logically, they should have arrived within a short span, yet in reality, after half an hour of flight. The landscape remained a continuous expanse of lush mountains. This is not right, when Xian shook her head. We are but 100 miles from Sifong City. Why have we not yet arrived after an hour of flight? Could there be some natural restriction at play? Guansong's demeanor grew grave. A restriction of this magnitude, undetectable even to us, must be formidable. It would be prudent to abandon aerial travel and proceed on foot. A mere 100 miles could be traversed swiftly. Agreed. The group nodded in consensus. Su Guangji pressed her lips together. I can't shake the feeling that a malevolent aura lingers within this mountain range. We must remain vigilant. The unsettling presence weighed heavily upon her heart. Very well, they affirmed once more. Upon landing, Guansong took a moment to ascertain their direction before leading the group towards Sifong City. However, they were soon confronted by a dim, grayish barrier that obstructed their path. The barrier was faint, growing increasingly translucent as they ascended, nearly invisible beyond a certain height, yet still discernible at ground level. Thanks to Wen Xian's attentiveness, Guansong cautiously extended his hand and gently touched the gray barrier. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Brother Guan, Fui exclaimed Inadarum. I'm just behind you, came Guansong's voice from short distance away. The group turned to see him, standing unharmed, and they collectively sighed in relief. This is precisely where we began our journey. Guansong furrowed his brow. Su Guangji's expression turned increasingly serious. This meant that their aerial flight had merely circled back to the same spot. Their predicament resembled being ensnared within a temporal loop. Was there a temporal secret realm here? Or perhaps a treasure of time? The thought ignited a fervor in Su Guangji's eyes. The others evidently entertained this possibility as well, with Wen Renjio's eyes sparkling with excitement. Why not seek the temporal treasure first? Foolishness. Shui smacked Wen Renjio on the head. Our immediate priority should be to meet that unparalleled being. Brother Shui is correct. We should first pay our respects to that formidable entity before returning to seek treasure. Guansong concurred. Agreed. It is settled then. With a deft flick of her wrist, Xianxia conjured a small black flag that billowed in the wind. In no time, it soared to a height of 10 zhong, the flag's surface fluttering fiercely, its sound resonating across the expanse. Xianxia thrust the black flag forcefully into the ground, and in an instant, intricate black web-like patterns spread across the earth, radiating outward until they enveloped the entire mountain range. Only then did the dark patterns gradually fade away. I have sealed this mountain range with the ghostly dark flag. No living being shall dare to step foot here again. We shall meticulously search once we return to pay our respects to that formidable entity. Sister Shangguan is truly formidable, Zhu Xian mused with a smile, though her expression soon turned serious. But at present, how do we escape? In that moment, silence fell upon the group. Though the gray barrier appeared unassuming, it proved to be quite a conundrum. No matter their efforts, they could not breach it. The 9 celestial emperors flitted about within the mountains like headless flies all night, their heads spinning. They had long believed that this mountain range concealed a temporal secret realm or treasure, unaware that it all stemmed from one man, a eunuch-like figure. At this moment, Wu Zhiyun stood at the foot of the mountain, his garments tattered and his hair in disarray, reaching new heights of chaos. His face and hair were smeared with mud, rendering him a pitiful sight, while a faint, elusive gray glow emanated from his back. Gray wisps continuously seeped from the back of his head, though they were particularly inconspicuous. Even those seated directly behind him might not have noticed. Spitting out the weeds from his mouth, Wu Zhiyun cursed, "Damn that teleportation talisman." Once I return home, I shall ensure my father has that talisman master dealt with. What a piece of trash. What kind of shoddy teleportation talisman is this? After leaving Songlong Cliff, he had rushed out of the Four Corners City's restricted area and activated the teleportation talisman, hoping to indulge in the luxury of being transported directly to Xianxia City. There, he intended to locate a teleportation platform and activate the array to return home, wary that the Xianxia sect might seek him out later. However, upon activating the talisman, he found himself in this mountain range, hanging from a tree, fortuitously close to the nest of the demon beast, the jade-tipped red eagle, which contained 2 eggs. He swore he merely glanced out of compulsion, harboring no intention to steal. Yet, just then, the jade-tipped red eagle returned, unleashing flames upon him without hesitation. Wu Zhuiyun, possessing an 8th-grade spiritual root and considerable cultivation, had an array of talismans at his disposal. He promptly hurled an explosive talisman, but to no avail. It was as ineffective as a mere scrap of paper against the beast. The jade-tipped red eagle pecked at it twice without reaction, only to swat the talisman back onto his head, resulting in an explosion that left Wu Zhuiyun's head ringing. Had it not been for the numerous life-saving artifacts he possessed, he might have been swiftly dispatched. In the midst of his disorientation from the explosion, the Jade Pinnacle Eagle commenced a new wave of assault. Powerless to retaliate, he utilized an invisibility talisman. While it did render him invisible, his head remained exposed. In that moment, Wu Zhuiyun felt an urge to curse. Fortunately, he plunged into a mire below, managing to shake off the Jade Pinnacle Eagle. Yet, he soon found himself lost again. Each use of the teleportation talisman brought unexpected surprises. Whether landing in a puddle or crashing against a rock, or even encountering the fierce beast, the azure-eyed snow leopard, which pursued him relentlessly for miles. Eventually, he refrained from using the teleportation talisman, relying solely on his own 2 legs to traverse through the night. At last, as dawn broke, he emerged. Wu Zhuiyun was on the verge of tears, realizing just how exceptionally unfortunate he had been lately. Once he returned home, he resolved to adorn himself with more talismans of fortune to counterbalance his misfortune. Chapter 055. You are not qualified to meet my sect master. When Wu Zhuiyun finally succeeded in exiting the mountain range, the gray light barrier slowly dissipated. Shang Wanji and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Had they been delayed even a moment longer, Wenren Jiao would have been infuriated. What on earth was this cursed thing? With a tempestuous temperament, Wenren Jiao abruptly kicked a piece of blue stone into fragments. Unfamiliar with it, he had never encountered anything like it before. Guansong observed the rising sun and remarked, "Perhaps this entity fears sunlight. We should return during the day next time." Shangguan Ji also looked up at the sky. "Time is of the essence. We must hasten." Nods of agreement followed, and the group soared into the sky once more. This time, no further mishaps occurred, and they soon beheld the walls of the Four-Direction City. In the next moment, the 9 of them plummeted from the air in unison. Fortunately, as celestial emperors, they were unharmed by the fall. However, it was quite the embarrassment. Who among them could claim to fly only to crash down with a thud, face first no less? Luckily, it was early morning and there was no one around. Wenren Jiao, was that your restriction? Bei Yisun inquired, rubbing his neck. Do I possess such capability? Wenren Jiao shook his head. Those beneath the celestial emperor rank cannot impose restrictions. And how could those of the same tier be affected? Besides, Sister Shangguan and Brother Guan are both more powerful than I. My restrictions would be ineffective against you. How peculiar, Shui murmured, massaging his forehead. The fall resulted in a collision with a stone. Quite the coincidence. That was no ordinary stone. It was a mirage bone stone, capable of easily breaching the defenses of cultivators. Although he was a celestial emperor, he had been caught off guard and sustained an impact. Mirage bone stones were exceedingly precious, yet they had a drawback. A single stone could be used only once, shattering into fragments upon impact and becoming unusable thereafter. Could it be that a formidable being intervened? Zhuoxian cautiously inquired. After all, that is an existence capable of repelling a thunder tribulation with but a word. Shang Guanji's expression shifted. Then let us proceed with utmost respect and walk there. The others voiced their agreement. After performing a cleansing spell to tidy their appearances, the group hastily made their way towards the Four-Direction City. Shortly after their departure, Wu Zhuiyun made his entrance, appearing in a far more disheveled state than before in the mountains. His garments were tattered, barely draping over his essential areas. His hair stood on end, pointing skyward, exuding a burnt aroma. After fleeing from the mountains, he had neither provoked nor offended anyone. Yet, an explosive talisman slipped from his sleeve, and as he inadvertently stepped on it, he was propelled into the air. With a thud, he landed amidst the crevices of the stones, struggling for quite a while before finally extricating himself. At this moment, Wu Zhuiyun had no desire to curse. He longed to point heavenward and utter a reproach. Cursed heavens! Yet, despite his rebellious thoughts, he lacked the courage to act. Ultimately, he could only proceed with utmost caution, taking measured steps as he made his way homeward. In the four-direction city, Su Wan and Yu Rui, having finished their breakfast as disciples of the Starry Moon sect, prepared to take their leave. They still needed to visit Xianxia City. Hao Shan anxiously attempted to retain them, both urging them to stay while his heart raced with worry. What was happening with the Alliance's delegation? Hadn't they said they would arrive before dawn? Where had they gone? If it had not arrived soon, the members of the Starry Moon sect would depart. He dared not detain them against their will. Despite his superior cultivation, Su Wan was a treasure in his own right. Hurting him would be a minor issue, but what if it led to enmity? He still harbored hopes of joining the illustrious Starry Moon sect someday. Who wouldn't be enamored with such a grand faction? Lord Hao, please hold, called Su Wan with a smile. In the rivers and mountains, we shall meet again. Just then, the 9 celestial emperors finally arrived at the four-direction city. As they approached, having suppressed their cultivation, they went unnoticed by those around them. Even a disciple of the Tianxian sect pushed Wenren Jiu aside, saying, step aside, do not obstruct Elder Su's path. Wenren Jiu had never endured such an affront. In an instant, he unleashed his Celestial Emperor realm cultivation, directly obliterating that disciple. Celestial Emperor! The crowd gasped, their pupils contracting in shock. Hao Shan of the four-direction city, in a flurry of realization, bowed before the Celestial Emperors, exclaiming, I pay my respects to the esteemed Celestial Emperors. He was the first to regain his composure, kneeling with a thud. Wasn't it said that the Alliance's delegation would be arriving? How had 9 celestial emperors come instead? The others quickly followed suit, kneeling and proclaiming, we pay our respects to the esteemed celestial emperors. Yet, Su Wan and his companions stood tall and straight. We bow to no celestial emperors. Our allegiance lies only with our sect leader. Even if you're Elder Su, who has ascended to the celestial spirit realm before the gates of the Yu family in Hung City. As Shangwan Ji turned her gaze toward Su Wan, her tones softened slightly compared to her usual demeanor. The image stone left by Hao Shan had been duplicated by Shun Qingyun through the communication stone, allowing them to witness the events of the 4 sects competition. Thus, they recognized the circumstances. Su Wan, understanding the situation, lifted his gaze to Shangwan Ji and inquired, is the esteemed immortal emperor here to advocate for the Yu family? Sun Mohan and the others gasped in astonishment. Elder Su's courage was truly remarkable. To speak thus to a lineup of immortal emperors with such an upright posture was commendable. No wonder he had garnered the favor of the Starry Moon sect's leader ahead of others. At this moment, Wenren Jiu, filled with indignation, was restrained by Guan Song, who pulled her back just as she was about to unleash her turbulent spiritual energy. How dare the mere Yu family presume to be worthy? Shangwan Ji smiled gently and replied, Elder Su, we have come to pay our respects to the leader of your Starry Moon sect. The crowd was once again taken aback. They had already elevated the position of the Starry Moon sect's leader in their minds, but now even an immortal emperor sought an audience. In that instant, the status of the Starry Moon sect's leader was exalted even further, reaching celestial heights. Elder Su, they pose a question, said Jiang Wanwan, approaching Su Wan and speaking in a hushed tone. Yet, how could it possibly be concealed from an immortal emperor's ears? When Renjiu's temper flared uncontrollably, girl, whom do you claim has a problem? Su Wan promptly shielded Jiang Wanwan behind him, responding without hesitation, you lack the qualification to meet our sect's leader. What Jiang Wanwan had discerned, he and Xiao Huahua had also noticed. After all, they were equipped with a heart-reflecting mirror. This was entirely different from when they had recruited members for the Misty sect. Back then, they needed to manipulate the mirror with their spiritual energy to assess the nature of those individuals. Now, however, the mirror provided warnings autonomously. The 2 leaders at the forefront appeared utterly shrouded in darkness within the mirror, right down to their bones and marrow. Such individuals were indeed unworthy of an audience with a sect leader. What did you say? Wenren Jiu erupted in fury, his spiritual energy surging violently, teetering on the brink of chaos. I said, you are unworthy to meet our sect leader, Su Wan reiterated. Chapter 056, 1 Death, 1 Release, 7 Imprisoned. Seeking death. Wenren Jiu's eyes glinted with menace. As his voice fell, a colossal storm erupted from his center, swirling violently. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air, and the heavens shifted in hue. Even Xianxia, at the immortal sovereign level, found it difficult to stand against this overwhelming pressure. Others were rendered prostrate, unable to lift their heads. The might of an immortal emperor was indeed terrifying. Yet, Su Wen and his companions remained unaffected. Despite Jiang Wanwan possessing only the 8th level of the core formation realm, she stood tall and unyielding, seemingly impervious to the oppressive force of the immortal emperor. When Renjio stand down, Guansong's countenance shifted dramatically, and his spiritual energy surged, transforming into a vast azure hand that struck towards the tempest. Zhuoxian also took action, and in an instant, a colossal formation enveloped all present. This ensured that even if Guansong failed to detain Wenrinjio, there would be no casualties. In truth, Guansong had not exerted his full strength. He merely feigned effort. He sought to use Wenrinjio as a means to gauge the prowess of the so-called extraordinary being. After all, he was not the one inflicting harm. Should that formidable being truly become enraged, it would not implicate him. After all, he was still acting as a deterrent. If that illustrious figure did not reveal themselves, it was only fitting for Wenrinjio to assert his authority. The might of an immortal emperor deserved utmost reverence. Thus, Wenrinjio's storm effortlessly dispelled the azure hand and surged toward Su Wen. Jiang Wanwan and Shi Jingjing immediately positioned themselves in front of the crowd. Each of their disciples still possessed a strike. Su Wen and the others remained unfazed, even if they were powerless against the immortal emperor. They had the protection of their sect's tokens. Just as the storm was about to reach Jiang Wanwan, the heavens and earth suddenly shifted. The void split open with a golden fissure, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. In comparison, Wenrinjio's earlier celestial might was utterly insignificant. This descending pressure obliterated Wenrinjio's spiritual tempest in an instant. He was struck back, spewing blood, with his skin erupting in numerous tiny fissures from which blood gushed forth, transforming him into a figure of crimson. Shangguanji and the other immortal emperors were compelled to kneel, unable to lift their heads. Observing it from the soul-searching scroll was one thing. Experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different ordeal. Terror surged from the depths of their hearts. Guansong even regretted not exerting his full strength to thwart Wenrinjio earlier. In the next moment, Tang Yue stepped forth from the rift in the void, her gaze coldly fixed upon Wenrinjio. Under the emperor's scrutiny, Wenrinjio's body began to disintegrate. He could not even utter a plea for mercy before his form dissolved into nothingness, his very soul rendered unable to escape, annihilated completely. Shangguanji and the others were gripped by even greater fear. A dignified immortal emperor had been obliterated by a mere glance. Even their former pinnacle of strength, the divine king realm, could not achieve such a feat. Could it be that this individual was an emperor? But why would an emperor be present here? Having met the sect master, Su Wen's demeanor swelled with pride, his voice rising by several degrees. Yu Rui and the other disciples of the Xianxia sect also bowed in respect. Hao Shan, feeling the weight of the immense pressure, called out fervently, Hao Shan of Sifang City extends greetings to the sect master of Xianxia sect, wishing you boundless longevity. Sun Mohan and the others, regaining their composure, echoed the call in unison. Only the 8 celestial emperors of Shangguanji found themselves immobilized, rendered mute under the immense pressure of the emperor's might. Why have you slain the disciples of the Star Moon sect? Tang Yue inquired coldly. Her voice, ethereal and melodious, reverberated like thunderous spring rain, echoing within the hearts of the 8 Shangguanji. The weakest among them, Fu Yishu, was so shaken that he spat blood. However, due to Tang Yue's question, they were finally able to respond. My lord, please calm your wrath. We had no such intention. It was merely the actions of Wenrinjio. Guansong hastily deflected blame. We came to pay our respects to you, but who could have foreseen Wenrinjio's violent nature, clashing with your disciples? Such behavior is inexcusable. Shangguanji echoed the sentiment, while the other celestial emperors nodded in agreement, except for Zhuoxian, who remained silent, her lips pressed together. Sun Mohan and the others observed closely, and in that moment, their admiration for the so-called celestial emperors crumbled completely. They were no better than the most disloyal of individuals, unworthy of respect. Tang Yue sneered, causing Shangguanji and the others to change color, unable to express their indignation. Tang Yue's gaze fell upon Zhuoxian, who felt as though she were laid bare, her secrets exposed for all to see, causing her heart to race. Yet, In the next moment, the restrictions binding her dissipated. In 3 days, come to the Wanzhou mountain to meet me, Tang Yue said indifferently. Yes, my lord, Xianxia replied with haste. You may leave now, Tang Yue nodded. And with a gentle wave of her hand, Xianxia was propelled from the four-direction city. Guan Song sighed in relief. Just moments ago, Xianxia had set up a protective formation, and he had intervened to thwart Wenrinjiu. He believed she would be safe now. As for the rest of you, Tang Yue's fingertips flickered with golden light, which shot into the foreheads of Shang Wanji and the others. In an instant, they bore a golden mark upon their brows, each distinct in shape, yet identical in effect. Their cultivation was sealed and suppressed to the meridian opening realm, only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. With another light wave of her hand, a barrier of spiritual energy enveloped the 7 of them, transporting them to a desolate realm. There, the barrier expanded against the wind, encasing the entire area in a protective shield. Those outside could not enter, nor could those inside escape. To break this barrier, one would need to possess a cultivation level surpassing that of Tang Yue. The 7 of Shangwanji were effectively imprisoned. Witnessing Tang Yue's effortless handling of the 9 celestial emperors, everyone around held their breath in awe. Even the members of the Star Moon sect, including Yu Rui, still their breaths. Only Su Wan, beaming with joy, proclaimed, "The sect master is formidable." Tang Yue descended gracefully from the void, her imperial aura now subdued, taking on a more ordinary demeanor. Has the competition concluded? She inquired. Indeed, Su Wan affirmed with a nod. I have not failed your expectations, leading the disciples of the Star Moon sect to secure first place in the competition. Well done, she replied. Tang Yue expressed her appreciation, saying, everyone has worked hard. With a swift gesture, a dozen spiritual fruits materialized before the members of the Xianxia sect. Although the fruits varied in type, they were all of the same grade, specifically mid-level yellow grade. The differences in variety were tailored to align with the unique focuses of each individual's cultivation. Hao Shan and Sun Mohan, along with the others, were visibly enraptured. Wow, more yellow-grade fruits, and all at once, they exclaimed. What was even more remarkable was that, during the grand competition, aside from that young lady Jiang and a later miscellaneous disciple, the rest had simply observed the entire event without taking any action, remaining in their seats without so much as shifting. How could they claim to have worked hard? Chapter 57. A potential worker for the sect. Thank you, Sect Master, Su Wan said joyfully as he accepted the fruits, his smile nearly reaching the back of his head. After carefully enveloping the yellow-grade spiritual fruit with his spiritual energy, he gently placed it into his personal storage space, ensuring that the energy within would not leak. Yu Rui and the others followed suit. Once they had secured the yellow-grade fruits, Su Wan, with a look of self-reproach, remarked, It is entirely due to my inadequacy that I have troubled the sect master to come here personally. Not at all. Tang Yue waved her hand dismissively, her gaze shifting to Hao Shan. He immediately felt a shiver run down his spine, his pants dampening slightly. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Wenrinjiu being obliterated with a mere glance. Would he also meet a similar fate? Is this Four Directions city yours? Tang Yue inquired. Hao Shan lowered his head, apprehensively responding, I am the lord of this Four Directions city. Could it be rented to my Xianxia sect for a month? Tang Yue further questioned. The Four Directions city itself was unremarkable, but beneath it lay a small secret realm, perfectly suited for Jiang Wanwan. If she could successfully navigate its challenges, it would undoubtedly benefit her immensely. This insight had just been imparted to her by Xiao San. Rent? Hao Shan was taken aback. What about 3 high-grade, 9th-tier spiritual treasures? With a flick of her wrist, 3 suitable treasures appeared before him. Hao Shan was left speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. 3 high-grade, 9th-tier treasures, just like that? Surely, this could not be a dream. Noticing Hao Shan's prolonged silence, Tang Yue furrowed her brow slightly. Could it be that he was both knowledgeable and composed? Was he truly unmoved by 3 high-grade, 9th-tier treasures? What if I had another? Before she could speak further, Ho Zian suddenly kicked Hao Shan, snapping back to reality. Hao Shan frantically waved his hands. No need for so many, he stammered, before suddenly kneeling and imploring. My lord, I wish to offer this Four Directions city as a token of my request to join the Xianxia sect. In truth, the Four Directions city belonged to the Alliance, and he was merely the appointed lord, holding only administrative rights. Yet, with the presence of the 9 great celestial emperors, what significance did the Alliance hold? Moreover, it is merely a humble square city. Should the esteemed gentleman desire it, he could effortlessly acquire it with a mere gesture. Yet, he still chooses to inquire about its rental. This clearly demonstrates that he is a person of genuine character. To serve under such an individual would not only be a source of comfort, but also of security. Furthermore, he represents a significant opportunity. If one could align oneself with him, it would be as if the ancestral graves of his family would erupt in celebration overnight. Tang Yue lifted her gaze to glance at Xianxia, who instantly felt as if he were laid bare, with all his secrets exposed beneath the glaring sun. However, this sensation dissipated swiftly. Tang Yue averted her gaze. With a ninth-grade spiritual root and a commendable disposition, he could certainly serve as a worker for the sect. Contemplating this, Tang Yue's expression softened. If that is the case, would you be willing to join my Xianxia sect as an outer elder? Xianxia promptly knelt, bowing fervently. Xianxia, pay my respects to the sect master. To join the sect is to forsake betrayal. Tang Yue added, should you ever betray the sect, your soul and body shall be obliterated. Xianxia raised his hand and swore an oath. Tang Yue smiled gently, extending a soft force to lift Xianxia. Rise. Now that the square city belongs to our Xianxia sect, there is no need for further rental. Therefore, I must ask you to return these 3 ninth-grade spiritual treasures. Xianxia stated. Tang Yue raised her hand to retrieve them. Having become an outer elder, these 3, indeed, no longer seem fitting. She then waved her hand, causing 6 additional items to float before Xianxia, akin to those possessed by Su Wan and the others. Among them were a 9th-grade high-tier spiritual weapon adorned with 9th-grade gemstones, a book of 9th-grade high-tier techniques, a 9th-grade high-tier sect robe, and a 9th-grade high-tier hairpin, along with a teaching rod and a token of the outer elder. Xianxia's face twitched with excitement. Thank you, sect master. I shall diligently fulfill my duties henceforth. Sun Mohan and Zhou Hai observed, their eyes gleaming with envy, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Xianxia had exchanged the entire square city as a gift to join the Xianxia sect. Might they do the same with their sect? That would likely be inappropriate. The sect master of Xianxia had first recognized the value of the square city. It was this recognition that conferred value upon it. What could they offer? A half-sealed, low-tier treasure of their sect? That trinket would not even be worthy of serving the sect master's shoes. Moreover, their sect treasures were already owned by the Miao Miao sect. Thus, they stood there, heads bowed in silence. Xianxia presented the city lord's decree of the square city to Tang Yue. Sect master, this is the city lord's decree of the square city. Please accept it. Tang Yue took it without a glance and tossed it directly to Jiang Wanwan. You may keep it. Yes, sect master. Jiang Wanwan stowed it away in her storage ring. There is a secret realm beneath the square city, which will be beneficial to you. Therefore, you need not return to the sect just yet. Go and explore it first. Tang Yue instructed. I shall follow the sect master's arrangements. Jiang Wanwan replied. The entrance to the secret realm is located to the west of the city. I will have Tang, Yi, and Tang Yue accompany you shortly. Tang Yue summoned 2 bronze puppets with a commanding gesture. The moment these bronze figures materialized, an oppressive aura emanated from the realm of the divine king, suffocating all in its presence. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment, dissipating entirely with a wave of Tang Yue's hand, granting the onlookers a chance to breathe. They will ensure your survival, but will not aid you in overcoming the trials. You must devise your own strategies to succeed, Tang Yue declared. Indeed, I shall not disappoint the expectations of our esteemed leader, Jiang Wanwan replied solemnly. Very well, proceed. Tang Yue note that. Jiang Wanwan bowed once more before being escorted by the 2 puppets, one on each side, soaring westward into the skies. Now, let us depart as well. Tang Yue gathered the members of the Star Moon sect around her and tore through the void, vanishing without a trace. Once Tang Yue's presence had completely faded from this space, Sun Mohan and the others dared to rise, wiping the cold sweat from their brows, each filled with lingering trepidation. Who exactly is this leader of the Star Moon sect? She treats the Celestial Emperor as if it were child's play. Furthermore, that 9th-grade high-tier spiritual treasure seems to be discarded carelessly. The 2 puppets, seemingly casual, were unfathomable in depth. The only thing they could sense was that the puppets accompanying Jiang Wanwan exuded a fierceness surpassing that of the Celestial Emperor. Ho Zian stood tall and straight. Everyone, the competition has concluded. You may disperse. I must return promptly to prepare for Sister Wanwan's emergence from the secret realm. There could be no negligence in this matter. Their 4-way city had now been incorporated into the Star Moon sect, effectively becoming a subordinate force. Thus, as the deputy city lord, he naturally ought to refer to the disciples of the Star Moon sect as brothers and sisters. Is there anything wrong with that? Certainly not. Sun Mohan and the others envied him to the point of gritting their teeth in frustration. At that moment, Zhou Zihai approached Sun Mohan, smiling warmly. Sect leader Sun, shall we leave together? It would be prudent to discuss how we might align ourselves with the Star Moon sect. Su Tang quickly chimed in. I wish to join as well. Sun Mohan and Zhou Zihai exchanged glances before simultaneously declining. The routes of our 10 directions sect and UNG sect do not align with your Heavenly Xian sect. Chapter 058, The Profound Heavy Soul Body. Su Tang was left dumbfounded. What did that mean? The 4 sects were positioned at the cardinal points of the northern Xian continent. If your 2 sects are east and west, how can it be said that you do not share the same path with our Heavenly Xian sect? Was it not to convene and strategize together? Isolation. This was undoubtedly an act of isolation. They were blatantly attempting to ostracize. Su Tang's hair stood on end in indignation. Sect leader Sun, sect leader Zhou. What do you mean by this? Zhou Zihai cast a glance at Su Tang. You're not our companions. It is unwise for us to travel together. What do you mean we are not companions? Su Tang retorted angrily. Are you unaware of your own actions? Sun Mohan glared at Su Tang. And who exactly is that Wu Zhuoyun, cast aside by the Starry Moon sect and expelled from the Misty Cloud sect? How dare you solicit members so brazenly? Even daring to show your face here? You allow that scoundrel to belittle both the Starry Moon sect and the Misty Cloud sect as if they were worthless. My admiration for you and Sect Master Sun is boundless. Hence, I truly cannot accompany you. Sun Mohan showed no mercy, causing Su Tang's face to flush with a mix of red and white. Zhou Zihai shrugged his shoulders in resignation, stating that it was you who insisted on such bluntness. Subsequently, the two departed hand in hand, exuding an intimacy that was unmistakable. The elders and disciples of both sects shared a similar camaraderie. Only Su Tang remained, standing alone in the wind, his eyes tinged with a hint of indignation. After all, he too had been deceived by that rascal Wu Zhuoyun. That boy never mentioned he had been expelled from the Misty Cloud sect, did he? He truly believed he had merely poached a corner of their sect. Little did he realize he had unwittingly invited a parasite, long and cumbersome, that would lead to his demise. He fervently hoped never to encounter that boy again. Otherwise, he would surely teach him a lesson. Tang Yue tore through the void, intending to return directly to the Starry Moon sect. However, Su untimely interjected, Sect Master. Elder Gu is still waiting for us at the Ouyang family in Xianxia City. Elder Gu had already uncovered that there was indeed a member of their clan possessing a yellow-grade spiritual root, who held great admiration for our sect and was eager to join. We simply needed to utilize the heart reflection mirror to confirm. Tang Yue nodded in agreement, relying on Xiao San, and immediately crossed over to the location of Gu Qinyuan. The Sect Construction System allowed for the precise tracking of every disciple. Gu Qinyuan was enjoying breakfast at the Ouyang household, where the family had even drawn upon their treasury to ensure his meal was to his satisfaction. Ouyang Jintian, Ouyang Hexiang, and the plump boy surrounded him, engaging in cheerful conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In that very moment, a golden fissure suddenly split the void before them, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that was palpable yet not debilitating. Ouyang Hexiang sprang to his feet, summoning a broad blade that radiated an earthy glow, declaring, Elder Brother, take a Fu and Elder Gu to the ancestral grounds. If you cannot withstand it, I shall handle it. Ouyang Jintian swiftly produced the Tsangyan spear, his expression grave. The plump boy decisively grasped Gu Qinyuan's arm and summoned a special teleportation talisman, capable of instantly transporting them within a 1,000-mile radius of the Ouyang ancestral grounds. Since the plump boy could not abandon the Ouyang family, this talisman also served as a safeguard for him. The ancestral grounds housed an elder and 2 supreme elders in seclusion, representing the clan's highest combat strength. Gu Qinyuan was a distinguished guest, and no mishaps could occur within the Ouyang family. Do not be anxious, Gu Qinyuan reassured, firmly pressing down on the plump boy's hand. That is the aura of our sect master. Indeed, in the next moment, Tang Yue, accompanied by Su Wan and his entourage, appeared in the dining hall of the Ouyang family. The hall immediately felt somewhat cramped. The subordinate Gu Qinyuan, having met the sect master, promptly stood up and saluted. Ouyang Jintian and Ouyang Hexiang, recovering from their astonishment, hurriedly tucked away their spiritual weapons and bowed, stating, Ouyang family S. Ouyang Jintian and Ouyang Hexiang pay their respects to you, esteemed one. The chubby young boy also wobbled forward, struggling to perform a bow, saying, Ouyang Fu, humbly greet you, esteemed one. His considerable girth rendered the gesture quite a laborious task, yet it was not unpleasing, rather endearingly clumsy. Tang Yue's gaze fell directly upon the chubby boy. What is his situation? Why do I sense that his soul power is distinct from that of an ordinary person? Tang Yue pondo in wali. The guide I provided for the host's cultivation journey includes such information. Has the host not even glanced at it? Inquired Xiaosan. Tang Yue hesitated. I haven't had time lately. That tome is quite thick and exceedingly dull. I could fall asleep after reading half a page. What have you been busy with? Lazing about, or savoring the culinary delights prepared by Xiao Fei? Xiao-san retorted. In recent days, you at least rummaged through the system warehouse to see what Xiao Yi returned, what Xiao Air signed for, and what rewards you received for completing the sect's tasks. Now, you can hardly be bothered to peruse the system warehouse or the chat group. Host, I don't understand. At that moment, Xiao Air cheerfully chimed in. This chubby boy possesses a Xianxia soul body. What is a Xianxia soul body? Tang Yue inquired. Xiao Yi immediately spoke with a pure youthful lilt. The Xianxia soul body ranks 9th among the 10 special soul bodies, possessing an exceptionally vast soul power. Those endowed with this soul body are natural alchemists, yet regrettably, he has a yellow-grade spiritual root. Xiao Air quickly added, no matter, there will be opportunities in the future. His corpulence stems from the overwhelming strength of his soul power, which his physical form strives to accommodate. Alas, no matter how hard he tries, it is futile. An ordinary body cannot contain such immense soul power. He will perish within 3 years at most. Once Xiao Air finished, Xiao Yi promptly added, as your system, we're like an encyclopedia for the host. Should you wish to know something, simply ask. Xiao Air, with a soft yet sharp tone, remarked, a good system should ensure the host's comfort. Why must everything be left for the host to figure out? A proper system would not burden the host with both physical and mental labor. Xiao-san, upon hearing this, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. These two are quite the schemers. I merely wish for the host to gain more experience and not merely possess the cultivation of an emperor. Is that so wrong? I too have my concerns. Xiao Yi and Xiao Air are indeed remarkable. Tang Yue silently poured water, thinking, Xiao-san's intentions are also good. All is well, all is well. Upon hearing these words, the little assistant nearly burst into tears. Indeed, the host was the best, capable of understanding his painstaking efforts. How fortunate he felt to have chosen the right host. Chapter 059, Xianxia Water. After Tang Yue finished serving the water, she inquired, is there a solution? Are there any usable elixirs in those warehouses? The little assistant immediately regained his spirits and interjected before little one and little two could respond. If only this chubby boy can reach the divine realm before turning 18. Upon hearing this, Tang Yue nearly lost control of the primordial power within her. Thankfully, the little assistant lacked a physical form. Otherwise, she would have surely given him a few knocks. Was that even human speech? Merely reaching the divine realm before the age of 18? Had he forgotten what he previously stated? Did he not say that there were only 9 immortal emperors in the vast wilderness, each having cultivated for several millennia? This chubby boy appeared to be around 15 years old, leaving only 3 years. 3 years to ascend from the second level of the gathering sea realm to the divine realm. Was this a jest? Even if every heavenly treasure from the warehouse were utilized, disregarding the risk of explosion, success was not guaranteed. Unless, of course, the chubby boy possessed a system akin to Little One and Little Two. Otherwise, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Though she possessed the cultivation of a top-tier emperor, she could not forcefully infuse power into him, as his physique simply could not withstand it. Thus, such a statement was truly tantalizing. Could it be that the little assistant had a clever plan? After all, he was a system. How could he be utterly devoid of merit? Contemplating this, Tang Yue eagerly asked, little assistant, do you have a way for this chubby boy to reach the divine realm in 3 years? The little assistant immediately wilted. He had no such means. He had merely spoken hastily moments ago. Tang Yue called out again, and the little assistant bluntly replied that there was no such system. Little Two, in a cute and charming manner, remarked, as systems, how can we trouble the host to solve problems on their own? We certainly cannot pose challenges to the host, right? Third brother? The little assistant continued to feign ignorance. Tang Yue's eyes lit up. Little Two, do you have a solution? Indeed, Little Two replied with a sweet smile. His voice soft and endearing. A single drop of Xianxia water can suppress the Xianxia soul body, allowing him to reach the immortal realm before 18. This indeed seemed far more feasible. Tang Yue nodded inwardly. With the current spiritual energy of their Xianxia sect, coupled with various trial grounds and heavenly treasures, reaching the immortal realm in 3 years was entirely attainable. However, where could one find Xianzhong water? Tang Yue began to rummage through the system warehouses. But with so many warehouses and each filled to the brim, the sight was overwhelming. She wished for a one-click organization and search function for the system warehouses. Just as this thought crossed her mind, little one suddenly made a small sound of surprise, though it was too faint for Tang Yue, who was engrossed in her search. To hear, if the host cannot find it, there is no need to search further. It is merely Xianzhong water, little two said in a delicate and soft tone. A commendable system will never allow its host to experience any troubles. Ding! The Ouyang family's dining hall in Baiqianzhao has successfully completed autonomous sign-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 drops of Xuanzhong water. Tang Yue truly wishes to embrace the young attendant and shower him with affectionate kisses. How can one be so obedient and delightful? Unlike certain systems which discreetly retreat, choosing to play a game of invisibility. Alas, their lack of wealth renders them unable to engage in such matters. Unable to engage, yet unable to drive away. The third party is indeed unfortunate. With only 3 years left to live, Tang Yue casually seated herself on a chair, gazing at the chubby boy. Ouyang Jintian and Ouyang Hexiang's expressions changed dramatically. I implore you, Great One, save Afu. The Ouyang family is willing to toil and serve in your debt. Ouyang, Jintian exclaimed, kneeling with a thud. Afu is indeed the hope of the Ouyang family, but more importantly, he is his beloved. He would rather Afu be an ordinary child than suffer the loss of a loved one. Ouyang Hexiang also knelt down, tears streaming down his face. Great One, I would trade everything I have for Afu's life. Yet the chubby boy remained calm. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are governed by the heavens. Grandfather and third uncle need not feel sorrow. If one wishes to live, it can indeed be achieved. Tang Yue spoke slowly. There are 2 methods. Ouyang Jintian and Ouyang Hexiang immediately perked up, while the chubby boy held his breath. Though he was unafraid of death, who would willingly choose to die if life were an option? First, successfully advance to the divine realm before the age of 18. Ouyang Jintian and Ouyang Hexiang's eyes nearly bulged out. Were anyone else to utter such words, the Canyon spear would have been summoned. Was this a jest? There was not a single divine realm practitioner in the entire great wilderness. Moreover, after advancing to the immortal realm, each subsequent promotion becomes exceptionally arduous. It is said that the 9 immortal emperors of the great wilderness have cultivated for nearly 10,000 years. Yet they have not even touched the threshold of the half-step divine realm. What a jest, to openly suggest achieving the divine realm in just 3 years. Secondly, suppress it with Xuanzhong water and successfully advance to the immortal realm before the age of 18. Ouyang Jintian and Ouyang Hexiang exchanged glances. If it were merely to advance to the immortal realm, it might be somewhat easier. With the collective strength of the Ouyang family, coupled with various elixirs and celestial materials, there remains a chance to achieve this. Although Afu began his cultivation late, he possesses a yellow-grade spiritual root, allowing him to cultivate at a pace far superior to theirs. However, what exactly is this Xuanzhong water? They had never even heard of it. Great One, please forgive our ignorance. We are unaware of what Xuanzhong water is or where it can be found, Ouyang Jintian inquired. Xuanzhong water is a celestial material of the Xian grade, and it is not available in this great wilderness, Tang Yue replied leisurely. Ouyang Jintian and Ouyang Hexiang's hearts sank. Xian grade, something they had only seen in ancient texts. In a vast wilderness, the absence of certain resources does not imply that the leader of this sect lacks them. It is merely a matter of the elusive Xianzhong water. Tang Yue added, however, I never allow outsiders to utilize my possessions. Ouyang Jintian promptly kicked the chubby fellow. The young man knelt down, introducing himself as Ouyang Fu, and beseeched, I implore you to accept me into the Star Moon sect. Once I enter the sect, I vow never to betray it. Should I do so, may the heavens strike me down. Ouyang Jintian concurred. The Ouyang family is willing to become a subordinate of the Star Moon sect, prioritizing its interests above all else. With a smile, Tang Yue gestured, and Ouyang Fu, Ouyang Jintian, and Ouyang Hexiang were all assisted to their feet. With your aptitude, you may serve as an ordinary inner disciple, senior brother, Tang Yue proclaimed. Yes, I accept the command, the chubby fellow replied eagerly. Now that you are a disciple of the Star Moon sect, you shall be provided with appropriate spiritual treasures. With another wave of her hand, she conjured forth a series of high-grade yellow spiritual artifacts, including a weapon adorned with high-grade yellow gemstones, a high-grade yellow cultivation technique, a high-grade yellow robe, and a high-grade yellow hairpin. Furthermore, the token of an ordinary inner disciple was no longer black, but rather a resplendent purple-golden hue. Additionally, a high-grade yellow alchemical furnace materialized, glistening in silver-white and covered with a layer of frost, emanating an icy chill. Xianxia, standing nearby, felt half his body grow numb from the cold and promptly stepped back to regain warmth. Chapter 060. Wagering the dignity of an ordinary inner disciple senior brother. The chubby fellow gazed in bewilderment at the array of high-grade yellow spiritual treasures floating before him. Xianxia and Xianxia were equally astonished. Not only the Ouyang family, but even Gu Qingyu and Su Wen were rendered speechless. Though they had previously contemplated the possibility, knowing that sect treasures are distributed according to the rank of one's spiritual roots, witnessing such an abundance of pristine high-grade yellow artifacts left them utterly astounded. Your physique is not afflicted with hidden ailments. Rather, you possess the Xianzhong soul body, ranked 9th among the 10 soul bodies. Your physical form is too weak to bear its power, Tang Yue explained. The Xianzhong soul body is a natural alchemist. This furnace, named Xianxia, not only serve for alchemy, but can also act as an auxiliary spiritual weapon when necessary. Anyone approaching the furnace will feel their body grow numb, their internal spiritual energy sluggish, as if moving in slow motion. Xianxia and Xianxia were overjoyed. They had never anticipated that their beloved Fu possessed such extraordinary potential, promising an extraordinary future. The mention of the Xianzhong soul body carried an air of greatness. Indeed, their gratitude was owed to the esteemed individual. Had it not been for their benefactor's intervention, they would have faced the grief of burying their loved one in 3 years. Though the Ouyang family is among the 3 great families of Beiqian continent, they are but insignificant compared to the Star Moon sect. Thus, the notion of repayment seemed futile. Their only recourse was to devote themselves wholeheartedly, placing the Star Moon sect above all else. Xianxia resolved that henceforth, every member of the Ouyang family, from the highest to the lowliest worm in the soil, would belong to the Star Moon sect. The chubby boy regained his senses and knelt down once more, reverently knocking his head 3 times. Disciple Ouyang Fu, I thank the sect master for bestowing this treasure. Tang Yue nodded with satisfaction. Rise. She then flicked a drop of profound heavy water. The emergence of this high-tier, celestial treasure illuminated the entire Ouyang family with a radiant, multicolored glow, startling the ancestral elder and 2 supreme elders who were in seclusion. What an astonishing aura! Such remarkable energy must be a divine treasure. The essence of this spiritual treasure was dense, intimately connected to the aura surrounding Fu, perhaps holding significant value for him. This might well be a blessing bestowed upon our Ouyang family by the heavens. Quick, go greet it. 3 figures shot forth from the ancestral grounds, moving with the swiftness of meteors, arriving at the inner courtyard dining hall in an instant, only to be taken aback. What is happening? Why are there so many outsiders? Are they here to seize the treasure? Their gaze fell upon the spiritual treasure before the chubby boy, a yellow-tier, high-grade item. Yet, what astonished them most was the imposing presence of Tang Yue seated there, her aura overwhelming, rendering them incapable of discerning her level of cultivation. They felt as insignificant as ants. Xianxia hurriedly stepped forward, pulling 1 elder and 2 supreme elders aside, rapidly explaining the situation. Tang Yue paid little heed to the 3, focusing instead on the chubby boy. The infusion of profound, heavy water would bring some discomfort. The boy straightened immediately, thumping his chest as he declared, "Disciple is not afraid." A heart-wrenching wail erupted from the dining hall of the Ouyang family, drowning out the bustling streets of Xianxia City, where the triennial trade fair had just commenced, filled with the sounds of lively chatter. Yet, this singular cry silenced the street in an instant, compelling everyone to seek the source of the sound. But ultimately, they found nothing. The chubby boy stood there, his eyes brimming with tears. It was not merely a twinge of pain, it was genuine agony. In that fleeting moment of the profound, heavy water entering his body, he thought he saw his deceased great-grandmother beckoning to him. The intense pain surged from all directions, with no outlet for release. Tang Yue glanced at the boy's reddened eyes, paused for a moment, and then said, "You will need to endure a bit more. Merely absorbing the profound, heavy water is not sufficient. It must be integrated into your soul body. This will be even more painful than before." With tear-filled eyes, the chubby boy nodded. Sect Master, I will endure this time. I truly lost my composure earlier. I must maintain my resolve. I shall stake my dignity as the senior disciple among the ordinary inner sect members on this. Even if it brings me to the brink of death, I will not utter a sound. Tang Yue's fingers wove with spiritual energy, swiftly tapping the boy's forehead. A golden light blossomed on his cheeks, radiant as the sun. Thus, no one noticed the contorted expression of the chubby boy beneath that luminous orb. The dignity of the ordinary inner sect disciple, the senior brother, is utterly meaningless. It cannot be consumed as sustenance. What purpose does it serve? Just moments ago, he vowed that he would not utter a sound, even if it meant enduring excruciating pain. Yet, he has not yet reached that point of agony. Thus, he screams with all his might. A heart-rending wail ascends to the heavens, its resounding waves forcefully lifting the roof of the dining hall. The fragmented sunlight cascades down, imbued with warmth. This cry is not merely louder than before. Its penetrating power is formidable. The ordinary people on the street are shaken, their spirits unsettled by this cry. Even the elderly seem to perceive the beckoning of their ancestors. Fortunately, the situation remains perilous yet manageable. Tang Yue glances at the tearful, pudgy boy and then at the water stains on the ground. The boy, his face flushed in urgency, hurriedly explains, Master, that is sweat. He twists his sleeve, and the sound of water splashes forth. After 2 consecutive episodes, he is thoroughly soaked in perspiration. Although he could not suppress his cry, he certainly would not succumb to losing control. Thus, he must clarify the matter. It concerns his dignity as the senior brother of the ordinary inner sect disciples. Tang Yue smiles. I understand. The boy then breathes a sigh of relief and bashfully adds, It was truly painful just now. I ask for your forgiveness, Master. No harm done. Tang Yue gestures dismissively. The heavy water has restrained your heavy soul body. You will not gain weight any further. In 3 years, when you break through to the immortal realm, your body will gradually return to that of an ordinary person. Thank you, Master, for your assistance. The boy expresses his gratitude. Go bid farewell to your grandfather and the others. We must return to the Star Moon sect, Tang Yue instructs further. Yes, the boy nods and approaches Ouyang Jintian. Go ahead. Ouyang Jintian pats the boy's head. Once at the Star Moon sect, be sure to heed the Master's words. The boy nods. Take care, grandfather. Take care, third uncle. He then turns to the ancestor and the 2 esteemed elders, cupping his hands in respect. Take care, ancestor. Take care, esteemed elders. After this, he returns to Tang Yue and states, Master, I am ready. All right, let us return to the sect. Tang Yue raises his hand, gathering the members of the Star Moon sect around him. With a gesture, he tears through the void and steps across, arriving at the foot of Wanzhou Mountain. They did not return directly to the sect. As a newcomer, the boy must personally traverse the mountain path for his initiation. As Tang Yue and the others emerge from the void, they hear several voices from the foot of the mountain simultaneously proclaiming, Today I, XXX, voluntarily sever ties with the Misty Sect. May heaven and earth bear witness. In an instant, thunderclouds gather. Lightning strikes down, instantly causing those few disciples of the Misty Sect to spit blood. Their cultivation in the condensing spirit realm plummets to the opening veins realm. The disciple tokens in their hands shatter with a resounding crack. From that moment forth, they are severed from the Misty Sect. Bridges are burned, paths diverged, and no ties remain. Chapter 061, A Grave Loss. Tang Yue turns to glance at Gu Qinyuan, who appears utterly bewildered. What are you staring at me for? I am equally perplexed by the affairs of these young scoundrels. Moreover, I am no longer the leader of the mysterious sect. I now hold the esteemed position of the second elder of the outer sect of the Star Moon sect. This matter does not fall under my jurisdiction. It is the responsibility of Mo-Sien. Though I ponder this internally, Gu Qinyuan nonetheless soared forward. The disciples of the mysterious sect, having just sworn the oath of heaven and earth, had not yet exhaled in relief before they beheld Gu Qinyuan, their expressions shifting dramatically. The leader among them, Huang Yongming, was so startled that his voice faltered. Is this not Mount Wanzhou? How can we encounter the sect leader here? However, he quickly recalled that they had just made the oath of heaven and earth, safeguarded by the heavenly Tao. Consequently, they straightened their spines. We have sworn the oath of heaven and earth and received acknowledgement. We are no longer associated with the mysterious sect. Contrary to their expectations, no fury ensued. Gu Qinyuan merely replied with a disinterested "Oh." This left the group in a state of confusion. Even though the oath of heaven and earth is protected by the heavenly Tao, the sect should not treat them with such tranquility. They had severed ties with the sect. To speak bluntly, they had betrayed it. Just to know, following this was a prolonged silence lasting several dozen seconds. Ultimately, it was Huang Yongming who could no longer contain himself. Are you not the sect leader of the mysterious sect? No, Gu Qinyuan responded, shaking his head. Huang Yongming was taken aback. This answer deviated from his expectations. Furthermore, could this individual truly not be the sect leader? How could his voice, demeanor, and aura be identical? Could he be an imposter? If so, this thief was audacious beyond measure, even daring to admit it. As a disciple of the mysterious sect, one could not remain indifferent. But wait, had he not just sworn the oath of heaven and earth, thus no longer being a disciple of the mysterious sect? This matter was no longer his concern. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Huang Yongming mimicked Gu Qinyuan's earlier tone and uttered an "oh." To his surprise, Gu Qinyuan spoke simultaneously. I have now joined the Star Moon sect and serve as its second elder of the outer sect. Silence ensued once more, lingering for several dozen seconds. Then, Huang Yongming leaped 3 feet high, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Qinyuan, exclaiming, "How dare you, a dignified sect leader, betray your sect?" Gu Qinyuan paused for a moment before retorting, "Did you not just swear the oath of heaven and earth as well?" One of Huang Yongming's disciples tugged at his arm gently and whispered, "Senior brother, he has joined the Star Moon sect." Huang Yongming abruptly looked up. "You are now the second elder of the outer sect of the Star Moon sect?" "Indeed," Gu Qinyuan nodded. It seemed Huang Yongming had a realization, his voice trembling. "Then, what will become of the mysterious sect?" "Naturally, it will become an affiliated force of the Star Moon sect," Gu Qinyuan replied. "Did I not declare this at the sect conference? Furthermore, I made my intentions abundantly clear at that time. The mysterious sect has become a subordinate force of the Star Moon sect, yet none of you disciples are compelled to remain. You have been granted the opportunity to choose your own path, stay if you wish, or depart from the sect if that is your desire. The decision lies entirely in your hands. Should you choose to leave, you may do so immediately without hesitation. Why come here afterward to swear oaths to heaven and earth? Years of arduous cultivation have been rendered meaningless in an instant." Gu Qinyuan clicked his tongue in curiosity. "I am genuinely intrigued by your thoughts on this matter." Huang Yongming suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "What nonsense is this? You can leave the sect without harm? When was this sect assembly convened? Why was this not announced earlier?" He had attained the cultivation of the spirit condensation realm. Gu Qinyuan quickly turned away to avoid being splattered. These individuals seem rather familiar. Suwen leaned in for a closer look, stroking his beard as he spoke. Upon hearing Su Wen's voice, Huang Yongming turned to see him, followed by Xianxia, along with a group of esteemed elders from the mysterious sect. They all bore the same Star Moon insignia on their sect tokens. What is there to misunderstand? The mysterious sect has not only become a subordinate force of the Star Moon sect, but the sect leader, elders, and disciples have collectively joined the Star Moon sect. Thus, why did they just swear oaths to heaven and earth? Realization struck Huang Yongming, and he let out a mournful cry, spitting another mouthful of blood. These individuals had previously accompanied Chao Run to recruit disciples in Yong'an City. Suwen finally recalled, "You did not return to the sect, but came here to swear oaths to join the Star Moon sect?" The group of disciples nodded sheepishly. Then, they remembered that even the sect leader had joined the Star Moon sect as an elder, so what was there to feel ashamed about? They straightened their backs in newfound resolve. As one of them stood tall, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that not the sect leader of the Star Moon sect?" Huang Yongming abruptly turned his head and then fell to his knees in the direction of Tang Yue, exclaiming loudly, "Junior Huang Yongming pays his respects to the sect leader of the Star Moon sect. I have come today to request admission into the Star Moon sect." The others, shedding their earlier despondency, immediately knelt upright, expressing their desire to join the Star Moon sect. Tang Yue merely glanced at them and shook her head. "The Star Moon sect does not accept disciples with 6th grade spiritual roots. You may leave. Sect leader, we only wish to become outer disciples." Huang Yongming hastily replied. "Outer disciples require 7th grade spiritual roots," Tang Yue stated flatly. Huang Yongming and his companions were instantly dumbfounded. To be mere outer disciples requires 7th grade spiritual roots? So they had just lost everything. Huang Yongming spat blood once more, his face pale as death, while his eyes were unnaturally red. "Huahua, see them off," Tang Yue instructed. "Understood," Xiao Huahua nodded. "Let us go up the mountain," Tang Yue said, turning away from Huang Yongming and addressing the chubby boy. The path up the mountain was not long. The chubby boy arrived at the entrance of a Xianxia sect and promptly halted, respectfully bowing. Tang Yue nodded. All right, you may enter. Choose a suitable residence for an ordinary inner disciple. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult Elder Su, as long as it adheres to the sect's rules. All is permissible. Additionally, there is currently no dining hall within the inner gate, so you will need to arrange your meals in the outer gate. Yes, Sect Master. I shall remember that, the chubby boy replied with a nod. Elder Su, I entrust him to your care for the time being. After Tang Yue spoke, she tore through the void and stepped back to the master peak. Xiaofei was busy preparing Buddha jumps over the wall, and the enticing aroma filled the air on Master Peak. Tang Yue instinctively reclined on a lounge chair beneath a tree, taking a bite of a pastry and letting out a sigh. Xiaofei's culinary skills were indeed exceptional, rivaling even those of a five-star chef from Blue Star. However, the desserts left much to be desired. It seemed that in the future, she would need to recruit a pastry chef to complement the offerings, ensuring a delightful imperial life. Chapter 62 Xiaoyi departs. As night fell, the breeze turned cool. Tang Yue had succumbed to slumber. Despite having attained the status of an emperor, her daily habits remained unchanged. She went to bed punctually and refused to stay up late. After Tang Yue had fallen asleep, Xiao Yi and Xiao Er began to converse privately. Xiao Yi, I need to return for a while, with no set date for my return. If the host inquires, please cover for me then. Xiao Er, cousin, why are you going back? Xiao Yi, Mo Ling is summoning me urgently. I must see what is amiss. Xiao Er, all right then. Xiao Er, I shall say that you are currently leveling up. The host and third brother should not suspect anything. Xiao Er, but do remember to return early. Xiao Er, also, could you bring my teddy bear along? Xiao, what do you want that thing for? In your current state, can you even hug or cuddle it? Xiao Er, can I just look at it? Xiao Er, if you don't bring it, I will inform grandfather, grandmother, uncle, aunt, elder cousin, second cousin, and third cousin. Xiao Yi, fine, I will bring it for you. Is that sufficient? Xiao Er, thank you, cousin. Xiao Yi, though third brother is somewhat lacking, he is not to be underestimated. You must keep a close watch. Xiao Er, cousin, rest assured, I guarantee third brother will not slip through my fingers. Xiao Yi, good. I shall take my leave now. Xiao San was quite perceptive, so sensitive that just a short while after Xiao Yi departed, he sensed something was amiss. What could it be? Had his recent prowess intimidated Xiao Yi into leaving voluntarily? Amazing! What a fortunate turn of events. In such a brief span of time, one has been dispelled. How far are we from banishing the remaining one? The third one sensed the system's repository. Ah, the atmosphere is profound. Although the first one has departed, the items returned to the host remain intact, fully compensating for his deficiencies. What a good soul. The third one pondered with tearful eyes that, should he have the fortune to encounter the first one again, he must surely offer him some words of praise. Grateful for the first one's warm and gentle presence. It might be that in a few days, the second one will also take the initiative to leave, thus making the host solely his own. He chuckled to himself, envisioning a time when he could truly spread his wings and embark on grand endeavors. The third one delighted in these thoughts throughout the night, growing ever more pleased. So much so that the following morning, he could not contain his laughter, startling Tang Yue from her beautiful dreams. Why are you so foolishly amused this early, third? Tang Yue inquired, turning over. The third one's laughter abruptly ceased, leaving a tinge of embarrassment. He had become overly engrossed in his thoughts, and the mere contemplation of a promising future rendered him unable to restrain himself. Third brother, have you found your heart's desire? Came the soft, sweet voice of the second one. And no, the third one stammered, scratching his head in explanation. I was merely laughing. They say a smile can take 10 years off your age. It's the secret to eternal youth. Tang Yue responded, but that laughter is rather unpleasant, isn't it? You may indeed feel rejuvenated, but have you considered the feelings of those who hear it? That could be classified as a disturbance, even warranting detention on Blue Star. The third one hastily changed the subject. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received your first ordinary inner sect disciple. As a special reward, a treasure valley has been granted. Please select a placement location. Tang Yue's interest was rather lukewarm. With countless heavenly and imperial treasures already crowding her numerous warehouses, the disarray was overwhelming, and simply glancing at them caused distress. Moreover, the rewards provided by the third one were not particularly noteworthy. The treasure valley was likely filled with only the lowest grade treasures, offering little allure. However, it could serve as a diversion for the outer sect disciples, adding a touch of entertainment to their cultivation. Furthermore, she could not undermine the enthusiasm of the third one, one must maintain a steady course. After all, he was her own disciple, and who better to nurture than him? Thus, Tang Yue responded with feigned interest. A treasure valley, you say? Let's place it on the 9th peak for now. She concluded with a compliment. You truly are a remarkable third. The third one, though praised by the host, felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort within. What treasures do you have in your treasure valley? The second one inquired. The third one immediately perked up. The lowest grade is 8th rank, 9th rank. With a stroke of good fortune, one might even find yellow grade. Or, if luck is extraordinary, perhaps even profound grade. The second one pouted adorably. It's all rubbish. Why are you so excited? The third one retorted, alas. Another day of being looked down upon by the affluent. Heavens above, how blind can one be? If I have been bestowed with the system for the construction of our sect, why then must there also be a system for sign-in rewards? Allow me to add some flair, otherwise it would be quite embarrassing for the host. The assistant remarked, promptly dispatching a series of sign-in messages within the main group chat. Tang Yue casually scrolled through them. Initially, the assistant signed in by selecting a city, then it progressed to towns and villages. Now, it had become so specific that it was detailing the stove of a particular household. All the sign-ins this time yielded only earthly grade treasures. Although she yearned to incorporate some mystical grade items, her inventory was limited to earthly grade. It would have to suffice. The third assistant watched in astonishment as the second assistant carelessly tossed all the earthly grade spiritual treasures, numbering in the hundreds, into the treasure valley. Such a waste. They were simply discarded within the valley, without even a formation to protect them. One could just walk in and pick them up. The treasure valley had long been heralded as a place where danger and opportunity coexisted. Presently, the opportunity was evident. But what of the danger? Sister 2, we ought to set up some formations, the third assistant advised. This way, we can cultivate and treasure hunt simultaneously, achieving 2 objectives at once. Leave those trivial matters to you, replied the second assistant. Rest assured, I will arrange everything meticulously, the third assistant said with a sycophantic smile. When the first assistant departed without taking anything, it was certain that the second assistant would do the same. Thus, these spiritual treasures would ultimately belong to him and the host. Why not be a bit industrious then, since there were earthly grade items? Both inner and outer sect elders and disciples could enter, but each could only take one. Tang Yue decisively stated. Although the sect was still small, it would surely grow in the future. Sustainable development was essential. Breakfast was once again lavishly prepared by Xianxia, including roasted snow-covered red-patterned suckling pig. Tang Yue, satisfied after the meal, glanced at the few meager dessert items left on her plate and could no longer hold back her curiosity. Xianxia, do you happen to know any skilled chefs? Xianxia was taken aback, nearly losing his composure. What was this? Was he to be dismissed? Sect Master, have I done something wrong? He asked anxiously. Your cooking is excellent. I am very pleased, Tang Yue reassured him, glancing again at the desserts on her plate. And delicately added, it's just that the desserts could use some improvement. Therefore, I wish to hire a pastry chef to complement your culinary skills. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's face flushed a deep crimson. His complexion, resembling that of a walnut, turned a shade of deep red. With a hint of shyness evident in his eyes and brows, he became increasingly awkward in demeanor, appearing as bashful as a young girl experiencing her first crush. Chapter 063, Gao Xiaoro and Gao Xiaojiao. Tang Yue observed Xianxia's flustered state, feeling somewhat bewildered. Was this not rather alarming? His aged visage, seemingly on the verge of returning to the earth, suddenly appeared coy. It was as if a walnut shell had come to life. Tang Yue felt the remnants of her overnight meal rising within her. If this were to be captured in a photograph, would it not serve as a formidable weapon for the disciples of our sect during confrontations, leaving half of our enemies prostrate? Indeed, it rivals the might of a great weapon. However, at this moment, she truly does not need such a powerful tool. So, might you refrain from being coy? She genuinely does not wish to reveal it. Tang Yue averted her gaze, pretending to sip her tea, and said, Xianxia, speak plainly. Master, I do happen to know someone, Xianxia replied, his head bowed, fidgeting with his fingers, his demeanor increasingly awkward. The image of Miss Ruan from the Wanhuage flashed in his mind, a beauty surpassing even the flowers, capturing his heart with every smile and frown. Tang Yue pinched her fingers, striving to suppress her urge to strike him, and calmly inquired. And then? Xianxia finally emerged from his sweet reverie. But his smile only widened as he twisted the hem of his garment, his cheeks aflame. Although her main courses may not surpass those of his subordinates, Her desserts are truly exceptional, particularly her delicate floral layered cake and colorful dumplings. One bite beckons another, and soon one cannot help but desire more. Stop. Tang Yue interrupted with exasperation. Does she have any sect influence behind her? No. Xiao Fei shook his head. She merely runs a small tavern. Where is she now? Does she have any intentions of joining a sect? Tang Yue pressed further. She is in Hung City. Xiao Fei hesitated before continuing, though she has always valued her freedom. I am confident I can convince her to come. Xiao Fei, we are a reputable sect, not a criminal organization, Tang Yue replied, her expression turning serious. Master, what is a criminal organization? Xiao Fei asked with curiosity. Simply put, it is a force of evil, Tang Yue explained casually. Remember, if she wishes to come, we will welcome her. If she does not wish to, you must not force her. Yes, Master, I will remember, Xiao Fei nodded earnestly. Here, take this teleportation talisman and return swiftly, Tang Yue instructed again. Do not resort to force. Rest assured, Master, Xiao Fei declared, patting his chest with fervor. I will not bring shame to the sect. Go now. Tang Yue waved her hand. There is no need to rush back. I can visit the outer gate during lunch or dinner. Understood. Xiao Fei nodded. I shall take my leave now. Miss Ruan, Xiao Gu is coming. Tang Yue reclined in the rocking chair beneath the tree, grasped a handful of dried fruits, and retrieved a novel, continuing from where she left off. This was a book she had specifically arranged to acquire through the waiter a few days prior. Initially, she sought a novel from the Blue Star, but the waiter had struggled to fulfill her request. After a half-hour of silence, he provided her with several tales from the world of cultivation. Though they lacked the same brilliance, they were sufficient to pass the time. The story she was currently engrossed in depicted the tale of a divine king and his delicate wife, a pursuit that saw her attempting to flee while he relentlessly chased her. After receiving the teleportation talisman, Xiao Fei did not head directly to Hung City. Instead, he first visited the outer gate's kitchen to relay instructions to his disciples, Depang and Erpang. For one must never be negligent when it comes to the masteress affairs. Xiao Fei swiftly arrived at the outer sect's kitchen, calling out in a loud voice, Master. What brings you here? Da Pong and Erpang rushed over, two robust figures resembling iron towers, quickly enveloping Xiao Fei. He pushed them aside with a hint of disdain, surveying them from head to toe. Have both of you made progress in your cultivation? The outer sect boasted a tenfold gathering array of spiritual energy, alongside a plethora of 8th and 9th grade spiritual herbs and fruits. It was nearly impossible not to advance. Da Pong scratched his head, his voice buzzing with excitement. I suppose Master has advanced even more. Erpang chimed in with a beaming smile. After all, the Master Peak is the most spiritually enriched place in the sect. Xiao Fei straightened his posture proudly. Indeed, when I first entered the sect, I was merely at the 8th level of the transformation realm. Yet in just a few days, I have ascended to the return to origin realm. The spiritual energy at Master Peak was so dense that it had turned into mist. He didn't even need to circulate his cultivation method. The energy rushed into his body eagerly. He had scarcely practiced during these days. Yet his progress surpassed even his diligent training in the past. Of course, he wasn't particularly diligent either. Da Pong, from now on, please refrain from calling me Da Pong. He interrupted, scratching his head. I am unworthy of such a title. Only Pong Pong Xixiang deserves that honor. In comparison, I fall far short, both in breadth and in depth. I feel rather inadequate. Xiao Fei was left speechless, and, after a brief silence, he asked, Then shall I call you Pong? Or perhaps Shidi-san Pong? We are not worthy of the term Pang. Da Pong shook his head. Only Pong Pong Xixiang is worthy. Xiao Fei inquired. Have you considered that your corpulent Xixiang might not appreciate that descriptor? After all, it is somewhat of a hidden affliction. Yet, upon encountering the sect leader, it transforms from an affliction to an opportunity. Nevertheless, no one relishes being reminded of it daily. It is not a matter of pride. Only Da Pong and Erpang seemed blissfully unaware. Da Pong immediately retorted. Pong Pong Xixiang introduced himself as Ouyang Fu, with a nickname Ouyang Pong Pong. He mentioned that upon entering the Xianxia sect, we are all family and that we should call him Pong Pong Xixiang. Therefore, Erpang and I have decided to revert to our original names. We shall never compete with Pong Pong Xixiang. Xiao Fei pondered for a while before asking, What are your true names? Despite having been their master for several decades, he realized he hardly knew their real names. When they first encountered him at the foot of the mountain, they introduced themselves as Da Pong and Erpang. After all these years, he had become accustomed to it. Da Pong awkwardly scratched his head, his voice faint like a mosquito's buzz Gao Xiaoro. Xiao Fei barely caught it, and asked what. Erpong responded clearly and articulately. Gao Xiaoro, with Ro meaning soft. Xiao Fei felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Who could have imagined that a towering figure, as sturdy as an iron tower, would bear the name Gao Xiaoro, with Ro signifying softness? Xiao Fei inhaled deeply and turned to Erpang, inquiring, "What about you? What is your given name?" This time, it was Erpang who became bashful. Erpang let out a cold chuckle, summoning all his inner strength to proclaim loudly, "His name is Gao Xiaojiao," with Jiao meaning delicate. Xiao Fei remarked, "Suddenly, I find myself reluctant to retain these two disciples. What to do? Though such thoughts cross my mind, I cannot simply cast them aside. They must perform well at noon. The sect leader may pay a visit, and you must not be negligent." With that admonition, Xiao Fei hurriedly departed, as if pursued by hounds. Moments later, from the direction he had left, a raucous laughter erupted. Chapter 064. The Unfortunate Returns Home. Tang Yue turned a page in her book, brushing away a tear from the corner of her eye, and then glanced suspiciously into the distance. Why hadn't Xiao Fei left yet? What was the source of that raucous laughter? She feared he might choke on it. Just as she had that thought, Xiao Fei's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a series of gasps. Could it be that he truly choked? Did the emperor possess some skill that allowed his words to manifest into reality? But she had not spoken a word herself. Would mere thoughts count? How terrifying that would be, for she often indulged in wild imaginings. Perhaps she should consult her own compendium of knowledge. Xiaosan had indeed provided her with various tomes, such as Guide to Cultivation, Rules of Cultivation, and Introduction to Cultivation. Yet, she found them utterly tedious and questioned their practical application. Besides, as a host endowed with 3 systems, was it not absurd for her to read? Was it not better to simply ask? Xiao Yi, Xiao Er, Xiao San. Tang Yue habitually called out her mind. Odd. Why did Xiao Yi's presence seem so diminished? What had transpired? Big Brother is currently in slumber, undergoing an upgrade, and is temporarily unable to converse with the host, Xiao Er cheerfully informed her. Should the host have any inquiries, Xiao Er is also quite capable. Hearing this, Xiao San grew anxious. What do you mean? Big E is asleep and upgrading? Was it not a voluntary retreat? I can no longer sense his presence at all. So he is indeed upgrading in slumber, Tang Yue realized. Then, with keen curiosity, she asked, will new functionalities emerge after the upgrade? The question she had just contemplated had already fled her mind. Each system's upgrade is unique, thus. I cannot foretell what capabilities Big Brother may acquire, Xiao Er replied gently. He should be even more formidable, Xiao San stated dryly. A beautiful dream, yet to even begin, it had crumbled. How could it be that Xiao Yi had not departed, but rather concealed his presence to upgrade? Already immensely powerful. Would he not be even more so post-upgrade? It is imperative that one exerts oneself. One must never resign to a lifetime as a mere mistress. Rather, one aspires to ascend to the role of a leader. Tang Yue, intrigued, inquired about the duration it might take to achieve such an upgrade. It could range from 3 to 5 days, or potentially extend to a month. Xiao Er remarked that the time required primarily depends on the specific function being upgraded, as the duration varies accordingly. Fear not, dear host. Although the elder brother is absent, both I and the third brother are here for you. I am clever, charming, and affluent, and the third brother. The mistress immediately perked up her ears. Xiao Er paused momentarily before stating, let us not dwell on this question. What truly matters is whether you summoned us for a specific purpose. The mistress nearly exploded at the implication that it was of no significance. Just as she was about to erupt, Tang Yue interjected, I currently possess the cultivation of an emperor. Is it possible that my words could manifest reality? Alas, it cannot. Xiao Er replied succinctly. Only an emperor who has fused with the heavenly Tao can command such power. Fusion with the heavenly Tao? Tang Yue queried, her curiosity piqued. Not quite fusion. More like a collaborative state where the emperor may borrow a portion of the authority of the heavenly Tao, Xiao Er explained after a moment of contemplation. And how does one achieve this fusion with the heavenly Tao? Tang Yue pressed further. I cannot say, Xiao Er replied, his tone somewhat deflated. This is a matter I have not delved into. The mistress instantly perked up, urging, ask me. I know. Very well. Tang Yue thoughtlessly posed her question, merely indulging her curiosity rather than genuinely seeking to fuse with the heavenly Tao. To her, it seemed that the heavens do not bestow gifts without cost. Anything gained must come at a price. Yet, her current status as an emperor seemed to have come without any effort on her part. She had merely enjoyed a leisurely slumber on Blue Star, and upon her arrival, she was inexplicably bound to a system. Before she could even comprehend her situation, She found herself attached to 2 additional systems. After doing nothing at all, she became invincible overnight. Was this not an exceedingly generous gift, having already received so much? What further sacrifices were required from her by the 3 systems? The mistress's intentions were quite clear: to establish a sect, safeguard the citizens of this world, and fend off invasions from other realms. What then would Xiao Yi and Xiao A require of her? Were their demands something she could fulfill? This was a matter she would need to subtly inquire about in the future. The mistress was eagerly awaiting Tang Yue's inquiry, yet to her dismay, Tang Yue had already picked up a book from the table, engrossed in its contents. The mistress felt her heart sink, filled with a myriad of emotions. Why doesn't he, the host, ask me? I truly possess knowledge on this. Meanwhile, Wu Zhuiyun gazed at the 2 characters of the Wu residence, tears streaming down his face. At long last, he was home. Only the heavens knew how he had endured the past 2 days and nights. His misfortunes were so dire that even his own mother would have called him ancestor upon seeing him. Even a sip of cool water felt like it was stuck between his teeth. Taking a deep breath, Wu Zhuiyun stepped inside. Where did this beggar come from? How dare he come to our Wu family to beg? The guardian at the entrance chastised harshly. Wu Zhuiyun's fury ignited instantly, and with a single palm strike, he sent the guardian flying. How dare you? He seethed. It was already unbearable to suffer misfortune outside. Now, upon returning home, a mere guardian dared to provoke him. Truly, they must be tired of living. Alert! There are troublemakers intruding. Immediately, a squad of guardians assembled. Get lost! Wu Zhuiyun's anger intensified, a faint gray aura seeping from him. So subtle, it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. How audacious, to cause a ruckus before the Wu family. The leader of the guardian squad bellowed. I am the young master of the Wu family. Wu Zhuiyun brandished his long knife, slashing it through the air. You dare to stop me? You must have the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard. Under the shadow of his blade, numerous guardians fell in an instant, though fortunately, no lives were lost. Only then did the leader recognize Wu Zhuiyun, hastily kneeling with a thud. I was unaware of the young master's return. For any offense caused, I humbly request your punishment. Yet, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. What kind of attire is this? Even the city's most disheveled beggar would be superior. Go to the law enforcement hall and receive your punishment. 300 lashes. Wu Zhuiyun glared fiercely. As for the others, expel them from the Wu family. Without heeding the pleas behind him, he strode into the estate. Upon reuniting with his parents and grandparents, Wu Zhuiyun could no longer contain his emotions and burst into tears. Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother. I thought. As he rushed forward, a thick stack of explosive talismans unexpectedly tumbled from his sleeve. Moments later, a magnificent mushroom cloud rose above the Wu family estate. Fortunately, his grandfather, Wu Qin, had ascended to the realm of immortals months prior, which enabled him to withstand the series of explosions. However, he was gravely injured, half kneeling on the ground, drenched in blood. The external injuries were not the most concerning. His internal organs had sustained severe damage, requiring at least a year of seclusion for recovery. Chapter 065. For some reason, he was particularly resilient to explosions. Xianxia supported Wu Qin's arm, one hand pressing against his back, continuously channeling spiritual energy into him. Father, are you all right? Wu Wangying and Munyan asked, clutching their chests, their faces pale. Though they too had suffered internal injuries, they were not severely harmed under Wu Qin's protection and would recover in 3 to 5 days. Wu Qin gasped for breath, coughing persistently. I must enter seclusion immediately. I will take Brother Qin over, Zhao Xi said promptly. No hurry for now. Wu Qin leaned on Zhao Xi, asking, where is Yuner? Is he all right? Upon hearing this, Wu Wangying and Munyan's hearts dropped. Extending their spiritual senses, they began searching for Wu Zhuiyun, knowing that the stack of explosive talismans had detonated right beneath him. If even their father, an immortal, was gravely injured, how could Yuner, who was merely at the transformation realm, have escaped unscathed? As Munyan swayed, in the next moment, Wu Zhuiyun emerged from the billowing black smoke of the explosion. Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, I am unscathed. How to describe it? Wu Zhuiyun appeared quite disheveled, with hair standing on end and a face covered in soot. His clothing was in tatters, barely offering any modesty, akin to being nearly unclad. Nevertheless, the most crucial areas were still shielded by a remnant of fabric. Despite his disarray, remarkably, he bore no visible injuries. Wu Qin and the others gazed at Wu Zhuiyun in disbelief. What had transpired? That thick stack of explosive talismans had detonated right at his feet. How could he emerge unscathed? Could it be that the Xianxia sect had bestowed upon him an extraordinary life-preserving treasure? The sect master Su was indeed a benevolent figure. However, considering their child's innate talent, the Xianxia sect would undoubtedly treat him with utmost regard. The sect master had promised to grant him the status of a direct disciple. After all, their child possessed an 8th-grade root bone and had the support of the Wu family. The Piamiao sect was simply unappreciative of such gifts. How could you be carrying so many explosive talismans? Wu Qin coughed twice, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. The sheer number seemed to amount to several hundred. With such a multitude of explosive talismans, why did he not use spiritual power to entangle them and store them in a storage ring? How could he carelessly leave them in his sleeve pocket? Wu Wanqing reprimanded. Wu Zhuyin scratched his head sheepishly. These are not my explosive talismans. I have no idea how they ended up in my sleeve. Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Oh, I understand now. It must be those 2 thieves. On my way back, I encountered a rather peculiar master and disciple. They seemed deranged, relentlessly pursuing me for over 1,000 miles, employing all sorts of despicable tactics, explosive talismans, illusion talismans, 7 poisons powder, you name it. If not for the many protective items I possessed, I might have perished at their hands. They had gotten close to me several times. I suspect the explosive talismans were deliberately stuffed on me during those encounters. Their intention was to blow me up. Yet, for some unknown reason, the talismans only detonated now, burdening grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother. It is all my fault." As Wu Zhuyin spoke, tears streamed down his face. His eyes reddened, creating a rather humorous contrast with his soot-streaked visage. "It is not your fault," Wu Qin consoled, patting Wu Zhuyan's shoulder. "It is those 2 who have gone too far. You must sketch their likeness later. Our young master of the Wu family shall not be humiliated by outsiders. This grudge must be avenged." As he spoke, Wu Qin was seized by another fit of coughing, a fresh line of blood trailing from his mouth. "Brother Qin, you must retreat into seclusion immediately," Xianxia urged with concern. Wu Zhuyin hastily nodded in agreement. "Yes, grandfather, please go into seclusion quickly. Do not jeopardize your foundation. We cannot afford to delay." Wu Qin coughed twice, inquiring, "What kind of spiritual treasure did you employ to withstand that explosion?" "A single explosion talisman does not possess such formidable power. Yet, the sheer number is overwhelming. However," Yuner emerged unscathed, "that treasure must be at least of the 9th rank, if not higher. Could it be that the heavenly Xian sect bestowed their treasured artifact upon Yuna? That seems implausible, especially with the Holy Sun still present in the sect. Is it possible that Yuner possesses some unique quality, perhaps surpassing even the Holy Sun, thereby catching the discerning eye of Sect Master Su? If that were the case, wouldn't the Wujia family soar to unprecedented heights?" As this thought crossed his mind, Wu Qin coughed again, this time not only from his mouth and nose, but also from his eyes, which began to bleed profusely. "Qingge, you should retreat for meditation," Xianxia urged with concern. Wu Qin, however, waved his hand, his gaze intensely fixed on Wu Zhuyin, though the blood obscured his vision. He was determined to clarify the matter today, otherwise he would find no peace in his meditation. Once he acquired a definitive answer, he would immediately withdraw to cultivate. Wu Zhuyin spread his arms, saying, "There's no spiritual treasure. I'm unsure why, but I seem particularly resilient to explosions lately." Wu Qin was undeterred, pressing on. "Did Sect Master Su not provide you with any treasures?" Wu Zhuyin's expression shifted, and he fidgeted with his fingers. "I have departed from the heavenly Xian sect." "What?" Wu Qin and the others were taken aback. The last time Yuner returned, he mentioned how the sect master had earnestly sought to recruit him, promising him a position as the sect master's personal disciple. How could such a significant change occur in just a few days? Wu Zhuiyun's mind raced. The heavenly Xian sect has offended a formidable figure, and there is a risk of sect annihilation. Sect Master Su, being benevolent, allowed me to leave since I had not formally joined the sect. I did not wish to depart. I intended to stand by the heavenly Xian sect through thick and thin. However, considering the safety of my kin, I hesitated. I fear nothing for my own life. But if my actions endanger my entire clan, I would not rest in peace. Thus, I left the heavenly Xian sect and hurried back. As he spoke, Wu Zhuyin grew increasingly fluent, even convincing himself of his own narrative. Annihilation of the sect. Wu Qin and the others were once again stunned. Sect Master Su possesses a cultivation level of the 7th rank in the immortal Emperor realm, and the ancestral elders of the sect had ascended to the immortal sovereign realm 2 years ago. As one of the 4 prominent sects of the North Qian continent, the Heavenly Qian sect is formidable. What kind of high-ranking figure could pose such a threat merely by being offended? Could it be the immortal emperors from the central continent? The arrival of an immortal emperor in the North Qian continent would be a monumental event. They, the Wujia family, are not insignificant, yet they have heard no rumors. It is clear that those beneath them have grown complacent. They must be reprimanded in due course. The Wujia family does not harbor idlers. Hush! Wu Zhuiyun raised a finger to his lips. This matter must remain confidential. It cannot be divulged or investigated. Should we inadvertently draw attention, our Wujia family may face great calamity. Upon hearing this, Wu Qin and the others' expressions changed drastically. After a while, Wu Qin finally spoke. We shall heed Yun'er's words, prioritizing the safety of our family. Indeed, Father, Wu Wanqing nodded in agreement. Cough, cough. Wu Qin coughed twice more, and fresh blood once again spilled forth. Yun'er, you should stay at home for a while. Once the storm passes, we shall devise our next steps. I must retreat to seclusion immediately. Unless there is a matter of great importance, do not disturb me. Chapter 066. Mushroom clouds blooming above the Wu family. Having given his instructions, Wu Qin proceeded to enter his retreat. Zhao Xi, Wu Wanqing, and Mu Nian each returned to tend to their injuries. Wu Zhuiyun, however, indulged in a long, soothing bath, washing away the fatigue of the past 2 days. Just as he reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, his elder brother, Wu Zhuofeng, arrived, accompanied by a majestic crimson-eyed ice-armored eagle. Elder brother, Wu Zhuiyun sat up. Ah, young lad, it seems your strength has advanced impressively in just a few days. Wu Zhuofeng remarked, clapping Wu Zhuiyun on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. It was merely luck, Wu Zhuiyun replied with a smile. He had originally reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the transformation realm. Had he continued his training steadily, it would have taken him another month or 2 to ascend to the return to origin realm. However, being pursued had turned out to be fortuitous, allowing him to leap directly into the return to origin realm. Opportunity is indeed a form of strength, Wu Zhuofeng noted. This ice-armored eagle was recently captured and has been tamed. I present it to you as a mount, he continued. Thank you, elder brother, Wu Zhuiyun said with a smile. As brothers, there is no need for such formalities. Wu Zhuofeng chuckled, patting the eagle's wing. Go, greet your new master. The ice-armored eagle stepped forward, obediently bowing its head. Wu Zhuiyun reached out to stroke its head, simultaneously marking its brow with his own seal. However, at that moment, a stack of explosive talismans tumbled from his sleeve, considerably thinner than the previous one, consisting of just about 10 sheets. Yet, Wu Zhuofeng's cultivation was low, merely at the 2nd level of the core formation realm. If these were to detonate accurately, it would surely result in either death or severe injury. Though Wu Zhuofeng was not highly skilled, he was quick. In a flash, he darted behind the ice-armored eagle. Simultaneously, the eagle let out a piercing cry, and a tremendous wave of sound surged into the sky. Its enormous wings flapped, summoning a howling wind. Wu Zhuiyun, momentarily stunned, hastily raised a protective barrier of spiritual energy before Wu Zhuofeng. Yet, he could only manage to erect half of it before the explosion erupted. Once again, a beautiful black mushroom cloud ascended above the Wu family estate, though it was considerably smaller than the previous one. The ice-armored eagle and Wu Zhuofeng were both hurled away by the blast, crashing heavily to the ground, feathers scattering through the air. The eagle, somewhat dazed, looked at its meaty wings and then at its bare body, letting out a sharp cry of distress. Wu Zhuofeng, already gravely injured from the explosion, was further affected by the eagle's sonic wave, causing blood to flow from his orifices as he fell unconscious. When Wu Wanqing, Mu Nian, and Zhao Xi arrived, they beheld Wu Zhuiyun, completely unscathed yet covered in soot. Lying nearby was the gravely injured and unconscious Wu Zhuofeng, alongside the completely featherless red-eyed ice-armored eagle. One might say that the featherless eagle appeared remarkably plump. How tempting it would be to set up a roasting frame, brush on some sauce, and sprinkle a touch of cumin. The red-eyed ice-armored eagle glanced at the onlookers and let out a piercing cry, attempting to take flight. Alas, despite its efforts, it could not lift off due to its weary wings. Foam! Mu Nian rushed over, inserting a recovery pill into Wu Zhuofeng's mouth, channeling her spiritual energy to assist him in absorption. Yin, what is happening? Wu Wanqing inquired anxiously. Wu Zhuiyun shrugged innocently. I don't know. I merely patted the head of the red-eyed ice-armored eagle, and unexpectedly, a few explosive talismans fell out of my sleeve. Could this be the handiwork of that master and apprentice duo? Your previous attire was already destroyed. This must be the new one, right? How could they have tampered with it? Wu Wanqing's eyelid twitched. Perhaps they meddled with my storage ring, Wu Zhuiyun mused, stroking her chin. This clothing is from the storage ring. Hand over the ring, Xianxia instructed, extending her hand. Wu Zhuiyun promptly removed the 10 rings from her fingers and handed them to Xianxia, saying, "Grandmother, please be careful." Xianxia did not take them directly. Instead, she enveloped them with her spiritual energy. As she cautiously probed within, she found nothing amiss. Only then did Xianxia feel reassured enough to empty the contents of the storage ring, confirming the absence of explosive talismans before letting out a sigh of relief. However, she did not return the ring, stating, "I will hold on to these items for you, and we shall conduct a thorough examination later." "Yes, grandmother," Wu Zhuiyun nodded, then turned her gaze toward Wu Zhuofeng. "Elder brother is fine. He is not in mortal danger, but he will need 3 to 5 months of proper recuperation." Moon Yin withdrew her hand and ordered for Wu Zhuofeng to be sent back to recuperate. "This is all my fault," Wu Zhuiyun lamented. "That master and apprentice duo are too cunning." Xianxia consoled her. "Quickly change your clothes and freshen up. I have instructed the servants to prepare a welcome banquet for you." "Thank you, grandmother," Wu Zhuiyun replied with a bow before departing. "Wanqing, issue a bounty for that master and apprentice duo," Xianxia remarked with a cold snort. "To scheme against the Wu family is to invite our wrath." "Yes, mother," Wu Wanqing nodded. At the welcome banquet, Wu Zhuiyun donned a brand new outfit, crafted recently by the estate's armorer. The first half of the event proceeded without incident. However, during the latter half, as Wu Zhuiyun offered toast to Xianxia and bent her body, a stack of explosive talismans slipped from her sleeve once more, roughly 30 or 50 in number. Xiaoxi's expression changed dramatically. Her semi-immortal cultivation surged forth, conjuring a blue wind spirit shield before her. Yet, it shattered into fragments within 5 breaths. Xianxia was sent flying, spitting blood, and subsequently found herself in seclusion for a year and a half to recuperate. Wu Zhuiyun remained unscathed, save for her hair standing on end and her once splendid attire now reduced to tatters. Her visage was smudged with soot, presenting an utterly disheveled appearance. A sense of urgency gripped her heart. What on earth had transpired? This exquisite garment was freshly crafted by her family. Could it be that the master and disciple duo possessed such extraordinary abilities? Wu Wanqing and his wife wore expressions of deep concern, evidently sharing the same apprehensions regarding the pair, their hearts swelling with unease. Their methods seemed alarmingly elusive. Moreover, how had you managed to endure the explosions unscathed? Time and again, she had been at the epicenter of the blasts, yet sustained not even a scratch. This was truly unfathomable. Did you possess some unique trait that had eluded their notice? Wu Wanqing stroked his chin, suddenly recalling the 8th-ranked Thunder Saint body, which could be nourished by lightning. Excluding divine retribution, of course. Yun's circumstances bore a resemblance to that of the Thunder Saint body. However, during previous assessments, no such saintly affinity had been detected. Could it be that the tests had been erroneous? With this thought igniting his excitement, Wu Wanqing produced a testing stone. "Yun, give this a try." Unaware of Wu Wanqing's line of reasoning, Wu Zhuiyun placed her hand upon it in confusion. The moment she did, a cascade of explosive talismans tumbled from her sleeves. Boom! Within a mere half-day, for beautiful black mushroom clouds had already billowed above the Wu residence. Wu Wanqing and Moon Yin were destined for a 6-month retreat to recuperate. Chapter 067. She Likes Me. In Central Continent, Hung City, at the Wanhua Pavilion, Wanqiu donned an elegant jade-colored gown, a vibrant red belt accentuating her slender waist. Her figure was exquisite, perfectly proportioned. Adding an inch would be too much, while taking away an inch would be too little. At this moment, she sat beneath the shade of a tree, a large bamboo basket before her, filled with an array of flower petals. Wanqiu was meticulously selecting them, her delicate hands harmonizing beautifully with the tender petals within the basket, an enchanting tableau of beauty and blooms. Just then, a rift suddenly tore open in the void before her, releasing an aura that sent a shiver down her spine. Wanqiu's instinct was to prepare for an attack. Yet, this Wanhua Pavilion was merely a dining establishment. She had not antagonized any enemies. In the next instant, a face resembling walnut skin emerged first from a crack. Wanqiu recognized him immediately. It was Xiao Fei, the man who had recently sparred with her in culinary skills at the Wanhua Pavilion. It was not merely because he had bested her. Rather, She had an uncanny ability to remember those with unattractive features. The more unappealing the visage, the more indelible the memory. Xiao Fei's appearance was of the sort that could be etched into her very bones, impossible to erase. Rising to her feet, Xianxia respectfully greeted, "Lord Xiao, what brings you here?" There was no room for disrespect. With her sole, first-grade spiritual root and the cultivation of a mere initial stage of the second level of the Meridian Opening Realm, she was hardly distinguishable from an ordinary person. The reason she could establish herself in Hengqing and open a small tavern lies in three factors. First, Hengqing is a modest locale. Second, her culinary skills are indeed remarkable. And third, her personality is charming and amiable, never fostering enmity with others. As for Xiao Fei, though he too is of celestial descent, he appears as an undeniable powerhouse in her presence. Moreover, he possesses the uncanny ability to traverse the void without a sound. It is prudent to show him respect. Upon hearing Xianxia utter his surname, Xiao Fei's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hesitantly called out, "Miss Ruan." Could it be that she harbors feelings for him? After all, how could she recognize him so swiftly and know his name, not knowing your esteemed presence? What are your commands? Xianxia once again bowed respectfully, her voice a refined blend of authority and allure. Xiao Fei's embarrassment deepened, reaching from the crown of his head to the tips of his toes. "There is indeed a matter I wish to discuss with Miss Ruan," he mumbled, lowering his gaze and nervously rubbing his feet against the ground. In no time, he managed to create a small depression beneath him. After waiting in silence for a considerable while, without further elaboration from Xiao Fei, Xianxia finally spoke, "If you do not mind, Lord Xiao, why not sit down for a cup of tea and discuss it further?" "Very well," Xiao Fei replied, swiftly taking a seat at a nearby stone table. Xianxia paused momentarily, then hurried over to prepare a pot of jasmine tea. "Here, my lord, please enjoy the tea." "Thank you," Xiao Fei replied bashfully, lifting the cup and gulping it down in one go. Xianxia promptly refilled his cup, and he drained it once more. She was taken aback, but refilled it again. He continued to drink. They exchanged no words. One diligently poured tea while the other consumed it. Before long, the pot was empty. Xianxia shook the now vacant teapot and said, "Please wait a moment, my lord. I shall fetch another pot of water." With that, she departed with the teapot. It seemed this esteemed gentleman was indeed quite parched. Perhaps she should prepare a larger quantity this time. After she left, Xiao Fei rubbed his distended belly, glancing around for a place to relieve himself. Having consumed too much water, he needed to find some comfort. However, after searching for a while, he found no suitable location or means. Just then, Xianxia returned, carrying a teapot that nearly matched her height. If he were to drink all of that, he feared he might burst. The thought of embarrassing himself in front of his goddess was unbearable. Thus, he hastily declared, "Miss Ruan, I have come to invite you to join the Tang Yue sect." Xianxia was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a proposition. Xiao Fei continued, "It is the most prestigious sect in the great wilderness." Xianxia shook her head. "Thank you for your kind offer, Lord Xiao." His heart sank at her response. Xianxia continued, "It is not my intention to refuse your invitation, but rather, I am afraid my innate talent is woefully inadequate, failing to meet the recruitment standards of any major sect, even the most basic ones. In this lifetime, I have already lost my connection with the pursuit of immortality." As she uttered these final words, Xiao's voice bore a faint bitterness. Born in a realm of cultivation, who does not yearn for extraordinary talent, aspiring to stand atop the world and gaze down upon all living beings? Yet, not everyone is privileged to attain such heights. It is a summit accessible only to a fortunate few. The majority of souls in this world remain ordinary, and she is but one among the countless masses. Living in a mundane realm, she runs a small restaurant, leading a steady and tranquil life. In truth, that is a form of happiness as well. Who said otherwise? In a moment of urgency, Xiao Fei grasped Xiao's arm. "Though your innate talent may be lacking, you possess a unique skill. Come with me, and I assure you shall not regret it in the future." Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Throughout her life, aside from her parents and the midwife, no one had ever touched her. This sensation was quite unfamiliar. Upon realizing his action, Xiao Fei's face flushed crimson. He abruptly released her arm, awkwardly kicking the table leg. I just crash." With a few kicks, he broke the stone table leg. The massive stone table came crashing down, raising a cloud of dust. "And no, I apologize," Xiao Fei stammered. "This table is flimsy. You needn't take offense, my lord." Xiao regained her composure. You claim I possess a unique skill, but is it merely cooking? Indeed, Xiao Fei nodded. You yist, milord. Just the other day, I lost to you. Xianxia smiled. You are the one with exceptional culinary skills and profound cultivation. I admire you. Xiao Fei's eyes widened, and his mind was filled with pink bubbles. She appreciates herself. Otherwise, why would she extol her own culinary prowess and deep cultivation? While her cooking skills are indeed commendable, her assertion of his profound cultivation, he, a novice in the return to origin realm who has yet to pass through the tribulation of immortals, was rather absurd. Many in Hung City surpass him in strength. Yet, Miss Ruan lauds his cultivation as profound. Is this not a case of beauty being in the eye of the beholder? He had truly come to the right place. The goddess he had long admired was wholly captivated by him. My lord, please enjoy some tea. Xianxia swiftly replaced the table and filled Xiao Fei's cup anew. This time, however, Xiao Fei did not drink. Instead, he awkwardly sat there, his fingers nervously fiddling with the hem of his garment, occasionally glancing shyly at Xianxia before quickly averting his gaze. After just a few glances, Xianxia felt bewildered. What could this mean? Had she not spoken correctly? My lord, Xianxia stammered. May I inquire if you have any further instructions? If not, I kindly request you to take your leave, as this humble establishment cannot accommodate such a revered guest. Also, could you please refrain from smiling? It is rather intimidating. Chapter 068, Continuous Ascension. Xiao Fei finally regained his composure and, with a hint of shyness, replied, Miss Ruan, I too share your sentiments. Xianxia interjected, who will elucidate the intentions of this esteemed gentleman. I am rather anxious for clarification. Xiao Fei, believing he had reciprocated Xiao's affections and that they were in silent accord, recalled the matter at hand. Miss Ruan, to speak candidly, I am the dedicated chef of the sovereign peak of the Yue sect, solely responsible for the daily meals of the sect leader. At this juncture, Xiao Fei stood tall, filled with pride. It was indeed a position of utmost honor. After all, he was the only one within the entire Yue sect privileged to reside daily at the sovereign peak, much to the envy of that old rascal Suwen. However, Xianxia did not perceive this as particularly honorable. A chef for the sect leader was still merely a servant of sorts. She found it somewhat perplexing. Xiao Fei possessed decent roots and a respectable cultivation level. Why, instead of serving as a mere chef in a first-rate sect, would he not aspire to be an elder in a second-rate sect? Of course, she had not heard of the Yue sect before. She seldom paid attention to such matters, having only recently caught snippets of conversation from Xiao Fei. However, my confectionery skills are lacking, and the sect leader, being quite indulgent in his culinary desires, has commanded me to seek out another dessert chef. Instantly, I thought of you, Miss Ruan. After consulting with the sect leader, he granted me a teleportation talisman, and thus, I journeyed from the northern Qian continent to invite you here. Xianxia furrowed her brows. Northern Qian continent? If I recall correctly, just a few days ago, we were refining our culinary skills at my Wanhua pavilion. At that time, your wine-infused fish was truly exceptional. Hung City lies in the southern part of the central continent. Traveling from the intercontinental teleportation station would take several days by spirit vessel, not to mention the intercontinental journey. Thus, she deduced that the old man's earlier remarks had been a ruse. Yet, why would he deceive her? What did she possess that warranted such trickery? Do you doubt me? Xiao Fei produced the teleportation talisman. This was granted by the sect leader. With but a thought, one can traverse the vast wilderness. Xianxia could not discern the talisman's grade, but she recognized its formidable aura, far surpassing the 5th grade talisman she had encountered before, completely incomparable. Here, try this. I just roasted this red-patterned suckling pig this morning. Xiao Fei then revealed a large, steaming piece of meat, its skin a glossy, reddish-brown, undeniably appetizing. As the knife cut through, it produced a delightful crunch, indicating its crispiness. A rich aroma wafted forth, yet did not overwhelm the senses. Xianxia, a lover of fine cuisine, could not resist. Upon taking a bite, she was momentarily stunned. Is this red-patterned suckling pig? It was not merely an ordinary dish. It was a red-patterned suckling pig bred by the sect leader, infused with imperial bloodlines, a delicacy fit for an emperor, Xiao Fei proudly declared. The moment the term imperial grade left his lips, Xianxia ceased chewing, for even in her ignorance, she was acutely aware of the significance those two words held. 3 years ago, one of the 9 formidable powers in Zhongzhou, the Haoran sect, acquired a blazing-scaled azure-eye dragon that contained a trace of an imperial bloodline. To commemorate this momentous occasion, they held a grand feast that lasted 10 days. The roasted, red-striped, suckling pig in my mouth actually hold an imperial bloodline? Consumed without hesitation? One might assume that even an ant, if it bore such a lineage, would be revered rather than devoured. How could one possibly roast it for consumption? Is this old man merely deceiving me? Noticing Xianxia hanging her head in silence, Xiaofei assumed she was intimidated and quickly softened his tone, urging her to eat. These spiritual beasts, containing only 1% of an imperial bloodline, were indeed meant for sustenance. The sect leader also kept others as battle pets, which were not to be consumed, for those creatures possessed 30% of the imperial bloodline. Upon hearing this, Xiao's heart settled with certainty. The old man was indeed trying to pull a fast one on her. As for why, she could not fathom. Furrowing her brow, she pondered for quite some time without reaching a conclusion, until she heard Xiaofei's voice. Miss Yuan, I have a chicken leg for you to try. It contains 1% of an imperial bloodline and is absolutely delicious. It was then that Xianxia realized she had just finished an entire plate of roasted meat. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Clearing her throat, she was poised to express her admiration when she suddenly froze. She had unexpectedly broken through a minor realm, silently advancing from the second to the third level of the Qi opening stage. Given her poor aptitude, it took her 35 years to progress from the first to the second level. Of course, she had not been particularly diligent either. A fellow townsman with the same level of spiritual root had made the leap to the second level in just 20 years. Advancing in cultivation becomes increasingly arduous with each step. She had believed that she would never attain the third level in her lifetime. Yet, she was taken aback by the suddenness of this pleasant surprise. How could such a breakthrough occur out of the blue? Could it be due to the plate of roasted red-striped, suckling pig she had just consumed? Did the pig possess such miraculous effects? Xianxia was well aware that ordinary red-striped suckling pigs could not possibly have such properties, even those of the third, fifth, or even seventh or eighth grades. Could it be that the old man's words were true? Did that plate of roasted pig genuinely contain 1% of an imperial bloodline? But how could that be? Shouldn't spiritual beasts with an imperial bloodline be carefully nurtured? How could they be consumed? Surely, even the 9 powers of Zhongzhou could not engage in such practices. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. As Xiaofei offered the chicken leg, its enticing aroma enveloped her. Instinctively, she accepted it and took a bite, discovering it to be irresistibly delicious. Even the bones were licked clean, devoid of any lingering flavor, before Xianxia finally regained her senses. Gazing at the shiny, polished chicken leg bone before her, she couldn't help but blush. My lord, the roasted meat and chicken legs are simply exquisite. I momentarily lost my composure, she began. But her words trailed off as she was struck by another revelation. She had broken through yet again, advancing from the third to the fourth level of the opening veins realm. Could it be that this truly was the flesh of a spirit beast imbued with 1% of imperial bloodline? Xianxia covered her rosy little mouth, staring in disbelief at Xiaofei. Xiaofei stood even straighter, asserting, Miss Yuan, there is no need for doubt. Your advancement by 2 ranks is indeed due to the effects of this meat. However, your spiritual root is rather lowly, only of the 1st grade. Were it of the 3rd or 5th grade, you would certainly have ascended to the merging Qi realm by now. Naturally, if you possessed a 3rd or 5th grade spiritual root, you would not have been stagnant in the opening veins realm for decades. This meat truly contains 1% of the imperial bloodline, Xiaofei declared, raising his hand. I swear to the heavens, if I utter a single falsehood, may lightning strike me. Xianxia looked up at the sky, which was perfectly clear. The oaths of cultivators could not be taken lightly. Thus, it must be true. Chapter 069. The Fairy in View. Should I turn away? Xianxia once more covered her flushed little mouth, and then, with a thud, knelt down. Thank you, my lord, for your gracious reward. I shall never forget your kindness. Xiaofei promptly assisted her to her feet. However, as he did so, he played a clever trick. He knelt first before helping her up. Xiaofei felt a surge of delight. Could this signify that he and Miss Yuan had already exchanged vows? You are too courteous. Miss Yuan, he said, stroking his beard, a hint of bashfulness and excitement dancing in his eyes. What he thought in his heart, he dared only to keep to himself. My lord, with my humble 1st grade spiritual root, can I truly join the Starry Moon sect? Xianxia nervously fiddled with the hem of her garment, questioning. What kind of extraordinary being would consume the flesh of a spirit beast with an imperial bloodline? Surely, They would far surpass the ancestors of the 9 great powers of the Central Continent. Did she even have the right to aspire to such greatness? As long as your skills are sufficient, it is absolutely possible, Xiao Fei reassured her. So, are you willing to give it a try? Even if it does not succeed, I will treat you well. He intended to share his monthly allowance with her. As a responsible man, he would ensure Xianxia felt secure. I am willing. Xianxia eagerly nodded. Xiao Fei's weathered face flushed even deeper, his hand betraying a hint of crimson. Miss Ruan had expressed her willingness. He knew she harbored feelings for him. Then let us be on our way. He beamed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Please wait a moment, my lord. While I pack my belongings, Xianxia said, I have many secret spices that must be taken along. As for the orchid pavilion, it shall be entrusted to the 4 sisters of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Indeed, Xiao Fei nodded. Miss Ruan, please proceed. I shall await your return here. It will be but a moment. Saying this, Xianxia hurried into the house. After her departure, Xiao Fei abruptly sprang from the stool, searching frantically for a restroom. He had consumed far too much earlier. If he did not relieve himself soon, he would surely burst. By the time Xiao Fei returned, feeling relieved, Xianxia had already prepared everything. Their belongings consisted solely of 3 storage rings. My apologies, Miss Ruan, Xiao Fei said. His face flushed as he stepped forward to grasp Xiao's delicate hand. He then activated the teleportation talisman. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves at the foot of Mount Wanjue. Xiao curiously glanced around. She had previously traveled through teleportation arrays and utilized teleportation talismans, each time feeling dizzy and even nauseous. However, this time, she felt no discomfort whatsoever, and the spiritual energy in the air was abundant. Just a gentle breath invigorated her senses. Miss Ruan, this is Mount Wanjue in the North Qian continent, and the Xianxia sect resides atop this mountain. Let's ascend, Xiao Fei announced. All right. Xianxia took a deep breath, silently encouraging herself. She then stepped back half a pace, respectfully following Xiao Fei. No longer could they hold hands, which left Xiao Fei feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yet, the thought of spending every day together brought a smile to his face. Along the way, Xianxia felt as though her eyes could scarcely take in the sights, especially upon entering the Xianxia sect, where the 10-fold spirit gathering array and the 8th and 9th grade herbs and spiritual fruits grew like weeds along the roadside. Xianxia felt she could scarcely dare to dream of such abundance. Just then, a voice called from behind. Little brother Xiao, back so soon? It was Su Wan, who was with the rotund Ouyang. They had just returned from the 9th peak and spotted Xiao Fei walking alongside a graceful beauty. From behind, she resembled an ethereal goddess, surpassing even Elder Yu in elegance. Xiao Fei, this rascal, had managed to befriend such a stunning maiden. Elder Su, young Master Ouyang, Xiao Fei turned, beaming with a smile. Xiao also turned around. Su Wan and Ouyang instantly froze in place, unable to articulate their feelings or adequately describe Xiao's appearance. How to express it? Her features were unmarred, entirely healthy. There were no protruding teeth, freckles, or uneven eyes. Her eyes were not small, her nose was quite prominent, and her lips were neither large nor unappealing. Individually, each feature was pleasant. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the combination evoked an unusual sense of awkwardness. Allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Ruan, Xiao Fei said, glancing at Xianxia. His face flushed crimson once more as he awkwardly added, Miss Ruan. This is Elder Su from the outer sect, and this is Ouyang Fu, a disciple of the inner sect. Xianxia immediately bowed respectfully, addressing Elder Su and young Master Ouyang. Her voice, akin to a celestial melody, instantly captivated the hearts of those present. Su Wan and Ouyang, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Particularly Su Wan, felt as though her voice had pierced directly into his heart, causing it to race uncontrollably. However, upon gazing at Xiao's visage, a sudden chill washed over him, as if doused with icy water from head to toe. It was Ouyang who quickly regained his composure. Clasping his hands and greeting, Miss Ruan, Xiao Fei stepped forward, positioning himself partially in front of Xianxia, and said, Elder Su, young Master Ouyang, I shall escort Miss Ruan to meet the sect leader now. Observing the 2 men as foolishness, he thought to himself how Xianxia was indeed a vision of beauty. Yet their dazed expressions were excessive. After all, he had only spent a brief moment in her presence during their first encounter. Furthermore, he resolved to have a serious discussion with Elder Su about Xianxia. It was clear that she and he were well suited for one another. A friend's wife is not to be trifled with, he mused, hoping to extinguish any lingering thoughts Su might harbor for the good of both parties. With that, Xiao Fei led Xianxia away. It took Su a considerable time to fully recover, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Surely, my eyes are not deceiving me? Ouyang solemnly nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are two extremes. From behind, one would think a celestial being has descended. Yet from a front, could you please turn back? The experience was quite overwhelming. Truly, the creator is remarkable. At the sect leader's peak, Tang Yue was preoccupied. Xiao Yi had returned, but to her, this merely signified an upgrade and awakening. The moment Xiao Yi reappeared, Xiao San sensed it, and in that instant, his dreams were shattered. Indeed, it was a concealed aura that had been elevated. He had foolishly rejoiced the previous night. You say that after your upgrade, you can summon spirit pets more frequently? Tang Yue inquired with keen interest. And they're all of complete imperial bloodlines? Indeed, Xiao Yi replied, maintaining his proud demeanor, though the summoning conditions are somewhat peculiar. Peculiar? Tang Yue asked curiously, what are the conditions? The condition is that there are no conditions, Xiao Yi responded with a hint of exasperation, as everything is random. I cannot ascertain it. It seems that a bug inadvertently merged during the upgrade. I will strive to adjust it, but it may take a considerable amount of time to achieve free summoning. For now, we must adhere to the established pattern. Chapter 070, Golden-Winged Black Pupil Ice Flame Mosquito. Tang Yue sipped her tea and smiled. That is indeed intriguing. The randomness adds a delightful element of surprise and anticipation. She felt a surge of curiosity about what her first randomly summoned spirit pet might be. Would it be fluffy or perhaps scaled? Regardless, as they all possess complete imperial bloodlines, anything summoned should undoubtedly be formidable. When can it be summoned? Tang Yue inquired. For a considerable time, Xiao Yi remained silent. Xiao Yi quickly messaged Xiao Yi privately. Cousin, what are you doing? The host is asking you something. Only then did Xiao Yi respond. In a quarter of an hour. Very well, Tang Yue nodded, leaning back slightly. Let's wait and see after a quarter of an hour. All right, Xiao Yi said hurriedly. See you later, host. Xiao San pondered. There is something off about Xiao Yi. After finishing his conversation with Tang Yue, Xiao Yi immediately immersed himself in his unique space. His physical form was absent, merely a hazy silhouette. Before him lay a towering platform, upon which rested a gigantic mosquito, a large black mosquito. Mo Ling. Weren't we supposed to have a proper discussion before your arrival? Xiao Yi floated restlessly. Is this what we agreed upon? The large black mosquito flapped its wings, its eyes glowing crimson. I've turned into a mosquito, a mosquito. Xiao Yi fell silent for a moment before replying. Please remain calm. My grandfather once stated that this world is shrouded in mystery, so much so that even he could not fathom its entirety. Prior to your arrival, my father mentioned that although you were summoned by the host, entering this realm would inevitably transform you. All I can assure you is that you still belong to the insect category. The rest is left to fate. Did you not agree to this? Now that I have brought you here, you will soon meet your master, yet you choose to act up with me? At this point, Xiao Yi's tone turned serious. I have spoken my piece. If you are not prepared in a quarter of an hour, then you may return. In the future, I shall relay this entire episode to the host, stating that you felt her summons but refused to appear. No. The large black mosquito hurriedly flipped over from the platform, sitting upright. I was merely feeling a bit down. If you suddenly transformed into a large black mosquito, wouldn't you feel distressed as well? And in this form, how can I face the master? Have you ever seen anyone's pet be a mosquito? Especially one as large as this? Do you think the master would slap me dead upon seeing me? I have no desire for an untimely demise. As the large black mosquito spoke, it began to sob, evoking sympathy from listeners. Xiao Yi's tone softened once again. In time, after you leave this world, you will revert to your original self. Here, everything is merely temporary. While no one has kept mosquitoes as pets before, that will change in the future. You could be the first. How wonderful is that? And are you not being foolish? Although the large black mosquito is ordinary, you could make yourself extraordinary, couldn't you? The large black mosquito continued to lament. How can I change? Should I enter again? Once you leave, you cannot return, Xiao Yi replied. What I mean is, you can use some tools to make yourself a bit more exceptional. Like what? The large black mosquito sniffled, inquiring. My father once gifted me a bottle of everlasting golden ink. If you were to adorn yourself in this golden hue, wouldn't you appear exceptionally grand? Little one remarked. The dark mosquito's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This is indeed a splendid idea. Then you should also bestow upon yourself an illustrious name, little one continued. You make a valid point. The dark mosquito nodded vigorously, its tone lightening considerably. What about your ink? Hurry and give it to me. This is a treasure. The only bottle I possess. Little one replied, a hint of discomfort in his voice. Understood, understood, the dark mosquito urged once more. Hand it over quickly, do not dawdle. The quarter hour is swiftly approaching. Little one took a deep breath. Hadn't he just said it was the only bottle? Do you comprehend what the only bottle means? Once it's used, it's gone. Indeed, the minds of insects tend to be rather simple and petite. Never mind, after all. One cannot truly hold a grudge against a mere bug. Little one retrieved the everlasting golden ink. The dark mosquito eagerly opened it, and instantly, a radiant golden light enveloped the air, releasing a fragrant aroma of ink. It is truly a remarkable substance, the dark mosquito exclaimed, as it eagerly poured the ink over itself, starting with its left wing. However, upon glancing at the now empty bottle, and then at its only partially gilded self, the dark mosquito noticed a stark contrast. The left wing gleamed brilliantly, while the right wing remained a deep, dark hue. Its 6 legs shone in gold, yet its body remained shrouded in darkness. Strangely, its head mirrored this contradiction, with the right half gleaming golden and the left half cloaked in black. Is this all there is? The dark mosquito stared blankly at Little One. Little One shifted uncomfortably. I had previously used some. I forgot that there wasn't much left. So what now? The dark mosquito inquired. Actually, this is rather splendid in its own right. Little One chuckled awkwardly. It portrays a more formidable and majestic appearance. Is that truly so? The dark mosquito flapped its wings, feeling skeptical about this claim. Indeed, Little One affirmed with a vigorous nod. Surely, without the body present, only a hazy cloud could be seen flitting about. Wouldn't this seem unattractive? The dark mosquito asked. Not at all, Little One responded immediately. In fact, it adds an air of mystery. You should also conjure a name that exudes grandeur. The host will surely appreciate it. A name exuding grandeur? The dark mosquito scratched its head. How about golden-winged ink, ice flame mosquito? That name is quite delightful. It immediately conveys an aura of sophistication. Little One praised. Ling, I never imagined you possessed such a talent for naming. Naturally, the dark mosquito puffed out its chest with pride. With a name established and time drawing near, I shall take my leave for now. When the time comes, I will summon you, and you must appear at once. Little One instructed. All right, I understand. The dark mosquito flapped its wings in acknowledgement. The quarter hour passed swiftly. Before Tang Yue could pose a question, Little One took the initiative. Host, the first round of random spirit companion selection can commence. Tang Yue opened her eyes and rubbed her hands together. It is time for a test of luck. Upon hearing this, Little One let out a nervous chuckle. The third party observed with a detached gaze, sensing something amiss. Indeed, Little One was truly acting strangely. Could it be that this spirit pet harbored some issues? Before the third party could ponder further, a gigantic mosquito appeared before Tang Yue, its body a grotesque blend of gold and black. Most notably, it was a mosquito. Upon sighting it, Tang Yue instinctively raised her hand to swat it away. Chapter 071, The Laboring Mosquito. Ling was startled. Under the terrifying pressure of the Emperor's might, it found itself unable to even flutter its wings. With a pale visage, it cried out, Master, please show mercy. I am your spirit pet. Little One hurriedly conjured a barrier of spiritual energy, urging, Host, remain calm, remain calm. It is indeed the spirit pet you drew. Upon hearing this, Tang Yue immediately adjusted the direction of her hand, releasing her strength and merely swatting at the air. Yet the residual terrifying aura still shattered the barrier. Ling, eyes tightly shut, trembled its tiny wings in despair. It was doomed. It truly felt its demise was imminent. As the lingering power threatened to descend upon Ling, Tang Yue casually waved her hand, dissipating the threat entirely. With tears brimming in its eyes, Ling waited patiently, only to find that no pain befell it. Cautiously, it opened one eye. Though Tang Yue's expression was far from pleasant, the murderous intent had dissipated, allowing Ling to breathe a sigh of relief. Tang Yue scrutinized the large mosquito before her eyes twitching. Little One, is this mosquito truly the spirit pet I drew? Wasn't it supposed to be a surprise? I have the surprise, but where is the delight? With countless spirit pets in the world, how unfortunate must I be to draw a mosquito? And such an unsightly one at that. Little One chuckled awkwardly. Yes, host. I am to blame for not having upgraded sufficiently, which has affected your perception. It vowed to strive for improvement in the future. The third party gazed at the large mosquito, lost in thought. The spiritual barrier that little one had conjured just now must have indicated a cultivation level at the half-step emperor realm. How could they bestow such power upon a host? It defied logic that they could offer what they themselves did not possess. Moreover, that mosquito evoked a strangely familiar sensation. Yet it swore it had never encountered such an ugly mosquito before. It was truly bizarre, faced with little one's humble demeanor. Tang Yue refrained from pressing the matter too hard. After all, one should not complain about the color of free buns. Little one continued. Although the random spirit pet is a mosquito, it possesses a complete imperial bloodline comparable to ancient ferocious beasts. Beyond serving as a battle pet, it has a unique attribute. It is adept at spatial techniques, particularly in organization. It can manage your system warehouses, including your personal space, with impeccable precision. In the future, whenever the host seeks something, a mere command will suffice, ensuring flawless execution. It is exceedingly convenient. Upon hearing this, Tang Yue's heart fluttered with excitement. Wasn't this precisely the search engine she had longed for? Not only could it search, but it could also organize and store. From that moment onward, both the system's repository and her personal space would be well managed. Ah, this little creature is indeed remarkable. With this thought, Tang Yue raised her gaze to the half-golden, half-black mosquito before her and found it suddenly less repulsive. Whether it was a black mosquito or a golden one, a hardworking mosquito was a good mosquito. Her eyes softened as she asked, "What did you just say your name is?" The mosquito, Maoling, flapped its wings, adjusted its posture, and respectfully replied, "Back to the master. I am called the golden-winged, ink-eyed ice flame mosquito." It sounded quite imposing. Tang Yue frowned slightly. "It's just too long. You may also call me Maoling," it quickly added. Ma for jasmine and Ling for feather. Tang Yue nodded. "That name is quite lovely. I'm glad the master likes it." Maoling chirped, soaring joyfully, though, as a mosquito, its flight lacked any elegance. "From now on, all system repositories and my personal space will be entrusted to you for management," Tang Yue continued. "Rest assured, master. I will complete the task," Maoling assured, nodding vigorously. "How do you enter?" Tang Yue inquired. "When a master summoned me, I willingly signed a spiritual contract, allowing me to enter and exit freely upon the master's permission," Maoling explained. "All spiritual pets that have signed a contract can freely enter their master's personal space with permission. As for the system repository, it was voluntarily opened by Xianxia. "Thank you for your hard work," Tang Yue said. "Master is too kind. It is no trouble at all," Maoling replied cheerfully. "I will now go and organize the repository. If the master has any commands, just call for me, and I will respond immediately." With that, Maoling's form gradually faded until it disappeared. Simultaneously, Tang Yue noticed that her system repository had acquired a large, golden-black mosquito that could hum a tune. The song was exceedingly cheerful, albeit the lyrics were unsettling. "Lift your skull. Let me see your brain. Your brain blossoms like chili peppers. Just a touch of cumin is just right." Tang Yue's eyes twitched. What a bizarre set of lyrics. Nonetheless, the little creature was indeed diligent. Despite its small stature, it worked swiftly, managing to clear out a significant portion of the repository in no time. At this pace, it might finish its task today. Seeing that Tang Yue had accepted Maoling, Xianxia finally let out a long sigh of relief. This endeavor had not been easy. Within the small group chat of the three systems, messages were scrolling. "Xiao-san, big brother, are you alright? Thank you for your concern, third brother. It was merely a backlash when Yue shattered the spiritual barrier. I shall recover with a few days of rest, and it is nothing grave. I possess some elixirs suitable for the system. Do remember to consume one later, eldest brother." "Very well, thank you, second brother." Seeing this, third brother fell into contemplation once more. Could it be that first and second brothers are indeed part of the system? Otherwise, how could there be elixirs specifically for the system? In a private chat group invisible to third brother. Second brother. Third brother must be quite puzzled, I suppose. First brother, you are quite the clever one. I have brought your plush bear. It is safely stored in your space. Second brother, thank you, cousin. I am utterly delighted. Second brother, by the way, why has Mo Ling transformed into a giant mosquito? I nearly considered swatting it. First brother, it is a long story. We shall discuss it in detail when time permits. Second brother, oh, I will transfer some essence to you. Be sure to refine it swiftly, and you should be fully restored by tomorrow. First brother, understood. After Tang Yue finished summoning her spiritual pets, she finally departed from her chamber. Seated in a reclining chair beneath the shade of a tree, She sipped her tea before gently speaking. Come in. She had long sensed that Xiao Fei and Xianxia were waiting outside the courtyard. However, she had been preoccupied with the summoning. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Fei stepped forward to push open the courtyard door, leading Xianxia inside. Xianxia was particularly anxious. Not only did she move in unison with her steps, but each footfall also precisely landed upon the other. Though her gait was somewhat unsteady, she managed to navigate without mishap. Chapter 072. Her soul had been artificially severed. Master. Xiao Fei approached respectfully, cupping his hands in greeting. Following closely behind him, Xianxia lowered her head and stammered. Xianxia has come to meet you, esteemed one. Despite her nervousness, her voice retained a dignified timbre, imbued with an innate charm that, even when quivering, was pleasing to hear. Tang Yue raised her gaze and appraised Xianxia. The latter bowed her head even lower, acutely aware of her appearance and fearful of causing offense. Every step she had taken thus far had been a reformation of her understanding. In the presence of the Xianxia sect, what she knew of the 9 great powers of the central continent amounted to naught. I have heard from Xiao Fei that you possess a remarkable talent for confectionery? Tang Yue inquired. I do not deserve such praise. However, I do indeed have a greater proficiency than the average person, Xianxia continued, still stammering. There is no need for anxiety. You may act as you would in ordinary circumstances, Tang Yue reassured her with a smile. Yes, esteemed one, Xianxia eagerly nodded. Xiao Fei should have conveyed all pertinent details to you, Tang Yue queried. He has, Xianxia nodded again. Given Xiao Fei's recommendation, I naturally place my trust in it. Tang Yue stated, and what of you? Are you willing to join the Xianxia sect? Xianxia gently pressed her lips together. Filled with trepidation as she spoke, I dare not deceive you, my lord. My talents are exceedingly meager. I possess only a first-grade constitution and a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of the opening veins realm. Furthermore, Xianxia touched her own face. Speaking with a hint of self-deprecation, my appearance is rather unappealing. Should you not mind these shortcomings, I would be most willing to serve. With that, Xianxia lowered her head even further. Xiao Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Miss Yuan truly being so modest? She was undeniably a beauty, far from anything resembling unattractiveness. However, he refrained from interjecting, fully aware of his own position. He was merely a chef serving beside the sect leader, diligently preparing meals without meddling in any of the leader's decisions. In this sect, character outweighed appearance. Tang Yue remarked, moreover, every individual possesses their own unique brilliance. There is no need for you to feel inferior. If you are willing, then stay. From now on, you shall assist Xiao Fei in managing the meals for the sect leader. Upon hearing this, Xianxia felt a surge of joy in her heart and immediately knelt, saying, I, Xianxia, pay my respects to the sect leader and vow to serve the sect with utmost dedication. Xiao Fei, too, felt elated. He would now have the opportunity to be with Miss Yuan day after day. Come here, Tang Yue beckoned. Yes, my lord. Xianxia approached, still with her head bowed. However, recalling Tang Yue's earlier words encouraging her not to feel inferior, she lifted her gaze. Tang Yue was momentarily taken aback, her pupils contracting in surprise before quickly returning to their natural state. Tang Yue continued, to enter my Xianxia sect, one must possess at least a 7th-grade constitution. You are being exceptionally recruited, but the rules cannot be broken. Now, close your eyes, focus your mind, and embrace unity. I shall assist you in enhancing your constitution. Enhance my constitution? Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Sect leader, perhaps I should first prepare a couple of desserts for you to sample? Although her cultivation was lacking, she still understood the fundamental principles. Constitutions were innate, and she had never heard of one being able to enhance their constitution postnatally. The sect leader spoke so casually, leaving her feeling apprehensive. Though she held confidence in the desserts she crafted, what if the sect leader did not enjoy them? If she displeased the sect leader, would the enhancement of her spiritual roots need to be revoked? But what if it could not be revoked? Would she then be jeopardizing her life? Tang Yue, sensing her concerns, did not press her. As you wish. Thank you. Sect leader, Xianxia exhaled in relief. Please allow me a moment. I will be swift. Xiao Fei, take her to the kitchen, Tang Yue instructed with a wave of her hand. Yes, sect leader. Xiao Fei turned to Xianxia, still presenting a somewhat bashful demeanor. Miss Yuan, please follow me. Tang Yue nearly choked on her tea. Just moments ago, everything seemed perfectly fine, yet now there was an unexpected awkwardness. Could it be that Xiao Fei had a rather peculiar taste? After Xiao Fei and Xianxia departed, Tang Yue casually remarked, little one, little two, little three. Is there an issue with Xianxia's soul? Little two was the first to respond, her voice soft and delicate. Indeed, her soul is incomplete. Little three, unwilling to be outdone, added, it is merely 1/3 intact. Little one, arriving fashionably late, concluded, her soul has been artificially severed. The incompleteness of her soul is the reason for her exceptionally low innate capabilities. Little two continued, however, her soul is remarkably pure, with almost no blemishes. Tang Yue reclined in her chair, inquiring, to sever a soul, yet allow one to live unscathed. Could such a feat be accomplished in this world? Is it not said that aside from her, the pinnacle of power here is the Celestial Emperor? Surely, the Celestial Emperor lacks such abilities. Does it not imply there are hidden powers in this world? Little three asserted confidently, there are none. I can assure you, the highest power in this realm, aside from the host, consists solely of those 9 Celestial Emperors. Are they denizens from other worlds? Was it not stated that the barriers between worlds remain unbroken? Tang Yue Quetzin, absolutely unbroken. Little three reiterated with certainty. Even if they were shattered, among these 18 small worlds, the host remains unrivaled, without exception. Moreover, to enact such a soul severance, one must possess at least the strength of a half-step emperor, which is absent in these 18 small worlds. Could it be someone from beyond them? But did not little one and little two assert that the barriers between these worlds are exceedingly robust? This left little three completely perplexed. Little one and little two harbored some suspicions, but refrained from voicing them, lacking certainty. Indeed, this is rather peculiar. Tang Yue pondered for a moment before asking, can you locate the remaining 2/3 of her fragmented soul? Alas, no, little one shook her head. It has been artificially severed using a soul-cutting knife, which can entirely obstruct the connection between the soul and body. It seems she has been schemed against. Little two interjected. An incomplete soul affects both innate abilities and appearance. Thankfully, the sect leader understands methods to enhance innate capabilities. Little three immediately praised. That was brought to fruition by little two. Tang Yue smiled and remarked, our little two is the most formidable. Of course, little one and little three were not to be underestimated either. Although this method of enhancement only reaches the 9th rank, it suffices for the time being. Soon, Xianxia prepared several desserts, and even before approaching, an enticing sweetness wafted through the air. Rose cakes, lotus flower pastries, snow lotus threads, colorful crystal balls, and cold plum pastries. Chapter 073, Star Moon Order. Xianxia produced a total of 8 desserts, each a feast for the senses. It was not merely her composure under pressure that led to such excellence. The quality of the ingredients was exceptional. In truth, she was quite nervous and had faltered somewhat. Yet the exquisite ingredients compensated for these shortcomings. Tang Yue sampled a few bites. The dessert masters of Blue Star are truly on par with the best. What delightful aroma. In the system's warehouse, Mo Ling inhaled deeply, nearly salivating. Tang Yue chuckled, if you want to eat, just come out. Mo Ling joyfully responded and flitted into view before everyone. Good heavens, a mosquito. Xiao Fei instinctively swatted at it. Mo Ling tilted her head, narrowing her eyes. Her elongated proboscis promptly pierced Xiao Fei's finger. Of course, she was aware that this individual was under Tang Yue's command, so she exerted only a modicum of force. Nonetheless, Xiao Fei let out a pained howl as his hand swelled to the size of a pig's trotter, though, to be precise, it was larger and more robust. His fingers, now swollen and indistinguishable, shimmered with a purplish hue. It is said that the fingers are connected to the heart. Mo Ling's strike had landed squarely on Xiao Fei's middle finger, sending intense pain surging through him. He wished he could faint from the agony. Yet his mind remained alarmingly alert, his face contorted in discomfort. Xiao Fei's visage, already resembling a walnut shell, was now quite fearsome in its distortion. Xianxia, petrified, stood frozen, scarcely daring to breathe. What kind of mosquito is this? It's terrifying. Mo Ling, no more mischief, Tang Yue admonished. Yes, master, Mo Ling replied, scratching her head and retracting one of her small black wings. A swirl of dark energy enveloped Xiao Fei's hand, and, as it dissipated, his hand visibly returned to its original state. The piercing pain vanished along with the black mist, which flowed back into Mo Ling. This is my spirit companion, Mo Ling. Tang Yue introduced to Xiao Fei and Xianxia. She possesses an imperial bloodline and is at the divine sovereign level. Both Xiao Fei and Xianxia could not help but swallow hard at this revelation. an imperial bloodline spirit companion at the divine sovereign level. Yet, why must it be a mosquito? Are you alright? I didn't mean to harm you. You struck first. Mo Ling flapped her tiny wings, gazing at Xiao Fei. I'm fine. I'm fine. Xiao Fei hurriedly waved his hand. I didn't realize you were the Master S spirit companion. Please forgive my offense. I have met Lady Mo Ling. Xianxia immediately bowed. At the divine sovereign level, no less. One must show respect, even to a mosquito. The ancestors of the 9 major powers in Zhongzhou are merely at the immortal emperor level. Yet here is a spirit companion at the divine sovereign level. It feels like a dream. There's no need for formality. Please have a seat, Tang Yue said. Having been in the sect for some time, Xiao Fei complied and sat down. Seeing Xiao Fei take his seat, Xianxia hesitantly followed suit. Don't just stand there. Eat whatever you desire, Tang Yue encouraged. Tang Yue gently pushed the plate of desserts towards Mo Ling instantly. Mo Ling's eyes sparkled as it dove headfirst into the mountain of Hanmei pastries. In the realm of mosquitoes, it was indeed a sizable specimen. Yet, despite its stature, it remained a mosquito, measuring approximately the length of an adult male's palm. Its appetite was insatiable. Out of the 8 desserts, Tang Yue only sampled a few bites, while the remainder disappeared into Mo Ling's voracious stomach, which continued to exclaim, "Oh my, this is exquisite." Mo Ling had a deep appreciation for culinary delights, particularly those that were sweet and spicy. Unfortunately, in the past, its master had not indulged in such appetites, nor was there a competent chef in sight. Its cravings often drove it to sneak away, and in its furtive escapades, there was little time to seek out extraordinary flavors. However, the desserts crafted by Xianxia were truly exceptional, prompting Mo Ling's unrestrained praise. Tang Yue couldn't help but chuckle. Upon their first encounter, she had been dismissive of the mosquito spirit, yet as she got to know it, she found it rather endearing. Most importantly, it possessed remarkable abilities, maintained cleanliness, and was diligent and hardworking. Just look at how well that little storage area was organized. It was truly satisfying to behold. Have you made your decision? Tang Yue inquired, turning her gaze toward Xianxia. In an instant, Xianxia understood that her desserts had met approval, and she responded excitedly, "Master, I am willing." "Very well, sit cross-legged and embrace the primordial essence," Tang Yue instructed. "Yes," Xianxia complied. In the next moment, Xiao Fei witnessed firsthand how Xiao's spiritual root transformed from rank 1 to rank 7. Fortunately, he hadn't blinked, or he would have missed it. It happened so swiftly. He observed as Tang Yue's fingertip gently touched Xiao's forehead, instantly amplifying her aura. The spiritual root accelerated, glowing as it transitioned from 1st rank to 7th rank. Like him at that time, Xiao also fell into a deep slumber. Xiao Fei asked, "Shall we awaken her in half an hour? Her constitution is too frail. She will likely not awaken until tomorrow," Tang Yue replied, raising her hand to rend the fabric of space, placing Xiao in an empty courtyard. "Master," Xian from the outer sect requests an audience, came the respectful voice from outside the courtyard. "Come in," Tang Yue said, resting her chin on her hand. There were still too few people in her sect. Not even a messenger was present. She would need to recruit more in the future to maintain an appropriate stature as the sect leader. As Xian entered, he collided with Mo Ling's gaze and instinctively raised his hand. Xiao Fei quickly grasped Xian's arm, offering a few explanations to avert a potential confrontation between man and mosquito. Upon learning of Mo Ling's rank, Xian's pupils contracted sharply. Thank goodness he hadn't acted hastily. Old Xiao was indeed a remarkably good person. He vowed never to speak of his embarrassing moments again. With a sigh of relief, Xian patted his chest and said, "Master, the leaders and elders of the Shifeng sect, Xianxia sect, and other sects have all contacted me. They wish to join the Tang sect. Not only the leaders and elders, but also many messages have come from Hua's side. If only a few individuals were involved, my subordinate would have used the mirror of insight to take immediate action. However, given the current number of people, my subordinate hesitated to act on their own accord. Thus, I have come to seek your guidance, Sect Master. Should our sect not hold a recruitment conference, reaching out to the entirety of the northern Qian continent to gather elders and disciples?" Tang Yue nodded. "I too harbor this intention. Yet, it is not merely the northern Qian continent. I aim to recruit disciples from all 5 continents." As she spoke, Tang Yue unfurled a sheet of crimson paper, inscribing in golden ink the words, "The first recruitment conference of the Star and Moon sect." With a flick of her fingers, the crimson paper ascended into the air. In an instant, thunder roared, and a golden lightning bolt struck the paper. Tang Yue glanced up. Simultaneously, Xianxia shouted, "Begone!" The thunder's wail dissipated. With no heavenly tribulation to obstruct it, the crimson paper split into 5, piercing the void. "I have already dispatched the star and moon decree. You and the other elders, along with the disciples, should prepare. In 1 month, the first recruitment conference of the Star and Moon Sect shall commence." Chapter 074. Dispatching orders to the 5 continents. Prior to the issuance of the Star and Moon Decree in the Central Continent, the principal leaders of the 9 major factions gathered at the Xianxia sect. Their expressions were grave, the atmosphere oppressive, especially for the Wenren family. The ancestral soul tablet of their clan had shattered completely, reduced to mere fragments. This was not merely a matter of physical demise. The very soul had been utterly annihilated, leaving no chance of resurrection. The ancestral soul tablets of a few other families were equally grim, showing fine cracks that flickered uncertainly, as if on the verge of breaking. Only the Xianxia sect stood apart. The soul tablet of their ancestor, Xianxia, displayed no signs of distress. Rather, it shone brighter than ever, as though endowed with profound fortune. All eyes turned to the current sect master of Xianxia, Yi Zining. Yi Zining silently produced a communication stone. Moments later, she looked up at the gathered crowd and shook her head. "I still cannot reach my ancestor. Is there any news from the Alliance headquarters?" Wei Chuyang inquired. "A message has just arrived," Wen Jun said with a serious expression. Xianxia reports that everyone from the Northern Qin Continent's Alliance branch has proactively severed contact with them. Outrageous. Wenren Peng, the current patriarch of the Wenren family, slammed his palm down, shattering the table. He was the most anxious among them. While the ancestral tablets of others showed some irregularities, at least they still glimmered. His family's tablet had truly shattered. If their ancestor were to perish, the Wenren family would soon be expelled from the 9 major factions of the Central Continent. How dare a mere Alliance branch act so arrogantly? I will send someone immediately to the Northern Qin Continent to eradicate those wretches. They are but a swarm of ants. It is a blessing for them to serve us. In this day and age, they dare to sever ties, truly considering themselves to be of great importance. One Renpeng, increasingly enraged, rose and strode towards the exit, declaring, "I shall personally annihilate them. Not only will I rid the world of those wretched scoundrels, but I shall also bathe the 4-square city in blood." Only through bloodshed could he momentarily assuage the fury swelling within him. When Jun seized Wen Renpeng's arm, urging, "Do not act rashly. Xianxia has already dispatched someone to investigate in Beiqin Continent. News will surely arrive shortly." Wei Chuyang, silent and contemplative, clenched his fingers tightly beneath his sleeves. In truth, a vague suspicion lingered in his mind. The 9 celestial emperors converged upon Beiqin Continent because they had discovered traces of the individuals from the soul-searching scroll. Their journey was intended to pay homage to that supreme being. Yet now, 8 had vanished and 1 lay dead. Perhaps it was that omnipotent entity who had intervened. After all, who else in the vast wilderness could contend with the 9 celestial emperors simultaneously? But were not the 9 celestial emperors meant to visit that exalted existence? How could such chaos ensue? Surely, the 9 ancestors would not be foolish enough to offend such a being. This matter was known only to the 9 ancestors, him, the Grand Elder, and the young lady of the one family, Wen Jun. The 9 ancestors had even issued a gag order. However, given the current circumstances, perhaps it was time to voice his thoughts. Collective wisdom might illuminate a path through their predicament. With this in mind, Wei Chuyang cleared his throat and spoke, "Esteemed colleagues, allow me to share my thoughts." At that moment, an unusual disturbance resonated through the void outside the hall. All were instantly captivated by this anomaly and soared into the air. In the azure sky, a crimson scroll stood tall, its surface shimmering with red light, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Not only did they behold it, across the void of the 5 continents, similar crimson scrolls emerged, standing proudly and gazing down upon all beings. No matter one's location, it was visible. The eyes of Wei Chuyang and his companions were fixated on the scroll in the void, their depths gleaming with avarice. The reason the 9 great powers of the Central Continent were the mightiest among the 5 continents was not solely due to the celestial emperor stationed within their ranks, but also owing to their formidable heritage. Their ancestral treasures, though imperfect and of low-grade earth quality, still bore the designation of Earth. What did it matter if they were flawed? They remained among the strongest in the world. Yet, The aura emanating from the scroll before them was vastly superior to that of their ancestral treasures. Could it be of heavenly quality? Or perhaps it was a supreme imperial artifact, if they could obtain it. A fervent gleam gradually overtook the eyes of all present. Yet none dared to act first. Among them, Wenrinpeng was the first to succumb to impatience. Rather than sheer recklessness, it was a gamble. With the death of their ancestor, if he could acquire a heavenly or even imperial treasure, it would suffice to fill the void left by the ancestor's passing. As the tempest surged around Wenrinpeng, a colossal hand of the storm materialized, reaching for the crimson scroll suspended in the air. Wei Chuyang narrowed his eyes, perceiving that Wenrinpeng's prowess had seemingly advanced yet again. Should he confront this maneuver, it was likely he could not emerge unscathed. However, the scroll remained utterly unmoved. Suddenly, the surface's red glow intensified, and a ripple of crimson traversed the void. The ripple expanded, and the storm's giant hand was obliterated in an instant. Moreover, a streak of red swiftly descended, directly penetrating Wenrinpeng's arm. In the next moment, Wenrinpeng's arm exploded, flesh and bone disintegrating into nothingness. He let out a cry of agony, his visage contorting in pain. Wenjun promptly retrieved a regeneration pill and handed it to Wenrinpeng, urging him to consume it swiftly. The regeneration pill, an 8th-grade elixir, could mend broken bones and restore flesh. Wenrinpeng hastily swallowed it. Nevertheless, at the sight of his shattered arm, a faint red light flickered incessantly. The potency of the regeneration pill was entirely neutralized by that red luminescence. Bone and flesh could no longer be revived. Wenjun's eyes widened in disbelief, defiantly offering another pill to Wenrinpeng. One after another, he consumed 3, with each proving futile. The onlookers were struck with terror. What manner of entity was this crimson scroll? The mere surface glow exhibited such formidable power? Simultaneously, envy arose among them. If such an outward manifestation of red light possessed such might, to possess it entirely would be extraordinary. However, with Wenrinpeng's grim example, none dared to venture forth again. The obliteration of an arm, coupled with its irreversible nature, would greatly hinder future cultivation. It was highly probable that one's progress would be halted as a result. Thus, no one was willing to take that risk again. Across the 5 continents, similar scenes unfolded. Greedy souls could not resist the temptation to act, yet all returned defeated. After a brief interval, the crimson scroll in the void gradually unfurled. In an instant, the winds surged and the clouds roiled. From within the scroll, golden radiance erupted like a dazzling sun. A terrifying pressure swept over all present. In that moment, everyone felt as though an immense mountain pressed down upon them, compelling their spines to bend involuntarily. After a brief pause, the crimson scroll finally unfurled completely, spanning the heavens and obscuring the sun. The golden light upon the scroll receded, revealing clear inscriptions, the first recruitment conference of the Xianxia sect. Beneath this grand title, smaller characters materialized in midair, denoting the time and location. Both Wei Chuyang and Wenjun's pupils constricted, and they instinctively took a step back.